Introduction. At the beginning, one chooses the magical child Nezha. With the revival of spiritual energy, the arena of deities descends, and the outcomes of this celestial contest determine the fate of nations. The land of cherry blossoms is bolstered by the divine Amaterasu, while the land of Asen boasts the great Brahma, and the Western world has the god of the Holy Sea. Yet, the deities of Huaxia are misrepresented due to a fabricated and nefarious tone, leading the world to perceive them as the weakest of all divine beings. The illustrious Erlang Shen, he is mistakenly believed to be the son of Asen's Shiva. The mighty Nezha, the deity of the three platforms, has even had his name altered, being referred to as the Lotus God of the West, Nezha, and the great sage, the Monkey King, is rendered absurdly irrelevant, with records only of his time as the stable keeper in heaven, omitting his legendary exploits of havoc in the heavenly palace and the journey to the west. Chapter 1. By the river of heaven, the horse guardian's renown spreads across the 9 heavens. Storage of thoughts. I am beginning to unravel my thoughts. For this text, search 86kangshu.net for free reading. Blue Star, the mythological arena space. The battleground where Huaxia faces off against the land of cherry blossoms. Representing Huaxia in this divine battle is the renowned female warrior, one of the 12 war gods, Zhou, who has just stepped onto the summoning platform of Huaxia. Before her, 5 divine images materialize. These 5 images depict a monkey wielding a staff, a child with 3 heads and 6 arms, a middle-aged man dragging a 7-story pagoda, a red-faced man holding a large blade, and a stunning woman cradling a rabbit. Though distinct in appearance, each of these divine figures bears the inscription Huaxia in the upper left corner. These 2 characters signify that all 5 images represent deities of Huaxia. Upon discovering that all 5 drawn deities belong to Huaxia, Zhou face pales in an instant. Her eyes reflect despair and guilt, and she slowly shakes her head, murmuring, "It's over. What? How can we draw 5 deities of Huaxia again? Why is the probability of us drawing Huaxia gods so high? Huaxia has already suffered defeats against the nations of Siam and Asen. If we lose to the land of cherry blossoms, half of Huaxia's territory will fall to them. Half of our compatriots will become slaves to the cherry blossom people. Heaven above, why? Are you truly seeking our demise?" The realization that Zhou has drawn 5 Huaxia deities brings despair not only to her, but also to the high-ranking officials in the audience behind her, and to the millions of Huaxia citizens watching the live broadcast, all of whom tremble in despair. It is essential to understand that the outcome of the mythological contest does not only concern Zhou, but is intrinsically linked to the entirety of Huaxia and its 1.5 billion inhabitants. In the outskirts of Huacheng, at Huacheng No. 1 High School's Summoning Stone Square, over 2,000 teachers and students gather. Today was meant to be the day for the second-year students of Huacheng No. 1 to perform the summoning ceremony at the stone. However, the sudden onset of the mythological arena and national battle has extinguished their spirits for the ritual. After all, the outcome of today's battle between the land of cherry blossoms and Huaxia is pivotal for the fate of the entire nation. If Huaxia is defeated, they may be forced into servitude under the land of cherry blossoms. What significance does the summoning ceremony hold if one were to become a mere servant? Currently, a large screen in the Summoning Stone Square displays the scene from the mythological arena. Upon witnessing Zhou draw 5 Huaxia divine images, the students lament alongside billions of Huaxia people. Huaxia deities are widely regarded as the weakest. How could we be so unfortunate? All 5 drawn images are Huaxia deities. Not even a Nordic or Western deity, let alone an Asen deity, offers a glimmer of hope. It's over, Su Xing. Do you think we will truly become slaves to the cherry blossom people? If I am to become a slave, I'd rather end it now. Su Xing. Su Xing? Is it possible? Even at a time like this, you can sleep. Wake up. Among the students, one with a bovine nose nudges a boy named Su Xing with his elbow. Yet, Su Xing remains unperturbed, having just opened his eyes, bewildered by the surroundings. What is happening? Where am I? Before he could react further, a torrent of memories surged into Su Xing's mind. Soon, these memories clarified the situation for him. He had crossed over. He had arrived in this world known as Blue Star. This is a realm where spiritual energy has revived, allowing individuals to summon divine favor through a ceremony at the age of 19 to cultivate and grow stronger. Those who reach a certain level of prowess can represent their nation in the mythological arena battles. Victory or defeat in these contests determines the fate of individuals and their entire nations. For instance, the ongoing battle between the land of cherry blossoms and Huaxia. If Huaxia were to lose, not only would they suffer a loss of spiritual energy and territorial concessions, but half of Huaxia's populace would become slaves to the cherry blossom nation. Conversely, should Huaxia prevail, they would experience a surge in spiritual energy, gain territory, and acquire slaves from the land of cherry blossoms. It can be said that today's mythological arena contest is a battle that dictates the fate of all of Huaxia. Regrettably, in this best-of contest, Huaxia has already lost one match, and the second is on the brink of defeat. The reason for their losses does not stem from the weakness of Huaxia's people or their deities. Instead, it arises from the fact that the people of Huaxia possess a severely limited and often erroneous understanding of their own divine beings. The civilization of Huaxia has experienced a fracture, leading to a profound misunderstanding of Huaxia's mythology and culture. Their knowledge is largely derived from an ancient text known as the Records of Huaxia. However, to Su Xing, who has crossed over, the contents of this Records of Huaxia appear to be nothing but fabrications. The origins of the deities, their deeds, and even their names are riddled with inaccuracies. At least 90% of the information is flawed. Moreover, instances of mistaken identities and altered narratives frequently occur within the text. For example, Yang Jian, the native god of war from heaven, is recorded in the Records of Huaxia as being from Asen. It states he is the son of Shiva from Asen's mythology, merely because Shiva bore him in Huaxia, and thus he is considered a Huaxia deity. In addition to Yang Jian, many deities have been similarly misattributed and misrepresented. For instance, Nezha, the reincarnated deity of the three platforms, is misnamed as Nezha in the Records of Huaxia. Nezha, how absurd! This thought ignites a flame of indignation within Su Xing. It is crucial to understand that in the Blue Star world, whether one seeks to harness the daily powers of deities or to select deities for mythological arena battles, one must articulate the names and deeds of the deities accurately. If one mispronounces the names or deeds of the deities, it remains possible to undergo cultivation and participate in the mythological arena battles. However, the power bestowed by the deities is significantly diminished. The people of Huaxia on Blue Star, for this very reason, are unable to fully unleash the true strength of their celestial beings, whether in cultivation or in the mythical arena battles. Consequently, the prevailing perception among the inhabitants of Blue Star is that among the pantheon of gods, Huaxia is the weakest. By the waters of the heavenly river, the horse guardian reigns, and the name of Bai Ma when resounds across the 9 heavens. Descendants of Huaxia, Zhou Churen, beseech the celestial courts by Ma Wan and son Wukong to fight for Huaxia. As Su Xing pondered these thoughts, the goddess of war, Zhou Churen, also took action. After a tense discussion with the senior officials of Huaxia, she ultimately resolved to select son Wukong to represent the nation in the mythical arena battle. However, when she approached the portrait and uttered the invocation, Su Xing was left astounded. Goodness, she did not even mention the exploits of the great sage, the havoc in heaven, or the journey to the west. Instead, she exclusively referenced Bai Ma Wan, as if she expected him to guard Huaxia without facing any repercussions. Chapter 2. The Child with 3 Heads and 6 Arms. Although Su Xing understood that Zhou Churen's remarks stemmed from the Records of Huaxia, he still shook his head in resignation. Ha! She actually chose a Bai Ma Wan. However, it makes sense. Every nation knows that Huaxia lacks formidable deities. A horse caretaker must surely be your most powerful god. Come on, send your Bai Ma Wan over and witness how our Susanoo from Sakura Nation will annihilate him. On the mythical arena, the godly champion from Sakura Nation, Erlang, upon hearing Zhou Churen's choice of a Bai Ma Wan, immediately opted for their own Susanoo and began to mock. In response to the derision, Zhou Churen remained silent, her expression darkening as she emerged from the invocation stone. The moment she stepped onto the arena, son Wukong, clad in the red robes of the celestial court, appeared before her. Simultaneously, Erlang was confronted by the statue of Susanoo, a towering figure with disheveled hair, half-clad, wielding a long sword. O great Susanoo, I beseech you to vanquish the insignificant Huaxia deity before you. Grant us glory once more for Sakura Nation. A mere Huaxia god is deemed worthy of my presence. Yet, in gratitude for the faith you provide, I shall eradicate this trivial Huaxia deity. Susanoo cast a disdainful glance at the people of Sakura Nation before charging towards Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, Son Wukong, his expression grave and eyes filled with a mix of displeasure and ire, regarded Susanoo but remained silent as he approached. With a resounding clash, the two deities began their assault, unleashing divine power that stirred the arena into chaos. However, it was not long before Son Wukong's divine energy dwindled significantly. Faced with the onslaught of Susanoo, he soon found himself at a disadvantage. Oh, Zhou Churen is a divine champion of Huaxia, renowned among the world's champions. Yixia Lang, though merely a martial king-level champion, should theoretically be no match for Huaxia if they summon deities of equivalent rank. Alas, heaven does not favor Huaxia, and Zhou Churen summoned the weakest deity from our pantheon. The disparity in divine strength is now too great regardless of Zhou Churen's superior rank. Defeat is inevitable. Heaven does not assist Huaxia, allowing its own deities to become a hindrance. As the students from Huaxing No. 1 High School observed the unfolding battle, they shook their heads in dismay. Su Xing, upon hearing such remarks, could no longer contain himself. A farce? The deities of Huaxia as a hindrance? Are Huaxia's deities truly inferior? It is utterly ludicrous. The deities of Huaxia are superior to those of any other nation. Su Xing's declarations drew the attention of his peers, who regarded him with incredulity. One stylishly dressed female student was the first to speak. Su Xing, it is a universally acknowledged fact that Huaxia's deities are the weakest. Even if we, as Huaxia people, believe in the strength of our deities, what does it matter? Isn't that just self-deception? Indeed, it is undeniable that Huaxia's deities are weak. We are Huaxia people, and we wish for our deities to be powerful. But can we dictate that? We cannot turn a blind eye to the truth. Exactly, Su Xing, if you truly believe Huaxia's deities are the strongest, let us see Son Wukong defeat Susanoo. Only then will I believe your words. Standing here and speaking without action is truly disdainful. As the girl finished, the surrounding students began to criticize Su Xing vehemently. What nonsense! Susanoo is not worthy to be mentioned alongside the great sage. If the great sage were to unleash his true divine power, a single hair could annihilate Susanoo. Hearing their words, Su Xing chuckled softly, choosing not to engage further in the debate. He stepped away from the crowd, heading towards the invocation stone at the center of the square. Indeed, he was about to perform the divine summoning ritual to receive his destined deity's blessing. As a Huaxia person, even in a foreign world, he could not bear to witness Huaxia become the defeated nation of Sakura. Thus, Su Xing resolved to summon his deity, and immediately after, head to the mythical arena to assist Huaxia in defeating Sakura. Furthermore, he sought to prove to the world that Huaxia's deities are not inferior beings. On the contrary, Huaxia's deities are the most formidable, and the people of Huaxia had been misled, holding a fundamentally flawed perception of their divine beings. Su Xing, have you lost your mind? What are you doing? Beside him, Nezha, evidently a friend of the original owner, attempted to dissuade Su Xing from his course of action. However, Su Xing brushed him aside. Amidst the astonished gazes of the surrounding teachers and students, he strode directly to the invocation stone and placed his hand upon it. Whoosh! At the moment his hand made contact, the invocation stone erupted with radiant light. Before Su Xing, 10 divine images appeared, awaiting his selection. What? He is choosing to summon a deity at this moment? The divine arena battle finds Huaxia at a disadvantage. Who knows what fate awaits Huaxia and its people? Yet, he remains unfazed and proceeds with the summoning. He truly has a bold heart. Bold heart? I believe he is utterly reckless. If, after the arena battle, Huaxia's deities are defeated by Sakura, half the population may become slaves to them. Does he intend to contribute to that outcome by summoning a deity now? Su Xing, why must you? The ritual of divine blessing instantly captivated the attention of everyone in the square as they whispered amongst themselves, observing Su Xing's audacity to summon a deity at such a critical juncture. The homeroom teacher of Su Xing, Wang Lin, stood nearby, her face etched with confusion as she inquired about his situation. However, before she could finish her question, she glanced at the 10 divine portraits before Su Xing and was rendered speechless by her astonishment. Among the 10 illustrious deities available for his selection, 2 were recognized as exceedingly rare and esteemed in the contemporary world. The sun god Apollo from the mythology of Hela, and the archangel Gabriel from the lore of the Western Church. What? Su Xing's fortune is simply remarkable. Among his choices, there exists the deity Azura from Hela and the archangel Gabriel from the Western Church. How infuriating! Why am I devoid of such luck? My initial selection of 10 divine portraits consisted solely of deities from Huaxia. Indeed, my own 10 portraits were likewise confined to Huaxia gods, and in the end, I was left with no choice but to select the son of Shiva, the three-eyed dog god, Yangjian. If only my selection had included deities like Azura and Gabriel, my cultivation speed would have been exponentially greater. I have yet to perform the summoning ritual. I hope that during my invocation, I too might draw the deities of Hela and the church. Me too. I fervently wish that my 10 portraits do not all depict Huaxia deities. Let us pray. Amen. May the divine grant us favor. Surrounding teachers and students took note of the Azura and Gabriel statues hovering above Su Xing, their excitement and envy palpable. Su Xing, like them, gazed at the 10 portraits with great exhilaration. However, his excitement did not stem from the images of Azura and Gabriel. Instead, he was captivated by the sight of a three-headed, six-armed, audacious child deity among the divine figures before him. Chapter 3. The Divine Guardian. The Birth of the Demon Child. This statue, Su Xing naturally recognized. It was the reincarnation of the demon pill, the one who wreaked havoc in the East Sea, the deity of the three altars of the sea, none other than him, the demon child Nezha. However, in this world, within the perceptions of the people, he was not known as Nezha, nor was he regarded as the deity of the three altars of the sea who participated in the Fengshen War. Instead, he was recognized as Naza, the deity who once governed lotus roots in the west and later became the god of lotus roots in Huaxia. Upon seeing the statue of Nezha, Su Xing naturally dismissed any thoughts of the statues of Gabriel or Apollo. He performed the ancient rites, raising his hands in reverence towards the statue of Nezha, and proclaimed with respect, "Reincarnation of the demon pill, your divine powers shake the heavens and the earth. Manifest your heroic form upon the wind and fire wheels, and reveal your might within the Mengtian silk. With 3 heads and 6 arms, you subdue the demons, and as the embodiment of the lotus, you protect the people. I, Su Xing, a son of Huaxia, humbly pay homage to the deity of the 3 altars of the sea, Nezha." As Su Xing's voice echoed, the other 9 statues before him vanished, leaving only the statue of Nezha standing before him. What? Su Xing actually chose neither Gabriel nor the statue of Azura? Has he lost his mind? Or does he know that Huaxia is destined to fail and has given up on himself, to forego first-rate deities and instead choose the god of lotus roots, Naza? Alas, what a pity it is, by selecting a Huaxia deity over a first-rate divine being. This child is surely jeopardizing his future. Am I the only one who heard Su Xing invoke a deity just now? What was that about the reincarnation of the spirit pearl and the deity of the 3 altars of the sea? Is he referring to the deeds of the deity Naza? ISN, T Naza, the god of lotus roots? Then what has the reincarnation of the spirit pearl to do with the deity of the 3 altars of the sea and Naza? The teachers and students of Huaqing know. One high school looked at Su Xing in disbelief as he chose not to select the first-rate deities Apollo and Gabriel, shaking their heads in disapproval. One by one, they cast him incredulous glances, as if to say he had lost his senses. However, before they could voice their thoughts, a tremendous surge of golden divine power erupted from behind Nezha. Immediately, the ground trembled, and an overwhelming pressure descended upon the heads of the crowd at Huaqing No. One high school. Then, flames surged forth, rising 100 feet high, as a 3-headed, 6-armed figure of Nezha, with dark circles under his eyes and an audacious demeanor, manifested before Su Xing. This golden divine power. Such power could only belong to a top-tier deity. Under the weight of Nezha's imposing presence, all the teachers and students at Huaqing No. 1 High School fell to their knees. Their pupils widened in disbelief as they gazed at Nezha's apparition. How could this be? Wasn't he Naza a Huaxia deity? According to the chronicles of Huaxia, wasn't he a low-tier deity with no combat prowess? How could he possibly unleash the divine power of a top-tier god? You are the first to call upon my true name. I shall bestow upon you the utmost divine power, the greatest abilities, and the most profound techniques that your being can currently endure. The apparition of Nezha first lifted his eyelids to glance at Su Xing, then spoke to him in human language. After speaking, his phantom transformed into a stream of fiery light and entered Su Xing's body. As the vast divine power surged into his being, Su Xing felt an overwhelming heat engulf him, as if he were being incinerated from within. Fortunately, this sensation did not persist for long. The divine energy gradually rejuvenated his body, enabling him to endure the searing intensity. The transformation was not limited to Su Xing's physique. With the continuous influx of divine power, he acquired an ever-growing array of abilities. Mastery over the 3 heads and 6 arms technique, proficiency in the art of transformation, command over the three mystical flames, mastery of the Lotus Avatar. He obtained the projection of the wind and fire wheel, the projection of the heavenly silk, the projection of the universe ring, and the projection of the fiery spear. The secret of the spiritual talisman techniques, suitable for mortals, was also assimilated. With the aid of Nezha's divine strength, Su Xing garnered treasures, techniques, and divine powers in abundance, and this was merely the beginning. As soon as he acquired the spiritual talisman secrets, they began to operate autonomously under the influence of divine power. With Su Xing's burgeoning status as a divine favored one, his realm ascended rapidly. Martial disciple, martial artist, martial master, martial general, martial king, martial saint. Realizing his newfound level, Su Xing was astounded. He had only just become a divine favored one and had inexplicably surged 7 ranks to become a martial saint. The martial saint, one of the 12 war gods of Huaxia, was embodied by Zhou Churan, who was currently engaged in a mythic arena battle. It was rumored that she had devoted herself to arduous training for over a decade to attain such a realm. Yet, Su Xing achieved this level with utmost ease. Martial saint. Just one blessing from the divine had catapulted him to the martial saint realm. Am I dreaming? At that moment, the teachers and students of Huaqing First High School sensed Su Xing's martial saint aura. They were utterly stunned. The events of the day had rendered their expressions completely frozen. They could not muster any reaction, for what had transpired was so extraordinary that it left them in disbelief. Fellow compatriots, this is the power you refer to as the weakest deity of Huaxia. The illustrious grand god of the 3 altars, Nezha, is inscribed in that wicked tome as the god of lotus roots, Naza. Furthermore, this portrayal has been widely disseminated among the people of Huaxia. It is utterly lamentable. At this moment, Su Xing opened his eyes and observed the expressions of his fellow students and teachers. He spoke up to vindicate Nezha. As he finished speaking, the expressions of the teachers and students shifted, their hearts tumultuous with emotion. The notion of Huaxia's weakest deity had been a persistent belief for centuries. However, the events surrounding Su Xing today made them question this long-held conviction for the first time. Glancing at their faces, Su Xing chose not to elaborate further. He understood that a belief entrenched for centuries could not be overturned in an instant. To utterly overturn the prevailing notions held by the world, it is imperative to demonstrate the formidable power of the deities of Huaxia upon the mythical arena. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Su Xing employed his mystical technique, summoning a blazing wheel of fire beneath his feet. In an instant, with a mere thought, the fiery wheel propelled him into the high skies, departing from Huaqing No. 1 High School and soaring towards Huadu. Within the divine hall of Huadu, the very epicenter of Huaxia, lay the spatial entrance to the mythical arena. Chapter 4. The defeat of the horse tamer, Sun Wukong. As Su Xing's fiery wheel traversed the skies at an astonishing speed, what would ordinarily take at least 2 hours to travel from Huaqing No. 1 to the divine hall was accomplished in a mere 5 minutes under his command. Who would dare to intrude upon the divine hall of Huaxia? Soon, Su Xing arrived at the hall, and as he stepped onto the fiery wheel within, the hall's guards rushed forth, intent on intercepting him. With no time to explain, he unleashed the Mingtian Ling, effortlessly subduing the several martial kings among the guards. Among the 12 war gods, 6 were engaged in the mythical arena, while 6 remained at the borders. Thus, within the divine hall, no one could impede his progress. This must be the entrance to the mythical arena. Before long, Su Xing located the spatial passage leading into the mythical arena. The entrance was imbued with arcane laws, clearly requiring specialized skills to access. However, Su Xing was not in a position to ponder the techniques necessary to traverse this passage. Armed with his fiery spear, he lunged at the colorful gate, determined not to allow Huaxia to be overshadowed by the Sakura nation. To seize the moment, he would forcefully breach this passage and charge back. The scene shifted to the arena space, where Huaxia faced off against the Sakura nation. The deity of Sakura, Susanoo, summoned storms with his left hand while conjuring lightning with his right, relentlessly assaulting Huaxia's deity, Sun Wukong. In contrast, Sun Wukong found himself retreating before Susanoo's onslaught, utterly defenseless. Ha! Zhou, the most beautiful warrior goddess of Huaxia. Your deities truly are feeble, taunted Yeshi-lang. Your horse-tamer deity, by Ma One, is utterly unworthy to stand against my Susanoo of the Sakura nation. Perhaps it is best to send your Huaxia deity back to tending horses, lest he embarrass himself further. Witnessing Sun Wukong's retreat, Yeshi-lang could hardly contain his glee, hurling insults at both Sun Wukong and Zhou Churan. The latter, incensed by Yeshi-lang's derision, glared at him with clenched teeth. Indeed, Huaxia's deities may have faltered, but they were still deities of her homeland. How dare the Sakura nation insult them so brazenly? Regardless of the cost, she vowed to make them pay. Zhou Chuan bit her tongue, drawing a drop of blood, and activated a forbidden technique to temporarily enhance her strength. She charged towards Yexia Yilong. In the mythological arena, the principal combatants were, naturally, the deities summoned by both sides. The roles of the divine followers were quite limited. Apart from the initial summoning of the deities, they mostly remained in the safety zones near the summoning platforms, communicating with their respective gods. Only in dire circumstances, or when a significant disparity in strength existed, would the divine followers venture out of their safe havens to engage in battle. After all, divine followers were ultimately still divine followers. If the deities deemed it beneath them to intervene, that was one thing, but should they choose to act, even a divine follower at the martial saint level would find themselves futilely attempting to challenge the weakest of gods. Zhou Chuan's decision to leave the safety zone to launch an attack, while the enemy deity was still in good health, was tantamount to putting her life on the line. A desperate gamble. Back in the arena, Zhou Chuan suddenly targeted her opponent. With a dagger in hand, she moved like a phantom, appearing before Yexia Yilong in an instant, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Yexia Yilong, struck with terror, managed to shout two phrases at the last moment. Baka, you have audacity. And Susanoo, save me. Like a foolish mortal, Zhou Chuan's speed was ghostly among the divine followers, yet it had long been perceived by the deity. Upon hearing Yexia Yilong's plea, Susanoo, though reluctant, unleashed bolts of lightning and blades of wind towards Zhou Chuan. Boom. The deity's full-force strike was earth-shattering. Zhou Chuan beheld the onslaught of lightning and wind blades capable of consuming her and slowly closed her eyes. When she stepped out of the summoning platform's vicinity, she had anticipated this outcome. However, she could not bear to tolerate the humiliation inflicted upon their Huaxia deities by the Sakura kingdom. With her eyes shut, she awaited her demise. Yet, in the fleeting moment that followed, she heard the sound of the lightning and wind blades crashing down, but felt no injury. Confused, she opened her eyes to discover that it was the Huaxia deity, Sun Wukong, who had shielded her from the lethal blow. Exhausted, Sun Wukong had intercepted the fatal attack meant for Zhou Chuan. With a resounding impact, he was sent flying, not dead but utterly devoid of combat capability. The image of Sun Wukong as a deity materialized. His divine power began to dissipate, ultimately transforming into a radiant light that returned to the divine image. The Huaxia deity had been defeated, and the essence of the deity returned to the image. Consequently, it was determined that in the second round of the battle between the Sakura kingdom and Huaxia, the Sakura kingdom emerged victorious. After Sun Wukong retreated into the divine image, a graceful figure descended from above the mythological arena. The enchanting figure before us is a goddess of such exquisite beauty that it renders one speechless. With flowing golden locks, she dons silver battle armor, draped elegantly with a golden cloak. Her visage, akin to the moonlight, is complemented by eyes that shimmer like amber. This resplendent and noble deity is none other than Freya, the goddess of love and beauty in Norse mythology. As the current leaders on the scoreboard of the mythological tournament, the Norse pantheon has temporarily appointed their goddess as the judge of this sacred competition. We have triumphed. We have triumphed. Look, did I not predict this? The lesser deities of the Huaxia nation are no match for the divine beings of our Sakura country. It has long been known that Huaxia's gods are weak, but the depth of their frailty is astonishing. We easily won 2 rounds against Huaxia, and our gods did not even break a sweat. Indeed, I feel that employing Susanoo against these Huaxia deities is a waste of talent. I believe that merely sending forth a single head of the Yamada no Orochi would suffice to crush all of Huaxia's divine beings. Regrettably, Susanoo has sent their Baima when flying too far away. Otherwise, had he not escaped, annihilating his divine essence would have ensured that this god would never resurface. Alas, what significance does the return of a mere Huaxia deity hold? If we could vanquish him once, we could certainly do so again, having already defeated Huaxia in 2 rounds. Another loss would mean that half of Huaxia's territory and half of its populace would become ours. Oh, how delightful this thought is. Indeed, I envision having 20 Huaxia men as my slaves and 10 Huaxia women to warm my bed. Oh, Yamamoto-kun, you desire 10 Huaxia women? I shall have 20. Let the competition commence. Once the results were announced, the audience from Sakura country erupted in raucous laughter, their words reflecting a mindset that has already deemed Huaxia a defeated nation, preparing to divide the spoils. The atmosphere was one of stark contrast. While Sakura country basked in joyous fervor, the audience in Huaxia sat in chilling silence. Chapter 5. Who shall take the stage? The sudden appearance of a youth. The stark dichotomy persisted, with Sakura country exuding warmth and happiness, while Huaxia's audience remained enveloped in an oppressive stillness. The two elders of Huaxia, along with the 5 great war gods and the 30 foremost young talents, along with numerous professors, wore grim expressions, their gazes fixed intently on the direction of Sakura country, wishing they could consume them whole. Oh, how it fills one with delight, they mused, as the people of Huaxia beheld the grotesque visages of their opponents, unable to fathom the tragic fate that awaited them should they indeed suffer defeat. My esteemed colleagues, what course of action should we take now? Who shall we send into the mythological battle next? The fate of our nation hangs in the balance. Huaxia cannot afford to lose this round. The two elders, Zhang and Wang, both of whom had reached the venerable age of 80, stood anxiously, addressing the senior officials of Huaxia in urgent deliberation. Who is sent forth is of little consequence. It is not the favored ones who dictate the fate of our great China, but the divine beings themselves. The probability of our Chinese deities being drawn in the mythic arena is exceedingly high, regardless of who is dispatched, should a Chinese deity be selected. Even the mightiest of the favored ones would likely find themselves subject to questioning from the elders, whether they be the 12 war gods, esteemed scholars, or promising youths. All would shake their heads in dismay. The gods have proven too feeble, utterly shattering their confidence. At this moment, not only the people of Sakura but even their own have grown despondent, believing that in this divine arena battle, China is doomed to defeat. The intermission has concluded. Now, the third match commences between China and Sakura. Each side will dispatch one favored contestant to the arena. Before long, the 5-minute interval has elapsed. The arbiter of the arena, the Nordic goddess Freya, descends from above and announces to both nations, esteemed guests, for this decisive round against China, I entrust it once more to Yeshao Ichiro. I assure you that this will bring glory and victory to the great Sakura Empire. Yeshao Ichiro of Sakura, having just claimed a previous victory, is brimming with confidence. After conferring with the higher-ups of their nation, he ascends the stage once more to represent Sakura in this third divine duel. As the favored contestant from Sakura takes position, Freya glances toward China, urging them to swiftly decide on their champion. Silence envelopes the Chinese audience. Their confidence has been utterly eroded. They now perceive an almost inevitable defeat looming. Should their representative falter, they would forever be marked as a disgrace in the annals of history. Observing the despondency of the Chinese, the people of Sakura begin to mock them. Ha ha ha, have the Chinese become mere turtles, too afraid to fight? They jeer. Goddess referee, I say there's no need for this third match. Clearly, China's defeat is assured. It would be better to simply declare Sakura victorious and save us the time. The mockery from Sakura is excessive, prompting the Chinese to rise. Undeterred by the seemingly certain outcome, ready to confront their adversaries. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupts as the spatial passageway from the realm of China to the mythic arena is forcibly opened. Flames surge forth, and through the inferno, a valiant youth brandishing a crimson spear and standing upon wheels of fire bursts into the arena. He pays no heed to anyone, soaring directly onto the stage. Elevating his crimson spear, he directs it towards Yeshao Ichiro and the spectators from Sakura, boldly proclaiming, Will our fate as Chinese be determined by you, the people of Sakura? Today, I, a proud Chinese, Su Xing, stand before you. Behold the might of the divine beings of Huaxia. The formidable emergence of Su Xing drew the attention of the entire audience from Huaxia, all of whom were captivated by his presence. At that moment, a singular question resonated among them. Where did he come from? Meanwhile, the higher echelons of Huaxia were equally perplexed by the sudden appearance of this unfamiliar youth. Leading them to inquire, elders Zhang and Wang, what is the meaning of this? Since when has Huaxia produced such a young martial saint-level divine favored one? However, to their astonishment, elders Zhang and Wang wore expressions of equal bewilderment. They slowly shook their heads and replied, We are not acquainted with this young man named Su Xing. Like all of you, we are utterly in the dark about the current situation. Yet, one thing we can ascertain is that this young martial saint is indeed a Huaxia native. He is one of our own. This is a cause for celebration. Upon hearing the elders' words, the others nodded in agreement. Yet the 12 war gods, including Zhou Churen, gazed anxiously towards Su Xing and spoke up. Elder Wang, Elder Zhang. It appears he intends to represent Huaxia in this contest. Should we not intervene? After all, this confrontation bears significant implications for the destiny of our nation. Such a momentous affair entrusted to a suddenly appeared youth. Can it truly be wise? It is too late to stop him now. Look, he has already ascended the summoning platform. You know as well as I do that once one steps within the confines of the summoning platform, the chosen cannot be replaced. Otherwise, the referee will immediately declare failure. All we can do now is pray that this young man is indeed a celestial envoy sent to save Huaxia. Elders Zhang and Wang gestured towards the summoning platform beneath Su Xing's feet, shaking their heads. Yet, within their hearts, there lingered a glimmer of anticipation and hope. At this juncture, the world, including the denizens of Huaxia itself, presumed that the nation was destined to lose. Only this suddenly emerged youth, without the slightest hesitation, resolutely ascended the stage to confront the Sakura nation. Such audacity! Could he truly be the savior of Huaxia? Returning to the Sakura nation, Chapter 6, the God of Hira, the God of Death. At this moment, the audience and the combatant, Yexia Aikir, were taken aback by Su Xing's declaration, followed by a raucous laughter. Ha ha ha! Did you hear what this little imp from Huaxia just said? He claims he will defeat our great Sakura nation and prove that the divine beings of Huaxia are the strongest? Perhaps he has succumbed to madness under the weight of inevitable defeat. Ha ha ha! Yexia-kun, swiftly vanquish Huaxia. Let them embrace their tragic fate. I desire not to claim slaves who are deranged. The people of the Sakura nation do love to prattle on. Upon hearing the clamorous cries of the citizens of the Sakura nation, Su Xing furrowed his brow. At this moment, he found himself reluctantly compelled to strike back against them. The people of the Sakura nation, though diminutive in stature, harbored ambitions as fierce as wolves. Their customary approach is to assert superiority. If one is weaker, they will not hesitate to bully them mercilessly. Thus, the most effective means to silence them is through a decisive victory. Beating them into submission will demonstrate superiority, transforming them into obedient hounds, bowing at one's feet. Now, the stage is set for the third match between the contestants of Huaxia and Sakura nations. The mythological arena battle has officially commenced. This grand contest will be broadcasted live to the entire world. Both nations have faced 3 consecutive defeats prior to this encounter. Should either nation falter, the vanquished will concede half of their territory, half of their populace, and half of their national essence. As this is Huaxia's first participation in the divine arena, the rules of engagement are now being presented for the contestants' perusal. At this moment, the arbiter of the national fortunes, Freya, spoke gently. After delivering her remarks, she summoned a beam of golden light, which then soared into Su Xing's mind. This luminous essence encapsulated the rules of the mythological arena battle. General arena battle rules. Rule 1. In each round of combat, the divine envoy stands behind the summoning platform, before which 5 divine images will materialize. The envoy may select one image to summon for battle. Rule 2. Following the summoning of a deity, the envoy has a 10-minute window for communication with the deity. Should the deity fail to emerge after this duration, the summoning area will be deemed a loss. Rule 3. The area within the summoning platform is designated as a safe zone for the deities. Within this safe zone, the envoy is impervious to attacks from the deities. Rule 4. The mythological arena battle is structured in a best-of-5 format. The first to achieve 3 victories shall be declared the winner. Current score: Sakura Nation 2, Huaxia Nation 0. Freya inquired if the contestant, Su Xing, had confirmed the rules. After a brief moment, Su Xing affirmed, confirmed. Let us begin. I am eager to commence. He nodded at the beautiful goddess referee. Very well. Both sides will now initiate the summoning of divine images. Freya nodded in agreement, then snapped her fingers. Before Su Xing and Yi Yixialang, 5 frames appeared for each. Within these 10 frames, divine energies fluctuated, swiftly revealing images of deities. On Yi Yixialang's side, the backgrounds of the 5 images were tinted in pink, with the characters Sakura inscribed in the upper left corner, signifying that these 5 divine images represented the deities of the Sakura nation, just as in their previous appearance. In contrast, 4 of the 5 divine images on Su Xing's side bore a golden background, representing the deities of Huaxia. There exists an image of a deity, set against a backdrop of blue and white. This blue and white foundation symbolizes the esteemed and formidable mythological system revered in this blue planet world, the Hela mythology. Within this depiction of the Hela deity, a young figure with wings stands, his countenance grave, clutching a torch that is either extinguished or on the verge of extinguishment. The moment this image of Hela mythology appeared before Su Xing, it sent shockwaves throughout the arena and astonished all who beheld it through the live broadcast. Particularly, the citizens of Sakura Nation widened their eyes, clutching their hearts in disbelief. What? This Chinese boy, what sheer luck, to draw the Hela deity. It's over. It's over. The Hela mythology is among the most powerful in world mythologies. Our deities from Sakura Nation cannot possibly contend with those of Hela. If he chooses the Hela deity for the duel, our Sakura Nation is doomed. This is unfair, utterly unjust. Shouldn't a Chinese person draw one of the 5 deities from our own pantheon? How could he possibly draw the Hela deity? Indeed, even if a Chinese person were to win against our deities with the Hela deity, it would be a hollow victory, simply disgraceful. The citizens of Sakura Nation, upon witnessing the Hela deity, had already faltered in morale. Meanwhile, Yexia Ikaru was fixated on Su Xing, anxiously praying that he would not choose the Hela deity. As Sakura Nation's members wore grim expressions, the high-ranking officials from China, along with the crowd outside, felt their hearts leap into their throats, bursting forth with cheers and jubilations. There's hope. Unexpectedly, this young man's fortune had soared, revealing the image of the Hela deity before him. Moreover, behind this stood Thanatos, the god of death, known for his formidable prowess within the Hela pantheon. This was a stroke of fortune. Should Su Xing choose Thanatos from the Hela mythology, victory in this small duel would be assured. While a minor victory would not secure the salvation of China, it would nonetheless breathe life into the nation's hopes. Heaven, please protect us, China. The high-ranking officials in the audience from China were on the verge of tears, with some even kneeling in gratitude for divine favor. Ha! Look at these Chinese people. Aren't they like clowns? In the mythological arena, there existed yet another elevated spectator area, occupied not by representatives from the battling nations, but by dignitaries from other countries. They held the privilege to observe the deific duels of foreign nations. Among these dignitaries were the high-ranking officials of the Hela Empire, including its sovereign and his daughter. At this moment, the group of individuals lounged comfortably, their legs crossed and wine glasses in hand, wearing expressions of relaxed contentment. They observed the fervent excitement of the people of Huaxiao below, their hearts swelling with a sense of superiority and pride. Just look at this once great nation, Huaxia, boasting a history of 5,000 years and a population of 1.5 billion. In their hour of peril, they still rely on the deities of their nation. Hera. Without the mythos of Hera, this nation of Huaxia would surely face annihilation. This sensation is akin to the Hera people being the saviors of Huaxia. An exhilarating feeling indeed. Do you see this, Catherine? This is the lament of a weak nation. The citizens of a weak nation are like ants, proclaimed Zeus too. The ruler of Hera, as he pointed at the excited Huaxiao elite and imparted wisdom to his daughter, Catherine. Catherine, in her early 20s with golden hair and azure eyes, nodded in agreement. Father, you speak the truth. Today I have witnessed the pitiful state of this Huaxia nation. Just a mere image of our Hera deity has brought them to tears of gratitude. It is truly laughable. The pride in Catherine's demeanor surpassed that of her father. As she disdainfully spoke, her gaze drifted towards Su Xing on the arena stage, envisioning him kneeling before her Hera deity. Chapter 7. Has he lost his mind? Choosing the Saint Emperor you? Returning to Su Xing, he gazed at the 5 divine images before him, his expression mirroring that of most Huaxia citizens, filled with excitement. However, his enthusiasm was not for the so-called Hera deities, but rather for the 4 divine images of Huaxia that stood before him. These 4 divine figures, from left to right, were as follows. The first statue depicted a beast deity, entirely white, resembling a qilin with 2 horns and a goat's beard, embodying the auspicious creature known as the Bai Zhe, revered for dispelling evil. The second statue, clad in a Taoist robe that radiated an ethereal presence, featured a venerable figure with silver hair and a piercing gaze, emanating a luminous aura, none other than the illustrious male immortal of the heavenly court, Dong Wangdong, also known as the Emperor of the Eastern Flower. The third statue portrayed a fierce figure with a green face and sharp tusks, wings unfurled like a cloud obscuring the sun, wielding a golden staff and surrounded by crackling lightning. This was Lei Zhenzi, a prominent deity of thunder renowned for his achievements in the battle of investiture of the gods. The fourth statue depicted a valiant general in armor, exuding an air of magnificence, flanked by a formidable army, with banners emblazoned with the character Yu. This general was none other than the esteemed general of the Southern Song dynasty, later venerated as the Emperor of Pacifying Demons, Yuxing Dijun, Yufei. The Bai Zhe, Dong Wangdong, the deity of thunder, and Yusheng Dijun. Su Xing never anticipated that his first experience refreshing divine images on this mythical arena would yield such 4 powerful deities. The 4 deities, with the exception of Bai Zhe who may possess relatively weaker combat prowess, all exhibit formidable strength. In this scenario, as long as Sakura does not possess extraordinary luck in drawing a supreme deity or a creator god, selecting any one of the other 3 deities essentially renders defeat unimaginable. Which deity should one choose? Su Xing gazed at the images of the 3 remaining Huaxia deities, hesitating for a moment. In terms of combat strength, The mightiest among them is undoubtedly Donghua Dijuan, who stands unparalleled. However, at this moment, the deity Su Xing yearned to select was not him, but rather the revered Yusheng Dijuan, Yu Fei. Unlike other deities of Huaxia who have been distorted and misinterpreted, this general, who made immense contributions to resist foreign invaders, has not been misunderstood but has been forgotten by all in contemporary Huaxia. Even the malevolent tome, Huaxia Records, fails to acknowledge any of his deeds or name, and it goes without saying that other ancient texts have long neglected him. The name Yu Fei has faded into the annals of history, leaving behind a loyal patriot's legacy unremembered. No one recalls his valiant Yu family army, which fought gallantly against the Jin invaders, akin to celestial warriors. The plight of such a hero of Huaxia being forgotten by society is profoundly sorrowful. In light of the current situation, with Sakura's malicious foreign incursion, why not seize this opportunity to allow the name of Yu Fei and the Yu family army to resonate once more throughout Huaxia? Let all bear witness that a general of such caliber exists. Foreign forces shall never dare to invade Huaxia. Contemplating these thoughts, Su Xing extended his hand, pausing before the statue of Yu Fei. With a swift motion, upon making his choice, the other 4 statues vanished in an instant, leaving only the statue of Yu Fei before him. Subsequently, Su Xing respectfully performed an ancient rite, addressing the statue of Yu Fei. General, your unwavering loyalty pierces the heavens, shaking the very foundations of the world. You shattered the gold invaders outside Zhuxian town, leading the iron cavalry northward to restore our homeland. The 12 gold medals cannot conceal your eternal ambition, as your steadfast heart illuminates the ages at Fengbo Pavilion. As a descendant of Huaxia, I, Su Xing, humbly summon you, Yusheng Dijuan, General Yu Fei. What? Has he lost his mind? Upon Su Xing's choice, the entire world, all within the mythological arena, including the enchanting judge goddess Freya, stood in stunned silence. They beheld Su Xing's actions, initially rendered speechless, only to erupt moments later. Among the Huaxia audience and the higher echelons, they had just been celebrating Su Xing's summoning of the deity Hela, filled with joy and gratitude. Just as they believed Huaxia could finally turn the tide, they witnessed Su Xing, without a hint of hesitation, dismiss the image of Hela. He then proceeded to select a Huaxia deity, one they had never encountered before, a figure entirely absent from the Huaxia records. No. Why has Su Xing forsaken the revered deity Hera and chosen the insignificant figure of Emperor Yu Fei? Have you ever heard of this Emperor Yu? He is a being so obscure that even the records of Huaxia fail to acknowledge his existence. Can he possibly compare to even a single hair of the Hera deity? It is all over. Half of Huaxia's territory will be surrendered, and half of its citizens will be enslaved. Huaxia is doomed. Su Xing must be a spy. He has intentionally orchestrated our defeat. Beyond the notion of espionage, I cannot fathom his reasoning for selecting Yu Fei. Indeed, Su Xing is undoubtedly a spy. What is the higher echelons of Huaxia thinking, allowing such a person to participate in such a critical contest? The citizens of Huaxia watching the live broadcast are in a state of despair. Similarly, the response from the high-ranking officials in the arena is not dissimilar. Kings and elders tremble in disbelief. The 12 war gods, including Zhou Charan and Zhang Jin, rise in unison, glaring at Su Xing with fury. Meanwhile, the other young talents and scholars are filled with despair, kneeling in place, their faces ashen. While Huaxia is engulfed in sorrow, the Sakura kingdom revels in joy. Upon witnessing Su Xing dismiss the Hera deity, their hearts raced with exhilaration. They had resigned themselves to inevitable defeat. Yet they could not have anticipated that Su Xing would suddenly act irrationally, opting for the inferior Huaxia deity instead. It is indeed a boon from the heavens for our Sakura empire. There is an old saying in Huaxia, the wise know when to yield. I see this Su Xing as a wise man, having recognized the certainty of Huaxia's defeat, and has thus delivered a token of allegiance to our Sakura empire. Oh, this Su Xing, the Huaxia man, is truly our most loyal friend in the Sakura empire. Once we seize half of Huaxia's territory, we can proclaim him the first slave of the Sakura nation. Yes indeed, the people of the Sakura kingdom cheer. Meanwhile, the leaders of other nations are astonished that Su Xing did not select the Hera deity. In the realm of Hera, Zeus too and his daughter are taken aback. They cannot comprehend that this Huaxia individual has chosen not our Hera deity, but rather the feeble Huaxia deity. Is it due to pride? A baseless belief that his nation's deity surpasses ours. After the initial shock, Zeus too's expression transforms into one of ease. He believes he has discerned Su Xing's motives, and a faint smile plays upon his lips. Chapter 8. We shall eradicate external foes here. This Huaxiao man is indeed foolish. His trivial pride has jeopardized the fate of his entire nation. Zeus II's daughter, Catherine, observes. Observing the figure of Su Xing below, there was not only disdain in his gaze, but also a hint of schadenfreude. How could one not choose their esteemed deity, Hela? Let us see how your Huaxiao shall falter. Zeus II, without responding to his daughter's words, lifted the wine goblet from the table and snapped his fingers. A man clad in a sharp suit approached. My lord, how may I serve you? Without turning, Zeus II took a sip from his goblet and stated, the defeat of Huaxia is inevitable. Immediately initiate the next arena battle against Huaxia. In the words of our nation, we shall mercilessly strike the drowning dog. Indeed, those who believed in the certainty of Huaxia's downfall and sought to carve up its territory were not limited to Hello alone. The Lighthouse Federation, the Western Church, the nation of Asan, the Nordic Federation, the Southeast Union, and even the exiled nation of Samida had all sent representatives to challenge Huaxia. The vast and resource-rich lands of Huaxiao appeared to them as a tantalizing prize, one that they could not allow Sakura Nation to monopolize. Returning to the arena, as Su Xing's opponent, Yexia Ikaru, beamed with delight upon seeing that Su Xing had chosen the Huaxia deity. His mind was at ease, and he too selected his divine image, the Japanese mythological demon, Shtntg, a grotesque creature of immense size with crimson skin, sharp horns, exposed fangs, and a sake flask hanging from its back. After making his selection, he gazed across at Su Xing, feeling utterly relaxed, anticipating the moment when their Shtntg would triumph over the Huaxia deity. On Su Xing's side, after paying homage to the statue of General Yu Fei, the statue gradually faded and a swirling portal emerged. Clad in armor and wielding the long spear of Li Quan, the majestic figure of the Holy Emperor Yu appeared before Su Xing. Descendants of later generations, pay your respects to the Holy Emperor Yu. Upon seeing Yu Fei, Su Xing immediately performed the ancient rite of reverence, bowing deeply to the general. Holy Emperor Yu? Yu Fei, taken aback by Su Xing's words, initially reacted with surprise, only to be overcome by a sense of melancholy, as if he were transported back to those unfulfilled years of ambition. He shook his head. I am but a defeated general, having toiled my life away without reclaiming our lands. How could I bear such an esteemed title? Within his somber tone lay an endless well of regret and self-reproach. What? This revered Huaxia deity, named Yu Fei, could actually speak. Moreover, he was engaging in dialogue with Su Xing. Before Su Xing had even uttered a word, those on the Huaxiao side were utterly astonished. It should be noted that since the commencement of the mythical arena, deities from other nations had communicated with their chosen champions, while Huaxia's deities remained silent upon being summoned, as if they were incapable of human speech. Yet, the deities summoned by Su Xing could converse. Is it to say that the deity summoned by Su Xing is indeed extraordinary? It is truly uncertain. Could it be that this suddenly appearing youth is capable of invoking miracles? In the ranks of the Huaxiao elite, the recently defeated warrior goddess, Zhou Chuan, gazes intently at Su Xing, her lips whispering softly. Returning to Su Xing, upon hearing the words of General Yu Fei, he clasped his hands in salute, locking eyes with the general, and responded earnestly. General, you are wholly deserving of this title. You led the Yu family army with unwavering discipline, your commands executed without fail, earning the people's reverence as they would long for rain in a parched land. In the Battle of Yinqing, you faced overwhelming odds, achieving a resounding victory against the Jin forces, your reputation striking terror into the hearts of the enemy. This is a feat unparalleled in history. Yu Fei's expression shifted slightly, as though the divine power within him surged with renewed vigor, yet he remained grave and silent. Observing this, Su Xing continued his impassioned address. Throughout your life, General, you have exemplified loyalty to your country. Civil officials shun wealth, and warriors do not fear death. With such virtues, peace would reign over the land. Your words have inspired countless benevolent souls throughout the ages. Your stirring anthem, Manjianghong, with its resolute spirit to feast on the flesh of barbaric foes and drink the blood of the Xiongnu, resonates with fervor and sincerity, forever etched in the hearts of future generations. Even after a millennium, reading it still ignites passion within us. You are the soul of the nation. Whenever the country faces peril or the people are in distress, they look to you as a paragon, striving to protect their homeland. Your military exploits are recorded in history, celebrated in poetry, conveyed through operas, and shared among the populace. Throughout the realms, none are unaware of your deeds. The temples of Wukong across the land flourish with incense, the masses venerating you, moved by your virtues. Su Xing's words rang with conviction as he recounted Yu Fei's achievements and merits. His purpose was twofold: to enlighten all of Huaxia and the world about this national hero, and to amplify the intensity of Yu Fei's divine power. The more accurately and comprehensively the deity is understood, the stronger they become. Such is the rule of the summoning ritual. The people of Huaxia have suffered from this misunderstanding, as their knowledge of their own deities has been flawed, and it is no wonder that the Huaxia gods they summon are unable even to speak upon this arena. Indeed, following Su Xing's description, the divine power within Yu Fei surged mightily. The general's eyes glimmered with a hint of tears, a mixture of solace and nostalgia. Before he slowly spoke, "It brings me great comfort to see future generations possess such aspirations. However, will the 16 prefectures of Yuyuan ever return to Huaxia? General, the 16 prefectures of Yuyuan have long since been restored to our Huaxia. Not only Yuyuan, but also territories such as Dali, Xixia, and the northeast. Now all lie within the embrace of our Huaxia map." Hearing that the long-deceased Yu Fei still harbored concern for the reclamation of lost lands, Su Xing felt a pang in his heart and promptly responded to the general. Indeed. Upon hearing Su Xing's words, the millennia of pent-up frustration within General Yu Fei dissipated. After uttering 3 affirmations, the divine power within him surged threefold. "However, General Yu, our beloved Huaxia now faces the impending crisis of foreign invasion. The nation of Sakura, unrepentant and obstinate, seeks to encroach upon our sacred land once more. I implore you, General Yu, lend your strength to Huaxia." Observing General Yu's elation, Su Xing naturally gestured towards Yi Xiaolong, saying, "Are there indeed foreign entities that threaten Huaxia?" Upon hearing Su Xing's words, Yu Fei turned his gaze towards Yi Xiaolong and his companion, TG. His eyes burned with uncontainable fury and resolve as he brandished his spear, stepping forth from the divine calling platform, proclaiming, "In my lifetime, I have failed to reclaim our ancestral lands. Yet today, even if my soul were to scatter, I shall eradicate these foreign foes." Chapter 9, TG, the Bald Demon King. The exchange between Su Xing and Yu Fei was broadcast live to audiences worldwide. The people of Huaxia were left in a state of perplexity. Such a figure existed in the annals of their history? How could they have been unaware? The Wukong Temple, indeed, had remnants of such shrines in certain locales. The elder scholars and professors within Huaxia's upper echelons began to mutter to themselves upon hearing the name Wukong Temple. Did General Yu Fei, the Holy Emperor Yu, truly exist in history? Yet, why was there no mention of him in the records of Huaxia? Ha. Did you hear what this mortal deity has proclaimed? He dares to claim he will eradicate TG here. How audacious! One might say he is tempting fate. Who among the world does not know that amongst the categories of deities, human deities, demon deities, beast deities, immortal deities, true deities, stellar deities, supreme deities, and creator deities, the human deity is the weakest? Moreover, as a human deity of Huaxia, he is even weaker still. Our illustrious demon deity, TG, has no reason to fear a human deity. The audience from Sakura laughed derisively, while the citizens of Huaxia felt a surge of indignation. Brothers, I do not perceive Su Xing as a spy. His dialogue with this divine figure, Yu Fei, indeed reflects his concern for Huaxia. Could it be that this Huaxia deity truly possesses some credibility? I too believe that regardless of the outcome, Su Xing and General Yu Fei represent our last hope. All we can do now is to cheer for and pray for General Yu Fei and Su Xing. General Yu Fei, should you triumph, I shall rebuild the Wukong Temple and worship you daily. Indeed, I shall do the same. Go, General Yu Fei. Let us vanquish those Sakura people. Having heard the exchange between Su Xing and Yu Fei, a considerable number of Huaxia citizens found their spirits ignited. Rallying behind Su Xing and Yu Fei, a large group even expressed their intent to reconstruct the Wukong Temple, vowing to honor him daily. The words exchanged online, naturally, went unheard by Yu Fei. Even if he had caught wind of them, he would have remained indifferent. Throughout his life, Yu Fei sought only to reclaim the mountains and rivers. The construction of temples and the burning of incense paled in comparison to vanquishing the foreign tribes before him. Die, vile demons! With his Li Quan spear in hand, General Yu Fei charged forward. Observing this, Yi Xiaoling immediately turned to his companion, SHT, and commanded, Lord SHT, swiftly eradicate this insignificant Huaxia mortal, so he may comprehend the might of our divine beings from Sakura country. I find your tone quite disagreeable. Should you speak thus again, I shall be compelled to end your life. Upon hearing Yi Xiaolong's words, SHT's small mouth opened in discontent. What right does this mere mortal have to instruct me in my actions? Were it not for my need for the faith of Sakura country, I would have devoured him whole. Forgive me, Lord SHT, I shall not dare again. In light of SHT's response, Yi Xiaoling hastily withdrew, realizing he had overstepped by attempting to command a deity. Despite his irritation, SHT began to move. His immense form slithered forward as he lifted a gourd from his waist, pouring a mouthful of foul liquor down his throat. A sinister aura emanated as his once rotund hands transformed into monstrous heads adorned with grotesque growths, lunging towards General Yu Fei. SHT's towering stature exceeded 200 meters, with his enormous ghostly hands stretching several dozen meters in length. Faced with these ghastly appendages, General Yu Fei seemed unperturbed, allowing the monstrous head to latch onto him. Such a useless divine being. I shall consume your corpse to replenish my strength. Surprised at how effortlessly he had ensnared Yu Fei, SHT sneered before swallowing him whole within the gaping maw of his ghostly head. Indeed, no amount of bluster can alter the fact that the deities of Huaxia are but trifling weaklings. How laughable their earlier boasts now seem. As Yu Fei was devoured, the inhabitants of Sakura country clutched their bellies in laughter, while the people of Huaxia remained silent, shrouded in solemnity. Could it truly be that they were powerless? Only Su Xing maintained a relaxed demeanor, unperturbed. How could the esteemed Yuxing Emperor possess such feeble abilities? Indeed, in less than a second, a resounding roar erupted from SHT's grasp, followed by the emergence of a colossal dragon formed from droplets of water, which violently shattered SHT's ghostly hand. Then, a figure of remarkable valor, standing upon the dragon's head, directly loomed over Jiu Tuntong Zi. This figure was none other than the illustrious Yu Fei. At this moment, he towered majestically, addressing Jiu Tuntong Zi with an air of authority. The Liquan spear in my grasp is transformed from the divine dragon of Liquan Mountain. Whereas you are but an ugly demon, behold as I obliterate you beneath the might of my spear. Upon concluding his declaration, Yu Fei brandished his spear once more, and the dragon beneath him lunged forward, sinking its teeth into Jiu Tuntong Zi's other hand. With a thunderous crash, this other ghastly hand of Jiu Tuntong Zi was instantly shattered like a rotten fruit. With both hands rendered useless, Jiu Tuntong Zi began to emit agonized cries, hastily writhing his massive form, retreating at great speed. Yet, General, you would not relent. The dragon at his feet pursued relentlessly, soaring towards the direction of Jiu Tuntong Zi's escape. Could it be that I am dreaming? From the moment Jiu Tuntong Zi's ghastly hand devoured Yu Fei to now, where Yu Fei chases and strikes Jiu Tuntong Zi, merely a span of a few seconds had elapsed. Such a drastic reversal left Yi Xiaolang, the citizens of Sakura country, the people of Huaxia, and indeed the entire world in utter bewilderment. Is it possible that the deities of Huaxia are so formidable? By heavens, General Yu Fei is extraordinary, as is Su Xing. The deities of Huaxia have finally triumphed over other divine beings. I cannot believe I misjudged Su Xing. Who could have anticipated that amidst the pantheon of seemingly weaker Huaxia deities, there resided a figure of such martial prowess as General Yu Fei? Thus, the words of Su Xing ring true. General Yu Fei is our national hero, a general who sacrificed his life for the country. Yet, why have we forgotten him so completely? What a profound sorrow this is. Chapter 10. Are you truly seeking to annihilate? In the stands of Huaxia, the high-ranking officials were exhilarated as they witnessed Yu Fei overpowering Jiu Tuntong Zi. Scholars and professors alike rose to their feet, raising their arms in fervent cheers. After enduring numerous mythological contests, it had always been the deities of Huaxia who were vanquished. Never had they seen a Huaxia deity pursuing and striking down another. This time, General Yu Fei had opened their eyes. The recent gloom dissipated. They now placed all their hopes upon General Yu Fei, yearning for him to secure a glimmer of survival for Huaxia. While emotions soared in Huaxia, a sense of panic gripped Sakura country. They could hardly fathom that their own Jiu Tuntong Zi was being relentlessly pursued by a Huaxia deity. Jiu Tuntong Zi, as the embodiment of calamity and ferocity for our great Sakura country, how could you be chased by a Huaxia god? Where is your dignity? Yi Xiaolang. Think quickly. We must win this battle. The high-ranking officials of the land of cherry blossoms found themselves in a state of urgency, calling out to Ye Yixilong on the stage. Upon hearing the leader's insistence, Ye Yixilong pointed incredulously at himself, believing he must have misheard. No way. This must be a joke. Who could have anticipated that summoning Sh Toku TG would lead to being battered by the deities of Huaxia? Given the current predicament, he pondered what strategies might lead to a victory for his nation. There were merely two ways to triumph in the mythological arena. One could either defeat or slay the opposing deity. or cause the opponent's divine adherent to perish or lose consciousness. The first option was out of the question, given the appearance of Sh-Toku-Tg, who seemed utterly inept. How could he possibly contend with the divine being of Huaxia? As for the second option, that too was implausible, since the young divine adherent's level was that of a martial sage, while he himself was merely a martial king. At this juncture, his thoughts were not on achieving victory, but rather on preserving his own life. It was crucial to remember that within the realm of the summoning platform, deities were prohibited from attacking him, yet divine adherents were free to launch assaults at will. Suddenly, as Ye Yixilong was lost in contemplation, a searing flame surged towards him. Su Xing, wielding a fiery spear and standing upon wheels of wind and fire, appeared before him. Indeed, while General Yu Fei pursued Sh-Toku-Tg, Su Xing had not been idle. He invoked the powers bestowed upon him by Nezha and launched a direct assault on Ye Yixilong. The people of the land of cherry blossoms were hardly worthy of sympathy, especially considering that this was an incursion by one of their divine adherents. No, East Campwater. As Su Xing approached with a sudden strike, Ye Yixilong formed a seal with his hands, unleashing a torrent of azure water from behind him, surging towards Su Xing. Haha. Your power is fire, mine is water. I am your natural nemesis. Watching the deluge engulf Su Xing, Ye Yixilong felt a mix of relief and pride. Though Su Xing was a level above him, he believed he could hold his own. However, before he could revel in his triumph, an explosion erupted within the waves. As flames, far larger than before, burst forth, Su Xing emerged unscathed, relentlessly advancing towards Ye Yixilong. How is it possible? Your fire remains unaffected by my water. Ye Yixilong's pupils widened in disbelief. Ordinary fire fears water, but alas, this was the true fire of samadhi. True fire of samadhi explodes upon contact with water. Without further ado, Su Xing unleashed a flurry of strikes with his fiery spear, each thrust aimed at Ye Yixilong's sensitive spots. Yet none found their mark to render him unconscious or dead. The fact that Su Xing did not slay Ye Yixilong was not due to an excess of mercy. It is not merely the case that the battle between Yu Fei and Shtntg remains undecided. One must not allow their own conflict to conclude prematurely. It is important to note that this confrontation is not simply about victory for Su Xing. It is also about demonstrating the formidable strength of the deities of Huaxia to the world. Therefore, this duel must not overshadow General Yu Fei's glory. As the night deepens, Erlang leaps onto the spear's tip, directing his gaze towards the battlefield where Yu Fei and Shtntg are engaged. Over there, Shtntg finds himself utterly defenseless, retreating repeatedly, his two demonic hands severed, and his body riddled with wounds. His divine power wanes, and had it not been for the constant rejuvenation provided by his wine jug, he would have long since fallen to General Yu Fei's blade. Ah, Huaxia deities. Today I concede defeat. Await my return to Takamagara for recuperation. When I next appear, I shall eradicate your Huaxia subjects to avenge today's humiliation. Aware of his impending doom, Shtntg fixates on Yu Fei, contemplating escape. Behind him, his divine image begins to materialize, his form slowly becoming ethereal as he attempts to retreat into his statue. However, Yu Fei will not allow such a retreat. This brutal and vicious Shtntg, if permitted to flee, would undoubtedly bring further calamities upon Huaxia. Moreover, he is a deity from a nation known for its treacherous ambitions. Thus, General Yu Fei resolves to eradicate this threat completely. Yu family arrow. He draws forth the great bow slung across his back, knocking an arrow imbued with potent divine energy that pierces through Shtntg's chest, simultaneously disrupting his incantation to flee back to his statue. With a cry of agony, Shtntg watches as his image dissipates, and then, in a tone filled with shock and dread, he addresses Yu Fei. Huaxia deity, do you seek to annihilate me completely? Baka, the Huaxia deities are truly shameless, pursuing my utter destruction. Is Huaxia not renowned as a land of propriety? Such actions are utterly disgraceful. The citizens of the land of cherry blossoms, witnessing Yu Fei's relentless pursuit of their deity, begin to clamor. In response to their outcry, the Huaxia people retort, ridiculous. Your deity has made countless attempts to annihilate our Huaxia gods. How can you still possess the audacity to speak such words? Just wait and see how your Shtntg meets his end. General Yu Fei, press on. Obliterate the very essence of this Shtntg. Ah, Huaxia deities, do you truly believe victory is assured? If so, citizens of the land of cherry blossoms, prepare for my blood-soaked sacrifice. Shtntg would not easily relinquish his existence. He resorted to his ultimate measure, the the flesh and blood sacrifice. This was his trump card, allowing him to extract flesh and power from his loyal subjects, the cherry blossom compatriots, and transfer it to himself, resulting in a temporary surge of divine strength. Chapter 11. You are unworthy of being called a deity. As for the fate of his devoted cherry blossom subjects, it was, of course, a dead end, transforming into mere heaps of flesh, with not even a complete corpse remaining. However, SHTNTG was indifferent to their plight. He was nearing death and cared not for the sacrifice of countless citizens of the cherry blossom nation. With a flourish, his entire corpulent form turned crimson as the flesh and blood sacrifice commenced. In an instant, thousands of voices in the homeland of the cherry blossom nation cried out in agony before being reduced to mere pools of blood and flesh. Such a multitude of lives sacrificed bore palpable results. His divine power surged dramatically, all his wounds healed, and his demon hands reformed instantaneously. His already colossal body expanded further, grotesque masses of flesh and tumors sprouting all over him, evoking feelings of both revulsion and dread. Ha! Divine beings of Huaxia, behold my prowess. SHTNTG's voice seemed to echo with the lamentations of countless lives. Upon finishing his proclamation, he imbibed from his wine vessel, unleashing a pillar of divine energy that struck General Yu Fei and the divine dragon beneath his feet. The force of the attack caused the dragon to dissipate, and Yu Fei himself was sent sprawling several meters away, barely stabilizing himself by driving the tip of his spear into the ground. Yoshi, the young master, is magnificent. Let us vanquish the deities of Huaxia. Witnessing SHTNTG overpowering Yu Fei, the high-ranking officials of the Cherry Blossom Nation in the audience erupted in elation, waving flags and cheering. They cared not that the surge of power came at the cost of thousands of their fellow citizens. For them, it was only fitting that the common populace offered their lives for SHTNTG, as it was not their own lives at stake. As a deity, to utilize the blood and lives of one's own subjects to enhance one's divine power, how could one consider themselves worthy of the title of God? At that moment, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Yu Fei's mouth as he slowly propped himself up with his spear, regarding SHTNTG with disdain. Throughout his life, he had fought for his country and its people, and he could scarcely fathom a deity who casually commanded the sacrifice of thousands of subjects. How laughable! A mere minor deity presumes to instruct me on what it means to be divine. I tell you, those capable of deciding the fates of mortals at will, that is what constitutes divinity. SHTNTG, observing Yu Fei's defiance, smirked as his demon hand transformed into an elongated tongue, lunging toward Yu Fei. Slap! Slap! The enhanced power of SHT no Kishi was exceedingly formidable. Yu Fei found himself ensnared by its tongue, being mercilessly struck from above, straining to withstand the onslaught. Witnessing Yu Fei's disheveled state, SHT no Kishi radiated a jubilant smile, revealing its grotesque fangs while exultantly proclaiming, "Behind me stand countless devoted followers, the deities of Huaxia. What do you possess behind you? No matter how strong you may be, you are ultimately but a solitary individual. Today, I shall ensure your complete obliteration from this world." Observing General Yu's plight, oppressed by SHT no Kishi and subjected to ridicule in front of all Huaxia, the hearts of the people ached in agony. With tears brimming in their eyes, they cried out, "Whoa, General Yu, you are not alone. Behind you, we, the people of Huaxia, stand with you. General Yu, I am but a soldier of Huaxia. From this day forth, you shall be my life's idol. If you require it, I am willing to sacrifice my life at any moment." General Yu is not like the SHT no Kishi of the Cherry Blossom Nation. He cannot augment his divine power through sacrifice. All we can do now is raise our hands and pray for General Yu, to bestow upon him the power of faith. Indeed, let us provide the power of our faith. We refuse to yield. The faith of 1.5 billion Huaxia people surpasses their paltry, fleshly sacrifices. Yes, together we pray. To enhance the faith for General Yu. Yu Fei's actions had already inspired all of Huaxia. At this moment, from the elderly of 80 to the toddlers of 3, all clasped their hands together, commencing prayers for Yu Fei. The impact of the faith of 1.5 billion was palpable. Soon, this surge of faith materialized, coalescing into divine power that ascended to the arena. With a resounding crash, the divine power, transformed from faith, repelled SHT no Kishi's assault, granting Yu Fei a moment's respite. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he gazed at SHT no Kishi, slowly retrieving a military talisman inscribed with a prominent character for you. "Soldiers, I wonder if you are willing to fight once more. This time, it is still for Huaxia." "I, Gao Chong, am willing." I, Lu Wenlong, am willing. I, Yu Yun, am willing. We, the 100,000 Yu family troops, are willing to follow our general into battle for Huaxiao once again. After murmuring these words, the military talisman in Yu Fei's hand erupted with a myriad of radiant beams. Subsequently, 1, 2, 3, until tens of thousands of the indomitable Yu family troops manifested behind General Yu Fei. They stood tall and proud, gazing resolutely at SHT no Kishi, ready to advance and retreat alongside their general. Is this a summoning artifact? How laughable, as if you alone possess such means. Come forth, citizens of the Cherry Blossom Nation, continue to offer your flesh and blood as sacrifices to your deity. SHTTG gazed upon the formidable Yu army with unwavering composure, resolutely employing his sacrificial powers once more. This time, the number of sacrifices was greater. 200,000 souls from the Sakura nation, fervently devoted to him, transformed into sanguine essence, augmenting his might. However, this sacrificial act did not include the higher-ups in the audience, leaving them fervently incensed. Onward, SHTTG, continue to amplify your strength. You are our magnificent deity. Vanquish the malevolent gods. Slay the Yu army, charge. With General Yu Fei's commanding shout, the 10,000 heroic spirits of the Yu army surged forth against SHTTG. In response, SHTTG hastily harnessed his newly acquired sacrificial power, conjuring countless crimson flesh demons to withstand the onslaught of the Yu army. Yet, to his dismay, the valor of the 10,000 heroic spirits proved insurmountable. His blood-red minions were swiftly vanquished as if they were mere vegetables being chopped. Realizing the dire situation, SHTTG had no alternative but to continue his sacrificial rites. 300,000 Sakura citizens. 400,000. 1 million. 5 million. The number of sacrificed souls gradually escalated to an astonishing 5 million. This time, a member of the Sakura nation's high command perished in the stands. Their remains shocking the others into silence. SHTTG, cease immediately. What are you doing? You are unworthy of being our deity. Stop your sacrifices at once. You treat life as inconsequential. The high-ranking officials of the Sakura nation, now engulfed by fear, began to vociferously chastise their god. Chapter 12. This is not just a matter of one man and one army. The high-ranking officials of the Sakura nation, gripped by terror, unleashed their ire upon their deity. Yet, SHTTG had little time to heed their protests. The Yu army was relentless. His summoned crimson demons were utterly insufficient to withstand their might, leaving him with no choice but to persist in his sacrificial endeavors. We concede. Goddess Freya, judge us. Hurry, declare our defeat. The death toll continued to escalate, and it was increasingly likely that the next sacrifice would be one of their own. The citizens of the Sakura nation could no longer endure the unfolding chaos and pleaded desperately with the ethereal Freya hovering above, imploring her to expedite their judgment of defeat. Aside from the divine beings and their chosen, the rest could not influence the outcome of this mythic arena. Thus, as the adjudicating goddess, Freya remained aloof, her expression cold and proud, dismissing the frantic pleas of the Sakura nation. Instead, her gaze fell upon Su Xing below the arena, her previously placid demeanor now tinged with curiosity. Indeed, it is not only humanity that perceives this, but even in the eyes of deities. The divine beings of Huaxia are deemed the weakest. They have never anticipated that a figure like Yu Fei would manifest such formidable divine power. Yet, this young man from Huaxia, named Su Xing, surprisingly holds an unwavering belief in the might of Huaxia's deities. Could it truly be as he claims, that Huaxia's gods possess immense strength, merely unnoticed? Freya gazed at Su Xing with curiosity, while Su Xing's attention was fixated on Yu Fei, his heart laden with concern. Although Yu Fei currently held the upper hand, the relentless Onigiri, sustained by continual sacrifices, posed a significant threat. It is crucial to acknowledge that the faith bestowed upon General Yu by the people of Huaxia is inherently finite. Such prayers could eventually be depleted. Presently, the summoning of the Yu family army has already consumed a substantial amount of this divine energy. Should this consumption persist, when Yu Fei's faith is exhausted, he may not withstand the Onigiri any longer. Must he now eliminate this nightmarish wolf to expedite the conclusion of this battle? As Su Xing contemplated the creature before his weapon, doubt began to creep into his mind. Could he truly not vanquish this foreign monstrosity today? Meanwhile, Yu Fei, on the battlefield, shared the same apprehension as Su Xing. He was well aware that he could not engage in a protracted struggle, yet the Onigiri, through its sacrificial methods, continued to endure. Neither he nor the Yu family army had succeeded in delivering a decisive blow. A flicker of worry clouded Yu Fei's gaze. Ha ha ha, Huaxia deity. I am aware that your endurance is limited. Once your faith is depleted, I shall relish the sight of you faltering against me. Once I persevere, it will not only be you, but also that boy beside you, and all other Huaxia denizens. I shall seize the opportunity to manifest in this realm and annihilate them all. The Onakiri cackled with malevolence. Yu Fei gritted his teeth in fury, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. In life, he could not reclaim the homeland of Huaxia, and now, in death, he could not aid in vanquishing this demon god. Oh Huaxia, Huaxia, can I truly do nothing for you? He lamented. Future generals, safeguarding Huaxia is not merely the burden of one man or one army. We come to assist you, to lend a hand. Suddenly, at that moment, several voices echoed, seemingly from the horizon or perhaps from the underworld, abruptly manifesting in Yu Fei's consciousness. As his awareness transitioned to a realm of darkness, he opened his eyes to behold 7 or 8 ethereal figures before him. Each of these figures exuded valor and strength, their countenances resolute. Among them, some donned the robes of civil officials, while others were clad in the armor of generals. Among the individuals present, several appeared familiar to Yu Fei. As he scrutinized them more closely, he was instantly taken aback. These figures were none other than the illustrious generals recorded in historical texts who valiantly resisted foreign invaders. From the Western Han dynasty, there was the champion Marquis, Huitzubing. Also from the Western Han, the Marquis of Chongping, Wei Qing. And from the Tang dynasty, the king of Pingliao, Shui Ringgui. Why were these 3 esteemed generals, who had rendered remarkable service to the Huaxia, present here? And what of the 3 individuals beside them? Could they possibly be? As Yu Fei pondered this, the other figures began to bow before him, one by one. From the future, when Tianxiang pays his respects to General Yu. From the future, Yu Qian pays his respects to General Yu. From the future, Qi Jiguang pays his respects to General Yu. From the future, Zhang Qinggong pays his respects to General Yu. These 4 men gazed at Yu Fei with profound admiration, particularly when Tianxiang, who was visibly moved, tears welling in his eyes and his voice trembling as he bowed. What could possibly be the meaning of all this? At that moment, Yu Fei was still trying to comprehend the situation. Huitzubing, observing Yu Fei's expression, shook his head and approached him, offering an explanation. We are but fleeting shadows in this realm, bound by our unwavering devotion to Huaxia. In its time of peril, we have been summoned by your divine might, General Yu, to gather here. Do not shoulder this battle alone. It is not merely a matter for one man and one army. Huaxia still has us. We shall lend you our strength. Indeed, we are here with you. Huitzubing concluded, and the others nodded in agreement. But General Hua, the arena is governed by rules. If you forcibly assist me as lingering souls, your essences will. Before Yu Fei could finish, he discerned the resolute glances exchanged among the others, and he understood. These figures were well aware of the consequences. Enough. General Yu, there is no need for further words. It is upon you to vanquish this malevolent deity of foreign origin. We shall intertwine our souls with your divine power to assist you in striking him down. With a gentle pat on Yu Fei's shoulder, Huitzubing concluded. And in an instant, Yu Fei's consciousness was transported back to the arena. With a swift motion, Yu Fei leaped into the air, his Lichuan spear poised to strike at SHT-NTG. In response, SHT-NTG grasped the wine jug behind him to counter the blow. The clash of divine forces echoed as both sides reached a stalemate. Suddenly, 7 ethereal shadows materialized around the Lichuan spear, their gazes unwavering, prepared to sacrifice themselves. One by one, they placed their hands upon the shaft of the spear. In an instant, Yu Fei's divine power surged dramatically. With a resounding crack, SHT-NTG's prized wine jug shattered, and he could no longer withstand the onslaught. Impossible. How can you unleash such formidable divine power? This cannot be. SHT, in a state of sheer terror, exclaimed in disbelief, this is not my power. It is the power of all of Huaxia. SHT, perish. It seemed as if Yu Fei's voice echoed, or perhaps 8 individuals roared in unison. At last, with the collective efforts of the crowd, the Lichuan spear unleashed an overwhelming divine force. Boom. Following a tremendous explosion on the arena, SHT's divine form shattered, disintegrating into a pool of blood, akin to the sacrificed offerings. Chapter 13. How profound is their sentiment for Huaxia? Both body and spirit obliterated. Victory! 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 The nation of Huaxia erupted in jubilation, as the long-suppressed anxiety that had risen to their throats was finally released. In the battle for survival, Huaxia had triumphed. Some wept openly, while others raised their arms in exultation. Yet, at that moment, they all silently chanted 2 names, Yu Fei, Su Xing. This young man truly accomplished the impossible. Could he be the savior of Huaxia? Meanwhile, amongst the high-ranking officials of Huaxia, there was also immense excitement. Zhang, the two elders Wang, Zhou Chuan, and several other war deities gazed at Su Xing on the arena, ultimately murmuring, "This sudden youth has genuinely aided Su Xing in securing this battle, employing the might of Huaxia's deities." While Huaxia rejoiced, the Cherry Blossom Nation shared in the elation to a degree that rivaled that of Huaxia. After all, SHT had descended into madness, offering sacrifices. Had he not been vanquished, the citizens of the Cherry Blossom Nation would have been entirely consumed by SHT's sacrificial rites. How could it be that the deities of Huaxia prevailed against SHT? Were not the deities of Huaxia deemed inferior? How could this possibly be? In the elevated spectators section, Catherine, the daughter of the ruler of Shira, found her once disdainful blue eyes now wide with astonishment. She beheld the utterly defeated SHT, transformed into a pool of blood, her mouth agape in shock. In her understanding, the deities of Huaxia were the most feeble, incapable of securing victory. Even when Huaxia's deities briefly gained the upper hand, she remained convinced that the Cherry Blossom Nation would ultimately turn the tide. The outcome, however, was beyond her expectations. Huaxia's deities truly extinguished those of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Was this still the inferior deity she had considered Huaxia's? Merely an anomaly. Most of the other deities from Huaxia remained lowly and ineffectual. Furthermore, even if Huaxia's deities possessed the combat prowess of Yu Fei, what of it? They expended such great effort to slay a mere SHT. Any of the deities from Shira could have dealt with SHT with ease. The ruler of Shira, Zeus too, remained unfazed, reclining casually with crossed legs, as if everything lay within his dominion. In response to the demise of SHT NTKO at the hands of Yu Fei, various nations beyond just the country of Shila expressed their astonishment. The Western Papacy, the Nordic Alliance, the Lighthouse Federation, the Ancient Pyramid Kingdom, and the nation of Asan, among others, were all taken aback by the sight of SHT NTKO's obliteration in the arena. Yet, following their initial shock, their sentiments aligned closely with those of the leaders of Shila. In their eyes, Yu Fei was merely an anomaly among the deities of Huaxia, and they regarded the other deities as feeble. What advantage could be gleaned from possessing a singular, formidable god when Huaxia would inevitably falter in the next round against the nation of Sakura? This perspective was widely shared among various countries and factions, save for one nation whose high-ranking officials, upon witnessing Yu Fei's triumph over SHT and TKO, immediately began to scour their historical texts. They sought to uncover evidence within their own chronicles that would assert Yu Fei as a citizen of their land. This peculiar nation was none other than the exiled country of Samadhi. Upon discovery, they referenced the records of the Great Han, which stated that Yu Fei, revered as the holy monarch of Yu, was indeed a native of Samadhi, born on the island of Jiuzhou before later migrating to Huaxia, where he was subsequently recognized as a deity of Huaxia. The leader of Samadhi, Park Duanju, jubilantly exclaimed upon finding Yu Fei's name in their scant historical records. "Oh, I knew it. General Yu is one of us from Samadhi. It is outrageous that he has been deemed a deity of Huaxia. Indeed, how could such a powerful divine figure belong to Huaxia? Without a doubt, this deity originates from Samadhi. We must reclaim the divine Yu Fei." They resolved to seize any suitable opportunity to restore Yu Fei as the deity of the great Samadhi nation. The exiled leadership had firmly concluded that Yu Fei belonged to them and had commenced plans to wrest him away. If this spectacle were to reach Su Xing, he would surely be left in fits of laughter. The nation of Samadhi, regardless of the realm, seemed perpetually inclined to appropriate the achievements of others as their own, truly deserving of their moniker, the cosmic nation of Samadhi. Returning to the arena, Su Xing effortlessly dispatched Yashiro Aikir before shifting his gaze towards Yu Fei. While many had failed to notice, the souls that appeared beside Yu Fei's Lishuan spear were unmistakable to Su Xing. In his previous life, with a penchant for history, he recognized them instantly. Hua Tsubing, the champion marquis of the Western Han; Wei Qing, the marquis of Chongping; Wen Tianxiang, the left chancellor of the Southern Song; Yu Qian, the prince of the Ming, and the valiant generals Qi Jiguang and Zheng Qinggong, the holy king who opened the era. These figures were all illustrious national heroes etched in the annals of Huaxia's storied past, long since vanished from the river of history. Unexpectedly, at this critical juncture for Huaxia, they have arrived in their ethereal forms to lend their strength to General Yu Fei. The depth of their affection for Huaxia is truly profound. Young man, Su Xing, pays homage to the 8 heroes of Huaxia. With tears glistening in his eyes, he bows deeply towards General Yu Fei and several other generals. After his bow, General Yu Fei reciprocates with an ancient salute to the void. Subsequently, he retrieves a military talisman, recalling the Yu family army from the arena into it, and approaches Su Xing, holding the talisman in hand. Young one, my time has come. For now, this is all I can do for Huaxia. The future of Huaxia will require your guardianship. General Yu, rest assured, as long as I, Su Xing, draw breath, I shall not allow any foreign forces to invade Huaxia. Su Xing declares solemnly, without a hint of hesitation. Very well. With a youth like you, I have faith that Huaxia will flourish once more. Alas, my time is drawing to a close, and I must return to where I belong. According to the rules of this divine arena, I am permitted to bestow upon you a divine ability or item before I depart. I have little of value to offer, so I present you with this military talisman. Infuse it with your power, and it will summon the spirits of my 100,000 Yu family soldiers, which may prove beneficial for your future endeavors. General Yu Fei then hands the talisman to Su Xing. General, this is too much. This represents 100,000 soldiers who would willingly follow you for eternity. How could I accept such a grand gift? Su Xing exclaims, astonished by the gesture. Indeed, this is a great honor, and it is not merely a divine ability. By giving you this talisman, I may not be able to summon the Yu family army at will. Do not worry, this talisman is of no use to me now. Given the current state of Huaxia, surrounded by external threats, it would serve you far better than it would me. Enough of this. My divine image appears. I must take my leave. Farewell, young one. Ignoring Su Xing's refusal, Yu Fei firmly places the talisman into his hands. Almost immediately, a divine image manifests behind him. General Yu's form begins to gradually dissolve as he prepares to return to the image. Witnessing this, Su Xing refrains from further protest, nodding in understanding. He secures the talisman and calls out to the departing General Yu. I bid you farewell, General Yu. Su Xing leads the others, and all the people of Huaxia, with heavy hearts, echo, farewell, General Yu. Farewell, General Yu. With that, Yu Fei completely reverts to the image, which transforms into a streak of light and vanishes into the void. As Yu Fei disappears, the goddess of judgment, Freya, descends from the heavens. The announcement of the competition results begins. In this match, the Sakura Nation's deity, SHTNTG, has been vanquished, leading to the determination of victory for the Huaxia Nation. The current score between Sakura Nation and Huaxia Nation stands at 21. The nation that first secures 3 victories will emerge triumphant. The next mythical arena duel shall commence in 10 minutes. Now, may the divine champions of both sides exit the stage. Upon hearing the pronouncement from the goddess Freya, Su Xing nodded and was about to descend from the platform. Suddenly, a buzzing sound erupted, and 5 golden orbs soared from beneath the arena, hovering before Su Xing. Are these attributes of divinity? Su Xing was elated at the sight of the 5 golden orbs. According to the memories of the original host, he recognized these orbs as the power known as divine attributes. Such treasures are renowned as the coveted dreams of all mortals. While their functions are limited, they have the power to incite madness. Legends state that with an abundance of divine attributes, one can transcend their mortal form and ascend to divinity. The allure of such a temptation is undeniable, as deities stand exalted while mortals remain as mere ants. Regrettably, these divine attributes cannot be acquired elsewhere. They can only be obtained by representing one's nation in the divine arena battles, where acknowledgement from the arenas will reward such gifts. Thus, due to the exemplary performance of Huaxia's divine champion, Su Xing, the arenas will has bestowed a reward of 5 points of divine attributes. Returning to the arena, Freya, upon witnessing the emergence of the 5 divine attributes, announced to the audience, and with a wave of her hand, the 5 orbs entered Su Xing's body. The defeated side's divine champion is requested to exit the stage, while the victorious divine champion, Su Xing, is called forth to the center of the arena to receive his rewards. The 5 golden orbs gradually descended, landing atop Su Xing's head before fusing into his being. He then felt 5 streams of golden energy manifest in his dantian, a power that starkly contrasts with the true energy of a divine champion, imbued with solemnity, mystery, and immense strength. Wow! Su Xing has received the reward of divine attributes in his second appearance at the divine arena battle. Su is truly remarkable. With this, he has become one of only 3 divine champions from Huaxia to obtain divine attributes. Feeling elated after receiving the divine attributes, Su Xing nodded towards Freya on the platform before descending and making his way toward the Huaxia audience. Su Xing, on behalf of all the citizens of Huaxia, I thank you. Without you, our nation would have faced dire consequences. As Su Xing stepped off the stage, the high-ranking officials of Huaxia surrounded him. their expressions filled with excitement as they expressed their gratitude. Leading the group were the elders Zhang and Wang, their eyes brimming with tears as they gazed at Su Xing, almost kneeling before him. However, Su Xing promptly assisted them to their feet. According to the memories of the original host, these two were the highest decision-makers of Huaxia. For the sake of Huaxia, Su Xing has truly dedicated himself, hence he holds great respect for the two elders. He addressed them, Elder Wang, Elder Zhang. Your words are too generous. As a citizen of Huaxia, it is only natural to step forward for the betterment of our nation. Heroes arise from youth. Upon hearing this, the two elders, along with the 12 war gods and esteemed scholars, gazed at Su Xing with admiration. They were taken aback by his maturity at such a tender age, not only having reached the martial saint realm, but also possessing such profound awareness. Come, young Su, take a seat. Everyone. Su Xing has secured a crucial victory for Huaxiao in this round. Now, whom shall we send forth for the next match? The elders brought Su Xing to the audience of Huaxiao and began to inquire among all present. I shall take this round. I am one of the 12 war gods of Huaxia, and it is my duty to fight for our nation. No, I shall take this round. I entered the martial saint realm before you, and though I feared the scorn in the previous match, I shall not cower this time. Allow me to take the lead. Though my strength is modest, I have had good fortune. Who knows, I may summon a formidable Western deity. Inspired by Su Xing's battle, many from Huaxiao raised their hands to volunteer for the upcoming fight. However, at this moment, Su Xing felt perplexed. Why not let me continue? I just won a round. If I don't fight again, Huaxiao is doomed. He spoke to the elders, Elder Zhang, Elder Wang. There is no need to choose anyone else for the next match. I shall fight again. Su Xing, do you wish to take the field once more? Su Xing, we appreciate your fervor for your country. But this is not merely a matter of passion. Your previous victory was a stroke of luck that granted you a formidable Huaxia deity as an ally. With your current stamina, if fortune does not favor you in the next round, hearing the elders' concerns, Su Xing comprehended their thoughts, and he could not help but cover his face in exasperation. That vile book has indeed caused great harm. Even though he had achieved victory through the Huaxia deity, it could not easily alter their deeply ingrained beliefs. They still presumed that most Huaxia deities were weak, with only a scant few possessing true combat prowess like Yufei. In terms of strength, there are far more Huaxia deities whose might surpass that of the sacred Emperor Yu. Elders, and all present, you have been deceived by the records of Huaxia. The accounts of Huaxia deities in that nefarious tome are erroneous. The names, origins, and deeds of our deities are not as that book portrays. It is precisely because we have harbored misconceptions about our Huaxia deities that we have failed to unleash their true potential. Chapter 15. What? Have we been following a false scripture all along? Thus, we have been unable to realize the true power of our Huaxia deities. Su Xing revealed the deception of the records of Huaxia to the gathered assembly. Upon hearing Su Xing's words, the senior officials of Huaxia were left astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. What? Su Xing, are you jesting? Their immediate reaction was to assume that Su Xing had lost his mind, daring to question the revered tome of Huaxia. It is well known that after the historical disruption, all knowledge of Huaxia's past was derived from this very book. Over the course of centuries, it has become a national treasure. The notion that Su Xing would label this book as a vile text, claiming that its contents were nearly all fabricated, was utterly unacceptable to them, particularly for the scholars and professors present, who had dedicated their lifetimes to the study of records of Huaxia. The revelation was nothing short of shocking. Am I jesting? You may find out for yourselves, he continued, addressing the formidable female warrior, Zhou Chuan. Which divine being has bestowed upon you your innate blessings? Without further debate, Su Xing posed the question to Zhou Chuan, who promptly revealed the ethereal image of her patron deity. I have received the blessings of Changxi, a celestial maiden who governs the lotus flowers, she declared. Upon hearing this, Su Xing instantly recognized the divine figure behind Zhou Chuan. It was none other than the moon goddess, Changxi, who wields the power of the lunar forces, illuminated by a full moon, the creator of the 12th month. The moon goddess was absurdly misrepresented as merely a guardian of lotus flowers in that accursed tome. Su Xing mentally scoffed at the absurdity before stepping forward to address the ethereal image of the goddess. I, Su Xing of Huaxia, pay my respects to the master of the lunar star, the moon goddess, Changxi. What master of the lunar star? What moon goddess? Some murmured, bemused by Su Xing's words, feeling he was speaking nonsense. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, a surge of divine power coursed through Zhou Chuan, and her realm ascended from the initial stage of martial sage to the mid-stage. What? The spectators were taken aback, particularly the other members of the 12 war gods. They understood that within the martial sage realm, each advancement typically required years of dedication. Zhou Charan had already spent 4 to 5 years at the initial stage, and under normal circumstances, a breakthrough to the mid-stage would necessitate at least another 2 years. Yet, in what seemed like mere moments, following Su Xing's simple utterance, Zhou Charan had achieved this monumental leap. What does this signify? Has he truly spoken the truth of the divine? Excitement rippled through the crowd, especially among the other war gods, who quickly grasped Su Xing's arm. Little Su, look at me. My divine being is a pig demon wielding a 9-toothed rake. You are not merely a pig demon. You are the esteemed marshal of the heavenly court's vast water army, the revered Zhu Beiji, a member of the pilgrimage team from the journey to the west. As for me, my divine essence is that of the earthly sovereign, Tu Fu Xing Jun, also known as the earthly monkey, a deity who participated in the battle of the gods. So what do you say, esteemed guests? Do you now believe my words? My martial prowess, along with your ascension in realms, serves as undeniable evidence of my truth. By revealing the true names and experiences of several deities, I have significantly elevated the realms of the other great gods present. This compelled the high-ranking officials of Huaxia to reassess Su Xing's assertions. Could it be that what Su Xing speaks is indeed authentic? Have they been devoutly adhering to a concocted, nefarious tome all along? The 10 minutes have elapsed. I now invite the representatives from Sakura Nation and Huaxia to the stage for the 4th match. The officials of Huaxia, taken aback, found themselves at a loss for words. With the time for the divine arena battle upon us, I urge you all, if you remain oblivious to the reality before you, then observe this forthcoming contest. Without waiting for the Huaxia officials to designate a representative, Su Xing ascended the stage alone. What? Su Xing again. Has Huaxia truly run out of champions? Allowing Su Xing to compete twice? Surely they do not believe that sending Su Xing once more will secure victory. Wake up. It is time to accept the reality of being defeated by my Sakura Nation. Indeed, the last match was merely a stroke of luck. A rare and formidable Huaxia deity was chosen. Luck cannot perpetually favor Huaxia. Brace yourselves for defeat. As Su Xing took the stage, the commentary from Sakura Nation erupted in derision towards him and Huaxia. Despite the recent sacrifices made during the offering to SHT, many from Sakura Nation had perished. Yet those who remained seemed to have swiftly forgotten the fallen, their arrogance resurging. The keyboard warriors from Sakura Nation unleashed their taunts, while the countless viewers in Huaxia's livestream felt a pang of concern for Su Xing. Yet, witnessing the mockery directed at their hero, they rallied in defense, retaliating with fervor. Oh, little Sakura, are your people not yet finished perishing? We thought your nation had met its end, yet here you are, still commenting. If Huaxia can triumph once, we can certainly prevail again. Sakura folks, instead of mocking us, perhaps you should pray your deity does not sacrifice you next. Su Xing, give it your all and strike back at these arrogant Sakura. After the exchange of barbs between the two parties, Su Xing and the newly dispatched diviner from the Sakura Nation took to the stage. Representing Sakura Nation was a woman of high standing, named Tanaka Ryoko. Standing at a striking height of 175 meters, with a face as cold as frost and lips like fiery crimson, she donned traditional Sakura attire and wooden clogs. Huaxia people, you are destined to face defeat. I now extend to you an opportunity to pledge allegiance to my great Sakura Empire, to become one of my esteemed Sakura people and thus be spared from the agony of servitude. Tanaka Ryoko proclaimed, her command of the Huaxia language impressively fluent. Su Xing regarded this woman with a hint of confusion. She appeared atypical of traditional Sakura women, both in stature and accent. Do not cast your filthy gaze upon me. Indeed, my body bears a taint of Huaxia blood, yet having dwelled in Sakura for a decade, I have long since purged that impurity. Tanaka Ryoko, perceiving Su Xing's bewilderment, shouted in indignation. Ah, mongrel, a tainted half-blood? Very well, since you disdain my Huaxia lineage, rest assured. I shall personally extract every drop of that blood from your body. Su Xing, now comprehending the situation, felt a surge of anger. He continued to fixate on Tanaka Ryoko, recalling that in his past life, many like her existed. Most were hybrids born of Huaxia and foreign lineage. When Huaxia was not yet powerful, they loathed the Huaxia blood coursing through their veins and never claimed their heritage. They even regarded it as a shame. Yet, as Huaxia grew strong, these very individuals would shamelessly boast of their half-Huaxia blood to seek advantages. Such are the mongrels. In his previous life, Su Xing had never encountered such individuals and felt compelled to teach her a lesson. In this otherworldly realm, it was the perfect opportunity to demonstrate the prowess of Huaxia lineage. Which bloodline, after all, truly harbors the inferior traits? After exchanging a few more words, the two fell silent, and proceeded to their respective summoning platforms. Chapter 16. What? Do you intend to suffocate the opponent with lotus roots? As they stepped forward, 5 divine images appeared before each of them, as was customary. However, before Su Xing could even glimpse his own image, he was suddenly engulfed by a thunderous cheer from the Sakura side. What is happening? What divine being has Tanaka Ryoko drawn to elicit such jubilation among the Sakura people? Huaxia is finished. They have drawn our divine being. There is no chance left for Huaxia to win. Yoshi, Sakura Nation is mighty. The barrage of cheers from Sakura Nation had commenced, their confidence soaring as they believed victory was firmly within their grasp. Not for any other reason, but because among the 5 deities before Tanaka Ryoko, there exists a supreme god of their cherry blossom nation, mother of the gods, Izanami. This indeed is the paramount deity of the cherry blossom land, perhaps even regarded as a co-creator of the cherry blossom realm. In cherry blossom mythology, she, along with her brother and husband, Izanagi, birthed the land of cherry blossoms and most of the deities. Tragically, during the birth of the fire god Kagutsuchi, she was incinerated by her own son, leading her to the underworld, where she became the goddess of Yomi. Generally, the probability of a divine acolyte encountering the image of a supreme god is exceedingly low. It must be said, Tanaka Ryoko has hit the jackpot by summoning the supreme deity of the cherry blossom nation. Such fortune is indeed rare. What to do now? Who would have thought that little cherry blossom would summon the supreme deity? This is dire. To defeat the supreme deity, one must at least match its level. Can Su Xing summon a deity that rivals this supreme god? This is troublesome. It seems we are destined to lose. Observing the cherry blossom nation's luck in summoning a supreme god, the celestial beings of Huaxia felt a twinge of panic. Amidst the cheers, Tanaka Ryoko unhesitatingly chose Izanami. With a hiss, a magnificent crimson divine power manifested, revealing the striking figure of Izanami, her cascading black hair styled like a cherry blossom princess. Adorned in resplendent attire, cold yet enigmatic. What? Crimson divine power. This is the supreme deity? Upon witnessing Izanami's appearance and the red divine power surrounding her, the high-ranking officials in the Huaxiao audience realized with shock that the cherry blossom nation had summoned a supreme god. Instantly, their expressions turned grim. A supreme god. Can Su Xing truly find a deity that can contend with this supreme entity? Turning to Su Xing, he too beheld Izanami before him, furrowing his brow. He had not anticipated that this little cherry blossom would be so fortunate as to draw a supreme deity. Without further deliberation, Su Xing raised his gaze to the 5 divine images before him. The 5 deities presented to him were all from Huaxia: the kitchen god Zhongdan, the earth god Tudi Gong, the door god Wei Qi Gong, the iron fan princess, and his own patron deity, the great god of the 3 altars, the magical child Nezha. Observing these 5 images, Su Xing stroked his chin. His luck this time appeared to be rather lacking, at first glance. These 5 deities seemed inadequate to contend with the cherry blossom nation's Izanami. The first 3 deities, the kitchen god, the earth god, and the door god, were merely functional deities and naturally lacked combat prowess. As for the latter 2, one being the iron fan princess, wife of the bull demon king, and the other his own patron deity, the magical child Nezha, they indeed possessed commendable strength. However, could they truly stand against the Izanami of the cherry blossom nation? Su Xing felt uncertain within. Despite being a mere speck on the world map, the land of cherry blossoms possesses a mythological system and divine entities whose potency, while not comparable to that of the Celestial Empire, should not be underestimated. After all, Izanami is a supreme deity, bolstered by the enduring faith bestowed upon her by her followers in this realm. This power is certainly not to be trifled with. Su Xing, once more, pays his respects to the revered Santan Hai Hui Shun and the 3rd Prince Nezha. After a moment of contemplation, he articulates his choice of divine patron, Nezha. The combat prowess of Princess Iron Fan primarily hinges on her magical banana fan. Without it, her other abilities fall short. In contrast, Nezha's diverse arsenal aligns seamlessly with Su Xing's own, suggesting that summoning him could yield remarkable synergy in their collaboration. As Su Xing makes his selection, the chatroom for the divine arena erupts in astonishment. Viewers from various nations are taken aback. They never anticipated that Su Xing would invoke a deity associated with lotus roots to challenge the supreme god of the cherry blossom nation. The audience from the Celestial Empire, unlike the unfamiliar deity of Yufei, finds familiarity in this lotus root deity, Nezha. To them, Nezha is merely a god once tasked with overseeing lotus roots in the west, devoid of any notable combat abilities. Is he hoping to transform into a dish of lotus roots in order to outlast Izanami? Is Su Xing truly insane? He chooses the lotus root deity, Nezha? It's hopeless. I understand that he cannot prevail against a supreme deity, yet he ought not to concede so easily. Surrendering without a fight is truly disgraceful. Alas, Su Xing has little choice. After all, how many high-powered deities akin to General Yu Fei remain undiscovered in our celestial empire? Opting for the lotus root deity was an act of desperation. Chapter 17. When did it become your foreign kin's prerogative to intervene? Am I the only one who heard Su Xing seemingly summon the lotus root deity Nezha, referring to him as Santan Hai Hui Shun, the third prince? Why does he address Nezha in such a manner? I can't comprehend it. Perhaps it is a unique title he employs? While the inhabitants of the celestial empire wallow in pessimism, those from the cherry blossom nation bask in triumph. This is truly dull. Su Xing has conceded so easily. I expected him to put up more of a struggle. Choosing a lotus root deity is a clear indication of a lack of fighting spirit. Meanwhile, spectators from other Western nations observe Su Xing's choice of Nezha, their faces betraying mocking expressions. Although their historical texts may not recount the lotus root deity, many in the West have heard of Nezha, albeit indirectly, from the Celestial Empire. It is noted in the chronicles of the Celestial Empire that he once served as an overseer for the Western deity's lotus root affairs. To put it plainly, this suggests that he was merely a servant to the deities of the West. In the midst of the life and death struggle of the Huaxia people, they resorted to invoking a servant of their Western deities to engage in a divine confrontation. This act filled the Westerners with an overwhelming sense of superiority. Back at the summoning altar, as Su Xing's voice echoed the incantation, divine power surged forth, manifesting a vortex of energy before him. From this swirling force emerged a playful rhyme recited in a child's voice. The days in heaven are far too dull. I, the young master, shall stir up trouble. With feet on the winds and flames of the heavens, I want to strike at all I see. The Thunder Lord and the Mother of Lightning cower. The Jade Emperor's face flushes with power. Heavenly soldiers, do not impede my way, or I shall bring you to dismay. My fiery spear shakes the stars in the night. The celestial silk flutters, laughter taking flight. You ask why I am so proud? It is simply my love for the bustling crowd. As the rhyme concluded, the vortex dissipated, and the languid figure of Nezha appeared before Su Xing, casually chewing on a blade of grass. Upon noticing the change in his surroundings, Nezha surveyed the scene and then fixed his gaze on Su Xing, raising an eyebrow as he inquired, "How did I end up here?" "Ah, I recognize you. You are the first mortal in many years to call my name correctly. Indeed, Prince of the Third Heaven, I have received your divine blessing. All my current powers and treasures are bestowed upon me by you." Su Xing expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow, acknowledging that his martial prowess and divine artifacts were gifts from Nezha. "Ah, no need for thanks. It is the merit of the summoning stone. And also because you called my name correctly. Otherwise, I would not have been able to grant you my strength." Nezha waved his hand generously. He found Su Xing pleasing to the eye, being the only mortal to have accurately uttered his name. "Now, tell me, why have you summoned me?" Nezha asked. "I wish to request the third prince to rescue the people of Huaxia, to battle in the divine arena against the deities of the Sakura kingdom." Su Xing replied earnestly. "Rescue the people? Huh, not a chance. I'm not falling for that saving the world routine again. I've been fooled once. I want to be fooled a second time." Nezha responded with disdain, turning his head away and reclining on the ground in a dismissive manner. Su Xing had anticipated such a reaction from Nezha, but he remained composed. In the divine arena, there was a 5-minute window for communication with the deity, granting him time to appease the third prince. "Fooled? What do you mean, third prince?" Su Xing inquired, unsure of how to proceed, merely echoing Nezha's sentiments. "Is it not about the battle for the divine mandate, the wickedness of King Zhou? I have been diligently engaged in my tasks, only to realize that everything is merely a strategic game orchestrated by those old men. In essence, we have been deceived into ascending to the celestial realm, serving as deities for the Jade Emperor. Initially, I believed that being a deity would be a commendable endeavor. However, upon arriving in the heavenly abode, I found it utterly mundane. There is nothing permitted, nothing to engage in. My father is perpetually occupied, leaving me unattended. Therefore, any notions of saving the world are simply irrelevant to me. After I rest, I shall return to the heavenly realm." Little Nezha, resting his chin on his hand, shifted his position, seemingly indifferent to the matters spoken by Su Xing. It became evident to Su Xing where Nezha's emotional turmoil lay, and he nodded before continuing. "Your Highness, the third prince, this situation is markedly different from the investiture of the gods. The investiture was an internal struggle within the Sino-cultural sphere, a conflict among our own people, leading to casualties among ourselves. This time, however, The divine arena concerns an invasion by foreign entities. Should we falter? Not only will we lose our territories, but billions of our citizens may be enslaved by these outsiders. This is a matter of life and death for our civilization. Upon hearing Nezha's words, Su Xing promptly articulated the stakes and the distinctions between this conflict and the investiture of the gods, confident that Nezha would be moved. Despite Nezha's mischievous disposition, he possesses a kind heart. The thought of billions of citizens becoming slaves to foreign powers would undoubtedly stir him. What? Foreign entities? This conflict involves outsiders. Nezha swiftly sat up, his tone laced with indignation. He, being one who transcended from mortal to divine, felt a profound connection to humanity. Initially thinking this was yet another internal strife, he had no intention of intervening. However, the involvement of outsiders changed everything. Regardless of our internal struggles, when did it become acceptable for foreign powers to meddle in our affairs? Is it that foul woman from outside? Nezha rose, directing his gaze toward Izanami beyond the summoning platform. Indeed, third prince, that is the supreme deity of the Sakura nation, and her prowess is formidable. You must exercise caution. Enough. I never concern myself with the opponent's strength before engaging in battle. Nezha spat out the grass from his mouth, and with his fiery spear, celestial silk, and windfire wheels manifesting around him, he strode toward the summoning platform. Meanwhile, the audience from the Sakura nation, seated outside the arena, grew increasingly impatient, exclaiming, "Are you people from the Huaxia nation capable of anything? You've been hiding inside the summoning platform for far too long. Is it necessary to wait until time runs out, leading to an automatic defeat?" Indeed, wasn't Su Xing's demeanor just now rather arrogant? What, has he now succumbed to fear? That is undoubtedly the case. It is sheer luck for us that among the divine beings of Huaxia, one like Yu Fei has emerged. Upon seeing me, the supreme deity Izanami, Su Xing must have been so frightened that he wet his pants. Ha ha ha, since he is indeed intimidated, he should promptly surrender. The Huaxia people are of a lowly bloodline, fitting only to be slaves to our Sakura nation. Confronted with the utmost ridicule from the Sakura nation, they do not care whether the deity summoned is truly supreme or whether Su Xing's Nezha can hold his ground. At this moment, they mindlessly support Su Xing, valuing the spirit of the battle over individual loss. Before the fight has even begun, they cannot allow the little Sakura folks to mock them so brazenly. The rules of the arena state that there is a 10-minute period for divine exchanges. The time has not yet arrived. What are you all so anxious about? You might as well be eager to meet your demise. Chapter 18. A slight move, gaining the upper hand indeed, the audacity of you Sakura folk, with your yapping bloodline. To mock the noble lineage of Huaxia is truly laughable. Even if you have summoned a supreme deity, so what? If Su Xing can win once, he can certainly do so again. That's right, Su Xing, give it your all. Go, god of Lotus Root. After yet another round of mutual attacks between the live audiences of both nations, two streaks of blazing flames, accompanied by two wheels, soared from the summoning platform. Upon those wheels stood the magical child Nezha. As he landed before Izanami, he raised his fiery spear and boldly declared, "Foreign deity, I have come to claim you today." Seeing the childlike Huaxia deity finally emerge, boldly proclaiming his intention to subdue Izanami, uproarious laughter erupted from the audience of Sakura Nation. Ha ha ha, the deity of Huaxia. Is he not merely delivering a stand-up comedy routine? Truly, it's laughable. This mere god of Lotus Root dares to attempt to claim a supreme deity? How utterly presumptuous. Does he think that because he looks like a child, our Izanami will show him mercy? Let it be known, our goddess Izanami is not one to be trifled with. Goddess Izanami, please dispatch this lowly Huaxia deity swiftly. To have him share the same arena as you is an affront to your dignity. At this moment, Tanaka Yoshiko on the stage also addressed Izanami, urging her to act against the inferior Huaxia deity. Yet, Izanami did not even glance in their direction. Her voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. These mortals are truly noisy, though they do possess a modicum of reason. Standing on the same stage as this minor deity indeed tarnishes my supreme status. Supreme? What a farce. As Izanami's words lingered, a small fist unexpectedly appeared before her, followed by a resounding explosion. The arena was engulfed in a torrent of flames, obliterating its vast expanse. You, presumptuous fools who wield your status to oppress others. I detest you most. A supreme deity, how impressive. But I, Nezha, shall not hold back. Nezha clapped his hands, wiping his nose as he gazed at the towering inferno, disdain evident on his face. Born with a rebellious spirit, having lived for nearly 10,000 years, he had never bowed to anyone. If one dared to pretend superiority before him, regardless of their stature, he would certainly challenge them. Moreover, this deity before him hailed from a mere diminutive nation. making it all the more unlikely for him to show her any leniency. How could a lowly minor god dare to strike at me? Though Nezha's attack was unexpected, Izanami, as a supreme deity, was not one to be easily thwarted by a solitary punch. Emerging from the flames, she brandished a short blade shimmering with an icy radiance. Without uttering a word, she swung her knife, unleashing a razor-sharp ice blade directly towards Nezha. Instead of confronting the icy assault head-on, Nezha deftly leapt into the air, propelled by his windfire wheels. Observing this, Izanami sprouted a pair of avian wings from her back and charged at him with her blade. In a flurry of movement, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, their weapons clashing with a rapid succession of strikes, hundreds in mere seconds. At that moment, Nezha's chest began to glow a deep crimson, and a torrent of red flames erupted from his mouth. Izanami reacted swiftly, yet still sustained burns upon her left arm from the flames. Unfazed, she merely smiled lightly. Dismissing the threat, once again, flames? Do you not comprehend? Fire is utterly ineffective against me. After uttering these words, a chilling aura enveloped her right hand, which she placed upon her injured left arm in an attempt to extinguish the blaze. However, to her astonishment, when the icy touch met the flames, rather than quelling them, it only intensified their fury. This fire is not the same as before. It is the true fire of samadhi, a force you cannot extinguish. Binding cloth, ensnare her. Seizing the moment of Izanami's surprise, Nezha activated his binding cloth, ensnaring her tightly. With a swift motion, he seated himself atop Izanami, thrusting towards her throat. Perish! He bellowed. But in an instant, Izanami transformed beneath him into an unfamiliar corpse. In the next heartbeat, her figure reappeared behind him. Your flames are indeed peculiar. Yet you remain but a lowly minor god. Before me, the supreme deity, you shall never be my equal. Embrace your demise, inferior divine being. Izanami's beautiful visage remained adorned with an air of aloofness. After speaking, she brandished a short blade, aiming for Nezha's neck. However, Nezha was far from defenseless against the sudden ambush. His back began to writhe, and from either side, 2 heads and 4 arms emerged, revealing Nezha's supreme, divine ability, the 3 heads and 6 arms. With a deft maneuver, he intercepted Izanami's surprise attack and commenced his counteroffensive. You have invoked the art of resurrection through another's corpse, haven't you? Today, I shall shatter your divine essence and see how you will be reborn. Empowered with 3 heads and 6 arms, Nezha unleashed his array of magical artifacts. In one hand, he wielded the mystic heaven silk, in another, the fiery lance. Alongside the universe circle, the 9 dragons' divine fire shield, a golden brick, and the yin-yang sword. A multitude of treasures and diverse assaults surged forth. Boom, boom, boom. The artifacts, imbued with divine might, bombarded Izanami, who merely smiled, wielding her short blade to employ a technique that altered the spatial force around her, effectively thwarting Nezha's onslaught. In that fleeting moment, Nezha and Izanami found themselves evenly matched, with Nezha even seeming to hold a slight advantage in momentum. Witnessing this spectacle, both the high-ranking officials in the audience and the citizens watching the live broadcast were left in utter astonishment. Chapter 19. Can you make me submit? Not even the Jade Emperor can. Among the viewers from Huaxia in the live stream, reactions poured in. My goodness, has this world truly collapsed? Or am I hallucinating? This lotus root god, Nezha, is astonishingly powerful. No, you are not hallucinating. I have witnessed it with my own eyes. Our Huaxia's lotus root god is indeed overpowering a supreme deity. I genuinely doubt now, is this deity truly named Nezha? According to the records of Huaxia, isn't he supposed to be a non-combatant lotus root god? I can't shake the feeling that the title Su Xing mentioned suits him more. 3 Prince Nezha of the 3 realms. Indeed, I believe the records of Huaxia must have erred in documenting this deity. Otherwise, this situation is inexplicable. Are you serious? The records of Huaxia is our foremost treasure, from which we have gleaned our history and deities after the historical void. To suggest that this revered tome contains inaccuracies is rather shocking, isn't it? Is it impossible for our foremost tome to harbor any errors? Moreover, I merely stated that the records concerning this deity are mistaken, not that the records of Huaxia are entirely erroneous. Precisely, I concur, the designation of Lotus Root God is simply incompatible with this deity, regardless of what others may say. I shall henceforth refer to this deity as the 3 Prince Nezha. I too. Go, Nezha. Go, Su God. Perhaps this time we shall witness another miracle unfold in Huaxia. When the truth lay before them, there was no need for Su Xing to elaborate further. A considerable segment of the Huaxia populace has begun to question their previous understanding of Nezha, subsequently rectifying their terminology. Within the esteemed audience of Huaxia's elite, the esteemed elders, Wang and Zhang, along with the 6 war deities and the esteemed scholars present, were taken aback and filled with trepidation upon witnessing the unfolding events in the arena. The undeniable evidence lay before them, affirming that Su Xing's assertions were indeed truthful. The records of Huaxia was genuinely a tome of malevolence. In the silence that ensued, Zhou Charan addressed the venerable elders, acknowledging that Su Xing had substantiated his claims with irrefutable facts, thus confirming the sinister nature of the records of Huaxia. The gravity of the situation compelled Zhou Charan to refrain from uttering the term evil book. It was astonishing to realize that our illustrious Huaxia had allowed such a nefarious text to hinder its progress for centuries. While Zhou Charan hesitated to vocalize the term evil book, the elders, Zhang and Wang, did not shy away from it. As the highest decision-makers of Huaxia, should they continue to cling to their misconceptions in light of such glaring evidence, they would be unworthy of their decades-long stewardship over the nation. Once the battle between Su Xing and the divine entity of Sakura Nation concluded, Su Xing would unveil the centuries-old deception of the records of Huaxia to all its people. Zhang and Wang exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, murmuring as they observed Su Xing on the stage. The Huaxia spectators were in a state of shock, while the people of Sakura were even more astounded. They beheld their supreme deity engaged in a fierce contest with Huaxia's god of Lotus, exhibiting a surprising parity in their exchanges, with the latter seemingly at a disadvantage, which was utterly inconceivable to them. In their minds, the goddess Izanami of Sakura Nation could dispatch Huaxia's deities with a mere glance. How could such a scenario unfold? How could this insignificant Huaxia Lotus god possibly exhibit such formidable power? Is our Izanami truly the supreme deity of the great Sakura Empire? To think she is trading blows with a mere Lotus god. This Izanami is utterly inept, unworthy of being our great Sakura Nation's supreme deity. Some impetuous individuals quickly shifted their rhetoric, transforming their earlier reverence for the goddess into disparagement. At that moment, Izanami had yet to reveal her true prowess. Su Xing maintained his composure, observing the arena where Nezha appeared to be gaining the upper hand against Izanami. However, he understood that the goddess had not yet unleashed her full potential. As a supreme deity, her forthcoming moves would be her ultimate gambit. Indeed, in the arena, Izanami deftly evaded Nezha's relentless onslaught, and, joining her hands, softly intoned, the divine proclaims, "Countless avatars shall arise." As her words resonated, an astonishing multitude of Izanami's avatars materialized around Nezha, enveloping him from all directions. However, with 3 heads and 6 arms, and my myriad clones, I shall rend you into pieces. Countless avatars, both celestial and terrestrial, encircled Nezha, leaving him no avenue of escape. After declaring this, each clone's short blade began to coalesce with formidable ice edges, launching an assault upon Nezha. "Ah, you foul creature, think yourself impressive merely because of your numbers? Come forth. I, with my 3 heads and 6 arms, shall withstand it all." Surrounded by the overwhelming presence of Izanami's avatars, Nezha's heart fluttered with trepidation. Yet, how could he concede? With a fervent shout, he proclaimed his defiance. The icy blades descended like a torrential rain, obscuring his vision. Initially, Nezha managed to withstand the onslaught with his 3 heads, 6 arms, and a plethora of magical artifacts. However, the sheer volume of ice blades was overwhelming, and soon, several struck his body, carving deep wounds into his flesh. 1 blade, then 2, ultimately culminating in a relentless barrage of 10, then 100 icy daggers that assailed Nezha. With a resounding crack, one of his 6 arms was severed, followed by another, and then a third. The icy onslaught persisted for 5 agonizing minutes, depleting Izanami's divine energy, until the blades finally ceased their assault. As the dust settled, all eyes turned to Nezha, who now presented a pitiful sight. 2 of his 3 heads lay severed, and 4 of his 6 arms had been cleaved away. Even his once vibrant red tunic was tattered beyond recognition. The diminutive figure was drenched in blood, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. "Do you now recognize your transgressions, lesser deity? Kneel before me and become my servant, and perhaps I shall spare your life," Izanami taunted, her gaze filled with a sinister amusement as she looked down upon Nezha. Yet, even in this dire situation, Nezha remained defiant, mustering the strength to lift his head and retort, "I would sooner serve a bird. Even the Jade Emperor has not subdued me. You think yourself worthy of my respect?" With that proclamation, Nezha coughed up a mouthful of blood. His divine form had sustained grievous injuries, yet he refused to yield, showing no signs of surrender. Witnessing the fall of the Huaxia deity, the citizens of the Sakura Empire erupted in jubilant cheers. "Ha ha ha, I was mistaken in doubting our revered mother goddess. Long live our deity, Izanami." Long live the Sakura Empire. Long live our divine protector. This insignificant Huaxiao god could barely hold his own against our mother goddess. And now, he teeters on the brink of becoming a mere shadow of the fallen before our supreme deity. Ha ha ha, I told you. How could a mere Huaxiao god withstand the might of our exalted Izanami? Truly, she is our magnificent mother goddess. The citizens of Sakura country are now completely exhilarated. Just moments ago, they doubted the capabilities of their supreme deity, yet now they are filled with pride, truly elevating the reputation of their great Sakura nation. The people of Sakura are ecstatic. In stark contrast, the people of Huaxiao appear pale, their eyes bloodshot. They gaze at the screen, where Nezha, having pushed himself to the brink for Huaxiao, is on the verge of collapse. Tears well in their eyes as they cry out to him. Enough, third prince. You have done more than enough. You need not sacrifice yourself for us. Though we may face defeat today, the people of Huaxiao will forever remember your esteemed name. Indeed, I, Ma Teng, am willing to give up everything to ensure that shrines to the third prince are built across the land of Huaxia. Third prince, hurry back into the divine image, preserve your divine essence, and it will not be too late to return in the future. At this moment, the people of Huaxiao realize that they are destined for defeat. In these final moments, they do not wish for Nezha to continue to struggle and sacrifice himself, ultimately perishing on this arena. Thus, they weep and implore Nezha to retreat into the divine image and safeguard his divine source. Chapter 20. Entering the realm of demons? Supreme? What a farce. It now rests solely upon me. On the arena, Su Xing is intensely focused on Tanaka Yoshiko, who is hiding within the Sakura country's summoning platform. He prepares to summon all his strength for a surprise attack against her. Indeed, even Su Xing believes that Nezha has little chance of victory. The disparity between the mythological systems of Sakura and Huaxia is vast, and Izanami is, after all, a supreme deity. To defeat her in this mythological arena is no small feat therefore. Su Xing resolves to take on the burden of this battle himself. If the deities cannot prevail, he will win this victory for Huaxia as a chosen one of the gods. He must take a risk. He will go to the enemy's summoning platform and eliminate Tanaka Yoshiko. With a swift motion, he bites his tongue, unleashing all his power as he bursts forth from the summoning platform, charging towards Tanaka Yoshiko's position. However, he has scarcely covered any distance when a red figure suddenly stands in his path. Looking up, he sees Nezha, gravely wounded, standing before him. Retreat. If you take another step forward, that evil deity will claim your life. Nezha does not turn back. He fixes his gaze on Izanami in the air and speaks to Su Xing, third prince. You have done your best in this battle. The rest. At this moment, Su Xing sighs and attempts to persuade Nezha to return to the image. However, Nezha seems to have completely disregarded Su Xing's words. His small frame begins to shed its skin, emanating a chilling and violent aura. Third prince, are you truly descending into darkness? You would go to such lengths for Huaxia. Su Xing sensed the aura emanating from Nezha and was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Nezha would willingly embrace darkness for this battle. Nezha, the reincarnation of the demon pill, harbored within him a formidable demonic energy created by the pill itself. While the release of this energy would significantly enhance Nezha's power, it would simultaneously erode his consciousness and wreak havoc on his physical form. The more demonic energy he unleashed, the greater the peril to his body, potentially jeopardizing his divine essence and leading to his complete annihilation in the cosmos. It was evident that Nezha's decision to release this energy signified a complete disregard for his own life. Su Xing's eyes grew heavy with emotion, as if a tempest of sand had invaded them. He felt a profound mix of sorrow and concern, anxious that Nezha might dissipate entirely due to this confrontation, yet deeply moved by Nezha's willingness to sacrifice everything for the sake of Huaxia. Indeed, why would he go to such lengths for a world of mere mortals? Unknown to all. Upon hearing Su Xing's words, Nezha smiled faintly, pondering his own motivations. He sought reasons for his actions. But suddenly a place emerged in his mind, a place from nearly 10 millennia ago, his birthplace, his home, Chintang Pass. There, he had experienced sorrow, anguish, fury, warmth, and profound emotion. It was because of him that Chintang Pass had been utterly destroyed, leaving 100,000 soldiers and civilians as nothing but bones. This memory lingered in his heart, indelible and haunting. Today's Huaxiao mirrored the Chintang Pass of his past, a home to over 1 billion souls. Should this battle end in defeat, their fate would echo the tragic demise of the Chintang Pass's inhabitants. He had failed to protect it then, but this time, despite the formidable challenges ahead, he was determined to try. You wretched beings, to me, there has never been such a thing as a supreme deity. Today, I shall make it known that as long as I stand, No one shall threaten Huaxia. With an agonized roar, Nezha summoned an overwhelming surge of demonic energy. Instantly, his youthful form transformed into that of a boy of about 14 or 15 years, his eyes blazing crimson, skin darkened, and hair standing on end. This was Nezha after succumbing to darkness. What has happened? Third Prince, what has changed? I do not know, but I can sense the Third Prince is suffering. Why do I feel that the Third Prince is prepared to sacrifice his life for Huaxia? Little deity of Huaxia. Even if you resort to forbidden methods and wager your life, what does it matter? Before the supreme deity of Sakura, you are but a mere insect before a chariot. With a swift motion, Nezha soared towards the arena, propelled by a fierce surge of demonic energy, and charged fiercely at Izanami. Empowered by dark energy, Nezha's aura and speed have become even more formidable. In an instant, enveloped in flames and demonic patterns, the fiery spear lunged towards the myriad manifestations of Izanami. What if he has succumbed to darkness? It merely extends his existence for a fleeting moment. A mere minor deity. I possess countless avatars. Can you vanquish them all? Izanami, recognizing Nezha's descent into darkness, remained undeterred. Even if Nezha had succumbed, how much could his strength truly increase? His myriad avatars, could he possibly eliminate them all? Surely, he would falter after slaying just a few. A disdainful smile lingered on Izanami's face, yet it swiftly faded. The Nezha who had embraced darkness proved far more formidable than she had anticipated. Armed with the fiery spear, Nezha struck at hundreds of Izanami's avatars. The sky filled with blazing flames, imbued with demonic symbols, annihilating these hundreds of manifestations in an instant. Subsequently, the universe ring unleashed its power, obliterating yet more avatars. Soon, the mixed heaven silk, golden bricks, yin-yang sword, and other weapons joined the fray. In no time, the countless avatars Izanami boasted were reduced to a mere handful. Impossible. How could this trivial deity, having succumbed to darkness, exhibit such extraordinary prowess? The dark energy surrounding him was far beyond her expectations. Was he not a righteous deity? How could he wield such potent malevolence? 10,000-year ice spikes. As Izanami's avatars continued to be vanquished by Nezha, her true form slowly exhaled a chilling breath, coalescing into 3 sharp ice spears that sliced through the air towards Nezha. The 3 ice spears, infused with divine power, approached Nezha yet inflicted no harm. Upon encountering the dark energy surrounding Nezha, the ice spears melted into water. The protective dark energy rendered physical assaults utterly ineffective. Must I resort to the powers of the underworld? No, I cannot. Izanami frowned, initially taken aback by the ineffectiveness of her 10,000-year ice spikes. In her mind, the thought of employing her underworld abilities began to surface. Indeed, Izanami had a hidden card. She was not merely the mother goddess of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. She was also the goddess of the underworld. To this moment, her underworld powers remained untapped. However, utilizing them would grotesquely alter her appearance, making her exceedingly repulsive. Hence, she would refrain from revealing the powers of the underworld unless absolutely necessary. Since physical attacks are futile, I still possess illusions. You have embraced darkness, have you not? Then I shall delve into your memories, seeking the most vulnerable parts. With the most merciless mental assault, I will bring about your demise. Izanami had yet to unleash her powers of the underworld. In a moment of desperation, she finally conceived a method to vanquish Nezha. This involved a mental illusion to assail his psyche, and fortuitously, Izanami possessed a unique illusion named after herself. With resolute determination, Izanami activated her most potent illusion. Her eyes transformed into a brilliant crimson, adorned with 3 swirling tomo and a pentagram within her pupils. Her piercing red gaze fixed upon Nezha, rendering him momentarily dazed and immobilized. Subsequently, wisps of crimson smoke began to emanate from above Nezha's head, coalescing into an enormous luminous screen. Within this screen, scenes began to unfold, revealing nothing less than Nezha's own memories. Chapter 21. Have you grown bold? From the moment the primordial heavenly sovereign divided the primordial pearl and entrusted it to the unreliable Tai Junren, Shun Gongbao commenced his thievery, swapping the spiritual pearl for a demonic orb. This orb eventually manifested in the form of Lady Yin, who bore Nezha for 3 long years. What is this? Is this the memory of the Third Prince? The Third Prince is actually the reincarnation of a demonic orb? No wonder the Third Prince exudes such a sinister aura. It is indeed demonic energy. So, the Third Prince's mother carried him for a full 3 years? What a truly magnificent mother. Did you not notice the recently introduced primordial heavenly sovereign? Why do I tremble at merely gazing upon him? What deity is he? How have we never heard of him before? Izanami's audacity was indeed astounding. Su Xing, too. beheld the primordial heavenly sovereign on the screen and couldn't help but marvel at Izanami's audacity. Who was the primordial heavenly sovereign? He was one of the three pure ones, a being of sage-level stature. He represented the pinnacle of divine existence in Huaxia, capable of glimpsing the secrets of heaven, transcending the bounds of time and space, and severing the threads of causality. Izanami's so-called supreme divine status was not even remotely comparable to that of the primordial heavenly sovereign. Thus, her audacity to pry into matters concerning him, even if only through Nezha's memories, left Su Xing in awe of her courage. The scenes within the heavenly tapestry continued to unfold, Nezha befriending Ao Bing, the assault on Chintang Pass, and the subsequent cataclysmic heavenly tribulation. Each vignette captivated the audience, particularly when the devastating thunder descended upon the world, prompting gasps of astonishment from all present. They marveled at the ferocity of such heavenly thunder. The Norsemen could not help but compare it to the thunder wielded by their god Thor, concluding that this celestial thunder was perhaps even mightier than that of their illustrious deity. While the crowd was enraptured by the sheer power of the thunder, Su Xing merely smiled faintly, recognizing their lack of discernment. This heavenly thunder that Nezha commanded was likely a manifestation of the five elemental lightning fire. On that day, the thunder could be deemed tolerable, yet in the vast tapestry of Huaxia mythology, such thunder pales in significance. The pantheon of Huaxia mythology is immense, with lightning categorized into over 30 varieties. Among them, the chaotic divine thunder, the heavenly divine thunder, the purple sky divine thunder, and the nine heavens divine thunder possess the formidable power to annihilate worlds and vanquish deities. A mere 5 elements, thunder fire astonishes those present. If the apocalyptic thunder and the divine extermination thunder were to manifest, they would undoubtedly terrify foreign beings and gods alike. No, this is still insufficient. The quest for something truly soul-crushing continues. Izanami has yet to uncover a vision potent enough to shatter Nezha's spirit. Thus, she resumes her exploration of Nezha's memories. Within the luminous screen, scenes of Nezha unfold: his rebirth, the 3 trials at the Jade Void Palace, the destruction of Chintang Pass, and his rampage in the East Sea, all playing out in succession. Then, the screen reveals Nezha and Ao Bing's family trapped within the heavenly primordial cauldron, awaiting transformation into an immortal elixir. In a bid to save his parents, Nezha prepares to sacrifice his own life. However, Lady Yin, Nezha's mother, would rather face death than allow her son to perish. Yet, as a mortal, she is unable to withstand the cauldron's refining process and is on the verge of being transformed into an elixir. My dear, all I wish for is to hold you one last time. Forgive me, my son, for I cannot accompany you any longer. Lady Yin exerts her final strength to embrace Nezha, and the two weep in each other's arms. No, it is I who am useless, a burden since birth, always causing you trouble. It's all my fault. I have brought misfortune upon you. I am so sorry. Forgive me, mother. Nezha, it is not your fault. Every moment spent with you has filled me with joy. I care not whether you are a demon or an immortal. I only know that you are my child. My dear, I shall love you eternally. I cannot accompany you on the path ahead. No. Boom. Nezha's demonic energy surged skyward, toppling the primordial cauldron, leading an army of countless sea demons and the Antarctic immortal into battle. As the scene of the mother-son farewell unfolded on the luminous screen, all present were moved to tears. In Huaxia and among the tearful souls of the Third World nations, cries of sorrow filled the air. Previously, deities appeared exalted and distant, but through Nezha's memories, they now realized that before their ascension, these deities were as human as themselves, burdened by their own trials and the pain of separation. Ha ha ha. At last, I have discovered the means to plunge you into madness. Upon concluding the scene of Nezha breaking free from the primordial cauldron, the luminous screen dimmed. Izanami let out a few triumphant laughs in the air, before transforming her form until she resembled Lady Yin, reappearing before the crowd. This Izanami had vowed to employ the most psychologically tormenting method to ensure the demise of the third prince. Could it be? She intends to transform into Lady Yin to slay the third prince? At this moment, Su Xing gazed upon the manifestation of Lady Yin created by Izanami, and he surmised her intentions. His fists clenched tightly, his gaze fixated on Izanami with unwavering intensity. Lady Yin was the most cherished figure in Nezha's heart. Her demise was an indelible sorrow that haunted him. The fact that Izanami would employ the guise of Lady Yin, the one Nezha held most dear, to inflict harm upon him was a display of utter depravity. With a flourish, the luminous barrier surrounding Nezha's head was dispelled. Upon reopening his eyes, Nezha beheld none other than his beloved mother, Lady Yin. Chapter 22. A crisis emerges. Who comes to rescue Nezha? Mother? The sight of his deceased mother materializing before him caused Nezha to falter, tears of crimson streaming down his cheeks. In his state of madness, he possessed no capacity for rational thought. He could not comprehend why his departed mother would appear here. All he knew was that he longed to rush forward and embrace her. Do not call me mother. I have no son such as you. You are a demon. It is because of you that I was transformed into an elixir. It is all your fault. Why are you not the one who perished? The apparition of Lady Een, conjured by Izanami, observed Nezha's turmoil with a smirk, swiftly rebuffing his advance. She unleashed words aimed to pierce his heart. I'm sorry, mother. I was wrong. I know I am the one who deserves death. Had I never been born, you would not have met such a fate. In his state of madness, Nezha was incapable of withstanding any psychological provocation. The words of his most cherished mother, uttered in such a manner, inflicted deep anguish upon him. He grasped his head in torment, his chaotic powers surging wildly, on the verge of succumbing completely to his madness. How shameless of Izanami to resort to such despicable tactics. Nezha cherishes his mother above all, and knowing that Izanami could not confront him directly, she resorts to this insidious form of psychological warfare. Nezha is already in a state of madness. Provoking him further could lead to his mental collapse. Truly disgraceful, this Izanami. With such methods, does she still consider herself a supreme deity? If she possesses the ability, let her engage in a fair battle. The gods of the Cherry Blossom Nation, much like their people, are indeed treacherous and vile. The people of Huaxia were incensed, rallying in defense of Nezha, while those from the Cherry Blossom Nation remained indifferent. Although the situation had taken a convoluted turn, it seemed they were finally on the brink of victory. What disgraceful tactics! It is merely the weak maligning the strong. After all, your Huaxia deities lack mental fortitude and cannot endure such stimulation. Indeed, it is true. When scrutinized, your Huaxia deities are inherently weak. Their inadequacies cannot be blamed on others. The disdainful people of Huaxia, it would be wise for you to treat us, the Sakura people, with greater respect. Once you become the subservient slaves of the great Sakura, we might show you a modicum of leniency in your punishment. Back on the battlefield, Izanami continued to provoke Nezha, leaning closer to whisper in his ear. Allow me to share another secret. In the presence of the Kaiyuan Ding, I lied. Ever since the day you were born, I have loathed you, your unattractive visage, your demonic form. Were it not for your formidable power, I would have ended your life at birth. Your existence is a mistake. If you truly wish to do something significant, take the weapon in your hand and end your own life, returning your life to me. Upon hearing Izanami's words, Nezha's eyes darkened to a crimson hue, devoid of reason. After a brief moment of shock, he slowly lifted his fiery spear, aiming it at his own throat. Mother, I understand now. I will return this life to you, if only you can forgive me. No, cried the third prince, realizing that the figure before him was not his mother, but the vile foreign deity. Witnessing Nezha being manipulated by Izanami, intent on committing an act of self-sacrifice, Su Xing felt a surge of urgency. He shouted into the air, desperately trying to awaken Nezha, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. Nezha's gaze remained shrouded in darkness, and the fiery spear, imbued with the magic of Shoshan, pierced through his skin, drawing blood. With a little more force, he would surely pierce his own throat. Ha! A mere mortal dares to awaken a god in such a state? How utterly foolish. Izanami, hearing Su Xing's cries, dismissed him entirely. How could a mortal hope to rouse a deity entranced by demonic influence? The inferior god of Huaxia was doomed to perish today. Yet, just as Izanami contemplated this, a sudden vibration echoed. As Nezha teetered on the brink of self-destruction, a scale from a dragon fell from his body. Then, a voice as gentle as jade emerged from the scale. Nezha, awaken. Do not fall prey to the illusions of foreign beings. Lady Een would never utter such heart-wrenching words. As the voice faded, a resounding roar followed, and a massive white-scaled dragon erupted from the scales, charging towards Izanami. Boom! Izanami was caught off guard as the colossal dragon struck, sending her flying hundreds of meters away. Where did this colossal dragon come from? Our Sakura kingdom was on the verge of victory, and the deity of Huaxia was about to perish. How could such a dragon suddenly appear? The unexpected arrival of the dragon saved Nezha, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Following this, the people of Sakura kingdom erupted in furious exclamations, clearly frustrated that the Huaxia deity, who seemed to be nearing death, was now met with this unforeseen turn of events. In contrast, the Huaxia citizens gazed in astonishment, clutching their chests, torn between relief and bewilderment, much like the little cherry blossoms. Where did this dragon come from? This dragon was Ao Bing. At that moment, Su Xing looked up at the magnificent creature soaring above and deduced its identity. In Nezha's dire predicament, the sudden emergence of the dragon could only signify the arrival of Nezha's closest companion, Ao Bing. What splendid fortune! With Ao Bing's arrival, it was certain that Nezha, now entirely consumed by madness, would be liberated. Su Xing could hardly contain his joy and raised his arms in exhilaration. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. How had Ao Bing come to this divine arena? Ordinarily, under the standard rules of divine combat, it was impossible for another deity to intervene mid-battle. If that were the case, deities could freely join the arena at any time, leading to utter chaos in the divine contests. Suddenly, realization dawned upon Su Xing. The reason Ao Bing could voluntarily descend from the celestial realm to join Nezha's divine battle was that the arenas will recognize Nezha and Ao Bing as one and the same deity. This recognition was not without basis. Nezha was a reincarnation, a fragment of demonic essence from the primordial pearl, while Ao Bing was a reincarnation, a fragment of spiritual essence from the same source. The two were intrinsically linked, two sides of the same coin. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Ao Bing and Nezha to be acknowledged as one deity within the primordial pearl. As Ao Bing soared back into the heavens, he transformed from his dragon form into that of a graceful young man. The onlookers quickly identified him. It's Ao Bing. The Ao Bing from the memories of the third prince. Oh, how wonderful. In the third prince's darkest hour, Ao Bing has come to his rescue. Ha. Though it may be an awkward moment, I can't help but wonder about the relationship between Ao Bing and Nezha. Ship them? Are you out of your mind? The crisis for Huaxiao and the third prince has yet to be resolved. Once the third prince and Huaxiao triumph over Sakura Kingdom, I will join you in shipping them. The Huaxiao citizens recognized Ao Bing and, for reasons unknown, felt a wave of reassurance wash over them. Even amidst the tension, some began to jest in the comment section. Chapter 23. The corrupted goddess of the underworld, the true form of Izanami. As the people of Huaxiao rejoiced, individuals from other nations, particularly those from the land of cherry blossoms, began to voice their discontent. Isn't Ao Bing akin to another deity of Huaxiao? Is it not against the ordinary rules of this arena battle to allow other Huaxiao deities to join mid-fight? Is this not an act of overwhelming the few with the many? Indeed, there is no need for further competition. This Huaxiao deity has violated the rules and should be declared defeated at once. Yes, this is utterly unfair to us from the land of cherry blossoms. Referee Freya, please declare immediately that the Huaxiao side has breached the rules and is thus vanquished. Otherwise, we from the land of cherry blossoms shall never accept it. The representatives from the land of cherry blossoms were incensed, and those seated in the audience had risen in protest, addressing the referee Freya, who hovered high above. Upon hearing their grievances, Freya glanced at the suddenly appeared Ao Bing and then closed her eyes, beginning to attune herself to the will of the arena. Although Freya bore the title of referee, she was merely a spokesperson for the arena's will. In many decisions, she lacked the authority to determine outcomes. If the rules were clearly stipulated and customary, she could render a judgment directly. However, encountering a situation where another deity appeared amidst a battle between divine beings was unprecedented for her. Thus, she could only seek to understand the will of the arena and inquire if any disruptions existed. If the will of the arena indicated a breach, then Huaxiao would indeed be at fault. However, if no such indication was provided, then the Huaxiao deity would stand blameless. After a brief moment of introspection, Freya opened her eyes, having found no anomalies. This indicated that the will of the arena did not perceive any violation on the part of Huaxiao. With an expression of calmness directed towards the audience of the land of cherry blossoms, she declared, the will of the arena has not reacted. Thus, the Huaxiao deity has not transgressed the rules. The battle shall continue. What? Freya, you are showing favoritism towards the Huaxiao deity. This is unjust to us from the land of cherry blossoms. Indeed, it is unfair. We refuse to accept this. Freya, you wretched being. Are you infatuated with that Huaxiao figure, Su Xing, and deliberately favoring them? You vile creature. Upon hearing Freya's judgment, the representatives from the land of cherry blossoms were infuriated, some audaciously resorting to insults against her, daring to disrespect the deity. Freya, her gaze turning icy upon hearing their slurs, pointed her finger with disdain. Instantaneously, numerous chains of rules materialized on the divine arena, ensnaring those who had spoken disrespectfully from the land of cherry blossoms, eliminating them on the spot. Afterward, casting a look of disdain towards the audience of the land of cherry blossoms and Izanami, Freya ascended to another part of the sky. Due to the insolence of the rabid individuals from the land of cherry blossoms, he now harbors an extreme aversion to all matters concerning that realm. whether divine or mortal. All are equally intolerable to him. Although this Izanami surpasses him in power, he remains unafraid of her potential aggression. Under the protection of the arena's will, even in the presence of the highest gods, he stands resolute. Lowly deities, if not for your enhancement by the arena's will, Izanami undoubtedly perceives Freya's disrespect towards her, inciting her fury. How could a supreme deity be regarded with such disdain by a mere lesser god? When the time comes, when you are no longer the arbiter of the arena, I shall ensure you pay the price. Izanami cast a fierce glance in Freya's direction, yet ultimately refrained from action. As a deity, she could sense the terror emanating from the arena's will, despite Freya being a lowly god. The enhancement granted her by the arena rendered Izanami powerless to act against her. Meanwhile, on the side of Nezha, Ao Bing continuously unleashed vast amounts of spiritual energy, merging it with the demonic aura surrounding Nezha. As this fusion progressed, the demonic energy gradually diminished. However, Nezha remained ensnared in his state of demonic transformation. In the end, Ao Bing, unbeknownst to what spell he had invoked, transformed into a spiritual state and directly entered Nezha's body. As Ao Bing's essence assimilated within him, the madness in Nezha's eyes slowly faded, and he gradually lowered the fire-tipped spear that had been aimed at himself, his gaze returning to clarity. At that moment, no demonic energy or spiritual essence surrounded Nezha. Instead, a pure white vapor emanated from the crown of his head. This vapor appeared immaculate, yet within it seemed to lie an overwhelming, terrifying force of destruction that evoked fear in anyone who dared to behold it. What is this white vapor atop the third prince's head? It appears so pure, yet simultaneously evokes a sense of dread. Indeed, a mere glance at this white vapor feels as though one is being consumed by it. This is the essence of chaos. Su Xing, watching from below, also sensed the terror of this vapor and recognized its significance. If his assumptions were correct, this vapor was indeed the essence of chaos. What is this essence of chaos? It embodies the primal energy of the universe, capable of encompassing all things and obliterating them as well. How could Nezha and Ao Bing, in their united form, be entwined with the essence of chaos? Could it be attributed to the primordial pearl? Regardless, it eludes his understanding. Well, this round is won. Having witnessed the essence of chaos, even without seeing the outcome, Su Xing already knew that Izanami could not best Nezha. For no other reason than the destructive power of this chaotic essence. It is beyond what Izanami can withstand. Even as the supreme deity of the land of cherry blossoms, she cannot endure this aura. Though unfamiliar with the essence of chaos, Izanami sensed the formidable power it exuded. She cast a wary glance at Nezha and prepared to wield her divine powers as the goddess of the underworld. Indeed, at this moment, she could no longer concern herself with the grotesque appearance that accompanied her use of such dark abilities. She intended to transform into the foul embodiment of the underworld and eliminate that detestable deity of Huaxia. A vast torrent of underworld waters surged forth from Izanami's feet, while pure and unblemished spiritual energy began to emanate from her form, intertwining with the malevolent aura that enveloped Nezha. Izanami's once pristine skin began to fester, rot, and teem with maggots. In an instant, she transitioned from a beautiful goddess to a loathsome monster. What on earth is happening? Just moments ago, the Izanami from the land of cherry blossoms appeared rather appealing. How could she suddenly transform into this? This is terrifying, utterly repulsive. Is this truly the real Izanami? The transformation of Izanami startled many, evoking feelings of both disgust and fear. However, the people of the land of cherry blossoms were elated, for they understood that the foul goddess of the underworld represented Izanami's peak combat state. When Izanami adopted the guise of the goddess of the underworld, it signified that she was unleashing her full power. The supreme deity Izanami is finally about to reveal her true strength. O goddess from the underworld, use the waters of the netherworld to conclude this battle. It appeared that the conflict was nearing its conclusion. Su Xing, witnessing Izanami unleash her ultimate move, realized that the outcome would soon be determined, prompting him to take action. Once more, Su Xing cast his gaze toward the summoning platform in the land of cherry blossoms, where Tanaka Yoshiko lay hidden. Having issued a grave warning prior to the battle, it was now time for him to strike. With a swish, Su Xing activated the wind-fire wheel beneath his feet, swiftly closing in on the unsuspecting Tanaka Yoshiko from behind. Given that Tanaka Yoshiko was on the martial king level of divine favor, her chances of victory were non-existent the moment Su Xing arrived at her summoning platform. At that very moment, Tanaka Yoshiko turned and beheld Su Xing brandishing a fiery spear, her body seized by terror as she begged for mercy. Please, I bear half the bloodline of Huaxia. I implore you. the yellow spring river surged forth to join Izanami, manifesting beneath her feet as an expanse akin to the great ocean. This torrent of underworld water enveloped her and surged toward Nezha. However, as the deluge poured forth, Nezha remained unperturbed, his chaotic essence manifesting beside him to shield him from the oncoming flood. Hiss! The seemingly vast and terrifying waters of the underworld disintegrated into nothingness upon encountering the chaotic aura surrounding Nezha. Chapter 24. The Death of the Supreme Deity and the Cataclysmic Earthquake. In an instant, Nezha's spear was infused with chaotic energy as he thrust it forward. Half of Izanami's form vanished into nothingness, suffering a devastating blow. No, this cannot be. Izanami's eyes were filled with disbelief. She could not fathom that a mere strike from such a lowly deity could annihilate half of her being. This destruction was not merely physical. It had rendered her body non-existent in the void. Spare me, spare me. I swear by the divine oath that I shall never interfere in the affairs of the divine arena in the lower realm. I implore you, spare me. In a moment of daze, Nezha's fiery spear was aimed squarely at Izanami's brow. At that moment, fear gripped her. She had forsaken all notions of the dignity of a supreme deity and found herself pleading for mercy from Nezha. For an evil god, you should never have transformed into my mother to mock me. Today, by any means necessary, I shall reduce you to ashes. Faced with her pleas for mercy, Nezha remained resolute and unyielding. With those words, the spear, imbued with chaotic energy, pierced through Izanami's head. In an instant, she vanished from this world, her eyes reflecting a mixture of despair and bitterness. Victorious? The deities of Huaxia have triumphed? He has slain the supreme deity? Izanami was utterly dead. Yet, both at the scene and in the live broadcast, not a soul uttered a word. The atmosphere was thick with an eerie silence. Boom. After a few seconds of quietude, an eruption of cheers resonated from the audience in Huaxia, akin to a tidal wave. Wait, did we actually win? Someone pinch me. This cannot be an illusion. It is no illusion. We truly won. Our Huaxia deity has slain the supreme deity of the land of cherry blossoms. This is utterly unimaginable. I never anticipated that we would win this divine arena battle. Long live the third prince. From this day forth, I shall honor you day and night, offering incense. I remember during General Yufei's time, you also made such declarations. Haha, enough of the empty words. My Qianda group has already begun assembling work teams to establish temples for the third prince across Huaxia, along with temples for General Yufei. Qianda group. Wait for my penguin group. This time, my penguin group will invest 10 billion to erect temples for the third prince and General Yufei. No one shall compete with me. We must not only thank the deity. That young man, Su Xing, is also a hero of Huaxia. If it weren't for him, who would have known how formidable the third prince truly is? Exactly. Does anyone know where Su Xing's family is? I wish to reward each of them with 1 billion. The entire populace of Huaxia was in a fervor, with many moved to tears of joy. Yet, at that moment, the people of the land of cherry blossoms were in dire straits. They sat slumped on the ground, fiercely pinching their own faces, unable to believe what had just transpired. Impossible. It simply could not be. Izanami, the supreme deity of their Sakura nation. How could she possibly perish at the hands of a lesser god from Huaxia? Was this merely a nightmare? If so, they longed to awaken swiftly. The air was thick with despair. However, the death of their supreme deity seemed to herald calamities far beyond their comprehension. The existence of their god had, to a significant extent, ensured the stability of their homeland. With her demise, the tranquility of the Sakura nation was abruptly shattered. At the very moment of Izanami's death, a cataclysmic earthquake of magnitude 9 struck, accompanied by widespread volcanic eruptions and devastating tsunamis. This catastrophe claimed the lives of 300,000 to 400,000 people in the Sakura nation. Meanwhile, in the audience of the Gila nation, Princess Catherine, who had once regarded the gods of Huaxia as mere insects, found her jaw hanging open in disbelief. Her body trembled as she processed the outcome of the match. She had never anticipated that the very Huaxia deities she had scorned could vanquish a supreme god. Such an occurrence was utterly inconceivable to her, yet it had indeed transpired. Wasn't it said that the gods of Huaxia possessed feeble combat prowess? Were they not mere servants of their Western deities? How could they have slain a supreme god? In the wake of this shocking revelation, Catherine turned to her father for answers. The ruler of the Gila nation, Zeus too, remained silent. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally spoke, seemingly addressing his daughter while also reflecting upon his own thoughts. Centuries ago, a saying circulated throughout the world: Huaxia is a sleeping lion. It appears we have underestimated Huaxia, mistaking it for a mere kitten. Now, with this individual named Su Xing, it is time for us to reevaluate our perceptions of Huaxia. Many shared Zeus II sentiments. Leaders from the Lighthouse Federation, the Pope from the Holy See, and the Queen of the Pyramid Nation, among others, began to reassess their views on Huaxia. Previously, they had regarded Huaxia as nothing more than a plump piece of meat to be devoured at will. Yet now, in light of Huaxia's consecutive victories, including the defeat of even a supreme deity, they no longer dared to harbor their previous disdain or condescension. Chapter 25. A period of rest and recuperation would suffice. Meanwhile, within the upper echelons of the Samhita nation, panic reigned supreme. The ruler of Samhita, upon witnessing the Huaxia deity's triumph over the supreme god of the Sakura nation, found his body trembling in trepidation. He deeply regretted sending his men to declare war on the Huaxia kingdom during the third round against the Yinghua kingdom. At that time, he naively believed that Huaxia was an easy target, hoping to seize a piece of its prosperity and restore his own kingdom, Samhita. Who would have imagined that he would witness the divine beings of Huaxia slaying the supreme god? Huaxia was by no means a soft target. It was akin to a formidable opponent. Is there any possibility of rescinding our declaration of war against Huaxia? He inquired hesitantly. The leader of Samhita hesitated for a moment before nervously addressing the senior officials beside him. Your Majesty, it is not possible. According to the rules of the arena, once a challenge is issued, it cannot be retracted. The officials wore expressions of distress, and one remarked, it is over. Upon hearing this, the leader of Samhita slumped into his chair, his face ashen. As a nation in exile, another defeat would condemn all citizens of Samhita to slavery, including himself. The thought of becoming a slave to the Huaxia people tormented him, yet he lacked the courage to end his own life. Seeing their leader in such despair, the nearby officials offered words of consolation. Your Majesty, there may still be a glimmer of hope. To my knowledge, we are not the only nation that has issued a challenge to Huaxia in the third round. The Shila Kingdom and the Lighthouse Federation have also declared war on Huaxia. Although the rules state that a nation cannot retract its challenge, it also stipulates that if multiple nations challenge the same one, only one will ultimately be chosen to face Huaxia in battle. This means that, although we have issued a challenge, we may not necessarily be the ones to confront Huaxia in the end. What? So there is a chance we might avoid becoming slaves? The leader of Samhita, upon hearing these words, sat up straight, clutching his chest in prayer. May we not be chosen. Please, may we not be chosen. Back in the arena, after Izanami dissipated into the cosmos, Nezha and Ao being separated from a single body, they descended from the sky, landing beside Su Xing. At that moment, beneath Su Xing's feet lay the lifeless body of Tianzong Liangzi. Just as Nezha and Ao Bing had struck down Izanami, Su Xing had also delivered the fatal blow. Third Prince, Ao Prince, are you both alright? Su Xing inquired, glancing at Nezha and Ao Bing. A cursory glance revealed numerous wounds adorning their bodies, stained with the blood of divine beings. It was evident that both had suffered considerable injuries. The chaotic energy they had faced was overwhelmingly fierce. Utilizing this gas has repercussions for us as well. However, there is no need for concern. After a period of recuperation in the heavenly realm, both of us shall recover adequately. Nezha, noticing Su Xing's inquiry, waved his hand dismissively, feigning nonchalance. Observing Nezha's seemingly indifferent demeanor, Su Xing understood that he was not entirely truthful. In today's battle, Nezha and Ao Bing had indeed risked their very lives to vanquish Izanami.
Their injuries were such that mere rest would not suffice for recovery. Prince Nezha, Prince Ao, on behalf of the 5 billion citizens of Huaxia,
I express my profound gratitude to both of you. At this moment, Su Xing was overwhelmed with myriad emotions, yet found himself at a loss for words, as all he could offer was thanks. Beyond gratitude, he was unsure how to repay the two princes. Thank you, esteemed princes. Su Xing expressed his appreciation to Nezha and Ao Bing. Subsequently, as he voiced his gratitude, all of Huaxia's populace, whether present or watching the live broadcast, rose in unison, bowing in thanks to Nezha and Ao Bing. Well, this battle has concluded, and it is time for us to return. Upon witnessing such a grand display, both Nezha and Ao Bing felt a tinge of embarrassment. They waved their hands, and before them appeared the divine image of Nezha. By the way, Su Xing, we are now considered friends. Therefore, before I depart, allow me to bestow upon you an opportunity. Just as he was about to enter the divine image, Nezha suddenly halted. A strand of pure white light materialized in his hand, and with a flick, it surged back into Su Xing's body. In an instant, as this radiant white essence entered Su Xing, the power of the divine patron within him surged dramatically. His cultivation, originally at the initial stage of martial sage, swiftly ascended to the mid-stage, and then continued to rise until it reached the late stage. The white light did not dissipate. Rather, it nestled within Su Xing's dantian, becoming dormant. This primal divine power not only aids in your breakthrough, but will also prove invaluable on your future path of cultivation. Enhance it diligently. Perhaps we shall meet again soon. Nezha's voice echoed in Su Xing's ears, prompting him to express his gratitude. However, when he lifted his gaze, he beheld Nezha and Ao being transforming into a streak of light, returning to the divine image. Following this, spatial ripples emerged, and the divine portrait vanished. I bid farewell to the third prince and Prince Ao. Su Xing stood before the location where the divine image had disappeared, momentarily dazed, before performing a respectful salute and speaking. Chapter 26. The Three Divine Cards? The Image of the God of Wealth. After Nezha and Ao Bing's departure, 8 divine attributes soared from the divine arena, entering Su Xing's body. Subsequently, the goddess referee, Freya, descended from the heavens to announce the results of this competition. In the 4th match of the Sakura Nation against the Huaxia Nation, Huaxia emerged victorious. The current score stands at 2-2. The forthcoming contest will be the final confrontation for the Sakura Nation in this round. After a brief interlude of half an hour for both teams to recuperate, the next duel commenced. Following the announcement by Freya, Su Xing gracefully descended from the stage and made his way to the Huaxia audience. The high-ranking officials of Huaxia, upon seeing Su Xing's return, were overwhelmed with gratitude, showering him with praises akin to that of a savior. Such commendations need not be reiterated here. Soon, calmness enveloped the arena. Su Xing found a tranquil corner among the spectators and assumed a meditative posture to cultivate his techniques. Remarkably, within less than a day, Su Xing had ascended from an ordinary individual, devoid of divine favor, to the late stages of a martial sage. His rapid advancement was a cause for concern, as he feared that such swift progress might destabilize his foundational skills. Thus, he seized this opportunity to diligently practice his craft. After half an hour of focused training, Freya once again graced the stage, calling upon the divine chosen ones from both the Sakura and Huaxia nations to take their places. Without hesitation, Su Xing rejoined the fray as the representative for Huaxia. However, the divine chosen one from the Sakura nation was conspicuously delayed in taking the stage. Oh, little cherry blossoms of Sakura nation, are you afraid of the divine Su? Yes, surrender swiftly. Do not dawdle. Baka, you Huaxia folks should not be so arrogant. This final match will surely be our victory. You shall only indulge in fleeting joy. Your supreme deity has already been vanquished by our Huaxia's third prince. For this final contest, dreams of victory are all you shall have. Baka Yuru, you Huaxia people. In the previous 2 matches, as soon as Su Xing stepped onto the stage, the barrage of comments was filled with mockery from the Sakura nation, countered by the retorts of the Huaxia supporters. However, the tables had turned this time, with the Huaxia crowd leading the taunts while the Sakura nation responded in kind. This shift in momentum was a testament to Su Xing's victories, which had significantly bolstered the morale of Huaxia. A nation's strength is reflected in its people's vigor. This principle rings true. After a streak of defeats, the Huaxia supporters had been hesitant to speak, but now, with successive victories, they felt emboldened enough to taunt the Sakura nation openly. Moments later, the divine chosen one from Sakura finally approached the stage. He was named Taro Kamida, a middle-aged man sporting a mustache adorned with cherry blossoms, whose demeanor was rather unsavory, and at his side hung a katana. Now, may both divine chosen contestants proceed to the summoning platform. With both nations' champions now on stage, Freya addressed Su Xing and Taro Kamida, inviting them to enter the summoning arena. Su Xing nodded in acknowledgement. Just as he was about to step onto the summoning platform suddenly, Taro Kamida raised his arm and brandished a card shimmering with iridescent hues, exclaiming, "In this round, I shall employ the 3 divine cards." 3 divine cards? Su Xing furrowed his brow at the card in Kamida's hand. What is this? As he pondered, memories regarding the 3 divine cards surged forth from the original owner's recollections. These cards are a type of item card that can be utilized in the mythological arena. Upon activation, they can influence certain rules of the arena to a degree. There exists a variety of these item cards, each with its own unique function. For instance, the refresh card allows the user to reset the divine image before them. The divine weapon card grants the allied deity an additional random divine weapon for battle. Furthermore, the 3 divine card that Kamida was utilizing allows the user to summon 3 deities to fight simultaneously. Typically, the use of an item card confers considerable advantages to the user, significantly enhancing their chances of victory in the duel. Thus, these item cards are exceedingly precious and hold great significance for all nations involved. However, for the Huaxia nation, It is known from the original owner's memories that they possess not a single one. The reason for this absence is not due to a lack of ability to acquire them, but rather the unwillingness of Huaxia's leadership to sacrifice its citizens for such a card. Indeed, the method to obtain these rule-altering item cards is none other than through sacrifice. Each card demands the lives of 500,000 compatriots, offered to the will of the arena in exchange for its acquisition. According to the memories of Su Xing's original self, it is revealed that, within the current global context, aside from Huaxia and a few minor nations, all others have resorted to the method of sacrifice to procure item cards. Yet, even amidst adversity, Huaxia has steadfastly refused to take that step. Hence, their inventory of item cards remains at a dismal 0. Item cards? They ought to be called blood cards. Reflecting on this, Su Xing cast another glance at the card in Kamaida's hand, thinking to himself that this card represents the lives of 500,000 people. He does not consider himself a virtuous individual, but to trade the lives of 500,000 compatriots for this card is simply unfathomable. Of course, if those 500,000 lives belonged to the citizens of the Sakura nation, he would feel no remorse, for no other reason than that the citizens of Sakura do not warrant sympathy. Upon stepping outside, as Kamaida brandished the 3 divine card, a gasp echoed through the crowd, and the previously lifeless Sakura citizens seemed to come alive. Oh, how could I forget that we, the great Sakura nation, still possess the 3 divine cards? Our nation of cherry blossoms has hope. Regardless of whether Huaxia has turned the tide in 2 rounds, in this round, victory is undoubtedly ours. As long as we triumph in this final match, ultimate victory will still belong to our cherry blossom nation. Indeed, even if this Su Xing has summoned a peculiar deity from Huaxia, possessing 3 divine cards, how can 3 deities possibly contend with just one from Huaxia? Huaxia people, keep calling out, one by one. The faces of the cherry blossom people lit up with smiles, regaining their arrogant nature and starting to mock Huaxia once again. Meanwhile, the Huaxia people looked at Koetiantaro's 3 divine cards, initially taken aback, their expressions darkening. They did not anticipate that the cherry blossom nation had such a trump card in reserve. With 3 divine cards, how could they possibly compete against one deity from Huaxia? Returning to Su Xing, he was not overly concerned about the 3 divine cards. He had confidence in his own Huaxia deities. With their extraordinary powers, they numbered at least 800, if not 1,000. As long as he selected the right deity, defeating the 3 cherry blossom deities would be a trivial matter. He had utilized the 3 divine cards and showed no sign of worry about losing. Such belief in his nation's deities was commendable. After collecting Koetiantaro's 3 divine cards, Freya glanced at Su Xing, astonished to see him remain completely unfazed. She then shook her head and turned to Su Xing and Koetian, speaking up. The successful use of the 3 divine cards allowed the Cherry Blossom Nation to choose 3 deities to duel on the divine arena. The combatants of both sides now entered the summoning platform. Upon entering the summoning platform, the familiar sight of 5 divine images appeared before Su Xing. He recognized all 5 images. From left to right, the first depicted a middle-aged man with a black face and thick beard, glaring fiercely. Adorned with an iron crown and clad in a Taoist robe, he rode a black tiger, wielding a golden whip in one hand while dragging a massive golden ingot with the other. What a surprise! The first deity is none other than this esteemed figure. Su Xing instantly recognized this divine image. This is a deity every Huaxia person revered in their past life, none other than the god of wealth. Specifically, he is the foremost of the 5 gods of wealth, the martial god, Zhao Gongming. He holds multiple identities, being the outer disciple of the Grand Master of the Heavenly Sect, known as the Golden Dragon of the Supreme One, the true Lord of the Dragon and Tiger. His combat prowess is extraordinary, possessing numerous magical treasures. During the Battle of the Gods, he wielded the Sea-Calming Pearl in one hand and the dragon-binding rope in the other, defeating the 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching and even repelling the lantern-lighting Taoist. However, he ultimately fell victim to a treacherous ambush by Luya Daorun, succumbing to the treacherous 7-arrow strike, thus entering the divine list and ascending to the status of the god of wealth. This deity, both affluent and martial, is likewise chronicled in the annals of this world's Huaxia records. Much like Nezha, his name has also been recorded incorrectly. In those Huaxia records, he is not the god of wealth, but rather a tiger demon transformed from a tiger. Oh, the first divine image turns out to be a tiger demon. It seems our fortunes in this round are not particularly favorable, one remarked. Indeed, this tiger demon would struggle to take on even a single opponent, let alone 3. Another lamented. Upon the unveiling of the first divine image, The Huaxia people clutched their foreheads, sensing an ominous premonition. However, in contrast to their concerns, Su Xing felt a sense of assurance. The first divine figure is a formidable being of quasi-saint caliber. Su Xing's worries dissipated entirely. With such a great deity on his side, he felt unperturbed even if faced with 3 or 5 divine entities. Yet, despite having this divine powerhouse, Su Xing was not in a rush to select Zhao Gongming. He wished to explore the remaining divine images for potentially superior options. After joining his hands in reverence and bowing to the god of wealth, "Let us worship together and prosper," he turned his gaze to the remaining 4 divine images. The second divine image depicted a strikingly handsome and authoritative middle-aged man. With flowing silver hair adorned with dragon horns, he donned magnificent silver dragon scale armor. Brandishing a long saber, he stood before an endless ocean. Could this be the Dragon King of the East Sea? Ao Bing's father, Ao Guang? Recognizing the figure, Su Xing realized this was indeed Ao Guang, the supreme deity of the Dragon Kings and the celestial rain god. How fortuitous that the father appears just after the son. Su Xing did not linger on Ao Guang, for while he was undeniably handsome, his combat prowess was rather mediocre. Given the opposition's 3 divine cards, he could not afford to summon Ao Guang. Therefore, he shifted his focus to the 3rd divine image. This image was also familiar to Su Xing, a figure with a hint of portliness, adorned with 2 small mustaches. This deity was none other than Tai Yizhen Ren, one of the 12 direct disciples of the primordial heavenly venerable, renowned for his protective nature. Ah, how delightful! Ao Bing's father has arrived. And now Nezha's master has graced us as well. The next divine image couldn't possibly be Nezha's father, could it? Perhaps the pagoda-bearing heavenly king. As Su Xing beheld the emergence of Tai Yizhen Ren, he couldn't help but ponder. Upon casting his eyes toward the 4th divine image, he discovered, as he had surmised, that it was indeed the pagoda-bearing heavenly King Li, who wields the 7 treasures Linglong Pagoda and commands the celestial army of 100,000 literary soldiers. Goodness, it seems the elders have come to settle scores after the younger generation's skirmish. As he gazed upon the 3 divine images that materialized simultaneously, Su Xing smiled subtly, harboring a conjecture within his heart. The reality aligned precisely with his speculation. The figures of Ao Guang, Tai Yizhen, and the pagoda-bearing Li Tianwang emerged together in this arena due to the presence of Nezha and Ao Bing. Moments ago, the injured Nezha and Ao Bing had returned from the divine arena to the heavenly court. In an instant, Ao Guang, Tai Yizhen, and Li Tianwang sensed something amiss with the 2. Upon witnessing the severity of their injuries, the trio was filled with indignation. How dare those foreign deities bully my son and disciple? They promptly began to expend substantial divine power, establishing communication with the divine arena, ultimately refreshing their divine images. Ao Guang declared, "Those who dare to harm my son shall be submerged beneath the waters of my eastern sea." Li Jing interjected, "Ao Longwang, allow me to take the lead in this battle. With my 100,000 heavenly soldiers, I shall surely vanquish those foreign evil deities." Ao Guang retorted, "Pray tell, can your 100,000 heavenly soldiers descend to the mortal realm? All you possess is your tower. Should it be taken from you, your demise is inevitable." Li Jing shot back, "How can you say such things? As long as I am with the tower, I am the tower. The might of the tower is indistinguishable from my own." Tai Yizhen intervened, "Enough of your bickering. Let me handle this battle. That Nezha, with his clumsy grasp of the 9 dragons' divine fire shield, will be no match for me when I descend and incinerate the foreign deity responsible for Nezha's injuries. No, let it be my task." Ao Guang insisted. "It is my son who suffers most grievously. As his father, I must avenge him." Tai Yizhen asserted, "Our quarrels are futile. The decision of who will fight rests not with us, but with that mortal child below. Let us each rely on our own prowess and observe how he chooses." After Tai Yizhen's pronouncement, Ao Guang and Li Jing nodded in agreement, signaling their consent. Thus, the 3 continued to unleash greater amounts of divine power, striving to render their divine images more radiant, hoping to capture Su Xing's attention. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Returning to Su Xing, he observed the luminous emanations of the 3 divine images before him. He surmised that the Dragon King of the East, the pagoda-bearing king, and Tai Yizhen desired him to select one of them for battle. He couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. This was the first time he had witnessed a contest amongst these 3 deities to be chosen for combat. Not yet having made a decision, he turned his gaze toward the 5th divine image. Upon doing so, his eyes lit up. The deity within this 5th image was one he knew all too well, a monkey clad in chainmail, wielding a golden staff, riding on a somersault cloud. With eyes gleaming like gold, Who but the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, could it be? The great sage had already fought in the second round. And now his divine image re-emerged. Bang, bang, bang. For reasons unknown, Su Xing found himself inexplicably stirred upon gazing at the statue of Sun Wukong, which had reappeared for the second time. What? How has this horse tamer re-emerged? He pondered. Hasn't he already participated once? Unlike Su Xing's excitement at the sight of the great sage equal to heaven, the spectators from Huaxiao regarded the reappearance of Sun Wukong's statue with a sense of dismay etched upon their faces. In the second round against the Cherry Blossom Nation, it was their female warrior, Zhou Charan, who had opted for this horse tamer, only to be swiftly defeated without much resistance. Of course, the Huaxiao people harbored no disrespect towards their own deity in their hearts. Yet, witnessing the emergence of Sun Wukong's statue in such a pivotal match caused a ripple of anxiety among them. By the way, among the 5 divine images presented in this round, which one do you think has the highest chance of winning? One asked. We are familiar with the tiger demon and Sun Wukong, but the other 3 deities seem unfamiliar to us. I think we should choose the dragon deity wielding a long blade. He appears valiant and handsome. Another suggested. I concur. He does look formidable. If all else fails, the deity holding the pagoda looks imposing. The artifact in his hand seems quite powerful, chimed in another. Indeed, I also agree. Among these 5 deities, it's clear that the combat prowess of the tiger demon and Sun Wukong is relatively low, and the plump Taoist does not inspire much confidence either. Have faith in Su Xing. This victory is of utmost importance for Huaxiao. I believe he will make the right choice. Absolutely, trust in Su Xing. After expressing their disdain for Sun Wukong, the barrage of comments from Huaxiao began anew, advising Su Xing on which deity to select. The majority opinion leaned towards Su Xing choosing either the Dragon King of the East Sea or the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, as these 2 deities appeared the most formidable based on their images. Chapter 28. Which one to choose? The God of Wealth or the Great Sage? Back in the arena, as the Huaxiao people deliberated on which deity Su Xing should select, on the other side, Taro Kamita had finally decided upon the 3 deities that the Cherry Blossom Nation would send into battle. After kneeling and uttering a series of incantations, the 3 deities materialized before the onlookers. The first deity was a female figure, regal and stunning, adorned in opulent divine garments, with a headpiece radiating the brilliance of the sun. The second deity donned silver armor, exuding a calm and composed demeanor, topped with a hat emblazoned with the symbol of the moon. The third deity was a robust male, his hair tousled and unkempt, clad in simple armor. The luck of the Cherry Blossom Nation was indeed fortuitous. In this round, they had managed to draw the 3 revered deities from their mythology. Su Xing, observing the 3 deities that had appeared, mused to himself. Indeed, he recognized the deities drawn by the Cherry Blossom Nation. The 3 deities hold significant positions within the mythological framework of the Cherry Blossom. Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, and the re-emerging Susanoo are collectively referred to as the 3 noble children by the people of Cherry Blossom. However, from Su Xing's perspective, their origins are rather bizarre and repulsive. According to Cherry Blossom mythology, it is said that their progenitor, the god Izanagi, ventured into the underworld out of longing for his wife, Izanami, in an attempt to bring her back. To his horror, he discovered that Izanami had transformed into a decaying corpse. In panic, he fled, becoming tainted by the impurities of the underworld. In an effort to cleanse himself, he plunged into a river, washing his body, during which the filth that emerged from his left eye, right eye, and nostrils gave birth to the 3 deities. How revolting! The thought of it sends a shiver down Su Xing's spine. Yet, these rather unsettling deities hold an exalted status within Cherry Blossom, governing Takamagara, the land of night, and the oceanic realm. Each presides over their own domain, basking in the adoration of millions from the Cherry Blossom Nation. In this match, the 3 noble children have all appeared together. Alright, we're steady. This match features the 3 divine cards, with Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, and Susanoo. If our Cherry Blossom were to lose, I would commit seppuku. Count me in. If this match ends in victory for Huaxiao, I'll eat my words upside down. Indeed, upon witnessing the simultaneous appearance of their revered 3 noble children, the citizens of Cherry Blossom erupted in excitement, flooding the live stream with comments and cheering fervently on site. This is troublesome. I've read a bit about the Cherry Blossom mythos, and these 3 deities are among their mightiest. The Huaxiao spectators wore grim expressions, and an elderly professor in the audience shook his head, sighing as he remarked, Su Xing, your Huaxia has already sealed its fate. However, we know you are a remarkable talent. The Cherry Blossom Empire takes great pleasure in gathering talents. If you join our great Cherry Blossom Empire, We can offer you everything you desire in Huaxia, wealth, honor, and an abundance of women. What do you say? Become one of us, surrender now, and I assure you, you will be among the most loyal of our cherry blossom empire. Returning to the arena, Kitataro, stroking his little mustache, began to court Su Xing. Upon hearing his words, Su Xing laughed without a moment's hesitation and replied to Kitataro, "You don't seriously believe that your cherry blossom nation has victory in its grasp, do you? With your so-called 3 noble children bound together. They couldn't even match a single finger of my Huaxia deities. How arrogant. Truly, excessively arrogant." With a single utterance, Su Xing's words sparked disbelief not only among the people of Sakura country, but also among some within the borders of Huaxia. Baka, you refuse our good intentions. Then let us see on the battlefield how your Huaxia deities meet their demise. The citizens of Sakura country continued their incessant barking. Yet, Su Xing paid them no heed. He gazed upon the 5 divine images before him, contemplating which to select. The god of war, Zhao Gongming, the dragon king of the East Sea, the heavenly king, Toda, the true man of Tai, and the great sage, Sun Wukong. Among these 5 deities, the ones eager for battle were the dragon king of the East Sea, the heavenly king, and the true man of Tai. This time, Su Xing resolved not to choose them, although these 3 deities possessed considerable combat prowess. Relying on a single deity to confront 3 was insufficiently secure. With those 3 eliminated, Su Xing was left with 2 choices, the true lord, Zhao Gongming, and the great sage, Sun Wukong. In terms of realm and strength, Zhao Gongming naturally held a slight advantage, having reached the quasi-saint level, while Sun Wukong was likely still at the pinnacle of the great Luo. However, this time, Su Xing did not intend to select the more powerful Zhao Gongming. For him, as a traveler from Earth, his sentiments toward the great sage, Sun Wukong, were profoundly different. He had grown up immersed in his tales. The earth-shattering events of seeking a master, causing chaos in the heavenly palace, and being imprisoned beneath the 5 Elements mountain were all well-known stories in Huaxia, cherished by many. Countless children idolized Sun Wukong in their youth, and Su Xing was no exception. To him, the Monkey King was an invincible figure, always at the forefront when faced with adversity or formidable foes. Yet, he was taken aback to discover upon arriving in this world that his childhood idol was merely regarded as a stable keeper, a mere Bima one, who had not caused turmoil in the heavenly palace or embarked on the journey to the west, but had simply been tending to horses in the heavenly court. This Bima one could not even contend with the likes of Susanoo from Sakura country. How could Su Xing endure such indignation, if not for the misnaming? The world's understanding of the great sage was entirely flawed. How could the Monkey King, not able to unleash any power, be vanquished by a mere deity of Sakura country? Since arriving in this world and witnessing the great sage's defeat by Susanoo, he had resolved that, should the opportunity arise, he would unequivocally demonstrate to the world that Sun Wukong was not a lowly deity, nor merely a stable keeper of the heavens, but the great sage, equal to all. The so-called Susanoo and the deities of Sakura country were not his match. Initially, he held little hope that the great sage could prove himself in the impending final confrontation with Sakura country. Unexpectedly, at the pivotal moment of this final round, the statue of the great sage appeared before him. Thus, what hesitation could remain for him? Contemplating this, Su Xing clasped his hands in salute before the statue of Sun Wukong, preparing to speak. In the hall of celestial majesty, battling countless immortals, beneath the 5 Elements mountain, the indomitable spirit of heroes, along the journey to the west, wielding the golden staff to vanquish demons. As a descendant of Huaxia, I, Su Xing, humbly summoned the great sage, Sun Wukong, to descend. As Su Xing's words echoed, the other 4 statues retreated, leaving only that of Sun Wukong, standing resolutely before him. This signified Su Xing's choice of Sun Wukong as the divine champion for Huaxia. Boom. What? Upon witnessing Su Xing's selection of Sun Wukong, the crowd erupted in disbelief, mirroring the astonishment of the previous 2 rounds. Even the people of Sakura country were momentarily stunned. Is it possible we misjudged? Wasn't the horse-whipping officer just thoroughly defeated by the male embodiment of Sakura in the 2nd round? In this round, all 3 esteemed deities are present. How could Su Xing still choose him? A deity who has already fought and faced such a dismal defeat? Has Su Xing lost his mind? Or has he come to the realization at this last moment to align himself with our Sakura empire? The people of Sakura were baffled by Su Xing's actions. After a few seconds of stunned silence, they erupted into triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha, Lord Su Xing, truly a man of discernment. Who would have thought he would make such a move after so vehemently declining moments ago? This is how the Huaxia people are, despite their righteous facade. When confronted with the harshness of reality, they inevitably choose to follow their hearts. In stark contrast, the Huaxia side remained frozen in silence, a chilling quiet enveloping them. They gazed at Su Xing, eager to voice their thoughts, yet none found the courage to speak, each one despondently lowering their heads, oblivious to the reactions around him. Su Xing focused solely on the image of Sun Wukong before him. After Su Xing's choice, the statue erupted with a brilliant radiance. Momentarily, before Su Xing on the summoning platform stood the great sage, clad in simple garments, wielding his golden staff. Upon his arrival, the great sage appeared momentarily bewildered, surveying his surroundings with evident displeasure. Who has summoned me, the old monkey, to this wretched place? It's infuriating. As Su Xing beheld the living embodiment of the great sage before him, his heart raced, and he stepped forward to address him. It is I who summoned you, wishing to implore you to fight once more for Huaxia. Fight? Absolutely not, Sun Wukong retorted, refusing without a moment's hesitation. Upon being so resolutely rebuffed by Sun Wukong, Su Xing found himself momentarily taken aback. However, upon reflection, it became apparent that such a rejection was entirely to be expected. The Monkey King harbored a profound disdain for being referred to as Baima One. It was no wonder that he would be incensed by the constant reminders of this title from the people of Huaxia. Additionally, Wukong's inherently free-spirited nature made the notion of being constrained to the journey to the west all the more irksome. Having finally completed the pilgrimage, the idea of being controlled and summoned to a divine arena for combat was hardly appealing to him. Eager to clarify matters with the Monkey King, Su Xing opened his mouth to utter a few words. Just then, Sun Wukong perked up, his ears twitching, and he gazed at Su Xing with keen interest. With a touch of excitement, he inquired, "What is your name, Great Sage? You do not consider me to be Baima One, do you?" "Of course not," Su Xing exclaimed. Noticing the glimmer of hope in Wukong's expression, he immediately began to recount the deeds of the great sage. "In days of yore, you wielded your golden staff to pierce the southern heavenly gate, and not even 100,000 celestial soldiers could stand in your way. You were forged in the furnace of Lao Jun for 49 days, emerging with the fiery eyes capable of discerning the true nature of all demons. At the peach banquet in heaven, you overturned the tables, treating the elixirs as mere candies, leaving the Jade Emperor quite perturbed. During the journey to the west, you exposed the white-boned spirit in her 3 transformations, and you outwitted the Bull Demon King at Flaming Mountain with your cleverness. When the monks at Guanyin Temple attempted to steal the cassock, you roared from the clouds, summoning the Dragon King to extinguish the flames in haste. With your prowess and temperament, even Yama would alter the ledger of life and death upon seeing you, while the Dragon King would tremble at your name. Demons would reverently call you grandfather's son. What is this Baima One? Merely a ploy by the Tathagata and the Jade Emperor to vex you, a mere stumbling block. In my eyes, no one else is worthy of the title Great Sage equal to heaven but you." As Su Xing passionately extolled the Monkey King's exploits, half of his words stemmed from genuine admiration, while the other half served to persuade Wukong to consider the upcoming battle. Upon hearing Su Xing's fervent praises, the divine energy surrounding Wukong surged significantly, and his previously irritated demeanor transformed into one of appreciation. He remarked, "I never imagined that among mortals, there would be such a remarkable young lad like you. Those other mortals only remember me as Baima One, completely oblivious to my tumultuous past in the heavenly palace and my journey to the west. Yet you, of all people, recall every one of my legendary exploits. Great Sage, your deeds are known solely to me for now. However, after this battle today, your renown shall resound throughout the mortal realm," Su Xing declared, observing the Monkey King's expression soften. He then seamlessly broached the subject of the impending confrontation. "I knew your true intention was to have me engage in this battle," Wukong replied, blinking in surprise, scratching his head, yet still hesitating to give Su Xing a direct answer. As Su Xing observed the situation, he swiftly sidestepped, revealing the formidable Susanoo summoned across from him. "Great Sage, do you see who that is? I must ask you, the Monkey King, are you truly content to be bested by such foreign deities? Do you not yearn for vengeance today?" Chapter 30. The Return of the Great Sage. "You are attempting to provoke me," the Great Sage remarked, his grip on the golden staff tightening as he regarded Susanoo. Truth be told, although he recognized the boy's words as mere taunts, they struck a chord deep within him. Indeed, he was the great sage who once wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, turning the celestial hall upside down. With such pride, how could he accept defeat at the hands of these foreign gods? He longed to demonstrate his might to the world and show these deities the power of his Chinese heritage. However, after a moment's contemplation, he scratched his ear and shook his head. "Alas, young one, While you have stirred something within me, I fear this battle may not come to pass. Why not, great sage? Su Xing inquired immediately, eager for an explanation. What other reason could there be? After my journey for scriptures, I engaged in a fierce battle on Spirit Mountain, resulting in significant depletion of my vitality and damage to my divine essence. Currently, dealing with Susanoo alone would pose no issue. But with those two foreign gods by his side, facing 3 adversaries alone becomes rather precarious. The battle on Spirit Mountain? Su Xing seized upon the sage's words, feeling a jolt of surprise. In his previous life, he had engaged with the darker interpretations of the journey to the west, hearing tales that painted the quest for scriptures as a grand deception, with the fates of the 5 disciples being rather tragic. Could it be that those ominous interpretations were indeed true? Su Xing was taken aback. Yet, he understood that this was not the moment to question the great sage. Time was of the essence. The immediate priority was to restore the sage's vitality. Fortunately, Su Xing had a plan. He could harness the power of belief, enlisting the faith of billions of Chinese people to revitalize the great sage. Great sage, I have a method that may restore your vitality, Su Xing declared, his mind racing. Oh, young one, you possess a means to rejuvenate me? Indeed, great sage, please wait a moment. Su Xing nodded and approached the edge of the summoning altar. Addressing the audience from China, as well as all those watching the live stream, he proclaimed with resounding clarity, Elder Wang, Elder Zhang, and all my compatriots from China, lend me your ears. The deity beside me is not merely a so-called stable horse keeper. He is the proud great sage, Sun Wukong, the one who stirs the seas and wreaks havoc in the heavenly palace, single-handedly battling the heavenly armies. The so-called deities of the Sakura nation, the 3 noble sons, are no match for him. Su Xing's voice resonated like a bell, echoing throughout the venue and reaching the ears of all those watching the live broadcast. The people of Huaxia lifted their heads, gazing at Su Xing's dejected countenance, their faces reflecting confusion. Meanwhile, the individuals from other nations and the Sakura nation erupted into laughter upon hearing Su Xing's words. What is this Huaxia person trying to accomplish? What is this nonsense about the Monkey King? Ha ha ha. He claims that a mere stable master can single-handedly contend with our 3 noble sons. Sometimes I truly wish to pry open this Huaxiao man's head to see what thoughts reside within. Ignoring their mockery, Su Xing continued to address all of Huaxia, stating, currently, the great sage's vitality is compromised. I require all of Huaxia to provide faith to restore the great sage's strength. Provide faith to Sun Wukong. This. Upon hearing Su Xing's proclamation, the people of Huaxia finally grasped his intention. However, the notion of supplying faith to Sun Wukong raised doubts. Was this stable master truly the legendary great sage who once caused an uproar in the heavenly palace? Could he truly defeat the 3 noble sons of Sakura upon regaining his strength? Many in Huaxia began to waver, yet suddenly, a figure rose from the audience. It was none other than Zhou Chuan, who had once summoned Sun Wukong to battle in the 2nd round. She was the first to believe in Su Xing. Following her lead, many others began to echo her sentiments both on-site and in the broadcast. Indeed, I also believe in Su Xing. Let us not forget the 3rd prince from the last match, who would have anticipated that he, long mistaken for the god of lotus roots, was actually the 3rd prince? Absolutely, I too believe in Su Xing. After all, he has already brought us 2 miraculous victories. Can we not trust him just once more? The people of Huaxiao possess a tendency to follow the crowd. It is not that they are unwilling to act. Rather, they require a leader to instigate their actions. In truth, after the previous 2 battles, many had developed a modicum of trust in Su Xing. Thus, under Zhou Chuan's leadership, a multitude of Huaxia citizens began to express their support. Some even commenced to pray earnestly, lighting incense as they offered their faith to Sun Wukong. As the message spread, the officials took the lead, echoing Su Xing's call for all of Huaxia to pray for the great sage and provide their faith. The highest decision-makers of Huaxia, Wang Lao and Zhang Lao, now began to take action. They had come to fully believe in Su Xing, who now bore the weight of Huaxia's fate upon his shoulders. As officials, they knew they must align their efforts with Su Xing's endeavors. Under the words of Su Xing, billions of people in Huaxia, from the elderly to the young, clasped their hands together in unison, beginning to bestow their faith upon the great sage. This battle transcended the struggle of Sun Wukong alone. It had transformed into a collective effort of the entire nation, uniting the strength of over 1 billion souls against a formidable foe. In mere moments, the collective belief manifested into a tangible stream of radiant energy, enveloping the great sage. The immense power of faith began to nurture him gradually. A spark ignited in the great sage's eyes as he realized this extraordinary force possessed healing properties for his vital essence. Instantly, he seated himself cross-legged, ready to absorb this divine energy. As the faith continued to flow into him, Su Xing could sense the restoration of the great sage's essence and vitality unfolding step by step. In less than a minute, the vibrant energy was entirely absorbed by the great sage, who then opened his eyes with a sudden fervor. His humble attire vanished, replaced by resplendent armor and cloud-climbing boots that adorned his figure. With a swift motion, he twirled his golden staff and struck it against the ground, releasing an overwhelming surge of divine power. Feeling this terrifying strength, Su Xing finally felt at ease. The formidable power of the great sage had returned, ensuring victory in this battle. Chapter 31. A single strike to vanquish the god of Susanu. Little one, I did not expect you to completely heal the primordial wounds I sustained in Lingshan, the great sage exclaimed. I am one to repay kindness. Since you have aided me so greatly, I shall ensure our triumph in this battle alongside you and Huaxia. The great sage's countenance radiated joy, and surprisingly, he expressed his gratitude to Su Xing. Thank you, great sage, Su Xing replied. With a nod, the great sage grasped his staff, ready to summon the divine platform. However, after taking just a couple of steps, he seemed to recall something. He pointed a finger, and a brilliant light struck Su Xing's forehead. As the light penetrated him, Su Xing instantly felt the great sage's legacy coursing through his being. Fiery eyes of insight, fully comprehended. The earthly transformation of 72 changes, fully comprehended. The Dharma of the heavenly emperor, fully comprehended. The supreme celestial technique, fully comprehended. The illusory golden staff, projection version, acquired. As Su Xing embraced the great sage's legacy outside, the audience in Sakura country grew increasingly impatient. Is it possible for this Huaxia's by Mawin to get on with it? This delay is unbearable. This seemingly one-sided duel is dragging on. I can hardly wait to see how our three noble sons will toy with that monkey. I observed that the monkey, uncertain as he was, chose to hide rather than confront. Imagine, our Susanu of the Sakura nation, unable to prevail, now daunted by the three noble deities, is naturally too frightened to emerge for battle. The higher-ups of the Sakura nation were engaged in fervent discussion when suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated through the arena, accompanied by a dense cloud of smoke. At the sound, everyone paused in astonishment. As they turned to look, they beheld the figure descending. It was none other than the great sage, Sun Wukong, who had absorbed the power of faith. At that moment, the divine energy surged behind the great sage, and he swung his golden staff in a flurry before slamming it down onto the ground. He beckoned to the three deities before him, Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, and Susanoo, saying, Hey, you three monsters in front, come forth and meet your demise at the hands of grandfather's son. Upon hearing this, the three noble deities remained silent. The audience, however, erupted in laughter, as if they had just heard the greatest joke of the century. They began to mock the great sage. Ha ha ha, did you hear what this Huaxiabaimawin just said? It's utterly hilarious. He actually dares to invite us, the three noble deities, to come and meet our end? In the wake of our Susanu's crushing defeat, how audacious of him to still be so arrogant. I wonder where he draws such confidence. Noble three, please, eliminate this foolish and arrogant monkey. I can no longer bear to witness such absurdity. While the commoners of the Sakura nation laughed, the three noble deities regarded Sun Wukong with disdain, particularly Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, who looked down upon him, their expressions betraying their indifference. It was as if they were saying, You, a mere lowly deity, are unworthy of our response. Dear sister, brother, allow me to handle this monkey demon. Not long ago, I faced him in battle, but regrettably, I failed to extinguish his divine essence. This time, I shall surely eradicate his divine origin and sever his monkey head to brew a drink for you both. Ultimately, it was Susanoo, the weakest among the three noble deities, who spoke up. He gazed at the defeated Sun Wukong, a confident smile gracing his lips as he approached. With a surge of divine power, a 3'6" katana manifested in his hand, enveloped in purple lightning, brimming with formidable strength. This treasured blade, known as the Kusanagi, was one of the three sacred artifacts of the Sakura nation and Susanoo's exclusive weapon. Monkey demon, last time we fought, you did not wield this sword. This time, I shall use it to sever your head. As Susanoo's words hung in the air, abruptly, a sound akin to a violent strike reverberated, and he vanished in a blur, soaring through the sky in a parabolic arc. With a resounding crash, Susanoo plummeted onto the arena, creating a substantial crater upon impact. The onlookers hastily turned their attention to the scene, only to find Susanoo battered and bloodied, gravely injured, and barely clinging to life. What in the world is happening? The transformation of Susanoo from a figure of arrogance to being sent flying occurred in less than a heartbeat. Sakura, unable to believe her eyes, rubbed them in disbelief. Wait, what is going on? How could our god Susanoo be knocked away? Look over there. That iron staff in the hands of the Monkey King. How has it grown so long? After a series of astonished exclamations, the crowd finally directed their gaze toward the Monkey King. To their astonishment, the staff in the Monkey King's grip had inexplicably extended to several hundred meters. It was this very elongated staff that had propelled Susanoo into the air. It is the Monkey King. No, it is the great sage equal to heaven who has sent Susanoo flying. His strength is incredible. Su Xing was not deceiving us. He is truly not just any mere monkey. He is, indeed, the great sage equal to heaven. Witnessing the great sage dispatch Susanoo with a single strike, the people of Huaxiao were left in disbelief, soon erupting into cheers. Their earlier doubts and anxieties were thoroughly dispelled. Little foreign demon, prepare to face your reckoning. Though Susanoo had lost all combat capability, the great sage would not let him off so easily. For the safety of the people of Huaxia, he sought not merely to defeat these foreign gods, but to obliterate them entirely. With a swift leap upon his cloud, he surged forward, instantly positioning himself above Susanoo, ready to deliver a decisive blow to the nearly lifeless form below. Monkey Demon. At this moment, Amaterasu and Tsukuyami, who had previously exuded pride, now found themselves alarmed as they witnessed their brother on the brink of demise beneath the staff of the great sage. Harnessing their divine powers, flames and chilling moonlight surged forth toward the great sage. However, undeterred, the great sage remained unflinching, even as the flames and frost collided against him. Huaxia Monkey Demon, you are exceedingly arrogant. Our powers stem from the sun and the moon, and you dare not even defend yourself. Seeing Sun Wukong withstand their assault with sheer physicality left Amaterasu and Tsukuyami astonished, soon replaced by triumphant laughter. Meanwhile, on the divine summoning platform, Su Xing observed their expressions with amusement. The great sage possessed a body impervious to water and fire, immune to all toxins. After enduring 49 days of refinement within Lao Jun's furnace, he emerged unscathed. Thus, the feeble flames and frost from these two lesser beings would hardly prove effective against the great sage. Indeed, the cold light and flames of attacks swiftly faded away. The great sage remained unscathed, paying no heed to the deities Amaterasu and Tsukuyami. Armed with his staff, he descended from the heavens, aiming a lethal strike at the grievously wounded Susanoo lying on the ground. "Ah, no, please." The agonized cries echoed as the guardian of the Sakura nation, their Susanoo deity, was obliterated in an instant, his pleas for mercy cut short by the great sage's blow. "Oh, Susanoo, no? How could this happen?" The people of Sakura beheld the demise of their revered god in disbelief, with some of the maidens already shedding tears. This was not the narrative they had envisioned. Chapter 32. The weighty responsibility of the Sakura nation now falls upon me. Boldly, though deities are often devoid of compassion, Susanoo, Amaterasu, and Tsukuyami were akin to brothers. Witnessing the brutal demise of their kin ignited a fire within them. Amaterasu and Tsukuyami prepared to unleash their full might. They soared into the sky, one transforming into the blazing sun, the other into the cold moonlight. You are but a beast masquerading as a god, while we embody the forces of day and night. Disrespect us, and today you shall experience the might of nature. The majestic voices of Amaterasu and Tsukuyami reverberated through the air. Following their declaration, the golden power of the sun and the dark energy of the moon coalesced into colossal hands, descending upon the great sage in a bid to subdue him. "Oh, another palm strike? Do you think you wield the Buddha's divine palm?" Observing this combined attack from Su Xing, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Of all techniques, you chose this descending palm. You are certainly provoking the great sage." Returning to the great sage, he regarded the looming attack and was reminded of his time beneath the Five Elements mountain. Frustrated, he scratched his head. "Well then, since you two wretches seek death first, let me oblige." With that, he invoked the law of heaven and earth, rapidly expanding in size. Soon, he grew from under 2 meters to 20, then 100, and 200 meters, not ceasing until he reached the heavens. His immense form shattered the barrier surrounding him, and with a single-handed punch, he met the combined force of Amaterasu and Tsukuyami's celestial palm. "Do you dare call this a divine palm?" The great sage scoffed, his monkey hand crushing the celestial palm into oblivion. How could he possess such strength? Witnessing the great sage effortlessly shatter their combined attack filled Amaterasu and Tsukuyami with trepidation. This monkey was unexpectedly formidable. They realized that even together, they were no match for him. In a moment of sheer terror, two individuals found themselves engulfed in darkness. They looked up in horror, only to behold an enormous, exaggerated, furry monkey hand. This hand belonged to none other than the great sage, whose stature had reached the zenith of the celestial realm. The sun and moon, newly transformed by Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, appeared as mere toys before the great sage. With a casual grip, he ensnared them in his palm. Now restored to their human forms, Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi felt their faces flush as a crushing pressure enveloped them, accompanied by the ominous creaking of their bodies. They realized that if this continued, they would surely be crushed by the monkey's grip. Understanding the peril they faced, they resorted to their life-preserving abilities, the void of the sun and the void of the moon. These unique divine skills allowed them to sacrifice a portion of their divine essence to become momentarily intangible, evading harm. With a swift invocation of these abilities, Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi narrowly escaped the great sage's clutches. However, their spirits were dampened. They lacked the courage to continue the fight and hastily fled, seeking refuge back in the land of China. Yet, the great sage was not inclined to let them return unscathed. Determined to eliminate all three deities, he retracted his divine powers and pursued the fleeing two. Despair washed over the onlookers, the people of Sakura, as they realized that even the mighty Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi were no match for this formidable monkey. Our nation is doomed, they lamented. The situation had turned dire, a reality they had anticipated. However, the outcome was far bleaker than they had imagined. They had believed that with their divine cards summoned, victory over the monkey from China would be effortless. Yet, they were blindsided by the swift demise of Susanoo, and now Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi were also being relentlessly hunted. The Sakura people, overwhelmed with despair, collapsed to the ground, their cries of anguish silenced. Meanwhile, Taro Kamayama, a divine strategist from Sakura, glanced at the battlefield with growing frustration. He had anticipated that summoning the three divine guardians would ensure victory for his nation. The unexpected strength of the monkey from China left him distraught. The tide of battle was turning against them, and he resolutely declared, "Our nation cannot afford to lose." At this moment, Taro Kamita gritted his teeth, his gaze shifting from the divine battlefield to Su Xing. The Sakura nation could not afford to lose. He was its last hope. He resolved to take action against Su Xing. If Su Xing were to perish, even if the divine beings faltered, the Sakura nation would still claim victory. Taro was at the late stage of the martial saint realm, and judging by the previous match, that young man had only just reached the martial saint level. With his array of unique skills at his disposal, he felt confident that amidst the divine battle, he could successfully eliminate him. Contemplating this, Taro unsheathed his katana, and his form began to turn translucent. Chapter 33, Slay Su Xing. This cloaking technique was his signature skill, one that had allowed him to dispatch numerous divine beings from the neighboring nations in the arena. In a flash, Taro, now invisible, transformed into a streak of speed, charging towards Su Xing with his blade drawn. Beware, Su God. This little Sakura is about to launch a sneak attack. Su God. No. Go for it, Kamita-kun. Strike down this divine being from Huaxia. Do it, Kamita-kun. Charge. Though Taro had rendered himself invisible on the stage, his movements were still captured in the live broadcast. The people of Sakura rallied with fervent shouts, while the Huaxia audience inundated the chat with frantic messages. Alas, Su Xing could not see these comments. His attention remained fixated on the divine battlefield. Not good. Taro Kamita has vanished. He must have gone invisible. Su Xing, be cautious. In the audience, Zhou Charan suddenly stood up, calling out to Su Xing. Having faced Kamita before, he was aware of Taro's cloaking ability and immediately recognized the potential for a sneak attack upon witnessing his disappearance. Unfortunately, it was too late. Blizzard slash. Die Huaxia scum. As Zhou Charan stood, Taro Kamita had already positioned himself behind Su Xing. A lewd grin crept across his face as he unleashed a flurry of snowflakes from his katana, aiming for Su Xing's head. Yet, before his smile could fully form, forearms sprouted from behind Su Xing, effortlessly catching the blade with bare hands. Then, two additional heads emerged from behind Su Xing's form, revealing that he had invoked Nezha's divine power of the 3 heads and 6 arms. How did you see me? Taro Kamita gulped, staring at Su Xing. His invisibility technique had never been penetrated before. How had Su Xing discerned his presence? Your cloaking technique is laid bare before my fiery eyes. Su Xing responded, a smirk crossing his lips. Having inherited the legacy of the great sage, his eyes, imbued with the power of the blazing gaze, could see through the illusions of the world. From the moment Taro Kamayama became invisible, his eyes were already aware. He had merely lured him over moments before. Goodness, Su God, how handsome. I knew. Who could it be but Su God? To be ambushed by this little cherry blossom. What a relief. Thankfully, if Su Xing had made a mistake, it would have been disastrous. Seeing that Su Xing had evaded Kamayama's ambush, the Huaxia crowd patted their chests, exhaling in relief. Zhou Chuan also took a seat, gazing at Su Xing's silhouette, momentarily stunned. Then she slowly shook her head, realizing her concern was unwarranted. The youth named Su Xing seemed to have everything under his control. Returning to Su Xing, he smiled slightly, dismissing any further conversation with Kamayama. Grasping Kamayama's form with both hands, he summoned the projection of the Rui Jingu Bang. With a swift motion, he struck Kamayama, sending him flying with a resounding thud, crashing to the ground and coughing up blood. Nevertheless, as a late-stage martial saint, he was more resilient than Su Xing's previous opponents, Yexialang and Tian's Hongliang. Although Su Xing's strike had caused him to bleed, he managed to rise again, blood pooling in his mouth. His hands formed seals, and he unleashed a technique, the rebirth of the undead. Upon completion, hundreds of controlled corpses materialized behind Kamayama, charging towards Su Xing. A tactic of overwhelming numbers? Faced with this multitude of corpses, Su Xing remained unfazed. He plucked a small handful of hair from his body, blew upon it, and instantly created thousands of clones of himself, launching an attack against the oncoming corpses. The outcome was quickly decided. It was only natural that thousands of clones would overpower hundreds of corpses. Despite Kamayama being a late-stage martial saint like Su Xing, their abilities were not on the same level. Su Xing inherited divine legacies, acquiring the powers of the great sage and Nezha. Thus, Kamayama stood no chance against him. Realizing he was outmatched, Kamayama sought refuge behind the corpses, ready to flee. However, Su Xing would not allow his escape. A golden light appeared in his hand and enveloped Kamayama, immobilizing him. This technique was the binding spell inherited from the great sage. With Kamayama secured, Su Xing turned his attention back to the divine battlefield, knowing Kamayama was now as good as caught. Once the great sage dealt with the three noble children, he would simply eliminate Kamayama afterwards. Returning to the great sage, Tsukuyumi and Amaterasu continued to evade on the divine arena. Yet how could they possibly evade the speed of the great sage? Ultimately, it was Tsukuyumi who was the first to be pursued and caught by the great sage. A single strike landed upon Tsukuyumi, causing him to plummet from the sky, crashing onto the arena where the corpse of Susanoo lay, their fates intertwined. Subsequently, the great sage descended from the heavens, uttering no words, and mercilessly brought his foot down upon the gravely injured Tsukuyumi. Blood gushed forth, and Tsukuyumi's divine form shattered, resulting in his immediate demise upon that stage. He did not even utter a plea for mercy before succumbing to death. Both Susanoo and Tsukuyumi fell before the might of the great sage. Thus, the so-called divine trio of the Sakura Blossom, now reduced to but Amaterasu. Even she, witnessing her dimming divine power and her desperate flight, was perceived by all as merely putting on a brave face. Defeat was an inevitable fate. How could this be? They are the three noble deities of our Sakura. How could two of them fall so easily to this monkey, and the last one is merely holding on? Why? These three deities are the most authentic gods of our Sakura nation. Why, when united, are they no match for this monkey's few moves? Useless. What kind of deity is Amaterasu? Both she and Tsukuyumi are worthless. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to be a slave to the Huaxia people. The people of Sakura were now in tears, unable to bear the sight of the arena. They truly could not believe that today they were facing defeat. While the people of Sakura were engulfed in despair, the Huaxia people clenched their fists in anticipation, hesitant to cheer. They understood that victory had not yet been secured. There remained Amaterasu. They would not celebrate until she was vanquished. It seemed that I could not escape either. If it comes to this, I shall expend my divine essence once more and confront you. Yada no Kagami. Witnessing the death of Tsukuyumi, Amaterasu realized there was no escape left. Thus, she prepared for a final desperate struggle, igniting the remnants of her divine essence, leaving only a thread of power sufficient for her survival. Then she summoned her divine artifact, the Yada no Kagami, from Takamagara. Amaterasu's eyes glowed crimson. At last, with a resonating hum, the Yada no Kagami, encapsulating the power of the sun from Takamagara, materialized before her. Indeed, this golden mirror represented Amaterasu's ultimate strike. It could be said that this mirror was her greatest support in ruling Takamagara. Now emboldened by the presence of the Yada no Kagami, Amaterasu declared, "Monkey demon, this is my strongest move. Kinu, the golden crow descends." The mirror emerged, and Amaterasu opened her mouth, swallowing the mirror whole. In an instant, as the mirror was consumed, golden flames enveloped Amaterasu. Then she transformed into a majestic three-legged golden crow, soaring before the great sage. With a breath, this golden crow unleashed a torrent of golden flames that surged towards the great sage. Yet, in the face of this oncoming inferno, the great sage remained unfazed, neither defending nor retreating, allowing the flames to engulf him. Monkey demon, do you truly believe this is merely an ordinary golden flame? This is the fire of the golden crow. Did you really think your mortal body could withstand it? Utterly foolish. You shall pay the price for your arrogance. The deity Amaterasu, embodying the golden crow, laughed with abandon. Her flames were unlike any other in the celestial realm. They consumed all, leaving nothing unscathed. She doubted that even the strongest of monkey flesh could withstand the wrath of the golden crow's fire. Boom, boom. The sky was instantly filled with golden flames, swallowing the very place where the great sage had stood, leaving him suddenly vanished, with only the roaring fire remaining. The blaze raged for over 10 seconds, and apart from the crackling of burning materials, no other sound emerged. It seemed the great sage had truly fallen victim. Surely the great sage hasn't become complacent? No, not like this, great sage. The onlookers from the land of Hua anxiously gazed into the sea of golden flames. Noticing that the Monkey King had not stirred, their hearts filled with panic. Some even clasped their heads in despair, just as victory seemed within reach. How could such a situation arise? The great sage. While the common people of Hua were worried, even Su Xing frowned at the sight of the flames. This was no ordinary fire. It was the fire of the golden crow. Although the golden crow's flames from the land of Sakura could not be compared to those of Hua, they were still formidable. Did the great sage truly remain unscathed amidst such flames? As Su Xing pondered this, a sudden gust of wind swept across the arena. The force was immense, causing the platform to tremble and the spectators to struggle to maintain their balance. Then, astonishingly, the raging flames were swept away, vanishing without a trace. Where did this wind come from? Look, it is the great sage. Just as the crowd wondered about the origin of the wind, they beheld the great sage in the center of the arena, completely unharmed, inhaling deeply. With a mighty breath, he consumed the once menacing golden flames, swallowing them whole. Afterward, the great sage smacked his lips, shaking his head in dissatisfaction. Ah, what a fire you have here. The flavor is truly lacking. It pales in comparison to the flames from the furnace of Lao Jun. Is this all there is to it? Can it even be considered the golden crow's fire? What? The recent tempest was merely a breath from the great sage. He astonishingly devoured the raging flames into oblivion. Is he still dissatisfied with the taste? Those who had previously worried whether the great sage might be harmed by this fire were now utterly astonished. Could it be that the divine technique of Amaterasu was extinguished by a single breath? Just how formidable is the great sage? Has he transcended yet again since the journey to the west? Among those in awe was Su Xing, who had not anticipated the great sage would so effortlessly quench the golden crow's fire. He recalled that in the journey to the west, the great sage had only reached the pinnacle of the Deluo golden immortal realm. Yet now, Su Xing felt a sense of foreboding. It seemed the great sage had subtly approached the threshold of the quasi-saint level. Back in the arena, Amaterasu's eyes widened in terror. She could not fathom that her most powerful strike had been extinguished by this monkey with a mere breath. No, I am absolutely no match for him. Amaterasu trembled all over, completely devoid of the courage to continue fighting. Meanwhile, the great sage's staff showed no sign of slowing. Bang! With a single blow, he sent Amaterasu flying through the air. One must concede that Amaterasu was indeed stronger than her two brothers. After enduring the great sage's strike, she did not entirely lose her ability to move. She still managed to rise and plead for mercy. I beg you, monkey, no, great sage, spare my life. It must be noted that the Sakura deity, when faced with the specter of life and death, displayed remarkable pragmatism. As long as she could survive, the dignity of a deity was but an ephemeral concern. Izanami had demonstrated this, and now Amaterasu followed suit, bowing deeply in supplication to the great sage. This act left the people of Sakura Nation feeling somewhat mortified. Their once proud Amaterasu was bowing before a deity from Huaxia. However, they quickly regained their composure. The deity was defeated, and the outcome was evident, but they could not allow the great sage to slay their Amaterasu as well. Should all three divine children perish upon this sacred arena, it would be a tremendous loss for Sakura Nation. Huaxia people, are you not a nation of propriety? Why must your deities pursue total annihilation? Indeed, our Susanoo and Tsukuyami have already fallen to your deities. Now even Amaterasu is in peril. The people of Sakura began to clamor, attempting to exert pressure on the Huaxia. Yet, regrettably, Huaxia was not swayed by such tactics. Your deities from Sakura Nation have previously slain many of our deities. Now you expect us to act as benevolent saints? That is utterly impossible. Chapter 35. The Lord of the Gods of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom rips through space to arrive. Do not hold back, great sage. These foreign gods are not worthy of sympathy. Indeed, especially the deities of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, like the Cherry Blossom people. They are akin to wolves that cannot be tamed. Without heeding their words, the great sage paid no mind to Amaterasu's pleas. The golden staff was poised to descend upon the head of the sun goddess. Wait, stop. Just as the great sage was about to strike, a voice resonated from the heavens. A formidable pressure emanated from the sky, compelling the onlookers to gaze upwards. To their astonishment, a rift had been torn in the heavens, revealing a void of darkness. Within this abyss, a formless shadow lingered, the source of the earlier voice. What is this? Is this also a deity? Why does this shadow exude such overwhelming force? As they beheld the formless figure, a profound weight seemed to settle upon them, rendering them breathless. This shadow was there to rescue Amaterasu. Thus it too was a deity of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, yet its identity remained a mystery. Su Xing observed the shadow closely, muttering to himself. The ability to forcibly breach the barriers of the mythic realm and interfere in this arena was a feat that surpassed the so-called supreme deity, Izanami. In the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, deities more powerful than Izanami could be counted on one hand. What manner of specter lurks in the shadows, daring to obstruct your grandfather's son? Back in the arena, the great sage felt the weight of the shadow's pressure most acutely. Yet, he remained undaunted, not even furrowing his brow. Brandishing the golden staff, he addressed the shadow with disdain. How audacious! I am the creator god, the supreme god of the celestial realm. You, a mere monkey demon, dare to stand before me without prostrating yourself. A sharp and authoritative voice reverberated from the void, followed by an even greater release of divine power. Buzz. The force of this pressure caused the entire arena to tremble, rendering the mortal spectators incapable of standing. The supreme god of the celestial realm. It is he. As Su Xing summoned the power of the divine, resisting the overwhelming force, he marveled at the unforeseen consequence of confronting Amaterasu, the emergence of this ancient entity from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. In the lore of the Cherry Blossom deities, the supreme god of the celestial realm is indeed regarded as the creator god. He stands as the foremost among the triad of creation within their mythos. His title signifies the master of the center of the celestial realm, symbolizing his position as the nucleus of the universe and the ultimate existence. He is also the source of power for all deities within the Cherry Blossom pantheon. To describe him as the lord of the gods of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom would be a most fitting representation. It is hardly surprising that he possesses sufficient power to tear through the barriers of space, forcibly transitioning from the mythical realm to the arena. Behold, it is the esteemed deity, the lord of the celestial realm. How splendid! Our divine sovereign has arrived. I had always assumed that the accounts of the lord of the celestial realm were mere legends. I never imagined that in our Sakura nation, the revered figure of the lord of the celestial realm truly exists. Indeed, the records regarding the lord of the celestial realm have always been shrouded in ambiguity. We have never encountered his likeness upon the divine arena. We had presumed that perhaps this magnificent deity did not exist at all. And yet today he has chosen to manifest within this arena. Haha, splendid. With the lord of the celestial realm at our side, what do we have to fear from Huaxia? The monkey demon of Huaxia shall be utterly powerless before him. Lord of the celestial realm, swiftly vanquish this monkey demon. He is beyond redemption. The accounts of the ancient deity, the lord of the celestial realm, are vague in the annals of Sakura nation, leading many of its people to doubt the existence of such a divine being. Yet now, the legendary deity has indeed appeared, sending them into a frenzy of joy. With the lord of the celestial realm present, what could they possibly fear? Is there any entity in Huaxiao capable of standing against our lord of the celestial realm? You, a mere monkey demon, upon hearing the name of the lord of the celestial realm, should be trembling in fear. The Sakura folk are already jubilant. However, at that moment, Wukong, standing in the arena, merely dug at his ear and disdainfully remarked, "What nonsense is this? The lord of the celestial realm? I've never heard of such a thing. You dare to call yourself a creator god? Very well, since you are so audacious, I shall reveal my true form and demonstrate my terror." Upon hearing the words of the great sage, the shadow of the lord of the celestial realm erupted in laughter. The shadow shifted, transforming into an indistinct humanoid figure, poised to step through the void into the arena. Suddenly, however, hundreds of chains of regulation materialized upon the arena, sealing the rift in space and obstructing the deity's path into the arena. The Lord of the Celestial Realm is not the designated deity for this battle and cannot participate. At this moment, Freya floated over, her pupils transformed into a brilliant gold. It was evident that she had been imbued with the will of the arena and was intent on preventing the Lord of the Celestial Realm from breaching the rules. These chains of regulation are formidable. If I were to forcibly exert my power, I too would incur injury within this realm. The Lord of the Celestial Realm surveyed Freya and then the chains of regulation before him, weighing his options. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately chose to withdraw his step. Return to the void space. The deity addressed the great sage, saying, "Monkey demon, I can pardon your disrespect. However, you must spare the life of Amaterasu. Otherwise, I shall risk injury to annihilate you from this realm." The deity, embodying a stance of mercy, believed that as a creator god, making such a concession was a significant achievement. The monkey should have recognized the gravity of the situation and released Amaterasu. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, after the deity's proclamation, the great sage paid him no heed. Brandishing his staff, he swung it directly at Amaterasu's head. With a horrendous scream, the deity Amaterasu, lying on the ground, had her brain explode like a watermelon. Thus, this pivotal figure in the land of cherry blossoms was brutally slain by the great sage. Consequently, all three divine offspring of the cherry blossom deity met their demise at his hands. "How dare you? You are unforgivable." The deity was incensed to witness the audacity of the monkey demon, who had the gall to kill Amaterasu before his very eyes. The wrath of the deity surged forth, unleashing a piercing scream. In an instant, his divine power surged, and a massive black hand broke through the chains of order, reaching out to seize the great sage. "Heavenly Sovereign, you have violated the rules. Retreat at once." The arenas will summon thousands of chains of regulation in a futile attempt to restrain the black hand. Alas, while these chains weakened its power, they ultimately could not stop it. "Lord Heavenly Sovereign, eliminate this monkey demon. He has slaughtered all three divine offspring. This is dire." Great sage, evade quickly. This is the power of a creator god. Even the audience felt the terror emanating from that massive hand, and gasps of astonishment filled the air. Yet, the great sage at the center remained unyielding. Indeed, he feared neither heaven nor earth. The might of an alien deity could never intimidate him, even if it was a creator god. Law of heaven and earth. The great sage invoked this divine power, summoning the celestial patterns to counter the oncoming black hand. However, the strength of that hand was formidable, and in an instant, the great sage found himself at a disadvantage, retreating step by step. This is not good. The great sage may not be a match for the heavenly sovereign, Su Xing thought anxiously as he glanced toward the great sage. While the great sage could easily vanquish the three divine offspring, the heavenly sovereign was, after all, the progenitor of the cherry blossom deities, the source of their mythic power. In terms of status, the heavenly sovereign could be likened to Pangu of Huaxia. Naturally, his strength could not compare to even a single hair of Pangu. Yet facing the current great sage, it seemed that the great sage was in peril. Upon the stage, the mighty power of the great sage was gradually waning. It appeared that he was on the verge of being consumed by the colossal hand. Yet, in a sudden turn of events, ripples in the fabric of space emerged behind him. Subsequently, a Bodhi fruit materialized, swiftly maturing into a towering Bodhi tree. The branches of this sacred tree converged, transforming into a great hand that shielded the great sage from the malevolent grasp of the celestial adversary, averting impending doom. Chapter 36. The Creator Deity? A farce. How dare a mere aberration lay hands on my disciple? The hand fashioned from the branches of the tree intercepted the dark hand of the celestial being. Then, from behind the Bodhi tree, a spectral figure materialized. An elderly man, exuding an aura of celestial grace, appeared right behind the great sage. Thunderous rumblings reverberated through the arena as the elder manifested. Soon, the entire arena began to tremble with increasing intensity, to the point where it felt as though the very space was on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, just as the arena seemed destined to implode, the order chains activated, swiftly repairing the arena's structure. At last, the space was stabilized, and the arena was saved. As the arena regained its stability, the surviving spectators began to murmur among themselves. The members of the Lighthouse Federation exclaimed, "What on earth is this commotion?" First, a celestial being appears, and now another powerful deity arrives. Are they here to play mahjong in the arena? Is this deity from Huaxia? Huaxia possesses such formidable gods. Could this be the creator deity of Huaxia? It must be the creator deity. Otherwise, the arena wouldn't have nearly collapsed under such power. Impossible. Wasn't the world of Huaxia created by our Western ancient god Odin? How could Huaxia have a creator deity? The people of Huaxia remarked, "Is this venerable elder a god from Huaxia? Such immense strength. Did you hear his words? Is he perhaps the master of the great sage? Heavens, if the great sage is already so formidable, how powerful must his master be? Regardless, we should rejoice. The great sage is saved with his assistance. It is indeed the Bodhi ancestor." While others speculated about the identity of the deity whose sudden appearance nearly caused the arena to collapse, Su Xing recognized him instantly. With formidable strength, the Bodhi tree, and the title of the great sage's master, these elements coalesced to reveal the identity of the Bodhi ancestor. The great sage was not only saved, but the celestial adversary would also face dire consequences. Upon seeing the Bodhi ancestor's arrival, Su Xing finally felt a sense of relief. Moments ago, there was a lingering concern that the great sage might find himself at a disadvantage in the realm of heaven. However, all is well now. In the presence of the venerable Bodhi patriarch, this celestial domain is akin to a mere trifle. Master, the great sage, upon recognizing his mentor, immediately knelt before the Bodhi patriarch, his eyes shimmering as if brimming with unshed tears. It has been thousands of years since he departed from the Lingtai Fangsuan mountain to hone his skills, and he had not laid eyes upon his esteemed teacher, the one who imparted to him the art of sorcery. He recalled the time when his master had cautioned him not to speak of his name once he ventured forth, leading him to believe that his master had cast him aside, never to be seen again. Yet, unexpectedly, in the face of peril, it was this very master who tore through the barriers of space and intertwined with fate to rescue him. "Master, I have brought you trouble," the great sage thought, bowing his head in reverence to the Bodhi patriarch. Although he, son Wukong, does not bow to heaven or earth, he willingly submits to his master. "You impudent monkey, lacking in skill yet attempting to show off. For now, retreat behind me. I shall ensure no harm befalls you." The Bodhi patriarch stroked his beard and gazed at the kneeling great sage, speaking words that, though reproachful, bore no hint of genuine admonition. Rather, they were infused with a profound sense of protection and indulgence. With his words spoken, the Bodhi patriarch turned his attention to the looming shadow in the realm of heaven, a cold glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He remained silent, gesturing with his hand, and summoned more branches of the Bodhi tree, drawing them closer to the ethereal presence of heaven. Facing the emergence of additional Bodhi branches, the entity in heaven remained unfazed, its shadow releasing a voice to engage the Bodhi patriarch. "Noble friend ahead, we are both creators of the universe. Why must we engage in conflict over a mere insect? Allow me to handle the monkey behind you, and let us forge a bond of goodwill." The shadow sensed the formidable power of the Bodhi patriarch, mistakenly believing that they were of equal stature as creators of the universe. Thus, it spoke with a tone of amicability. Nevertheless, it did not choose to relent, insisting that the Bodhi patriarch surrender the great sage, confident that this creator from Huaxia would not resort to violence over a trivial monkey demon. After all, in its perspective, the Bodhi patriarch must also be wary of its strength. Both are creators, reluctant to engage in a conflict that could lead to mutual destruction. However, to the shadow's astonishment, upon hearing its words, the Bodhi patriarch erupted into laughter, as if hearing the grandest joke in the world. He slowly shook his head and spoke. "Huaxia's creator? I, an old man, am far from deserving such a title. In the realm of Huaxia, there is but one creator god, and the disparity between him and me is akin to a single grain in the vast ocean, like a firefly compared to the luminous moon." Chapter 37. The Scurrying Escape. Indeed, there exists but one creator god in Huaxia. The chasm between us is as vast as the sea compared to a mere grain, a firefly against the brilliance of the moon. Yet you, merely an ant newly ascended to quasi-saint status, dare to claim the title of creator god? How laughable. You speak nonsense. Within the annals of myth, no being of such formidable strength exists. Very well, since my divine friend refuses to show me any courtesy, let us engage in a contest. The celestial sovereign could hardly believe that the creator god of Huaxia could surpass the Bodhi patriarch by such a significant margin. Thus, he naturally assumed that the Bodhi patriarch was mocking him. A dignified creator god, feeling the sting of humiliation, could no longer endure. The dark energy surrounding him surged once more, and a colossal black hand, as vast as half the sky, reached out menacingly towards the Bodhi patriarch. Yet, before this hand could extend far, the branches of the Bodhi tree in the air instantly ensnared it. "What are mere lowly plants to hinder my celestial hand?" The celestial sovereign paid no heed to the Bodhi branches. He was confident in the might of his celestial hand, which drew upon his divine essence. Surely, such branches could not withstand his grasp. Just as he was poised to propel his celestial hand forward, he suddenly found it utterly immobile. The Bodhi branches radiated enigmatic symbols of the great Tao, binding his celestial hand in place. And that was not the end of it. He sensed the Bodhi branches infiltrating his divine hand, inexorably siphoning his divine essence. How could this be? What manner of plant could possibly extract my divine essence? The celestial sovereign gazed in disbelief at the Bodhi branches, terror rising within him. The divine essence is the most vital aspect of a deity. Any loss would leave even him severely weakened. No, we are both creator gods. How could you possibly surpass me so? In that moment, the celestial sovereign was thoroughly panicked. He had miscalculated. He believed he could contend with the Bodhi patriarch, yet he had not anticipated that he would be utterly outmatched by a single technique. The branches capable of extracting divine essence filled him with dread. In a desperate bid, the celestial sovereign cast aside all hesitation. He resolved to sever his own hand and flee without a second thought. Slap. Having consumed a portion of divine essence, the celestial sovereign forcefully severed his two black hands from his body. After relinquishing his hands, he felt a fleeting sense of safety. At that moment, he regained his composure. Unwilling to flee in disgrace before so many spectators, he resolved to maintain an air of superiority and issued a defiant proclamation in the void. The deities of Huaxia shall spare you for now, but when I descend in my true form, I will exact vengeance for this day. With these ominous words, the celestial sovereign summoned his divine power, hastening the closure of the rift between the void and the arena, preparing to make his escape. However, the venerable patriarch Bodhi would not allow the celestial sovereign to simply depart unchallenged. It would have been one matter if he had fled without a word. But his final declaration elicited a cold response from Patriarch Bodhi. What gives you the audacity to act so brazenly in my presence? With a swift motion, Bodhi conjured a cerulean lotus, which he ignited with a terrifying blue flame that surged toward the still visible void where the celestial sovereign had been. With a resounding explosion, the blue flames engulfed the void entirely, accompanied by the anguished cries of the celestial sovereign. Ah, my divine essence! My divine essence! Ah, you shall pay for this! Deities of Huaxia. Amidst his cries, the rift in the void finally sealed shut, erasing all trace of his presence from the arena. The spectators were left utterly astonished, witnessing the once mighty celestial sovereign reduced to a desperate flight, his fate unknown. A long silence ensued, followed by a collective intake of breath. The citizens of the Sakura nation sank into despair, their eyes devoid of hope. No, can someone explain how our Lord Celestial Sovereign fled so easily? He was supposed to be our master of the universe, and he fell so effortlessly? Fool, who was the one that boasted about waging war against Huaxia? I warned you that Huaxia is a lion. We should not provoke them. You were the loudest when challenging Huaxia. It's over, it's over. I do not wish to be a slave. Can anyone save me? Huaxia possesses such formidable divine beings. Can our Zeus, the Lord of the gods of the Hella nation, truly defeat him? In the audience of Hela, Zeus too trembled at the realization. If Nezha's victory over the Sakura nation's Izanami had instilled shock, this moment was beyond comprehension. Today, I beheld the formidable sage who crushed the three noble sons and the venerable Bodhi ancestor, who effortlessly banished the divine being from the heavens. My heart was filled with trepidation, even fear. Is it possible that from this day forth, Huaxia shall rise? No. It is imperative that Huaxia does not ascend in such a manner. I must devise a strategy to suppress this roaring lion. If Huaxia were to flourish unchecked, would not those they once oppressed seek retribution? The countenances of individuals from other nations darkened, while the people of Huaxia were engulfed in jubilance. All Huaxia citizens leapt in exhilaration, and the high-ranking officials clutched their hearts, unable to believe the reality before them. Bodhi ancestor, majestic, we have triumphed. I could have imagined the prowess of the Bodhi ancestor, but never did I anticipate such magnificence. Indeed, that deity from the cherry blossom nation, the god of heavenly sovereignty, was purported to be a creator god, yet was so easily vanquished by the Bodhi ancestor. Truly, only one of such divine caliber is worthy to be the master of the great sage. I shall erect temples for the great sage and the Bodhi ancestor, establishing their shrines throughout the land of Huaxia. By the way, did you all notice that the Bodhi ancestor mentioned there is only one creator god of Huaxia, and that he himself is but a flickering firefly in comparison to the radiant moon? Do you think such a powerful deity truly exists? I believe not. The words of the Bodhi ancestor were likely intended as a psychological strike against that celestial being. Indeed, I concur. With the Bodhi ancestor's might, how could there possibly be a deity more powerful than he? Returning to the arena, the Bodhi ancestor gazed upon his disciple, the little monkey, and prepared to depart from this realm. Well then, Mischievous monkey, I have aided you as much as I can. I cannot remain in this space for long. Once you leave this realm, you must devote yourself to diligent cultivation. Remember, no matter what you wish to accomplish, you must first become strong. Heed your Master's teachings. Hearing his Master's words, the great sage bowed and promptly nodded in agreement, understanding the profound meaning behind his Master's counsel. The Bodhi ancestor nodded in acknowledgement, then withdrew his Bodhi branch, preparing to leave this world. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly turned his gaze towards Su Xing, who had just vanquished the ghostly taro kitten. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his aged yet serene eyes. The Bodhi ancestor then addressed Su Xing, young friend. What is your name? In response, ancestor, I am called Su Xing. Su Xing was momentarily startled upon being addressed by the Bodhi ancestor, but quickly regained composure and replied, Su Xing. Upon hearing the name Su Xing, Master Bodhi paused, gently closed his eyes, and seemed to engage in a moment of profound contemplation. Suddenly, a Bodhi seed enveloped in a verdant aura drifted gracefully into Su Xing's hand. Young friend, he intoned, our meeting today signifies a fated connection. This is a seed of enlightenment, which may prove beneficial to you. I bestow it upon you. As Su Xing received the seed, he instantly felt a surge of extraordinary energy coursing through his being. With the complete assimilation of the ethereal essence, he sensed a dramatic increase in his divine energy. A thrilling realization dawned upon him. He was on the verge of yet another breakthrough. Could it truly be? The rapidity of his progress astonished him. Just half an hour prior, during the 4th round, he had ascended 2 levels to the late stage of martial saint. Yet, here he was, poised to transcend once more. Advancing beyond the late stage of martial saint would elevate him to the martial emperor realm. This realm, a profound transformation beyond that of a martial saint, signified a departure from the domain of divine favor. Strictly speaking, those who attained this level could no longer be referred to merely as divine favored. Hence, the martial emperor realm is often dubbed as the realm of the pseudo-divine. This designation reflects the formidable prowess of its practitioners. While they may not contend with true deities, their might surpasses that of mere mortals by a considerable margin. Currently, amidst the arena, Su Xing was aware that this was not the appropriate moment for a breakthrough. Thus, he chose to temporarily suppress the burgeoning power within him. He lifted his gaze to express his gratitude to Master Bodhi, only to find that the venerable figure had mysteriously vanished. Master Bodhi had departed without a sound, as if he had never graced this realm. In homage to Master Bodhi, despite his absence, Su Xing bowed toward the direction where the master had stood, bidding farewell. Similarly, the other individuals from Huaxia rose in unison, bowing to convey their respect to Master Bodhi. Little one, the great sage remarked with a playful grin, my master has left, and I too must return. I trust one did not bring you shame in this battle. After completing his bow, Su Xing responded, great sage, your performance today was nothing short of magnificent. I believe that from this day forth, no one in Huaxia shall dare to refer to you as Bai Ma Wen again. The title of Qi Tian de Sheng will echo throughout every corner of Huaxia. Upon hearing Su Xing's words, he recalled the spectacle of the great sage's overwhelming defeat of the 3 noble scions from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, reminiscent of a cat playing with its prey. He was confident that henceforth, no one would ever again address the great sage as Bai Ma Wen. Indeed, great sage, we acknowledge our folly. We were blind to your true greatness, referring to you merely as the stable master. Henceforth, you shall bear but one title, that of our illustrious great sage equal to heaven. Great sage, from this day forth, you shall be my idol. Great sage, I wish to bear your offspring. As Su Xing concluded, the audience from Huaxia, along with the comments streaming on the screen, expressed their admiration for the great sage. With a hearty laugh, the great sage proclaimed his departure. Observing the external deities, it became evident that some possessed genuine power. Upon returning, the great sage vowed to enhance his cultivation, ensuring that he would never again be subdued by any foreign god. With that, he invited anyone to summon him whenever necessary. With a smile, he uttered a few parting words, and then the divine image behind him transformed into a streak of light, soaring back into the portrait, bidding farewell to the great sage. Even after the great sage had completely departed, Su Xing, along with everyone present, bowed in reverence. They were sincerely grateful for the victory the great sage had brought to Huaxia. As the great sage departed, akin to the previous matches, 10 divine light points emerged and entered Su Xing's being. Following the completion of the divine attributes, Freya descended, preparing to announce the results of the contest. In the 5th round, Huaxia triumphed over Sakura Nation. The overall score now stood at 32 in favor of Huaxia. The ruling was declared. Huaxiao emerged victorious in this arena battle. From this moment forth, the laws of reward and punishment would take effect between the two nations. The spiritual energy of Sakura Nation would be halved, with half of its territory becoming Huaxia's, and a portion of its populace forcibly converted into slaves for Huaxia. Upon Freya's declaration, a golden mist and a black mist floated from the arena. The golden mist entered Huaxia's realm, while the black mist surged towards Sakura Nation. As the golden mist permeated Huaxia, the spiritual energy surged dramatically, doubling in potency. This sudden influx of energy elevated all divine guardians within Huaxia by one minor realm. Meanwhile, ordinary citizens, not favored by divine blessings, experienced enhancements in their physical constitution and extended lifespans. The inhabitants of Huaxia, sensing the transformation within their bodies, erupted in ecstatic cheers, raising their arms in celebration. Conversely, the fate of Sakura Nation was starkly different. The black mist infiltrated their borders, initially siphoning away half of their spiritual energy, leading to a decline in the populace's vitality. Subsequently, half of their territory and resources were ceded to Huaxia. In a shocking turn, the population of Sakura, which stood at 180 million, witnessed 9 million of its people suddenly marked with the character for slave upon their foreheads. Chapter 39, A Successful Breakthrough. Those who bear no mark of servitude upon their foreheads feel as though they have been reborn, expressing immense gratitude to the heavens. Conversely, those from the land of cherry blossoms, marked with the symbol of slavery, weep bitterly in despair. No one desires to be a slave, and the inhabitants of the cherry blossom nation are no exception. It is crucial to understand that their selection as slaves for the cherry blossom nation does not merely affect them. Their descendants for 3 generations will also be bound to serve the Han people, obeying them without the slightest hint of rebellion. Alas, similarly, within the arena, several chosen individuals from the cherry blossom nation weep uncontrollably, marked as slaves to the Han. Yet, Su Xing gazes upon them with no sympathy whatsoever. The law of the jungle prevails. The cherry blossom people are not deserving of pity. Were it not for his arrival from another realm, the outcome of this divine battle would likely have resulted in the Han's defeat, leading to a time when the Han people would themselves become slaves to the cherry blossom nation. At that juncture, not a single cherry blossom individual would extend their sympathy to the Han. We have truly triumphed. Long live the deities of the Han. And Su Xing. Long live Su Xing. If it were not for him, we would have long since lost. The proclamation of the final outcome naturally incites a wave of jubilation. The high-ranking officials of the Han share in this sentiment, with Elder Zhang and Elder Wang, both teary-eyed, supporting each other. They exchange glances, witnessing the joy reflected in one another's eyes. To be candid, during the second round against the Cherry Blossom Nation, they had internally relinquished hope for victory, believing that defeat was inevitable for the Han. However, they were utterly unprepared for the emergence of the young Su Xing, who rescued the Han from despair. It was unimaginable to consider the state of the Han had Su Xing not championed their cause. The nation would have faced ruin, and the people would have suffered greatly. Regarding the records of the Han, we must reach a resolution, Elder Wang suddenly remarked, turning to Elder Zhang after a brief silence. The records of the Han, once regarded as a national treasure, have been rendered utterly discredited after Su Xing's 3 battles, proving the contents to be mere fabrications, as he asserted. The ancient text now possesses no credibility whatsoever. To prevent further misleading the populace, the authorities must take action. Indeed, Elder Zhang nodded in agreement, calling over several other high-ranking officials to implement new policies. First, the records of the Han are officially classified as a forbidden text, prohibiting all schools, households, and research institutions from studying or referencing it further. Second, a nationwide collection of the records of the Han will commence, with plans for incineration and destruction. Third, all recorded contents within the records of the Han will be deemed false and will not serve as a basis for the Han's understanding of the divine. From top to bottom, let us commence immediately. Returning to the arena, the divine rewards and punishments have already taken effect between the two nations. The next task is to determine which nation will face off in the subsequent divine arena battle. Due to the limited participation of Huaxia in these divine contests, it is decided that Huaxia will once again be the contender. As for Huaxia's opponent, it will be randomly selected from the nations that previously extended a challenge to Huaxia. On the arena, Freya waved her hand, and a spinning wheel materialized before them. This will bore the names of nations from around the world, those that had previously issued combat challenges to Huaxia. Upon a cursory glance, dozens of nations were inscribed upon it, including Shira, the Lighthouse Federation, the Southeast Alliance, the Pyramid Nation, Babylon, the Nordic countries, Gallo, and the Carnival Nation, among others. These nations had all extended their challenges to Huaxia during the second round of battle against Sakura. At that time, they perceived Huaxia as an easy target, eager to seize a piece of its strength. However, now, aside from a few formidable nations like Shira, Pyramid, and the Lighthouse Federation, the smaller nations that once sought to engage have all retreated from their ambitions. After witnessing the prowess of Patriarch Bodhi, who could fathom what other powerful deities Huaxia might conceal? Would Patriarch Bodhi emerge in the next battle? Let us draw the next nation to face Huaxia. The pointer shall land on the nation destined to engage in combat with Huaxia. As Freya concluded her statement, the battle wheel began to spin. With each revolution, many hearts raced in tandem. Please do not land on our nation. Please do not land on our nation, pleaded Park, the leader of Samida, among those anxious souls. With hands clasped in prayer, he fervently wished that his nation would not be chosen to battle Huaxia. He had once thought of Huaxia as a soft target, but now he was taken aback to discover that Huaxia possessed a deity as formidable as Patriarch Bodhi. How could he dare entertain any thoughts of confrontation? It is well known that the deity of Samida had once been regarded as one of the weakest alongside Huaxia. To confront Huaxia's divine power would be tantamount to courting disaster for Samida. Samida wished fervently to avoid a confrontation with Huaxia. Yet, as fate would have it, the very thing they wished to evade came to fruition. The wheel beside Freya had already settled on the next nation to contend with Huaxia. It was none other than their own Samida. What? Upon witnessing this turn of events, Park was struck as if by lightning, his vision fading to black as he fainted from sheer shock. Likewise, the citizens of Samida, upon realizing that their nation was to face Huaxia, wore expressions of disbelief akin to having been struck by a swarm of flies. Can the deities of the nation of Samida truly rival those of the illustrious Huaxia? Are they destined to become mere slaves to the people of Huaxia? At this moment, despair envelopes the citizens of Samida, while jubilation fills the hearts of the Huaxia people, for the deities of Samida appear to be feeble. The impending match against Samida seems to signify certain victory for Huaxia. The clash between Huaxia and Samida is set to commence in 2 hours, with the live broadcast expected to reach audiences worldwide. Returning to the arena, Freya announced to the crowd before the global livestream was abruptly cut. After exchanging a nod with Su Xing, she ascended once more into the air. Su Xing, descending from the stage, seized the precious time before his next bout, 2 hours to be precise, to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation. He settled cross-legged in the Huaxia audience section, clasping a Bodhi fruit in hand. The fruit emanated an invigorating and profound essence that began to permeate his being. As the power of the Bodhi fruit nourished him, a sudden surge of energy erupted from Su Xing's dantian, flooding his entire body. He was steadily advancing in his cultivation. Meanwhile, on the side of Samida, after succumbing to despair, their ruler, Park Danshu, refused to remain passive and initiated his own course of action. With their nation selected to face Huaxia, the stakes were dire. A loss would spell annihilation for Samida, with its citizens potentially reduced to servitude. Hence, for the sake of his own freedom, Park Danshu resolved that Samida could not afford to lose. However, he recognized that relying solely on his nation would likely lead to defeat against Huaxia. Thus, he saw only one recourse: to seek external assistance. This ally would not be just anyone, but rather their strategic partner, the North American Lighthouse Federation. Chapter 40. The goddess of Samida takes the stage. Prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy, the Samida nation maintained a close cooperative relationship with the North American Lighthouse Federation. Following the awakening of spiritual energy, Samida even compromised its national dignity in exchange for the Federation's aid. Consequently, Park Danshu brought along his beautiful daughter to meet with the Federation's leader, Ross, hoping they would once again extend a helping hand to save Samida. Cautiously, Park Danshu entered the observation room of the North American Lighthouse Federation's leader, Ross. Upon his arrival, he was taken aback to find not only Ross present, but also the ruler of the nation of Sheila, Zeus II, in attendance. The supreme leaders of the two nations, as if foreseeing the arrival of Park Duanju, beckoned him with a mere gesture of their fingers. "Mr. Park, we have been waiting for you for quite some time," they remarked. "In order to thwart the burgeoning power of Huaxia, our nation of Hila and the Lighthouse Federation shall extend our assistance to your country of Samida in triumphing over Huaxia in this divine conflict." Little did they know Hila, the Lighthouse Federation, and Samida had already commenced their clandestine alliance. At this moment, Su Xing had successfully achieved a breakthrough. A sensation akin to a dam bursting forth coursed through him, amplifying his strength 100-fold. In that instant, Su Xing realized he had ascended to the realm of the martial emperor. Hiss! A faint golden light began to emanate from his body. As he slowly opened his eyes, He was startled to find the high-ranking officials of Huaxia gazing at him with expressions of disbelief and astonishment. Su Xing, you have remarkably attained the martial emperor realm. Zhou Charan and others exclaimed, their voices trembling. They could scarcely believe that this young lad had so effortlessly reached such a height. Yet, the aura surrounding him unequivocally conveyed the truth. This 18-year-old youth had indeed achieved the martial emperor realm. How astonishing it was! It is worth noting that the martial emperor realm is the highest level known in human history. Huaxia had not witnessed the emergence of a new martial emperor in a span of 50 years. Yet, here stood this mere 18-year-old, who had so easily crossed into the martial emperor realm. How had he accomplished such a feat? Zhou Charan's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Su Xing, while others were left speechless, their astonishment rendering them incapable of utterance. Soon, 2 hours passed swiftly, and the world's live broadcast resumed. The goddess Freya reappeared in the arena, addressing the audience. The battle between Huaxiao and Samida is about to commence. The format remains a best-of-5 series. Let us begin with the first match. I invite both divine champions to the stage. With Freya's declaration, Su Xing rose immediately, confidently striding towards the arena. Indeed, it was he who would represent Huaxia in this duel against Samida. The entirety of Huaxia was now well acquainted with their divine champion, and thus, it was only fitting that Su Xing took the stage for this confrontation. As Su Xing entered the arena, the barrage of comments from Huaxia's spectators surged forth. Their confidence in him was unwavering. With him in the fray, there seemed to be no cause for concern regarding Huaxia's potential defeat. Su God has entered the arena. With Su God present, there is no need for worry. In this match against Samida, I feel we could even forego Su God. It seems almost an overestimation. Indeed, Samida is merely a nation in exile, hardly a threat. In the land of Huaxiao, there was a palpable sense of exhilaration, while the spectators from Samida wore expressions of profound despondency, though the battle had yet to commence. The mere sight of Su Xing instilled an unsettling premonition of defeat within them. Despite this foreboding feeling, the inhabitants of Samida, known for their unyielding bravado, would not publicly concede. Thus, they continued to vociferously challenge in the live chat. Why does Su Xing keep taking the stage? Is there no one else from Huaxia to send forth? Our grand Samida shall not falter. Those formidable deities from Huaxia are likely all summoned by Su Xing. I refuse to believe he can summon the likes of the Bodhi ancestor or the great sage equal to heaven every time, as long as fortune favors us. And we draw forth our supreme deities, Huan Yin or the great god Dangun. Victory over Huaxia will be within our grasp. Indeed, we, the proud Samida, must harbor confidence. Our shamanic deities may yet prove superior. As the impending conflict loomed, the verbal sparring between the two nations continued unabated. Meanwhile, the leader of Samida, Park Duanshu, turned to the representatives from the Ross Federation and Zeus II, humbly inquiring, esteemed leaders, will your nation's competitors take the stage in this round? Although Park Duanshu was the sovereign of Samida, in the presence of the leaders from the Hira Nation and the Lighthouse Federation, his authority was notably diminished. Even in matters concerning their national competition, he found himself devoid of any decisive influence. Our warriors from Hira and the Lighthouse Federation are in the process of changing their nationality. Let us first send forth a representative from Samida to gauge Huaxia's capabilities. Rest assured, even if the first round is lost, our nations will assist you in reclaiming the honor. Zeus II and the leader of the Ross Federation exchanged glances before addressing Park Duanshu. Yes, Park Duanshu replied, not daring to express any dissent. And he promptly arranged for a representative to partake in the battle on behalf of Samida. Under his direction, the chosen warrior from Samida finally took the stage. She was a young woman in her 20s, clad in a very short skirt, tall in stature, with hair dyed in a myriad of colors, embodying the essence of a youthful idol group. Su Xing had a recollection of her. Her name was Lu Wenyang, a revered national goddess of Samida. Chapter 41, the fifth divine image, the leader from Guanjinku. She was the only divine warrior of the martial saint realm within Samida, boasting considerable popularity. Su Xing, would you consider joining our illustrious Samida? If you do, the wealth of Samida shall be yours, Lu Wenyang said enticingly, winking at Su Xing as she made her entrance. Thank you for the invitation, but I must politely decline. As Su Xing observed Lu Yuanying's ostentatious demeanor, he rolled his eyes in disdain and replied. He harbored no fondness for the people of Samida nation. In his previous life, this nation was but a minuscule entity, shamelessly appropriating various cultural elements from the Great Huaxia, while also aiding the Lighthouse Federation in its antagonism against Huaxia, incessantly causing disturbances along the borders. Such a nation is unworthy of being deemed an enemy, yet it is akin to a toad that repulses one with its presence. Therefore, Su Xing did not hold back and retorted without hesitation. How dare you speak to the goddess of Semida nation in such a manner? Huaxiao people truly lack decorum. Do you genuinely believe your victory is guaranteed? Beware, for when the Semida nation invokes deities like the heavenly emperor Hengyin, you may find yourself lamenting. Upon hearing Su Xing's audacious remarks directed at their goddess, the people of Semida were incensed, unleashing a torrent of vitriol in the comments. Conversely, the citizens of Huaxiao were equally indignant at the audacity of these lesser Semida folks to disparage their revered Su god, and they fervently took to their keyboards to defend him. These insignificant Semida citizens, what are you barking about? Even as a nation in exile, you still dare to be so arrogant. Perhaps you should fantasize about how you might restore your nation with the aid of your lighthouse father. What goddess Lu Yuanying? She is not even worthy to carry Su god's shoes. Yet you Semida nation hold her in such high regard. As the barrage of comments continued, both Su Xing and Lu Yuanying remained oblivious on the arena stage. Lu Yuanying, upon hearing Su Xing's words, muttered an expletive under her breath and shot him a glare before turning to enter the summoning platform. Su Xing too disregarded her and stepped into the platform. As the familiar hum enveloped him, images of deities began to materialize before Su Xing. He glanced from left to right. The first image depicted a red-faced deity, adorned with horns atop his head and wide-open eyes that seemed capable of perceiving the essence of all things. Clad in the attire of a heavenly warrior, complete with armor, he held a bronze mirror, exuding an imposing presence. Initially, Su Xing struggled to identify this deity, but upon closer inspection of the piercing gaze, he recognized him. This sharp-eyed deity was none other than Qianlian, a minor character featured in various mythological tales. Originally a general of the Shang dynasty, he was appointed as the chief of the Celestial Scouts following the conclusion of the investiture of the gods, tasked with overseeing the three realms. His eyes could penetrate the illusions of the world, even discerning the causality within the territories governed by sages and quasi-sages. However, his prowess and combat strength were not particularly formidable. Su Xing recalled that after the investiture, due to the celestial laws, Qianlian's capabilities had significantly diminished compared to his former self. Moreover, due to the entanglement of causality, their cultivation has become permanently anchored in the realm of the Golden Immortal. Yet, the Golden Immortal realm is not solely reserved for deities of combat. Hence, he cannot be selected for this round. Su Xing did not linger long on the image of the Thousand-Mile Eye, swiftly shifting his attention to the next divine figure. The second divine image also depicted a male deity. His appearance bore a resemblance to Lei Jinzi, with a face of deep indigo, protruding fangs, and a pair of crimson flesh wings from his back, their tips crackling with arcs of electricity and thunder. In his left hand, he wielded a black iron thunder hammer, while his right grasped a tungsten steel thunder chisel, the tip of which was inscribed with the nine heavens responding elemental talisman. The visage of this deity seemed familiar to Su Xing. After a moment of reflection, he recognized him. This deity was none other than the Heavenly Court's Thunder Lord, Xian Huan, originally a commander under the renowned Shang dynasty minister Wenzhong. Xian Huan was appointed as the rightful deity of the Thunder Department following his demise in the investiture of the gods. However, due to his shallow foundations, he could only wield low-level thunder, earning him the title of the weakest thunder god within the Thunder Department. This Thunder Lord also had his moments in Journey to the West, where he was commanded to slay the White-Bone Spirit, but was ultimately injured by the Great Sage's retaliatory strike, causing his thunder hammer to shatter and leaving him severely wounded. He was compelled to retreat into seclusion to restore his hammer. One wonders if he has succeeded in mending it by now. The second divine figure presented was still a deity of modest strength, prompting Su Xing to shake his head in disapproval. He continued to observe the third divine image from the Huaxia pantheon. However, upon gazing at the third divine figure, Su Xing could not help but smirk. What was amiss this time? The newly revealed divine images seemed to consist solely of deities of meager prowess, even featuring comical characters from mythology. Indeed, the third divine image depicted a deity of low combat capability. This deity was portrayed as a middle-aged man with a round face, broad nose, and a hearty smile, his disheveled hair and bare feet contributing to his unrefined appearance. Clad in a coarse gray-brown garment, he bore a wine gourd at his waist, while a faint golden aura radiated from behind him. This deity was none other than the one acclaimed as one of the luckiest deities, the Fu Jingguang Xian, more commonly known as the Barefoot Immortal. It is said that he was originally a woodcutter who, upon rescuing the injured steed of the Southern Pole Immortal, was rewarded with a celestial jujube, thereby attaining the status of an Earth Immortal. He roams the three realms in bare feet, accumulating merits while neglecting his cultivation. Lacking any combat prowess, he relies solely on the auspicious aura that envelopes him to evade calamities, surviving countless tribulations over the years. Among his legendary tales in the investiture of the gods, one of the most remarkable incidents occurred during the Divine War when he inadvertently stumbled into the sword array of the heavenly teaching, set to eradicate immortals. Originally, given his lofty realm and formidable combat prowess, entering the celestial sword array would have undoubtedly led to his immediate annihilation. However, the barefoot immortal, for reasons unknown, managed to emerge from the array unscathed after a brief sojourn. This unexpected outcome astonished even the illustrious Tongtian cult leader, leaving him in a state of bewilderment and ultimately compelled to allow others to depart. This incident became a tale recounted throughout mythology, evolving into a remarkable legend. The arrival of three Tai golden immortals raised the question of whether the next would also be of the same caliber. Su Xing sensed a stroke of ill fortune in this round, contemplating that the fourth divine being's realm would likely not be impressive. Indeed, upon gazing at the fourth deity, he discovered that it was yet another Tai golden immortal. The figure depicted in the image stood approximately 10 zhang tall, with muscles as solid as rock, a broad square face, and hair that stood upright like steel needles. Clad in bronze dragon armor and wielding a nearly 2-meter-long mountain-cleaving axe inscribed with the words "Power shakes mountains and rivers," this divine being was none other than the celestial vanguard of the heavenly court, renowned as the greatest stepping stone of the heavens, the giant spirit god. Originally a hybrid of the primordial witch clan and human lineage, he possessed immense strength, yet lacked intelligence. After being pacified by the heavenly court, he took on the role of a vanguard general. Each time the heavenly court faced conflict, he was the first to charge into battle. Regrettably, he was often met with defeat, becoming a general with a record of repeated failures. For instance, in the journey to the west, he was effortlessly sent flying by the great sage's staff, and in the Bao Lian lantern tale, he was struck down by the mountain-cleaving axe of Chen Xiang. Despite his lackluster battle record, he possessed a hidden ability. It was said that his bloodline retained remnants of Pangu's ferocity. In a fit of rage, he could transform into a towering giant, albeit indiscriminately attacking friend and foe alike. While the giant spirit god was merely a Tai golden immortal, he still qualified as a combat deity. Should the fifth divine being also turn out to be an inept warrior of the same rank, the task would fall to him. Su Xing shook his head in mild discontent and turned his gaze to the image of the fifth divine being that had just appeared. Upon doing so, his eyes widened in shock, and he became exhilarated. Initially doubtful that all 5 divine beings would be Tai, he was pleasantly surprised by the final image. Indeed, this fifth deity was a bona fide warrior god, a peak de luo golden immortal, the battle god of the heavenly court, and the foremost disciple of the Yu Su Palace's 3rd generation, Erlang Shen, Yang Jian. Chapter 42. No way, Yang Jian, is this handsome? While the other 4 divine beings were unfamiliar, the last one was instantly recognized as the offspring of Lord Shiva, the dog god, Yang Jian. The refresh of the 5 divine images led the Huaxia people to immediately identify Yang Jian, exclaiming the names of both the deity Shiva and the dog god. Upon uttering those words, they swiftly realized the implications. The identity of this canine deity, along with that of the offspring of Shiva, is chronicled in the book titled Records of Huaxia. Currently, the authorities have enacted a policy, officially deeming Records of Huaxia as a heretical text. Thus, one might ponder whether this canine deity is also a result of erroneous documentation by this nefarious book. Everyone, remain calm. It may well be that this Yang Jian is misrepresented by that text, someone suggested. Indeed, akin to the 3rd prince and the great sage, it is entirely possible that this Yang Jian is not truly the son of Shiva, nor a canine deity. Returning to the arena, a buzzing sound emerged. Before Su Xing, the image of Erlang Shen suddenly began to radiate a fierce golden light, reminiscent of the previous scene with Tai Yizhenren. Su Xing paused momentarily, then speculated that Erlang Shen must be seeking to volunteer for battle. The scene shifted to the mythological realm at Guangjianku. As Su Xing had surmised, Yang Jian was indeed unleashing his divine power, his face a picture of urgency as he yearned to descend onto the next divine combat arena. Erlang Shen, Yang Jian, was inherently a warrior at heart. For years, he had been longing for an authentic clash, a true battle that would allow him to transcend his limits. Unfortunately, his desires had not been fulfilled. It was not that there were no challengers in the divine realm. Rather, he struggled to find a worthy opponent who could match his ferocity in combat. Those of equal or lesser realms posed no challenge to him. While those of superior realms were either in hiding or far beyond his reach, beings he could not hope to withstand even a single strike from. Over the years, his few encounters with evenly matched adversaries had been limited to bouts with son Wukong. Regrettably, as their rivalry grew, so did their camaraderie, leading to a situation where neither could unleash their full potential in battle. This predicament left the battle-hungry Yang Jian feeling increasingly restless. On this day, he had planned to seek out son Wukong for further sparring when he learned from the latter that he had recently encountered a powerful foreign god who had torn through the void to subdue him. This revelation piqued Yang Jian's interest. Indeed, was not the divine combat arena in the lower realms the perfect venue for him to engage in battle? Why not descend directly and participate in this divine arena? Perhaps he would encounter an opponent worthy of a life-or-death struggle. What? Erlang Shen intends to participate in the next arena battle? In the heavenly court, the four gods, including Qianli Yin and Zhuling Shun, felt the aura of Erlang Shen emanating from the divine arena, their expressions turning to shock. The very image of Erlang Shen had materialized in the lower realm. How could they dare to compete with him for glory? Quickly, suppress your aura. In the heavenly court, the battle god Erlang Shen was regarded as a leader among them. Upon sensing the presence of Erlang Shen, their apprehension grew palpable. The four divine beings instantly diminished their divine powers, rendering their celestial images in the mortal realm dim and lackluster. Upon arriving in the lower realm, at Su Xing's summoning platform, he observed the images of Qianlian and others also fading into obscurity. Understanding their intentions, he smiled and addressed the image of Yang Jian on the second floor. Descendants of Huaxia pay homage to the esteemed true monarch of the clear source, the river lord, Yang Jian. As Su Xing's words echoed, the images of the other four divine beings vanished, leaving only the image of the river lord, which burst forth in a resplendent cascade of colors. Clad in gleaming silver chainmail, adorned with a golden crown of flying phoenixes and wielding a trident-edged blade, the three-eyed, majestic Yang Jian materialized at the summoning platform. How striking! Su Xing marveled at the radiant visage of Yang Jian, utterly taken aback by his impressive countenance. The level of handsomeness he exhibited was unrivaled, save perhaps for himself and the readers. The audience gasped in astonishment at the sight of Yang Jian, witnessing such a valiant deity for the first time. The spectators from Huaxia began to murmur amongst themselves. My goodness, I can't believe Yang Jian is so stunning. Heavens, with such a commanding presence. It's clear he cannot possibly be a mere offspring of the three kingdoms Shiva. How could such a handsome deity emerge from such an unattractive lineage? Isn't it obvious? Didn't Su Xing just declare him the esteemed true monarch of the clear source, the river lord, Yang Jian? Indeed, it seems Huaxia's records have misled us about this deity. Yang Jian is simply too handsome. He embodies the very image of a celestial being I have always envisioned. Chapter 43. The most powerful deity, the heavenly emperor Hengyin? If only I could marry him. I wonder how beautiful our offspring would be. Hey, you up there. Didn't you say you were going to have the great sage bear a monkey? Why are you now wanting to have children with Yang Jian? I want both. What is it to you? Given that this battle was taking place in Samadhi, a nation not widely regarded for strength, the Huaxiao audience maintained a more casual tone in their discussions. The astonishment at Yang Jian's appearance was not limited to Su Xing and the Huaxia spectators. Wow, this Huaxia deity looks rather formidable, remarked the viewers from Samadhi, swallowing hard as sweat began to bead on their brows. Just by his appearance, Yang Jian seemed to exude the aura of a powerful god. Without even engaging in battle, they already sensed impending defeat. Back to Su Xing. He approached the newly manifested Yang Jian with the intent to pay his respects to the esteemed true monarch. Before he could finish speaking, Erlang Shen gestured for him to forego the mundane formalities and began to speak. All right, young friend, there is no need for further discussion. The matter of the divine arena has already been conveyed to me by that monkey. I descended upon hearing that a battle was imminent. Where is the foreign evil deity? My trident longs for action. Upon hearing Erlang Shen's words, Su Xing was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed the first time he had summoned three deities, only for Erlang Shen to arrive with such eagerness to engage in combat. This was quite fortuitous, as it spared him the need for extensive dialogue. He merely awaited the summoning of the deity from the kingdom of Samadhi to commence the battle directly. Reflecting on this, Su Xing nodded and responded to Erlang Shen. My lord, the foreign hairy deity has yet to be summoned. Once the opposing side calls forth their hairy deity, you may engage it in combat at the arena. Indeed, those foreign beings are quite sluggish. Erlang Shen replied with a nod, then pondered for a moment before inquiring, what is the strength of this foreign hairy deity? Will it afford me the opportunity to engage in a satisfying battle? At this query from the battle-hungry deity, Su Xing found himself at a loss for words. It was evident that Erlang Shen had come down solely for the purpose of fighting. However, the timing of his arrival was rather unfortunate. The adversary was from Samadhi, and the strength of their hairy deities would likely preclude any chance for Erlang Shen to truly revel in combat. He hoped that the journey would not be in vain. Noticing Su Xing's silence, Erlang Shen refrained from pressing further, gripping his trident with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Yuanying, the divine envoy from the kingdom of Samadhi, glanced towards Erlang Shen and Huaxia, then at the four newly revealed divine statues before her. A cold sweat trickled down her brow, not for any other reason, but because the four deities before her were not particularly formidable. From left to right, the first four deities were the kitchen god, earth god, ox god, and god of fertility, each a minor deity within their mythology. To pit these lesser gods against the deities of Huaxia would undoubtedly lead to a disastrous outcome. Lu Yuanying felt a sense of despair creeping in, leaving her to place her hopes on the final divine statue. Moments later, the last divine statue materialized before Lu Yuanying. It depicted a middle-aged man clad in resplendent white garments, exuding an air of dignity and majesty, with several halos of white light encircling him. What? This is our heavenly emperor, Hengyin. Staring at the image of the deity, Lu Yuanying was left astounded. She had not anticipated that the final deity summoned would be the most powerful of their entire pantheon, the heavenly emperor Hengyin of the Simid and shamanic tradition. In the annals of their esteemed nation, it is recorded that their legendary creator deity, the supreme god and father of the pantheon, embodies the heavens, manifests the sun and moon, and is the architect of cosmic laws. This is the most revered divine figure acknowledged by their nation. Lu Yuanying has, astonishingly, drawn him. At this moment, Lu Yuanying, with a hand over her mouth, was overwhelmed with excitement. Her fervor was mirrored by the other citizens of this nation, who, after recovering from their initial shock, erupted into exuberant joy. Yuanying, the goddess, has drawn our Hengyin, the celestial emperor. Our fortune has reached unprecedented heights. The celestial emperor Hengyin is the mightiest of our deities. Victory in this round is all but assured. Huaxia people, boast all you wish before our celestial emperor. Your Erlang Shen is not. Yuanying, you are our savior against the Minerva Republic. The audience and dignitaries from this nation cheered fervently. Although the battle had yet to commence, they were already convinced of their victory, raising their arms in triumph and howling at the heavens, as if to release all the pent-up frustration within their hearts. Perhaps our nation can win this round without the assistance of the Lighthouse Federation or the Hira Nation. At this moment, the ruler of their nation, Park Danju, stood up in the elevated seating area. While he lacked confidence in other deities, he firmly believed that Hengyin, their strongest god, could not possibly be bested by Yangjian. Surely, it was implausible that all Huaxia deities were as formidable as the Bodhi ancestor. Observing the sudden surge of excitement among his compatriots, the Huaxia people began to feel a twinge of anxiety. This bodes ill, my brothers. Lu Yuanying seems to possess extraordinary luck, having drawn their nation's strongest deity. Indeed, Hengyin is one of the few powerful deities in their ranks. Are we destined to lose this round? Can Erlang Shen truly compete against him? If we lose, we lose. It is merely the first round. And as long as our Erlang Shen remains dashing, all is well. True, there are only a handful of formidable deities in their nation. Allowing one round to slip by is inconsequential. We shall return in the next round. The strongest deity? The creator of the universe? In stark contrast, Su Xing remained entirely unperturbed, even finding amusement in the spectacle of the citizens from this nation. Frankly, he held no belief in the grandiose titles bestowed upon the celestial Emperor Hengyin. The claims of a creator deity and the strongest god were mere fabrications. The people of this nation, regardless of the world they inhabit, oscillate between insecurity and arrogance. In their quest for supposed national pride, they excel at appropriating the achievements of others, only to proclaim them as their own. This so-called celestial Emperor Hengyin, if memory serves him well, is merely a distorted product of their reinterpretation of the Eastern Emperor Tai from Huaxia mythology. The notion of creation is nothing more than a figment of the imagination of the historians from their nation. In a realm far removed from the grandiosity of the Celestial Empire, one finds a diminutive nation, seemingly insignificant yet audacious enough to challenge a municipality of the illustrious Huaxia. The creator god. One wonders how formidable he truly is. Is it so, creator god? It appears my intuition was indeed accurate. Come forth, creator god, and let us engage in a duel of might. As he approached Yangjian, The mention of the creator god ignited a fervor within him. Grasping his trident-bladed weapon, he stepped off the summoning platform, poised for the arrival of the heavenly emperor from this audacious nation. Hiss! At that moment, the heavenly emperor of the nation finally made his grand entrance. Amidst a swirl of ethereal white mist, Emperor Huan Yin appeared upon the arena, majestically mounted on a white deer, enveloped by a resplendent rainbow cloud. His demeanor exuding an air of superiority. Salutations, O heavenly emperor! Upon his arrival, all the citizens of this nation prostrated themselves in reverence. Observing the fervent adoration of his subjects, the emperor, still poised with an air of arrogance, disdainfully remarked, "Speak, you lowly mortals, having summoned this creator god. What is your desire? O heavenly emperor, please vanquish the Huaxia deity before you. Upon your victory, our entire nation shall erect 1,000 temples in your honor, bolstering your divine power." Lu Yuanying, unable to lift his head in the presence of such majesty, beseeched their emperor. The mention of 1,000 temples piqued the emperor's interest, and he nodded ever so slightly in satisfaction before turning his gaze towards Yang Jian. "Such a minor deity dares to demand my intervention?" he uttered with palpable contempt. Then, mounting his white deer, he descended from the summoning platform, approaching Yang Jian with an air of nonchalance. "Little deity of Huaxia, I am the heavenly emperor. Engaging with you would be beneath my dignity. You would do well to recognize your place and concede. Who knows, I might reward you with a treasure. Concede?" Chapter 44. "Come now, heavenly emperor." Yang Jian erupted in laughter at Huan Yin's words. Reflecting on his numerous battles since his inception, he realized he had never once surrendered. The audacity of this foreign deity demanding his capitulation was utterly laughable. Moreover, his very descent to this mortal realm was to partake in a battle that would compel him to unleash his full potential. How could he concede before the fight had even commenced? "Let us fight. Even if you are the heavenly emperor, I, Yang Jian, shall not cower." His eyes gleamed with unwavering determination as he spoke, his spirit ablaze with fervor. This so-called deity, claiming to be the heavenly emperor, was indeed worthy of his utmost effort. "Very well, since you are so obstinate, I shall personally subdue you, allowing you to comprehend the chasm that lies between us." With a derisive snicker, the heavenly emperor Huan Yin leaped from his white deer, ascending into the heavens. Divine attire. Following the illustrious Emperor Hung Yin, a resounding command echoed through the skies. Divine power surged forth, enveloping him, and thus, a magnificent seven-colored celestial robe was materialized upon his form. This resplendent garment, forged from the quintessence of celestial bodies over 5 centuries, bore the enchantment of indomitable celestial fire and the invincibility of myriad laws. "Little deity," he proclaimed, "clad in this divine attire, no matter the extent of your powers, you shall not harm a single hair upon my being." With the donning of this celestial attire, the emperor's expression swelled with pride. He stroked his beard and triumphantly declared, "Behold, the 7-colored celestial robe of the emperor. I wield this treasure from the very onset." It was said that when the illustrious Hung Yin adorned this robe, even the most primordial forces of the cosmos could not inflict the slightest injury upon him. As the radiant garment was revealed, the inhabitants of Samadhi displayed smiles of unrestrained joy. Their mythological chronicles had indeed recorded this divine attire. In their eyes, the emergence of this robe signified the end of any potential victory for the deities of Huaxia. Indomitable celestial fire and invulnerable laws. Upon hearing the boasting of Emperor Hung Yin and the Samadhi denizens, Su Xing could not help but roll his eyes. The audacity of these Samadhi people and their deities was truly remarkable. A defensive artifact of such stature must surely be a pre-saint level treasure. Could this garment even aspire to such heights? Su Xing remained unconvinced. As he continued to express his disbelief, he approached Yang Jian, who could no longer contain himself. Disregarding the veracity of Hung Yin's claims, excitement surged through him as he leaped forth, brandishing his trident-bladed knife, channeling the profound 8-9 mystical art, and launched himself towards Hung Yin. "Break! Break! The Huaxia deity is quite the jest," mocked Hung Yin. "Does he presume himself to be the protagonist of an animated tale? Merely uttering the word break will not shatter the 7-colored celestial robe of Emperor Hung Yin." He continued, "It appears the Huaxia people relish in their psychological victories. How amusing it is that their deities share this penchant as well. Let me put it plainly. If Yang Jian can indeed break the Emperor's 7-colored celestial robe, I shall have all of the billions of Huaxia denizens call me father. Indeed, if Yang Jian can breach the defenses of this celestial robe, I shall grant the people of Huaxia a free pass." echoed the sentiments of all the Samadhi individuals who brimmed with confidence in the emperor's attire. They eagerly anticipated watching the missteps of the Erlang Shen. However, their joy was short-lived. On the arena, the esteemed Erlang Shen had already struck his blade against the robe of Emperor Hengyin. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion resonated through the air, and the once invulnerable divine garment revealed a fissure. The crack widened, and soon the entire robe disintegrated into dust, cascading down upon the arena. How could it be that the seven-colored divine garment was so easily torn apart? The citizens of Samadhi stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Yet, this was not the end. In that very moment when the divine garment was rent asunder, the heavenly Emperor Hengyin sustained a grievous wound upon his chest, and was sent hurtling backward, crashing onto the arena floor with a cry of agony. Silence enveloped the crowd, a silence so profound it resembled the stillness of death itself. The onlookers from Huaxia, the previously arrogant Samadhins, and spectators from various nations were all momentarily frozen in shock. After what felt like an eternity, reality began to seep back into their consciousness as they beheld the anguished form of the heavenly emperor on the arena floor. The collective thought that echoed in their minds was simply, "Is this it?" Chapter 45. If you lead me astray, I shall surely bring great delight to Lord Erlang. Is this truly it? The heavenly Emperor Hengyin, hailed as the mightiest deity of Samadhi, the so-called Lord of the Gods, the wearer of the seven-colored divine garment, had been boasting for so long, yet here he was, bested by a single strike from Yang Jian. Surely this cannot be real. This is impossible, impossible. Our strongest heavenly emperor cannot be defeated by Hengyin in just one move. Yes, he must have been unprepared. It cannot be true. Oh, heavenly emperor, you are our mightiest deity. You cannot lose. The citizens of Samadhi found their voices again, gazing at their emperor's shameful state, shaking their heads in disbelief. They refused to accept that Hengyin was utterly incapable of withstanding a single blow from Erlang Shen. They were convinced that the emperor had simply not acclimatized to the arena's environment, and that this was not representative of his true strength. The incredulity in the air was palpable. None had anticipated the heavenly emperor's weakness. Ha ha ha, line up, and let us all laugh at the seven-colored divine garment. Lord of the gods, the flames of heaven cannot be shattered. No law can invade. I propose that Samadhi apply for the seven-colored divine garment to be included in the heritage list. Ha ha ha, this is so amusing. Is this heavenly emperor from Samadhi here to entertain us? After a brief moment of shock, the Wuxians erupted into raucous laughter, mercilessly mocking the people of Samadhi. Only Su Xing remained contemplative, observing the heavenly emperor's cries with a sense of inevitability. He had long suspected that the divinities of Samadhi, much like their people, were merely for show and lacked real substance. The title of heavenly emperor was merely for appearances. In combat, he could hardly be a match for Erlang Shen. However, he was somewhat taken aback by the degree of the emperor's frailty. He could barely withstand even a single strike from Erlang Shen. Was this a mockery of me? Among those present, aside from the heavenly emperor himself, the most displeased were the Samadhins, with Erlang Shen being the next in line. No, he descended with the intention of battling the deities of foreign tribes. Initially, he believed he had encountered a worthy opponent. Yet, this adversary turned out to be remarkably weak. Unable to withstand even a single strike from him, how could he possibly feel elated? It is essential to understand that his descent to this divine arena is no trivial matter. The divine arena involves numerous complexities. He cannot simply summon divine power at will to force his image into the mortal realm. The next opportunity to return to this divine arena remains uncertain. Consequently, to encounter such a pathetic opponent during this hard-won opportunity is profoundly frustrating for Erlang Shen. As Erlang Shen was consumed by his vexation, unexpectedly, the heavenly emperor Hengyin managed to rise to his feet. Blood trickled from his mouth, yet he defiantly pointed at Erlang Shen, proclaiming, "The minor deity of Huaxia. Do not be so complacent. You have not yet secured victory. Who says this heavenly emperor has been defeated? I merely require time to acclimate to this environment. I still possess my trump card, and once unleashed, it will surely subdue a minor deity like you." "Oh, you have another move? Pray, unveil it. I await your demonstration." Upon hearing that Hengyin still had a hidden card, Yang Jian's excitement surged, and he eagerly positioned himself, anticipating the heavenly emperor's ultimate technique. "You are exceedingly arrogant, deity of Huaxia." Witnessing Yang Jian's utter disregard, the heavenly emperor felt his pride wounded. After coldly retorting, he extended his hand and, with a swift motion, killed his steed, the white deer. After slaying the deer, he proceeded to consume its carcass voraciously. In desperation, he resorted to this act, for his next move required immense divine energy, and he had no choice but to devour the white deer to replenish his strength, enabling him to confront Yang Jian. Is it just me? Or does our exalted heavenly emperor resemble a savage? Observing their emperor devouring deer meat in a ravenous manner, the people of Samadhi felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. Meanwhile, the Huaxia spectators erupted into raucous laughter. Ha ha ha, what a ridiculous heavenly emperor. Just moments ago, you were outmatched by the Samadhi people, resorting to slaying and consuming your own steed. This hardly resembles the demeanor of a deity. You will regret this, minor deity of Huaxia. Regret the time you granted me to replenish my divine energy. At this juncture, the heavenly emperor Hengyin had entirely consumed his steed. A surge of divine energy enveloped him, and white fur began to sprout from his forehead, proliferating until he was entirely covered. Ultimately, the heavenly emperor transformed from his human form into a towering white tiger, standing 100 feet tall. With a resounding roar, the newly manifested white tiger stirred a tempest, causing the entire audience to tremble in astonishment at the spectacle before them. This has reignited a peculiar confidence among the people of Samadhi. They began to taunt the Huaxia people, proclaiming, "Have you witnessed the transformation of our celestial emperor into the divine tiger? The true battle has only just commenced. Indeed, Huaxia, do not revel in your triumphs. Wait and behold as your so-called Erlang Shen is devoured whole by the celestial emperor's white tiger from Samadhi." As the citizens of Samadhi shouted their boasts, the celestial emperor, now transformed into a white tiger, opened its enormous maw and lunged directly at Yang Jian. The Erlang Shen, unwavering in his gaze, replied with a swift motion. In a flash of golden light, and through the art of transformation, he too morphed into a white tiger, one that was, astonishingly, over 10 times larger than the celestial emperor's incarnation. Roar! Huaxia deity, observe as I strike. The white tiger, transformed from the celestial emperor, was still roaring, contemplating the consumption of the diminutive Huaxia deity before it, when suddenly it found itself confronted by a white tiger tenfold its size. Wait, brother. If I had known you could transform into a white tiger, I would not have made a fool of myself. This is truly embarrassing. While the celestial emperor was momentarily bewildered, the Erlang Shen's imposing white tiger struck with a mighty paw. With a resounding thud, the celestial emperor was slammed to the ground, suffering far greater injuries than before, blood streaming from his wounds. His face was even knocked askew. Lying on the ground, he could only mumble through gritted teeth, "Spare me." The citizens of Samadhi, who had previously cheered, believing that the celestial emperor's white tiger would easily devour the Huaxia deity, now concealed their faces in shame, wishing they could vanish into the earth. Was this truly their universe's sovereign, the celestial emperor, reduced to such a pitiful state? How could he, the ruler of the cosmos, possess such meager strength? Ha ha ha. This is hysterical. The deities of Samadhi are the most amusing I have ever encountered. Are the deities of Samadhi merely jesters? It is unclear whether the celestial emperor is too weak or Erlang Shen is simply too powerful. This battle is devoid of suspense. While the people of Samadhi were engulfed in embarrassment, the Huaxia individuals erupted into laughter, clutching their bellies in mirth. What utter incompetence! They can't even provide me a proper warm-up. Such ineptitude hardly warrants existence. Returning to Yang Jian, he reverted from the form of a white tiger back to his human guise. Observing the pleading celestial emperor, he could not help but berate him once again. Subsequently, he could not help but let out a sigh, grasping his trident blade as he approached the heavenly emperor, preparing to confront him. At that moment, the heavenly emperor, upon overhearing the murmurs of Erlang Shen, summoned the last of his strength and knelt before him, pleading for mercy. "I implore you, great deity of Huaxia, spare my life. If you have not yet had your fill, I possess a forbidden technique that, if executed, will surely bring you delight." Chapter 46. The divine beings of my Samadhi unite to please the divine Lord my Lord. This forbidden technique of mine can summon all the deities of my Samadhi. With all the divine beings combined, they shall undoubtedly satisfy you. The heavenly emperor, Hengyin, stammered as he addressed Yang Jian. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian's eyes sparkled with interest, and he immediately urged, "What are we waiting for? Quickly, unleash your forbidden technique." This technique requires immense divine power, yet my strength is rather feeble, Hengyin replied, scratching his head with a fawning expression towards Yang Jian. "Divine power? That is hardly a challenge. However, you must ensure that the technique you speak of is sufficiently exhilarating. Otherwise, I shall make your demise quite dreadful." Yang Jian, upon hearing this, responded coldly, extending his hand to channel vast divine power into Hengyin. Witnessing Yang Jian transferring divine energy to the heavenly emperor left onlookers in a state of astonishment. It was indeed a rare sight, two opposing deities sharing power amid battle. My lord, it is quite extraordinary to go to such lengths for a thrilling confrontation. Yet, one must acknowledge that the gods of my samadhi are rather weak. Even Su Xing, observing the scene, could not help but facepalm. Had he known the frailty of the deities from my samadhi, he would not have chosen Erlang Shen for this endeavor. Selecting Erlang only to face such feeble opponents was indeed disheartening for him. Thank you, my lord. Hengyin exclaimed joyfully as he felt the divine energy surging through him. After expressing his gratitude, he began to sway in place, initiating the summoning dance of his forbidden technique. As he danced, muttering incomprehensible incantations, a hexagram formation materialized beneath his feet. Soon, after a brief performance, two deities emerged from the hexagram. On the left stood a young man adorned with a three-legged crow crown, riding a white tiger and wielding a long sword. On the right was a towering figure, half man, half bear, his eyes gleaming and surrounded by a mist. They were the great deity Huaneng and the founding ancestor Dangon. Upon their appearance, the people of my samadhi instantly recognized these two gods. These two deities are equally renowned in the realm of their divine pantheon, both being formidable gods. The youthful figure is none other than the great god Hengxiong, the son of the bruised and battered heavenly emperor Hengyin. He descended to the mortal realm in the myths of samadhi, establishing the divine city to govern the tribes. In the samadhi mythology, he presides over justice and medicine. As for the half-human, half-bear deity, he is the revered ancestor Dangon of the samadhi people. Dangon, the grandson of heavenly emperor Hengyin and the offspring of great god Hengxiong and a bear, is regarded by the samadhi as their progenitor, having founded the original samadhi nation. It is perplexing how the people of samadhi came to accept this half-bear, half-human figure as their ancestor. In a previous life, Su Xing had heard of Dangon's name, and upon hearing the exclamations of the samadhi people, he couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Father, grandfather, what is the purpose of summoning us here? And father, what happened to your injury? How could anyone possibly harm you? At that moment, Dangon and Hengxiong surveyed the scene around them, and then turned to the grim-faced heavenly emperor Hengyin, who spoke, "Enough of this. Stand aside and wait. I must continue the dance of summoning." As a grandfather and father, Hengyin naturally understood that his son and grandson were, like himself, merely decorative figures. Despite their illustrious titles as great gods and ancestors, their combined divine powers would not suffice to match the formidable presence of Erlang Shen before them. Therefore, to ensure Erlang Shen's satisfaction, it was imperative to summon more deities, relying on sheer numbers to potentially impress him. Noticing the seriousness in Hengyin's expression, Hengxiong and Dangon refrained from further comment, stepping aside to observe as Hengyin resumed the summoning of other deities. The heavenly emperor continued his dance, invoking the spirits. Mimi Ma Hu, he chanted, and as the incantation concluded, the six-pointed star shone brilliantly. One by one, the samadhi deities were summoned forth. Among them were the armored figure of Li Sun Shin, revered as the protector deity of the nation, the samadhi dragon god. With a dragon's head and a body clad in scale armor, wielding a crystal scepter, the samadhi seven stars god, surrounded by celestial orbs. A venerable mountain god with a white beard, leaning on a staff and accompanied by a white tiger, a diminutive old man in burlap, brandishing a wooden mallet and rice measure, and a red-clad elderly woman holding toilet paper and a broom, her countenance kind yet exuding an unpleasant odor as the toilet deity. Each of these deities possessed peculiar appearances and diverse functions, yet their numbers were indeed impressive. Before long, the heavenly emperor had summoned 30 or 40 samadhi deities to the divine arena, and his dance of summoning showed no signs of abating. He continued to summon the other deities of the land of samadhi. As the number of gods increased, the expressions of the Huaxia people grew increasingly grave, and a sense of apprehension began to take root. Isn't it a bit presumptuous, Lord Erlang? Chapter 47. Let us employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers against Lord Erlang. Though these 30 or 40 deities may not appear formidable, they are still gods. Indeed, can even Lord Erlang contend against such a multitude of divine beings? Precisely. Moreover, Hengyin continues to summon more. If he truly manages to call forth the entirety of the samadhi pantheon, even with a strategy of sheer numbers, Lord Erlang is bound to be defeated. The Huaxia populace, observing the ever-growing assembly of samadhi deities, found themselves gripped by concern. Meanwhile, the samadhi people, who had just moments ago contemplated retreating into the earth, felt a flicker of hope amidst their previously ashen faces. They shared the same thoughts as the Huaxia citizens. The audacity of the Huaxia deities, persistently urging Emperor Hengyin to summon the gods of samadhi, raised the unsettling possibility that their nation might actually emerge victorious. The Semida citizens ignited with hope, yet they dared not boast. Silently, they clenched their fists, wishing fervently for a miraculous turnaround by their deities. Among those harboring newfound hope was Hengin himself. Just moments ago, he had sought merely to appease Lord Erlang, begging for his life. But now, as the number of summoned deities swelled, a glimmer of optimism flickered within him. Could he, through this dance of summoning, indeed secure victory? Hengin quickened the pace of his summoning dance, and with each step, more Semida gods materialized. In a grand display, a total of 354 deities from Semida, including the 10 kings of the underworld, emissaries, village guardians, firebirds, and the kitchen god, appeared upon the arena. Finally, after summoning the last of the mountain war god, Yulji Mundak, Emperor Hengin came to a halt. It was not that he could no longer perform the summoning dance. Rather, the pantheon of Semida was entirely depleted. Indeed, these 355 deities represented the entirety of Semida's mythological framework. Now, on the arena, alongside Yang Jian and Hengin, there stood an astonishing total of 357 gods. This spectacle was unprecedented since the inception of the divine arena. The contest could no longer be merely termed a duel between two deities. It had escalated into a one-man battle against the entire pantheon of Semida. The situation seems dire indeed. It is no longer a matter of merely 30 deities. We are confronted with over 300 divine entities. How shall the Erlang god contend with such an overwhelming force? Alas, even deities can succumb to the sin of hubris. Nevertheless, let us consider this a tribute from our great Huaxia to the land of Semida. As the multitude of Semida gods filled the arena, the people of Huaxia perceived the Erlang god as overly presumptuous. In their understanding, no single deity, no matter how formidable, could possibly prevail against the combined might of 300 divine beings. This sentiment was not confined to the Huaxia populace. The Semida spectators also wore expressions of concealed delight. These 355 gods represent the entirety of our divine pantheon. Surely, they can triumph over this Huaxia deity, they mused. Indeed, this constitutes our entire divine system. I refuse to believe that even the mightiest Huaxia god could withstand the force of our entire pantheon. To their astonishment, the Huaxia deity seemed to act with utter foolishness, squandering what could have been a winnable situation. Congratulations are in order, Lord Park, for securing the initial victory. In the elevated spectator area, a jubilant atmosphere prevailed. The Chancellor of the Ross Federation, Zeus II, raised his glass of red wine in a toast to Park Duanju, expressing his heartfelt congratulations. In their eyes, the Erlang god appeared excessively arrogant. Even if the Semida gods were weaker, they numbered 345. A single deity could never hope to vanquish an entire divine system. Has he truly overreached? What folly! A multitude of sheep remains merely sheep. Upon arriving at Su Xing's side, he remained unfazed by the chatter around him. Indeed, even upon witnessing the dense throng of over 300 Semida gods, he firmly believed that the Erlang god could not possibly be defeated. After all, the Erlang god was the undisputed warrior of the heavenly court, possessing myriad divine powers and treasures, and having achieved the pinnacle of the Tao, standing infinitely close to the realm of quasi-sainthood. How could such a being falter? Conversely, Su Xing even harbored concerns that the number of Semida gods might be insufficient for the Erlang god to engage fully. Is this truly the entirety of your deities? Upon reaching the Erlang god, he observed Hengin halting his summoning. Raising an eyebrow, he addressed Hengin. Indeed, these are the totality of our Semida gods. Come forth, Huaxia deity. Are you not formidable? Let us see who is stronger, yourself or the entirety of the Semida pantheon. Upon hearing the Erlang god's words, the Emperor Hengin's tone grew resolute, emboldened by the sheer number of divine beings surrounding him. Very well, I am in full agreement. Should you be defeated today, then your so-called divine system shall cease to hold any significance. The Erlang god, undeterred by Hengin's words, felt a surge of fighting spirit as he commenced the operation of his profound techniques. In his left hand, he grasped a trident dagger, its sharp blade crackling with a purple lightning. In his right hand, he wielded a formidable great axe, the very weapon of Yang Jian, renowned for cleaving mountains to rescue his mother. With determination, he brandished both weapons, transforming into an ethereal shadow, leaving behind a mere afterimage. In an instant, he appeared before the assembly of 300 deities of the Semida nation. With a swift sweep of the trident dagger and a vertical strike of the great axe, the few deities standing before him, including the likes of Erlang Shen, were sent soaring into the heavens. Then, with a resounding crash, their bodies erupted in a mist of blood, cascading down as their souls dissipated utterly obliterated from existence. It was utterly unforeseen. In that fleeting moment, a dozen deities were lost to death. The remaining deities of Samhita wore expressions of terror, momentarily paralyzed by confusion. All deities of Samhita, if you wish to survive, commence battle at once. The first to respond was the heavenly Emperor Hangin. At his command, all the deities of Samhita hastily unleashed their myriad techniques against Yang Jian, flames, starlight, transformations into bears, water assaults, iron hooks, and a dazzling array of attacks were launched. Yet, in the face of this eclectic barrage, Yang Jian moved with an air of nonchalance. He gracefully leaped into the throng of Samhita deities, wielding his dagger and axe. His movements fluid as a dragon gliding through an uninhabited realm. As for the attacks from the Samhita deities, they not only failed to inflict any harm upon Yang Jian, but even struck their own comrades. With a powerful sweep of his leg, Yang Jian sent the Dragon King of Samhita flying, along with a dozen other deities that were caught in the blast, resulting in their demise. In less than 2 minutes, the count of the 355 deities had dwindled to just 302. Everyone, channel your divine power into my formation. Cease your individual battles. The heavenly Emperor Hangin, witnessing Yang Jian's formidable presence, staggered back in fear. He realized that even with 500 deities, they would soon meet a similar fate. Thus, he promptly used a few drops of his own essence blood to arrange a formation on the ground. With this assembly of divine power, they could consolidate their strength to confront Yang Jian. Oh, a formation to gather divine power? Excellent. I hope you do not disappoint me again. Yang Jian had the opportunity to disrupt the formation directly, but chose not to. Instead, he leaped out of the throng of deities, hovering in the air, awaiting the Samhita deities to concentrate their power into the formation. Chapter 48, Exploding like Fireworks. Everyone unleashed their divine powers. Together, we shall surely prevail. Thunderous roars echoed as the divine gates of Samhita, under the aegis of the Hangin formation, began to converge in victorious unity. Soon, a pure golden silhouette emerged from their grand array. This golden phantasm, with an imposing countenance and a mighty divine strength, gradually expanded, reaching towards the heavens as if to shatter the sky itself. Behold, the deities of Huaxia, it proclaimed. This is not mere sorcery. It embodies the entirety of the mythic realm of Samhita, a manifestation of the collective might of all our divine beings, the visage of the gods. It represents the strength of our entire pantheon. I refuse to believe that this cannot withstand you. The manifestation of the gods drew upon the entirety of Samhita's divine energy. Below the arena, all the deities of Samhita were utterly drained of their powers, lying prostrate upon the platform, unable to rise. Only the Emperor Hangin remained, sprawled upon the thunderous sky, pointing at Yang Jian above, laughing maniacally. He could not fathom such a vast disparity. This strike would surely be insurmountable for the Huaxia deities. However, facing the collective might of 300 gods, Erlang Shen felt no fear. He soared above the manifestation of the gods and, with a powerful stamp of his foot, summoned an immense, dark celestial foot from the 9 heavens, which descended upon the head of the so-called visage of the gods. With another forceful exertion, he pressed down with the divine foot, causing the once mighty manifestation to shrink under its weight until it was ultimately flattened into a mere pancake. The colossal impact of this so-called visage of the gods being crushed sent shockwaves across the arena, creating a tempest that propelled the 300 exhausted deities of Samhita into the air. Yet, it was still insufficient. The so-called power of a pantheon was far too weak. Disappointed, Yang Jian descended, slowly shaking his head, sheathing his 3-edged blade and mountain-cleaving axe, and snapped his fingers. With a resounding crack, those Samhita deities suspended in the air, including the Emperor Hangin, began to explode in midair. The divine blood erupted forth, scattering like crimson fireworks in the distance. It's over. It's all over. Our deities of Samhita are doomed. The frantic and intense battle had left onlookers breathless, with no time to speak or react. Yet, as the divine blood rained down from the sky and the anguished cries of the dying deities echoed, the people of Samhita finally grasped the gravity of their plight. Faces filled with despair, they fell to their knees, realizing they had not only lost, but that the entirety of their divine beings was on the brink of annihilation. O deities of Huaxia, we concede. We implore you, do not extinguish all our divine beings. Indeed, a nation devoid of gods shall eternally languish in despair. Even retaining 10 would suffice. Yes, O deities of Huaxia, by annihilating all the gods of Samhita, you are effectively condemning billions of us, the Samhita people. As a deity, how can you commit such a massacre without fear of becoming a demon yourself? The Samhita people wept, and pleaded with Yang Jian not to eradicate them entirely, resorting even to moral coercion. In an era dominated by divine confrontations, a nation without deities signifies a bleak future for its people. Hearing their shameless pleas for mercy, Yang Jian remained indifferent. Yet, the Huaxiao individuals retaliated on his behalf. "Oh, little West Asians, are you now resorting to moral coercion? Was it not you who mocked us in the past? Indeed, now that you seek mercy, it is too late. Prepare for death. Lord Erlang, show no mercy. Today, obliterate the gods of Samhita." Yang Jian naturally disregarded the Samhita people's pleas. With numerous deities still present, the fireworks in the sky continued to illuminate the scene. After a brief period, the fireworks finally ceased. At that moment, the arena was drenched in divine blood. Thus, the entire pantheon of Samhita, comprising 355 deities, perished without a single one surviving. This battle concluded, leaving Samhita without gods henceforth. "Ah, Chancellor of the Ross Federation, Lord of Zeus, I beseech you, save my Samhita nation." In the high observation chamber, Park Dan-chu, who had been holding a wine glass moments ago, now knelt in terror, grasping the legs of the Chancellor of the Ross Federation and the Lord of Zeus. With all the deities of Samhita dead, there remained no recourse. He placed all his hopes upon the Lighthouse Federation and the nation of Hera. Chapter 49 Rules. Why should I abide by your rules? Huaxia. The Chancellor of the Ross Federation and Zeus too did not respond to Park Dan-chu. They gazed at Yang Jian on the arena, their expressions grim. Huaxia must not be allowed to continue its ascent. The arena was now stained red with the blood of over 300 Samhita deities. Meanwhile, Erlang Shen stood at the center, exuding an aura of a valiant warrior. His silver armor remained unblemished, and he appeared composed, showing no signs of injury or even a hint of perspiration. How unsatisfying, truly unsatisfying, Yang Jian muttered in frustration. At that moment, Su Xing approached him to express gratitude. "Lord Erlang, thank you for securing this victory for Huaxia." At this moment, Su Xing approached and bowed to Erlang Shen, expressing his gratitude for the battle he had fought for the land of Huaxia. "There is no need for such thanks. Young friend, my descent to the mortal realm was primarily for my own reasons. Assisting you is merely a matter of circumstance. Now, do tell me when the next battle is set to commence. I find myself rather eager." Upon seeing Su Xing, Erlang Shen nodded, crossed his arms, and addressed him. His words left Su Xing and all present momentarily stunned. "When is the next battle?" Su Xing questioned. "But, revered lord, are you suggesting you do not intend to leave? You wish to continue fighting? Wonderful. The next battle, led once again by the revered lord. Ha ha ha, since the revered lord is so keen to fight, let him lead the Huaxia divine battles from now on. Indeed, with the revered lord's prowess, surely Huaxia shall emerge victorious." The news of the revered lord's desire to remain and continue fighting sent waves of joy through the people of Huaxia, who laughed and rejoiced. Conversely, the representatives from other nations wore expressions of dismay upon hearing that Erlang Shen intended to stay. "If you remain, how can we continue to play?" Returning to Su Xing, he listened to Yang Jian's words, rubbing his nose in concern. He too wished for Yang Jian to remain. However, a god participating in 2 consecutive battles seemed against the rules of the arena. Just then, as Su Xing contemplated this, Lifia descended from the sky. She regarded Yang Jian with a hint of trepidation and a measure of wariness. Yet, she approached and addressed him, in accordance with the standard rules. "A single deity may not participate in consecutive divine arena battles. I must kindly request, Your Highness, to leave this realm." Upon hearing Lifia's words, Erlang Shen remained unfazed, his gaze piercing as he retorted, "Rules? Oh, what if this venerable lord chooses not to abide by your rules? What can you do about it?" With that, Erlang Shen's aura surged, his divine power swirling within him, seemingly prepared to engage Lifia in combat. "All deities must adhere to the rules. My apologies, divine lord. Given the circumstances, I must take action," Lifia replied. As Yang Jian concluded, Lifia's eyes shifted to a golden hue, the will of the arena manifesting within her. As she began to wield its power, chains of order materialized in her hands, seemingly intent on forcefully restraining Erlang Shen. "Ha ha ha, are you truly intending to fight me? Excellent. I believe you will make for a worthy opponent." Seeing Lifia, imbued with the will of the arena, prepare to strike, Yang Jian felt no displeasure. Instead, he laughed heartily, excitedly seizing his trident and directly charging at her. The clash of the trident against the chains of order erupted in a surge of energy. In the arena, astonishingly, the 2 individuals reached a stalemate. "Remarkable. Your strength exceeds that of the 300 worthless beings by a considerable margin. Had I known, I would have engaged with you from the very beginning." At this moment, Yang Jian beheld Freya withstand his assault, unable to contain the exhilaration in his eyes. His heavenly eye gradually opened, emanating a glimmer of brilliance. Erlang Shen, he is employing the heavenly eye. He is indeed serious now. Witnessing Yang Jian clash with Freya, the people of Huaxia felt a surge of anxiety. Yang Jian was the first deity to assertively confront the will of the arena. Truly formidable. But could he genuinely contend against the will of the arena in a one-on-one battle? Back on the stage, Freya, upon seeing the manifestation of Yang Jian's heavenly eye, felt cold sweat trickle down her forehead. She sensed the terrifying power radiating from his heavenly eye. Come forth, the might of the heavenly eye, Yang Jian declared, as the golden light within his heavenly eye intensified. Just as Erlang Shen unleashed his full power, a colossal force emerged behind him, drawing forth his divine image. An overwhelming suction began to pull Yang Jian back into the mythic realm. Cowardly wretches, retreating from battle, Yang Jian exclaimed, feeling the force's grip. He yearned to break free from this pull, yet it seemed to suppress his divine essence, rendering him powerless. Ultimately, Erlang Shen could not withstand this force and began to retreat. My young friend, henceforth, summon me off into the divine arena. Let my 8-9 mystical arts serve as a pact between us. In the final moments, Yang Jian transmitted this message to Su Xing, imparting his 8-9 mystical arts as well. After conveying his thoughts, he was compelled to retreat back into his divine image, returning to the mythic world. A true warrior. Su Xing chuckled upon receiving Yang Jian's message and bowed respectfully to his divine image, nodding in agreement. At last, he departed. Observing Yang Jian's return to the mythic realm, the will of the arena sighed in relief. Finally, this war deity has been sent away. Once Yang Jian was gone, the will of the arena withdrew from Freya, allowing her consciousness to return. Calmness restored. As usual, 5 divine attributes began to drift from the arena and entered Su Xing's body. Freya then commenced to announce the outcome of the match. I declare, in the first round, the nation of Samadhi faced Huaxia, with Huaxia emerging victorious. The next match between Samadhi and Huaxia will commence in 5 minutes. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Su Xing once again stood upon the arena. This time, the divine champion from Samadhi had yet to make an appearance, and the audience from Samadhi sat in a state of despondency. All the deities of their nation had perished, and they were at a loss as to how to secure victory in the remaining rounds. Observing the dismal state of the Samadhi people, the Huaxia spectators seized the opportunity to mock them. The deities of Samadhi have been vanquished by Erlang Shen. How could they possibly fight now? Indeed, Samadhi is bereft of gods. Upon ascending the summoning platform, they might find themselves unable to manifest any divine images. What is the point of continuing? Let us declare Samadhi the loser right away. As a minute passed with no sign of the Samadhi champion, Freya turned towards the audience from Samadhi and declared, Samadhi, please send forth your contestant. Failure to do so will result in an immediate verdict of defeat. Just as Freya began her countdown, a figure approached the stage to represent Samadhi. To the astonishment of all, the individual standing upon the platform was a Westerner. Isn't this a match between Samadhi and our nation? Why is a Westerner stepping up? Indeed, what on earth are the Samadhi people up to? Upon seeing the Western man, the Huaxia crowd was left bewildered. Simultaneously, the high-ranking officials of Huaxia wore grim expressions. For they recognized this Westerner. He was none other than the esteemed divine champion of the Lighthouse Federation, the late-stage martial saint, Kucha Brown. How could he representing Samadhi when he was a champion of the Lighthouse Federation? Chapter 50. Unable to prevail in a duel, must they resort to team battles? This is cheating. He is from the Lighthouse Federation and cannot fight for Samadhi. The officials of Huaxia stood in outrage, protesting vehemently. Realizing that Samadhi and the Lighthouse Federation were clearly colluding behind the scenes to undermine Huaxia. Though I was once a citizen of the Lighthouse Federation, I have since acquired Samadhi nationality and now fight for my country. Have I violated any rules of the arena? Kucha Brown, unfazed by the discontent of the Huaxia people, replied with indifference. He had indeed just changed his nationality, allowing him to compete for Samadhi, and this was in accordance with the arena's regulations. The Huaxia spectators were left seething, gritting their teeth in frustration. However, despite Kucha Brown's shamelessness, he was correct. Having changed his nationality, he had not breached any rules. According to the stipulations of the divine arena, regardless of one's original nationality, as long as one changes citizenship, they are permitted to fight for their new country. What shall we do? The Lighthouse Federation is indeed ranked among the world's foremost powers. Can our divine beings from Huaxia truly contend with those from the Lighthouse Federation? It seems far-fetched. We cannot expect the likes of Bodhi Ancestor, Erlang Shen, or the great sage to appear, can we? Upon realizing that Kuchi hails from the Lighthouse Federation, the expression on the faces of the Huaxia people darkened. The Lighthouse Federation, prominently positioned on the Divine Arena's leaderboard, is undeniably a formidable nation. Although Huaxia has recently achieved a string of victories, can it genuinely stand against the divine entities of such a powerful nation? As Su Xing gazed at Kuchi, his mind wandered to the narratives surrounding the Lighthouse Federation. Logically, in this world of divine confrontations, a nation with a mere few centuries of history like the Lighthouse Federation should not have risen to prominence. Yet, at the onset of the spiritual energy revival, taking advantage of the global unawareness, the Lighthouse Federation aggressively invaded several countries, seizing a portion of their divine beings. Among the nations plundered were the Western Papal States, Mexico, and various tribes from the Flying State. Thus, the current Lighthouse Federation boasts a diverse pantheon of mythologies. Although these deities were acquired through force, it is undeniable that the divine reserves of the Lighthouse Federation are not lacking in strength. This very reason has allowed the Lighthouse Federation to maintain its status as a powerful nation. How typical of a bandit-esque demeanor. Reflecting on these memories, Su Xing could not suppress a cold smirk. In his past life, the Lighthouse Federation often cloaked its banditry under the guise of global security. The actions of this world's Lighthouse Federation align perfectly with their character. How dare these inferior Huaxiao individuals display such expressions towards me? At this moment, Kuchi Brown, noticing Su Xing's sardonic demeanor, felt a surge of irritation. A mere Huaxiao individual, daring to show such a countenance towards someone from the Lighthouse Federation, was a bold affront indeed. With these thoughts in mind, Kuchi mockingly addressed Su Xing. "What's the matter, little Huaxiao brat? Are you rendered speechless in fear? If you dread our divine beings, it would be wise to surrender now. Perhaps I might spare your life." "The divine beings of your Lighthouse Federation? Truly, that is the finest jest I have heard today. Enough of this banter. Since we are here to fight, let us begin the battle swiftly. Are the citizens of the Lighthouse Federation always this slow?" Su Xing regarded Kuchi Brown with defiance. Regardless of how many divine beings the Lighthouse Federation has pilfered or how many formidable gods they possess, he felt no trepidation. In the vast tapestry of Huaxia's mythology, the divine entities and myths of all other nations pale in comparison and are utterly insignificant. Kuchi Brown has transitioned to the samadhi nationality, thus not violating the arena's rules. Now commencing the second round of the match between the divine envoys of Samadhi and Huaxia, the participants are set to enter the summoning platform. Upon hearing Su Xing's words, Freya nodded in agreement and prepared to announce the commencement of the second round. Just as she finished speaking, Su Xing was about to take action when suddenly, Kuchi Brown raised his right hand and addressed Freya, saying, "Goddess Freya, for this battle, we shall initiate the Secret Realm Divine Battle." Secret Realm Divine Battle? Is this lighthouse being serious about initiating the Secret Realm Divine Battle? Upon Kuchi Brown's declaration, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. It became evident that Kuchi Brown intended to engage in a divine group battle against Huaxia. As Su Xing absorbed Kuchi Brown's words, he paused, recalling the original host's memories regarding the Secret Realm Divine Battle. This battle is characterized by its unique rules governing the divine arena. Once this special platform is activated, the images that appear before the divine envoys are not of deities, but rather depict the realms within mythological worlds. The divine envoys must select one of 5 images representing these secret realms. Once an image is chosen, the scene of that realm and all deities within it will descend and merge onto the arena. The opposing sides must strive to either occupy all of the opponent's realms or defeat all the deities within the secret realm to claim victory in this round. Under these extraordinary rules, the scale of battle expands beyond just 2 deities. It becomes a collective confrontation. If traditional divine arena battles are akin to one-on-one duels, then the Secret Realm Divine Battle transforms into a group contest within a specific environment. Chapter 51. The Appearance of the Secret Realm Images. A divine group battle? How exhilarating. As Su Xing comprehended the nature of the Secret Realm Divine Battle, his eyebrows arched with intrigue. The prospect of dispatching these foreign deities en masse rather than individually was certainly appealing. To initiate a Secret Realm Divine Battle, a cost of 10 units of spiritual energy from the initiating nation's territory is required. However, as Samadhi is a nation in exile, this condition is altered to a sacrifice of 40 of the national population. Freya, upon hearing Kuchi Brown's words, addressed him regarding the conditions for initiating the Secret Realm Divine Battle. Indeed, such an exhilarating and special rules battle cannot be summoned frivolously. Typically, a cost of 10 units of spiritual energy is demanded for such an event, yet for Samadhi, lacking spiritual energy within its territory, The conditions have shifted to a far more brutal population sacrifice, specifically 40 of its populace. This revelation left Su Xing astounded, despite Samida's status as an exiled nation. However, even now, the land of Samida boasts a population of 100 million. The sacrifice of 40 means the imminent demise of 40 million individuals. I concur with the notion of sacrificing 40 from the populace of Samida. Upon hearing Freya's words, Kucha unhesitatingly declared, after all, it was not his own people from the Lighthouse Nation who would perish, it would merely be those Samidans. His sole purpose in representing Samida in battle was to execute the directives of the leader of the Ross Federation to suppress Huaxia. The fate of the Samidans, whether they live or die, was of no concern to him. As for the alleged close alliance between the Samidans and the Lighthouse Federation, that was even more ludicrous. What were the Samidans, mere dogs to the Lighthouse Nation, to deserve an alliance with them? A dog remains a dog and is unworthy of sharing an equal standing with humans. Yet, Kucha remained indifferent, and at the moment he finished speaking, the eyes of the Samidans bulged in shock. They trembled in fear. The sacrifice of 40 could very well include themselves. Hey, wait a moment, you lighthouse dweller. What right do you have to determine our life and death? Indeed, we refuse to initiate the divine battle of the secret realm that represents a population of 40. And you are slaughtering us Samidans. What gives you lighthouse people the right to battle Huaxia, knowing our Samidans will perish? We no longer recognize you as our lighthouse allies. You lighthouse folk are nothing but beasts. May all lighthouse inhabitants meet their doom. Oh, I do not wish to die. I would rather be a slave to Huaxiao than meet my end in the arena as a sacrifice. The Samidans, gripped by terror, ceased fearing their paternal lighthouse nation. One by one, they unleashed a torrent of harsh insults upon the lighthouse people. Meanwhile, the lighthouse citizens, astonished by the audacity of their once loyal Samidans, retaliated with their own vitriol. Damn it, Samidans, you ungrateful wretches. This is for your own victory. Initially, the Samidans claimed to be our most loyal friends. And now they dare to insult us. Indeed, the Samidans are nothing but ungrateful wolves. Let us not call them wolves. They are but dogs. And it is baffling how they found the courage to bark back at their masters. You Samidans should all become slaves to Huaxia. The two nations exchanged barbs, while the Huaxians observed with growing concern. They recognized that Kucha was thoroughly prepared. Could Huaxiao emerge victorious in the divine battle of the secret realm? By the way, do you know what secrets lie within Huaxiao's realms? I seem to recall only the existence of the heavenly court. I too feel the same. When it comes to the secret realms of Huaxia, it seems we are utterly oblivious to their existence. Alas, there is no use dwelling on it. We must place our trust in the divine Su, believing that he shall conjure miracles anew. Indeed, pondering such matters is futile. Let us rally behind Su and have faith that he can prevail in this secret realm arena battle. As the audience from various nations engaged in fervent discussion on the arena, Freya nodded at Kuchi. Subsequently, the sacrificial rites of the Samida nation commenced. A series of black beams of light illuminated the chosen Samida individuals, followed by a cacophony of agonizing screams echoing from their place of exile. After a mere 2 minutes, the cries ceased, leaving the Samida refuge awash in a river of blood. In the span of those fleeting moments, the entire population of 40 million Samida souls was sacrificed. Returning to the arena, once the 40 Samida were offered up, Freya nodded approvingly, and with a wave of her hand, a towering black dragon pillar rose upon the stage. Beholding this black dragon pillar, Freya proclaimed, the conditions for initiation have been fulfilled. The current secret realm arena battle commences. Both divine favor bearers shall enter, and upon invoking the gods, may select their mythic realms. Upon hearing Freya's announcement, Kuchi made a throat-slashing gesture towards Su Xing before advancing to the invocation platform. Su Xing cast a knowing glance in his direction, refraining from comment, and likewise approached the platform. As he stepped into the invocation platform, a hum resonated, and as customary, 5 images gradually materialized from left to right before him. However, this time, the images did not depict deities, but rather various mythical realms. Su Xing meticulously examined each image from left to right. The first realm he beheld was a charred expanse of land, with fire crows spiraling above. Not far from the fire crows lay a vast flow of molten lava, its source being a mountain range ablaze in a furious inferno, glowing a deep crimson. Atop this mountain range stood a colossal bronze cauldron, emitting violet flames from its opening. It was evident that the region's lava and fire originated from this very cauldron. Is this the Flame Mountain? After scrutinizing the image, Su Xing recognized the secret realm, the Scorched Mountain, the Raging Flames. They were reminiscent of the tale from Journey to the West, where the great sage overturned the cauldron of the Supreme Lord. resulting in the formation of the Flame Mountain in the mortal realm. Within this Flame Mountain resided various demon clans, including the sworn brothers of the great sage son Wukong, the heaven-pacifying great sage, the bull demon king, his wife the Rakshasa princess, and his paramour, the jade-faced fox, all of whom were likely to inhabit this secret realm. Within the fiery mountains, one would expect to encounter various demon clans. The bull demon king possesses considerable strength, yet the others appear somewhat lacking in prowess. Turning his attention to the next mystical realm, Su Xing contemplated the imagery of the fiery mountains before shifting his gaze to the second depiction. In this second image, a verdant valley unfolds, cradling a cerulean stream that meanders from south to north. Flanking the stream are enchanting little green hills, adorned with beautiful maidens sporting fox ears and playful fox cubs with multiple tails. These maidens and foxes frolic in the valley, their laughter mingling with the mist that envelopes them. This is Qingxiu. Initially, Su Xing could not place this locale, but upon beholding the multitude of fox tails, he instantly recognized it as the legendary homeland of the nine-tailed fox, renowned throughout the divine realm. It is said that powerful nine-tailed fox deities dwell here, and there seems to be a connection to the Eastern Emperor Tai. Not lingering long in Qingxiu, Su Xing proceeded to examine the third mystical image. This depiction revealed an endless sea of clouds, within which numerous mountain peaks appeared to dance in and out of view. Upon closer inspection, he discerned several cliffside Taoist temples carved into the steep precipices, shrouded in mist. Tendrils of purple smoke drifted from within the temples, wafting eastward. Following the trail of the smoke, he beheld an elderly Taoist, seated in meditation atop a nine-headed lion, muttering incantations. This is Zhongnan Mountain. Recognizing the nine-headed lion, Su Xing immediately identified this mystical realm as Zhongnan Mountain, the sacred ground where the likes of the Taoist of Compassion and El Dongbin practice their celestial arts. As a sanctuary for cultivation, it is likely to be home to many formidable beings. Next, he turned his attention to the final two realms of divine entities. Should these deities prove less formidable than anticipated, he would opt for Zhongnan Mountain. With these thoughts in mind, Su Xing began to scrutinize the fourth image of the divine realm. The fourth mystical depiction reveals a vast lake. Beneath the surface of the lake, a colossal crimson dragon coils gracefully, while above it, a crystalline dragon palace gleams. Atop the palace hangs a plaque inscribed with the characters Qiantang. Upon seeing this, Su Xing instantly recognized the location, the Qiantang Dragon Palace, situated beneath Qiantang Lake. This realm is inhabited by water spirits and the Qiantang Dragon King, comprising a collection of relatively weak divine beings. Without lingering on the fourth mysterious image, Su Xing immediately turned his gaze to the fifth one. Upon glancing at it, his eyes brightened with intrigue. This fifth realm revealed a chilling landscape, shrouded in darkness and solitude, where cold winds howled ominously. As he scrutinized the image further, Su Xing discerned countless spirits lurking in the shadows, alongside a massive black stone door, a yellow spring, and a narrow bridge leading to a palace. This was the underworld. Su Xing recognized this realm through the stone door and the yellow spring, identifying it as the mythical underworld of Chinese lore, where souls journey after death. Also known as the Netherworld, this underworld stands as a distinct world within the six realms. To discover it as a secret realm was exhilarating for Su Xing. It is crucial to note that this final underworld realm is of an entirely different caliber compared to the preceding four. The underworld governs the cycle of reincarnation, an expansive domain teeming with deities, including formidable beings such as Emperor Fengdu and the Goddess of Peace. The mere thought of such a configuration appearing alongside the image of the Qiantang Dragon Palace was astonishing. Goodness, it seems that my homeland, China, harbors so many secret realms. Su Xing mused. The burning mountains, the valleys, the peaks of the Dragon Palace amidst the clouds, and this final eerie place. As a Chinese, I find myself unacquainted with all these mythical realms. What do you think? Which secret realm should we choose to ensure victory? One pondered. I believe the peak among the clouds is promising. The Taoist riding the nine-headed lion appears quite formidable. He could very well be on par with Patriarch Bodhi, suggested another. I find the burning mountains appealing. Any being capable of surviving in such an environment must possess considerable strength, interjected another. Yet, I think it prudent to select this final realm. The ominous darkness within sends shivers down my spine. The deities residing here must undoubtedly be the most powerful among the five realms. Another remarked. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Choosing this dark and eerie realm seems to guarantee victory, agreed another. Let us not overthink it. No matter how we speculate, it remains mere guesswork. We should trust whatever choice Su Xing makes, concluded another. as the 5 mysterious images materialized before him. The people of China began to fervently debate which realm would offer the highest probability of success. Su Xing, too, contemplated this dilemma. Among the 5 realms, the underworld undoubtedly possessed the greatest strength and highest rank. The Qiantang Dragon Palace was the weakest, followed by the Burning Mountains, and then the second-tier realms of Zhongnan Mountain and Qingqiu. Thus, Su Xing promptly ruled out the Qiantang Dragon Palace and the Burning Mountains, as both were significantly inferior in rank compared to the others. Moreover, the deities within were few, and aside from the formidable Bull Demon King, the rest were rather lacking in might. Excluding 2 options, Su Xing was left to choose from 3 remaining destinations: the underworld, Qingqiu, and Zhongnan Mountain. Among these, it goes without saying that the deities of the underworld are far more formidable than those of Qingqiu and Zhongnan Mountain. However, Su Xing hesitated to select the underworld, pondering whether it might be an overzealous choice to confront such a trivial adversary as the Lighthouse Federation. It felt somewhat akin to selecting Erlang Shen to contend with the myriad gods of Samadhi in the previous round, a case of excessive force for a minor confrontation. Behold, which secret realm has manifested before Mr. Kukabrown. Long live our Lighthouse Nation. With this secret realm, in the divine battle of realms, victory is assured for our Lighthouse Nation. Su Xing raised an eyebrow and glanced toward the commotion. Had the Lighthouse Nation drawn an exceptionally powerful secret realm? His curiosity piqued. He continued to listen intently. Within the newly refreshed realm, it is none other than the underworld governed by the great demon Lord Satan. Chapter 53. Summoning the Underworld Secret Realm. Who is she? The demon Lord Satan, reigning over the underworld, stands as the mightiest of all demons in our Lighthouse mythology. Choosing the underworld, I can scarcely fathom any possibility of defeat. Indeed, one must consider that the underworld harbors not only Satan, but also the 7 fallen angels, the 72 pillars of Solomon, and the Vampire King, all formidable and fearsome entities. I believe that there is no need for Satan to intervene. The 72 pillars of Solomon alone could obliterate the secret realm of Huaxia. Oh, the Western underworld? Upon hearing these remarks, Su Xing finally comprehended the source of the Lighthouse citizens' excitement. It turned out that their chosen secret realm was not weak at all. It was indeed the Western underworld ruled by Satan. Su Xing recalled that the Western underworld comprises 3 distinct regions: the Abyss, the Purgatory, and Hell. Each area teems with countless underworld creatures and deities. Among them, Satan is the supreme ruler, a symbol of evil and destruction in Western ecclesiastical mythology, embodying wrath and hatred, wielding formidable dark powers. As Su Xing ruminated on these thoughts, a shadowy projection of the underworld suddenly appeared above the arena, descending from the heavens to land upon the stage. Subsequently, dark energy surged forth, and the arena, influenced by the laws of the realm, expanded exponentially. Hiss! The dense black mist gradually dissipated, revealing the newly descended secret realm to the gathered onlookers. This world, now fused with the arena, was divided from top to bottom into 3 regions. The first region was an abyss of unfathomable darkness, shrouded in thick black fog, where light could not penetrate, and the air was filled with the acrid scent of sulfur and the echoes of countless wails. The second region featured a towering mountain, atop which a beam of sacred light shone down from the heavens. Beneath the towering cliffs, grotesque and hideous creatures crawled in dense clusters, their gaze fixated upon the sacred luminescence of the mountain, exerting every effort to ascend towards it. The third realm was a domain engulfed in flames, chains, and darkness. Its ground was strewn with molten lava and ash. A closer inspection revealed a pair of malevolent, eerie eyes that seemed to mock all who dared to look upon them. The sight of those eyes sent shivers down Su Xing's spine. The world merging with the arena was none other than the Western mystical realm of the underworld. These 3 areas corresponded to the Abyss, Purgatory, and Hell, as he had previously mentioned. And within this final region of Hell, those eyes belonged to the Western Demon King. Satan. Goodness, is this the mythical realm of the Lighthouse Federation? It sends chills down one's spine. Indeed, especially those eyes. I feel as though my very soul has been snatched away. What do we do? This is dire. I never anticipated the realm summoned by the Lighthouse Federation to be so formidable. Fear not, fear not. As I've said before, trust in Su God. Just like the cherry blossom people and the simi people earlier, in the end, we will prevail. The people of Huaxia, witnessing the sights of this Western underworld, felt a twinge of concern. Returning to the arena, Su Xing redirected his gaze. He observed the 5 mystical images before him, no longer hesitating, and extended his hand to select the 5th image of the underworld, the realm brimming with divine beings and vast expanses. Initially, he believed that the realm chosen by Kucha Brown lacked strength and was not worthy of his selection. However, upon realizing that the opposite choice was under the dominion of Satan in the underworld, his perspective shifted. Not to mention, the demon king Satan and his fallen angels possessed formidable power. At this moment, opting for the eastern underworld, which shared a dark affinity, was perfectly fitting to counter the western underworld. I choose the Huaxiao mystical realm of the underworld. With this thought, Su Xing pointed at the image of the underworld. Soon, the other 4 mystical images faded, leaving only the image of the underworld. A resonant hum echoed as the remaining image transformed into a streak of flowing light soaring into the sky. Following suit, a vast surge of divine power rose above the arena, and, as before, a colossal projection of the world began to descend onto the arena. Boom! A thick mist enveloped the area, followed by numerous chains of rules ascending from the arena. The space within the arena expanded exponentially once more. As the fog dissipated, the onlookers turned their gaze towards the arena, only to behold a realm of darkness, far larger than the western underworld, manifesting before them. This expanse seemed shrouded in an all-encompassing darkness, as if an endless night would never fade away. At the forefront stands a colossal stone gate, majestically towering, its surface etched with the 3 characters Ghost Gate. Beyond this gate lies an expansive pathway, where yellow spring water flows, shimmering with an eerie luminescence. In the distance, ominous palaces emerge, their black roofs and crimson walls exuding an unsettling aura. Is this truly the secret realm of my homeland? The darkness and sense of dread here bear a striking resemblance to the western underworld. Could this be our eastern realm of the dead? The atmosphere is undeniably formidable, rivaling that of the western underworld. I had no idea that our land harbored such a hidden domain. I wonder what deities may arise from within. As the realm of the underworld manifests upon the arena, the people of Huaxiao are stirred with excitement. The underworld summoned by Su Xing appears no less impressive than its western counterpart. Both realms are now present on this mythical stage. The divine emissaries from each side are invited to enter their respective mythological domains and communicate with their deities. Following this communion, they may summon their gods to the battlefield. Once the underworld has graced the arena, Freya addresses Kusabrin and Su Xing from above. After her words, Freya swiftly retreats from the arena, feeling the oppressive atmosphere of these 2 realms. Even as a goddess, the weight of the darkness in these domains makes it difficult for her to breathe. Little ghost of Huaxia, this realm must be your eastern underworld. Soon we shall see whose underworld is stronger, yours or mine. After Freya departs, Kusabrin casts a fierce glare at Su Xing before stepping onto the arena, entering his western demonic realm. Ignoring Kusabrin's provocation, Su Xing steps forth from the summoning platform, also entering the arena, making his way toward the underworld. Taking a deep breath, Su Xing gazes at the ghost gate ahead. As a living man, he has yet to pass beyond, yet he is about to step into the ghost gate, an experience unlike any other. Upon drawing closer, he raises his eyes and sees the 2 deities guarding the gate, the ox-headed and horse-faced deities of the underworld. As Su Xing prepares to pay his respects to these deities, a sudden burst of violet gas erupts from beyond the ghost gate, striking him forcefully. Instantly, he becomes dizzy, his vision blurring. When his consciousness returns and he opens his eyes again, he finds himself in a realm of golden void. Before him stands a breathtaking woman clad in divine robes, her head adorned with a phoenix crown, holding a jade scepter. Her gentle features are serene yet dignified. Who is she? Su Xing gazes at this enchanting masked figure, his heart filled with intrigue. Chapter 54. The Lord of Reincarnation, Serene Lady. The exquisite masked woman spoke as she observed Su Xing awaken. You are the one who has projected my underworld into this realm. Just moments ago, Su Xing had approached the gates of the underworld, yet before entering, he found himself in this unfamiliar space, face to face with this enchanting figure. Still dazed, Su Xing did not respond to her immediately, but rather inquired, "Esteemed one, who might you be?" However, as soon as he voiced his question, a jolt of realization struck him, and he comprehended the identity of the stunning woman before him. In the underworld, aside from that esteemed figure, who else could claim it as my? You are the Serene Lady, Su Xing proclaimed, bowing deeply before her. Indeed, if his deductions were correct, the woman before him was the very founder of the underworld, the divine being who established the realm of shadows and the system of reincarnation. Possessing the power of a saint, the Serene Lady, also known as the Lady of the Earth. Remarkable, little mortal, you indeed recognize me. Yet, you have yet to answer my question. Was it you who projected the underworld into this space? The Serene Lady smiled at Su Xing, continuing her inquiry. Nodding in response, Su Xing proceeded to explain everything regarding the arena to her. Oh, a contest among national deities? In a divine arena? The serene lady raised an eyebrow upon hearing Su Xing's words. She pondered momentarily before fixing her gaze upon him once more. The rules of the arena are at play, Su Xing replied, affirming her question as he elaborated on the matters concerning the arena. Oh, a contest among national deities? In a divine arena? After listening to Su Xing's explanation, the serene lady furrowed her brow with contemplation. When she lifted her gaze again, a hint of menace flickered in her eyes. Little mortal, should you dare to deceive me, you must consider the consequences. Deceive you? Serene lady, every word I have spoken is the truth, devoid of any falsehood. The chilling aura from the serene lady enveloped Su Xing, rendering him as if he had plunged into a 1,000-year ice cavern. Hastily, he sought to clarify, oh, every word is the truth. Are you suggesting that this so-called will of the arena possesses the power to project my underworld into this realm without my consent? Upon hearing Su Xing's response, the serene lady's demeanor turned even colder. Su Xing found himself at a loss for words. He too believed that the rules of the arena should not have the capacity to influence a domain overseen by the serene lady. Yet, inexplicably, the rules had indeed projected the underworld. He found it perplexing, yet he could not fathom the reason behind such a phenomenon. Upon witnessing Su Xing's demeanor, the goddess Pingxin's eyes flickered momentarily. Subsequently, a surge of murderous intent enveloped the air, intensifying the frigid atmosphere around Su Xing, as if his very being was on the verge of succumbing to this overwhelming force. Suddenly, a resonant hum echoed, and the Bodhi fruit bestowed upon Su Xing by the venerable Bodhi ancestor floated forth, intercepting the lethal aura emanating from Pingxin. The sight of the Bodhi fruit took Pingxin by surprise. She swiftly grasped it in her hand, murmuring, "This is my life-bound Bodhi fruit. How did you come to possess it? Could it be?" After uttering this, Pingxin retracted her murderous intent, her eyes transforming into a shade of white, as she scrutinized Su Xing with newfound interest. After a moment of observation, a glimmer of joy illuminated her countenance. Gazing at Su Xing, she mused aloud, So it is. So you are. No wonder, everything now makes sense." Confused, Su Xing interjected, "What do you mean by so I am? What do you mean everything makes sense? Was it possible that this could project the underworld onto this arena, and he was somehow involved? My young friend, I have wronged you. I beg your pardon for my earlier disrespect," she said, surprising Su Xing, who could hardly believe his ears. The goddess, possessing the might of a sage, was apologizing to him? In disbelief, he thought, is it truly such an honor for a sage to apologize to me? Just then, Pingxin performed a spell, and dark energy surged forth, manifesting a black token in her hand, which she then presented to Su Xing. "This is my hand command token. With it, you shall possess the authority to command all within the underworld. In essence, as long as you hold this token, you are akin to me, a sovereign of the underworld. Every spirit must heed your commands and cannot defy you." Stunned, Su Xing stared wide-eyed at the token in his grasp. The sovereign of the underworld? Authority over all? This gift from Pingxin is exceedingly lavish. Enough of this, my young friend. There is no time for further discussion. The battle will commence shortly. Lead the underworld to victory in this conflict, she instructed firmly. Before Su Xing could articulate his thoughts, Pingxin waved her hand, forcibly pulling his consciousness from that space, returning him to the threshold of the ghost gate. "Su God, what are you doing there? Shouldn't you be communicating with the divine instead of standing there in a daze? Look, Su God has acquired a token. Just a moment ago, he had none." Chapter 55. The battle is about to begin. Look at Su Xing. How did he come to possess a token when he had none just moments ago? Indeed, how did this token suddenly appear in Su Xing's hand? Su Xing's consciousness had just been summoned to an independent space by the serene goddess. While the people of Huaxiao remained oblivious, they watched Su Xing's stillness, mistakenly believing he was in a daze, inundating the screen with frantic comments. Some, however, noticed the sudden emergence of a black token in Su Xing's hand, puzzled by how it had appeared without any movement on his part. Returning to Su Xing, he gazed at the token, feeling an immense and profound power within it. Grasping the token, he sensed a connection with all the deities of the underworld. With a mere command, he could summon and control all spirits residing in the underworld, excluding the serene goddess, of course. "Greetings, Your Excellency." At the threshold of the ghost gate, the bull-headed and horse-faced guardians were the first to perceive the aura of Su Xing's token. They rushed over, bowing in respect. Following their greeting, a chorus of reverent voices echoed from the underworld, as all spirits recognized the presence of the token in Su Xing's hand. Seeing the token, Akin to a manifestation of the serene goddess, none dared to treat Su Xing lightly in the underworld. With a thunderous sound resonating behind him, Su Xing tightened his grip on the token. He turned his gaze toward the boundary between the eastern underworld and the netherworld, where a magnificent six-tiered purple tower emerged, adorned with intricate runes and radiating a brilliant white light. The battle was about to commence. This six-tiered purple tower served as the battleground for the divine beings of both realms. As the defending side, Huaxiao was tasked with dispatching deities to guard each layer of the purple tower, while the invading Lighthouse Kingdom was required to send their deities to seize control of it. If the deities of the Lighthouse Kingdom could conquer all 6 tiers within 2 hours, victory would be theirs. Conversely, should they fail to capture the tower within the allotted time, Huaxiao would emerge triumphant. Regardless of the victor, the secret realms of the winning side would engulf those of the defeated. Huaxiao, prepare for the impending battle. Are you ready for your eastern realm to be devoured by our netherworld? Not long after, Kuchi Brown emerged from the western netherworld, arrogantly addressing Su Xing. His confidence suggested he had communicated well with the deities of the netherworld. That haughty demeanor is truly irksome. Su Xing glared fiercely at Kuchi Brown. Were it not for the restrictions of this secret realm battle, wherein divine favorites were forbidden from engaging in combat, he is now determined to shatter the facade of this Kuchi Brown. The audacity of these Huaxiao people is truly remarkable. We, the denizens of the lighthouse, possess the capital to be arrogant, while you Huaxiao, despite your desires, lack such standing. Ha ha ha. Upon witnessing the emergence of our western underworld, these Huaxiao have summoned their eastern underworld. Such unbridled arrogance is laughable. I refuse to believe that the deities of their eastern underworld could surpass those of our western realm. Indeed, when the great Lord Satan descends to govern the underworld and graces this arena, the suspense of victory or defeat has already evaporated. The true delight of this secret realm battle lies in observing how our lighthouse deities torment the deities of Huaxia. Pray, when do you suppose our western deities shall completely breach this purple tower? I wager half an hour. Half an hour? You overestimate these eastern deities. I reckon it will be at most 10 minutes. Upon hearing Su Xing's retort, the lighthouse people wore expressions of displeasure. After the appearance of Satan's underworld, they had deemed Huaxia's defeat a foregone conclusion. How dare Su Xing speak such words to their esteemed Kuchi Brown? Thus, the self-proclaimed noble citizens of the lighthouse resumed their mockery. Esteemed colleagues, I implore your assistance this time. Back on the arena, on Su Xing's side, he had just finished communicating with the deities of the underworld through the token. He had also arranged for all the Huaxia deities stationed at each level. Whoosh. Subsequently, Su Xing stowed away the token, and in an instant, dark clouds surged from the direction of the underworld. These clouds gradually enshrouded the 6 layers of the purple tower, and then numerous indistinct shadows emerged from the clouds, infiltrating the tower. After completing this, the voice of Freya echoed once more to Su Xing and Kuchi Brown. The guardian deities are now in position. The countdown begins. Huaxia, mere bravado will not suffice. I am eager to see if your Huaxia underworld deities can defend this purple tower. Upon hearing Freya's words, Kuchi Brown unleashed another fierce remark towards Su Xing. He then turned to face the direction of his western underworld, doffed his hat in reverence, and began to summon their deities to assault the tower. Noble deities of the underworld, your loyal disciple Kuchi Brown, I humbly request, King of the abyssal spirits, King of ghouls, King of goblins, King of skeletons, King of gargoyles, and the Lord of imps. Roar. Kuchi Brown recited the names of over 20 abyssal deities. As his words fell, a chilling howl resonated from the abyssal region of the western underworld, followed by the emergence of massive, fearsome creatures from the depths. How powerful do these deities summoned by Kuchi Brown appear to be? Indeed, did you catch their names? What kind of kings are these? Could it be that Kuchi Brown, defying all conventions, has summoned the most formidable deities from the underworld right from the onset? The people of Huaxia, upon witnessing the over 20 deities summoned by Kuchi Brown, felt a twinge of trepidation. Yet Su Xing, observing and listening to Kuchi Brown's invocation, remained unfazed, even amused. Despite the intimidating appearances and grand titles of these so-called Goblin King, Gargoyle King, and Skeleton King, in Su Xing's eyes, they barely qualified as gods, at best. They were merely monstrous beings of frightful visage, and not particularly powerful ones at that. The guardian deities he had arranged on the first level, while strong, were more than sufficient to handle these creatures. Eastern deities, come forth and meet your demise. Become our sustenance. Su Xing mused as the Goblin King and Skeleton King breached the first level of the Purple Tower. With their entry, the arena's rules manifested. revealing the interior of the first level for all to behold. Concurrently, the Huaxia deities stationed on this level appeared before the spectators. 5 silhouettes emerged, discernible only through the hazy mist. The foremost two were the bull-headed and horse-faced guardians, the very figures who had been stationed at the gates of the underworld. Behind them were 2 more figures, tall and slender, clad in black and white robes, adorned with matching high hats. These were the grim reapers of the underworld, Heibai Wuchang, Fan Wujiao, and Xiebian. The final figure was an elderly woman, her visage gentle, holding a bowl brimming with yellow broth. This was Meng Pe, the keeper of the Wangchuan River and the Naiha Bridge, capable of erasing all memories from those who partake of her concoction. Look at the deities guarding the first level of Huaxia. 2 are mere gatekeepers, 2 appear as jesters in black and white attire, and 1 is an old crone. Is this the elderly and infirm pantheon of the eastern underworld? The people of the Lighthouse Federation laughed uproariously at the sight of the 5 deities, appearing small and frail, particularly the aged woman. How could they possibly stand a chance against the likes of the Gargoyle King and Goblin King, these abyssal fiends? As the lighthouse inhabitants mocked them, the Huaxia people grew increasingly anxious. Indeed, the western underworld's fiends, aside from the Goblin King, were all towering figures, each at least 10 meters tall. In stark contrast, the 5 deities Su Xing had summoned seemed hardly larger than a hand of those formidable beings. Were they truly not concerned about being swept away by a mere breath from these demons? Chapter 56. With a bowl of broth, who am I? Where am I? Especially the last old woman. Did she possess any combat prowess? Holding that bowl of broth, was she intending to serve it to the opposing deities? Is this truly the essence of Eastern divinity? Just this? Upon returning to the first level of the Purple Tower, the Goblin King and over 20 abyssal creatures were greeted with disdainful and contemptuous expressions by the 5 deities of Meng Pe. These Eastern deities, resembling mere ants, hardly seemed worthy of their attention. To consume them would scarcely suffice to fill the gaps between their teeth. However, they reasoned that even the tiniest of flies is still flesh, and perhaps devouring these beings would grant them a modicum of strength. Ultimately, it was the ghastly king of ghouls who stirred, preparing to swallow the 5 deities, whom he perceived as nothing more than insignificant sprouts. Yet, as he opened his mouth, a bowl of yellow broth was abruptly splashed into it by none other than the elderly Meng Pe, who had been standing at the rear. The scene elicited raucous laughter from the onlookers. What is this Eastern matron doing? Is she offering us divine broth? They jeered. We must thank her for this. The absurdity of the situation was not lost on them, as they declared it a contender for one of the top 10 comedic moments in the world. While the spectators reveled in amusement, the people of Huaxiao wore grave expressions, unable to suppress their doubts. Godsu, what were you thinking in choosing these deities to guard the first level? They lamented internally. Let the ghoul devour the old woman. Fighting these beings is an affront to our dignity. Back in the tower, the Goblin King and the Gargoyle King looked upon Meng Pe with even greater disdain. They considered themselves noble abyssal deities, and engaging with such lowly beings felt like an indignity. They urged the king of ghouls to stop hesitating and swiftly consume the 5 lesser gods. However, as their command was issued, the ghoul remained unresponsive, seemingly lost in thought. His once malevolent gaze now transformed into one of innocence. He closed his mouth and began to ponder existential questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I meant to do? Ghoul, what are you doing? The Goblin King exclaimed in frustration. If you are going to dawdle, allow me to take action. Just then, another bowl of yellow broth was once again splashed into the mouth of the king of ghouls. The previous confusion vanished from his face, replaced with a fierce determination. He glared at the Goblin King, enraged. How dare you, Western creature, lay hands upon a deity of the East? In a fit of fury, the king of ghouls opened his cavernous mouth and promptly swallowed the Goblin King whole. You have lost your mind, ghoul. Upon witnessing the king of ghouls suddenly turn against his own, the king of vengeful spirits and the gargoyle were utterly bewildered. What is going on, my friend? Why are you betraying us at such a critical moment? The abyssal deities were still in shock. Then, the black and white impermanents, along with the ox-head and horse-face, sprang into action. The ox-head brandished a steel fork while the horse-face raised a divine spear, and the black and white impermanents drew their dual swords, launching an assault against the remaining abyssal monsters. Boom! The formidable attacks struck home. It was only at this moment that the abyssal creatures realized that these 5 seemingly unimposing Eastern deities were far from weak. Wrath of the vengeful spirits, might of the stone idol. The abyssal monsters quickly resorted to various means to counter the onslaught. The clash of divine powers erupted within the first level of the Purple Tower, a dazzling display of divine warfare. As all the deities belonged to the dark domain, The audience beheld a chaotic melee. Yet, despite the tumult, the situation was not stagnant. The ox head, horse face, black and white impermanence, and Mengpa faced the so-called Goblin Kings and over 20 other abyssal creatures with an overwhelming force. In less than 2 minutes, the number of monsters had dwindled to a mere handful. Witnessing this scene, the people of Huaxiao lifted their heads, clenched their fists, and widened their eyes, slowly rising to their feet. I cannot believe it. We thought our Eastern deities appeared weak, yet they fight with such strength. Chapter 57. The Four Great Judges. The Four Great Vampires. Oh, I truly have sinned. I had vowed to trust the god of Su without question, yet at times, I simply cannot contain myself. By the way, why did the king of ghouls suddenly turn traitor? I am unsure. Could it be that he sensed the might of our Huaxiao deities and chose to align himself accordingly? The Huaxiao people discussed the betrayal of the king of ghouls, while the people of the lighthouse were equally bewildered, angrily clutching their arms. They could not comprehend why their king of ghouls had suddenly turned against them. Indeed, we underestimated these Eastern deities. However, Huaxiao, do not rejoice too soon. These few demon gods are merely the most superficial of our abyssal deities. In the Western underworld alone, there are thousands of demon gods residing within the abyss. Your few deities will barely withstand our onslaught. Kucha Brown's expression was not particularly favorable, yet he remained composed, casting a glance at Su Xing before continuing with his rituals to summon the gods. Soon, after muttering a few incomprehensible incantations, a multitude of demons emerged from the abyss of the underworld. Fiery, winged western dragons, vengeful reapers wielding scythes, and werewolves, half-human and half-wolf, appeared alongside a sinister witch with a hooked nose and 2 heads. 5 waves of these underworld creatures crawled forth from the depths and entered the purple tower. However, the 5 guardians of the tower showed no signs of retreat in the face of these relentless foes. Relying solely on their combined strength, they successfully repelled all 5 waves of these western monstrosities. The bull-headed and horse-faced guardians emitted roars of fury from hell, while the white Wuchang summoned a soul-collecting banner and the black Wuchang brandished a soul-capturing bell. Mengpa, still holding her yellow broth, continued to pour it into the mouths of the demons. Each time she administered the broth, the Western deities experienced a moment of confusion and betrayal. It became evident to everyone that the seemingly innocuous old woman was indeed peculiar and possessed a remarkable ability. They surmised that the deity's betrayal was undoubtedly a consequence of the yellow broth she wielded. After all, did they truly believe that Mengpa, the custodian of the river of forgetfulness, was merely an old crone? Meanwhile, Su Xing, upon hearing the cacophony of exclamations, murmured to himself. Mengpo's unique ability concerning the river of forgetfulness could influence the memories of deities. To a certain extent, this was akin to a skill. As long as the opponent's realm did not surpass hers, her bowl of yellow broth could directly induce forgetfulness or even alter memories. How infuriating! Watching his Western demons, the witch and the werewolf, fall one by one beneath the blade of the white Wuchang, Kucha Brown found himself utterly dismayed. How could it be that despite sending so many deities for so long, he could not even breach the first layer? Those 5 deities opposing him had successfully thwarted the majority of his forces from the abyss. This was unacceptable. Kucha Brown knelt before the abyss, imploring the gods once more. This time, he sought to summon the 4 most formidable vampiric counts from the depths of the abyss: Count Dracula, Countess Carmilla, Countess Elizabeth Bathory, and Count Ulrich. These 4 vampiric lords were the most powerful deities within the western underworld abyss, true masters of the depths. With Kucha Brown kneeling, a crimson river surged forth from the abyss's bottom. Gradually, 4 figures emerged from this sanguine stream. 2 men and 2 women, pallid and adorned in noble attire, appeared, their beauty striking. They were summoned to participate in the battle at the first layer. Truly, what a collection of incompetence. The 4 vampires, moving with an elegant grace, entered the purple tower. Step aside, hissed Count Dracula, leading the charge. He casually dispatched a werewolf blocking his path, reducing it to a desiccated husk, and then turned to the 5 figures of Mengpa, declaring, "Eastern deities, are you prepared to meet your demise? Western fiends, do not be so arrogant." Despite knowing that their own cultivation levels were perhaps inferior to those of these vampires, the deities of the underworld, Heibai Wuchang, Nyudo, and Maimai, and Mengpa, felt no fear and were ready to engage in battle. They were gods of the nether realm, unafraid of confrontation. However, just as they were about to clash, they found themselves involuntarily retreating, being forcibly ejected from the purple tower. Upon looking back, they saw that it was Su Xing wielding a token, compelling their exit from the tower. "Master, we are still capable of fighting," they implored Su Xing. If we continue, there will surely be casualties. Our underworld is not without other deities. Let these 4 vampires be dealt with by those on the second level. Su Xing shook his head, addressing Meng Pe and the others. Indeed, while it is uncertain who would prevail in a continued fight against these 4 vampires, I understand that prolonging the battle would undoubtedly lead to casualties among our own deities. That would be a loss we cannot afford. Remember, the safety of our gods in Huaxiao far outweighs that of the Western deities. Understood, Master. Recognizing that Su Xing was acting in their best interest, Meng Pe and the others ceased their protests, nodding at him before stepping back to stand behind him. With a thunderous rumble, the moment Meng Pe and her companions withdrew from the purple tower, the first layer collapsed. This signified that the deities of the lighthouse had finally breached the first level after such a lengthy siege. At that moment, the previously stern-faced lighthouse figures appeared somewhat relieved. The Huaxiao folk have grown fearful of our 4 counts, voluntarily relinquishing the first level. Indeed, why did the Kuchi Brown not summon the 4 counts earlier? If they had done so sooner, wouldn't we have already conquered the first level? Precisely. With the 4 counts unleashed, I believe we could swiftly seize the 3rd layer of the purple tower. Back within the purple tower, following the capture of the first layer, the 4 vampires exchanged sneers, deriding the cowardice of their opponents, and proceeded toward the 2nd layer. Eastern deities, come forth and meet your doom. Do you Eastern gods only know how to cower and hide? As the 4 vampires entered the 2nd layer, they found no sign of the Huaxia deities and began to taunt loudly. However, as their jeers echoed, a thick fog enveloped the 2nd layer, growing denser by the moment. Suddenly, before the 4 vampires, a black table materialized. Upon the desk lay a simple brush alongside a blue tome, inscribed with the formidable characters Book of Life and Death. The audacity of the divine entities of Huaxia is truly remarkable. Do they genuinely believe that inscribing these 3 characters can dictate the fates of all beings? Countess Elizabeth Bathory, a vampiress of the West, happened to be acquainted with the Huaxia script. Upon seeing the title Book of Life and Death, disdain washed over her countenance, and she reached out to tear the book asunder. Yet, at that very moment, a powerful hand grasped her arm. A man emerged, adorned in a black official robe, his head crowned with a cap, his demeanor grave, and his eyes flashing with authority. Western spirits, do you presume to defile the Book of Life and Death of my underworld? He proclaimed. Lifespan diminished. The man stepped forth, seized the brush, and began to inscribe within the tome. He then pressed Elizabeth's hand directly onto the pages. In an instant, a crimson light erupted from the book. The once beautiful visage of Elizabeth transformed, aging before their eyes, shifting from an elegant noblewoman to a frail old crone. How dare you? What have you done to her? Count Dracula and the other 3 vampires were incensed, witnessing Elizabeth's rapid deterioration. They conjured a torrent of crimson to engulf the man. However, just as the blood-red cascade materialized, 3 figures clad in official garb emerged from the shadows, effortlessly dispersing the vast crimson wave with a mere gesture. How bold of you, Western fiends, to lay hands upon our 4 great judges of the underworld. You, old man Zhong, have not slain a ghost in ages. Deliver these Western spirits to me, and I shall have my fill. Indeed, the deities stationed on the 2nd layer of the underworld were none other than the 4 great judges, Cui Ju, Zhong Kuei, Lu Zhidao, and Wei Zhang. Chapter 58. Their eyes brimmed with dread. The first man to appear was none other than Cui Ju, the head of the 4 judges, the keeper of the Book of Life and Death. The burly man who uttered a curse was the ghost-capturing master, Zhong Kuei. The 2 who followed him, clad in elegant azure robes, were Lu Zhidao, the judge of the underworld. The last, slightly stern in appearance, was Wei Zhang, another judge. As Su Xing contemplated these figures, he seized the moment to enlighten the populace of Huaxiao about their divine entities, articulating the names and deeds of the 4 great judges. Upon hearing Su Xing's exposition, the esteemed professors and scholars among the Huaxiao elite hastily took notes to record this knowledge. Meanwhile, the common folk, upon listening to Su Xing's words and gazing at the 4 great judges within the purple tower, were filled with reverence. The 4 great judges. How remarkable! To think our Huaxiao mythology harbors such formidable adjudicators. The judge of life and death, Cui, possesses the extraordinary ability to alter a person's lifespan with a mere stroke of his pen. It is no wonder that Elizabeth has suddenly aged so dramatically. However, Judge Cui has a matter to discuss regarding my remaining time on this earth. And let us not forget the refined and handsome Judge Liu. The Ghostbuster, Judge Zhong, finds himself perfectly matched against the 4 vampires before him, who are indeed his professional counterparts. With the 4 eminent judges at our disposal, What could we possibly fear from these four formidable vampires? With newfound confidence after Su Xing's enlightening discourse, the people of Huaxiao flooded the screen with their enthusiasm. Back within the Purple Tower, the imminent clash between the four judges and the four vampires was palpable. The attack was initiated by the four vampire counts, led by Count Dracula, who bellowed fiercely as a blood-red moon emerged behind him. Instantly, the second level of the Purple Tower transformed into a vivid crimson, influenced by the ominous moonlight. The arrival of the red moon caused torrents of blood to surge forth from the bodies of Dracula, Elizabeth, and the other counts, exponentially increasing their powers. With smirks adorning their faces, they unleashed their mightiest attacks. Dracula summoned a massive crimson bat, soaring towards Judge Chui. Lady Camilla morphed into a colossal blood beast, lunging at Judge Zhong with her gaping maw. Alec conjured hundreds of blood puppets, targeting the seemingly vulnerable Lu Zhidao. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Knight, having transformed into a pool of blood, finally escaped Judge Chui's grasp. Now resembling an elderly woman, she cast a venomous glance at the judges before charging at Wei Zhang. Each of the four vampire counts selected a judge as their adversary, igniting the battle. Witnessing this fierce assault, the four judges did not remain idle. Judge Chui grasped the Book of Life and Death from the table, opting not to invoke divine powers or the laws inscribed within. Instead, he leaped forth, striking Dracula with the book in a straightforward yet impactful manner. Judge Zhong, filled with exuberance, let out a hearty laugh before ensnaring his prey with the soul snare. Judge Liu, maintaining his gentle and elegant demeanor, appeared as a stark contrast to Judge Zhong, yet when engaged, he showed no mercy, wielding his azure sword to swiftly dispatch dozens of blood puppets. Lastly, Judge Wei Zhang remained composed in the face of the blood thorns before him, brandishing his demon-slaying whip and striking at Elizabeth with unwavering resolve. The battle raged on with fervor and intensity. The four illustrious vampire lords and the four formidable judges engaged in a dazzling display of prowess within the second layer of the secret realm. Unlike the abyssal monsters encountered earlier, these vampires, being among the most powerful entities of the abyss, possessed a modicum of strength, albeit only a slight one. Initially, the four vampire lords managed to withstand the onslaught of the four judges, even retaliating on occasion. However, it was not long before the judges seized the opportunity to overwhelm them. With a series of explosive impacts, the vampires were reduced to clouds of sanguine mist. Remarkably, these dissipating forms did not meet their demise. Instead, the blood mist began to coalesce in the air, gradually reshaping into their corporeal forms, reappearing before the judges. Panic set in as Count Dracula, observing the judges with growing trepidation, realized the peril of remaining within the tower. The blood mist they transformed into after death was a unique life-preserving technique of their bloodline, automatically activated upon sustaining fatal injuries. However, this ability was not without its limitations, as each use significantly drained their essence and vitality. If they were to rely upon it excessively, their bloodline could be entirely depleted, leading to their ultimate demise. At that moment, they comprehended the vast chasm between themselves and the four judges. Continuing this futile struggle would be insurmountable, even with countless lives at their disposal. Thus, Dracula exchanged glances with the other three vampires, each recognizing the unspoken agreement to flee from the second layer of the Purple Tower. The pursuit of victory paled in comparison to the instinct for survival. With a swift incantation, the vampires ignited their blood to hasten their escape. Yet, the four judges, who had initially provoked them, were not inclined to let them slip away so easily. As the vampires attempted to flee, the judges positioned themselves at the cardinal points, encircling the vampires with no avenue for escape. Are you not capable of resurrecting as blood mist? Perfect, we shall encircle you, and see how many times you can return. With the invocation of their formidable spells, soul-binding chains, Book of Life and Death, and demon whips, the judges unleashed their attacks, swiftly reducing the fourth vampire once more to blood mist, which then began to writhe and reform. The cycle repeated, painting a gruesome and surreal tableau for the spectators in the live broadcast and arena space. This is unexpected. I anticipated the victory of our four judges. Yet I never envisioned such a scene, one observer mused. How is it that these so-called Western vampires are so inept, akin to livestock being herded for slaughter? Another remarked, deriding their claim to nobility. At this moment, the people of Huaxiao were filled with immense joy, while those from the Lighthouse Nation concealed their faces in despair. How could it be that their most formidable deity, the four mighty counts of the abyss, were so ruthlessly bested by a divine being from Huaxia? Furthermore, the four judges from Huaxiao were merely the guardians of the second tier on the other side, Why was it proving so arduous? There were still 4 more tiers of guardians behind them. This situation could not persist any longer. Turning his attention to Kukabrown, he surveyed the battlefield on the second tier of the purple tower, his face darkened with frustration. Much time had elapsed, and yet there had been no breakthrough into the second tier of Huaxia. It seemed that the deities of the abyss could not be relied upon. Their focus must now shift to the second region of their own underworld, the Inferno. Moreover, they would need to summon the powerful gods residing within. Time was of the essence, and urgency was paramount. As these thoughts raced through Kukabrown's mind, he bit into his own finger, pressing it to the ground while murmuring an incantation of unknown origin. O great 72 pillars of demon gods, your most devoted follower, Kukabrown, humbly beseeches you to battle. Upon completing his invocation, a moment of silence enveloped the mountain of the Inferno, and then emerged 70 to 80 dark silhouettes. The appearance of these shadows triggered an overwhelming sense of agony and revulsion among the onlookers, an emanation stemming from the dark aura surrounding them. Gradually, the black mist accompanying these shadows coalesced as they emerged from the underworld's inferno, revealing their true forms. Upon closer inspection, the figures numbered over 70. Each cloaked in demonic energy and bearing distinct appearances, some humanoid, others resembling lions, knights, or crocodiles. Leading them was a middle-aged man adorned with a crown and wielding a king's scepter. Could it be that the 72 pillars of Solomon had been summoned? Su Xing gazed ahead, recognizing the 70-plus deities called forth by the Lighthouse Nation. Memories from his past life surged back, causing his eyelids to flutter with trepidation. If the goblins and the 4 blood demons encountered earlier were unworthy of being called demon gods, then the emergence of these 72 deities undeniably warranted such a title. These 72 deities were none other than the principal gods of the Temple of Tianju, each presiding over distinct demonic laws. Among them were the war demon god Baal, the deception demon god Priel, the demon god of desire and revenge Asmodeus, the nature and animal demon god Barbados, and the wealth and greed demon god Mammon. These renowned entities, celebrated in the Western world, were indeed part of the 72 pillars of Solomon. Their formidable powers and mastery over demonic laws positioned them as the undeniable elite of the Western underworld's military strength. With a single command, Kukabrown summoned all 72 of these pillar gods. It appears that he is truly anxious and is prepared to wield power with genuine intent. I am astounded. The Lighthouse Nation has hastily summoned forth all these demon gods at once. This is magnificent. These are our Solomon's 72 pillars of demon gods. I refuse to believe that these 72 demon gods cannot vanquish merely 4 judges from Huaxia. The citizens of Huaxia gazed at the emergence of the 72 pillars of demon gods, swallowing hard. Though they lacked familiarity with these demon gods, the formidable aura emanating from each was undeniable. Meanwhile, the people of the lighthouse erupted in cheers. These 72 pillars of demon gods are indeed their authentic entities, and now they have all come forth to battle. Surely, this time they will breach the purple tower. However, merely 4 eastern deities have compelled all 72 of our demon gods to appear. The leader of the 72 pillars, Baal, cast a glance at the 4 judges within the purple tower, shook his head, and then led the remaining 72 into the second tier of the tower. At that moment, the 4 judges, having just slain the 4 counts, prepared to engage as the 72 demon gods entered. Yet, Su Xing utilized his token to withdraw the 4 judges from the second tier. The rationale behind their withdrawal was akin to that of retracting the black and white impermanence. Although the judges possessed formidable strength, facing these 72 demon gods could prove disastrous. Setting aside levels of power, simply the number of adversaries could lead to casualties among the 4 judges. Moreover, Su Xing had arranged formidable guardians in the third tier, perfectly suited to contend with these 72 demon gods. These Huaxia people are truly cunning. The moment they perceive our gods are at a disadvantage, they abandon the fight immediately. How absurd. Do they believe that by withdrawing the guardians of the second tier, the third tier can safeguard our 72 demon gods? Observing Su Xing's effortless withdrawal, the lighthouse people began to protest once more. As Su Xing removed the 4 judges from the second tier, it was deemed conquered. Subsequently, the realm of the third tier of the purple tower began to manifest before all. This third tier, still enveloped in a violet expanse, revealed 10 ancient halls. These majestic and eerie structures bore distinct plaques, each inscribed with the names of the palaces: the Hall of Yomi, the Hall of Ice, the Hall of Black Ropes, the Hall of Unity, the Hall of Yama, the Hall of Blazing Fire, the Hall of Heat, the Great Hall of Heat, the Hall of Abandon, and the Hall of Wheels. Within each palace, everyone could sense an overwhelming force emanating, causing heartbeats to quicken in trepidation. The deities of the East truly engage in mystification. Do they believe that merely a handful of edifices can intimidate us? Baal, accompanied by the 72 pillars of demons, gazed disdainfully at the 10 ancient halls on the third level. Surely, these Eastern deities cannot expect to frighten them with a mere display of palatial structures. Commanding his fellow demons, Baal ordered the complete destruction of these 10 halls. At that moment, a thunderous voice erupted from the direction of the ancient palaces, declaring, "How dare the Western fiends lay hands upon the 10 halls?" Following this proclamation, 10 imposing figures materialized before the 72 pillars of demons, revealing the 10 Yama kings. Indeed, Su Xing had dispatched the most handsome battalion of the underworld, the 10 Yama kings, to guard this third level. The 10 Yama kings serve as the principal judges of the Chinese underworld. They are tasked with assessing the deeds of souls and determining their fates based on their earthly actions. Each Yama king presides over a hall, possessing distinct judicial responsibilities that collectively form the judicial system of the underworld. As before, Su Xing took the opportunity to enlighten the people of China about the titles and duties of the 10 Yama kings. Upon hearing Su Xing's exposition, the populace began to discuss fervently in the comments. Yama? I recall hearing this name from the elders in my family long ago. Indeed, I once stumbled upon a temple dedicated to Yama in a remote village. Unfortunately, due to the lack of historical records in China, we have always been oblivious to the nature of Yama. Today, thanks to Su Xing's enlightenment, I have come to realize that Yama is indeed a deity of our Chinese underworld. And there is not just one Yama, but 10. Though our 10 Yama kings are formidable beings in China, they face 72 pillar demons. Can 10 truly contend against 72? Indeed, while I firmly believe in the prowess of our Yama kings, the numerical disparity is quite significant. Back on the arena, the 72 pillars of demons regarded the emerging 10 Yama kings with complete indifference. They, as exalted demons in the inferno, possessed immense power. Each of them wielded formidable demonic strength. With the entire assembly of the 72 pillars mobilized under Baal's leadership, they felt an overwhelming confidence, dismissing the notion of fearing the 10 Eastern deities with such ease. Furthermore, observing their appearance, clad in official robes and resembling humans, they did not seem particularly formidable. No need for you to sully your hands, Lord Baal. We are more than capable of dealing with these 10 Eastern deities ourselves. In the realm of the 72 demon lords, 3 or 4 demons emerged, namely Asmodeus, the demon of desire, Barbados, the demon of nature, Fagalo, the demon of destruction, and Malphas, the demon of disease. Each of these demons possessed grotesque appearances, yet the malevolent energy emanating from them was indicative of their formidable power. Very well. Let the 4 of you engage in battle against the 10 deities of the East. These Eastern gods are not worthy of my intervention. My strength is reserved for the guardians of the 4th layer. Baal nodded, gesturing to Asmodeus and the others. The 72 demon lords did not emerge merely to conquer the 3rd layer. Under his leadership, they aimed to seize all 6 layers of the Purple Tower, thereby securing victory for the Western underworld. Consequently, they deemed it beneath them to unleash their full might against the minor deities of the 3rd layer. With a roar, the 4 mighty demons unleashed their dark energies. Asmodeus transformed into a semi-human centaur, Barbados morphed into a black-horned beast, and Fagalo showcased their divine prowess. The 10 Yama kings, observing the advancing demons, were invigorated and eager to confront these foreign entities. Much like Zhong Kuei, these 10 had spent countless years in this underworld, enduring a monotonous existence that had left them restless. Thus, as they beheld the approaching foreign gods, each one readied themselves for battle. Ah, my 9 brothers, leave these demons to me. As a Yama king of the 1st hall, it is my duty to take the forefront and pass judgment upon these foreign monstrosities, declared Qin Guang Wang, the Yama king in purple robes, who was poised with a divine brush in hand. Just as he finished speaking, the handsome Bai Cheng Wang, lord of the city of the Ronde, adorned in white and wielding a folding fan, stepped ahead of him. Brother Qin Guang, it is not as you say. Although you are the Yama king of the 1st hall, being the first does not imply supremacy in all matters. Among our 10 brothers, my status as the lord of the city of the Ronde places me at the forefront of strength. For the sake of prudence, I shall confront these Western demons myself, Bai Cheng Wang remarked, fanning himself with an air of arrogance. Upon hearing his words, the other Yama kings expressed their discontent. The likes of Zhuan Luan Wang, Taishan Wang, and Song Di Wang approached, each eager to join the fray. Bai Cheng Wang, you truly are deserving of your title as the master of the 6th hall. How can you claim superiority over us simply because you reign over the city of the Ronde? My abyss of Avicii is not inferior to your domain. Indeed, my oil cauldron hell is no less formidable. The 10 Yama kings appeared to be in high spirits, engaging in a spirited debate over who among them was the strongest. Chapter 61. Only fallen angels remain indeed. My infernal abyss of oil is not inferior to yours. The 10 Yama lords appeared remarkably at ease, currently engrossed in a dispute over who among them was the strongest. This display elicited a sense of contempt from Baal, the demon lord at the forefront. Do you truly believe our demon lords are akin to those wretched vampires? It is ludicrous that you compete to engage in battle. These Eastern deities, so audacious, seem nothing more than foolish beings. Underestimating our 72 pillars of demon lords will soon lead them to comprehend the true power of a demon lord. Let us see if they can maintain their current demeanor. As the 10 Yama lords continued to bicker about strength, Asmodeus and the other 3 demon lords unleashed their dark aura and charged toward the 10 Yama lords. Meanwhile, at the rear of the assembly, the previously silent Yama reacted swiftly, surging forward. His complexion was dark, draped in a black robe, crowned with a diadem, and bearing a lunar emblem upon his forehead. This Yama was none other than the renowned Yama King, ruler of the 5th Hall of Yama. As the 10 demon lords charged forth, the Yama King produced a black wooden block from his possession and struck it against the air with a resounding clap. The sound reverberated through the 3rd level of the Purple Tower, accompanied by a unique force of law that resonated in the ears of the 10 demon lords, instilling an inexplicable sense of dread within them. Just moments ago, they had transformed into various monstrous forms, eagerly attacking the 4 demon lords, but now they faltered, trembling in place. At this moment, the Yama King struck the wooden block once more, producing another thunderous sound, followed by a commanding shout. Western demons, are you aware of your crimes? At the Yama King's authoritative call, the 4 demon lords, who had previously volunteered for battle, suddenly felt overwhelming fear and knelt before him, fervently bowing their heads. In their supplication, they wept, confessing their guilt. What is happening? How is it that we have not even begun to fight? Yet they are kneeling before the deities of Huaxia? What on earth is going on? The deities of Huaxia haven't even attacked. They merely struck that wooden block twice. And our demon lords are reduced to this? For heaven's sake, is this truly our 72 pillars of demon lords? Each one kneeling and proclaiming their faults. It is utterly disgraceful. Witnessing Asmodeus and the other demon lords brought to such a state by merely 2 strikes of the Yama King's wooden block, the lighthouse dwellers felt their faces flush crimson, their defenses crumbling. As for Su Xing, observing the scene within the Purple Tower, he too was taken aback. Although the 10 Yama lords possessed greater strength than the 72 pillars of demon lords, it seemed implausible that the Yama King could achieve such a result with just 2 strikes of the wooden block. Let these 4 demon lords kneel, submit, and confess. Could it be that he underestimated the strength of these rulers of the underworld? Indeed, it must be the power of the laws of judgment. Su Xing stroked his chin and suddenly grasped the reason. The 10 Yama kings, having traversed countless ancient epochs in the netherworld, have been tasked with judging those vengeful and malevolent souls. Over time, the 10 Yama kings have developed specific laws of judgment aimed at malevolent entities. Coincidentally, these 72 pillars of demons, each overflowing with demonic energy, belong to the category of nefarious beings. Thus, the power of judgment serves as a countermeasure against these wicked demon lords. This is why Asmodeus and the other demon lords were so easily subdued by the Yama King's swift actions. The dignity of the demon lords must not be tarnished. All demon lords, heed my command. Witnessing Asmodeus and the others kneeling in confession was a sight that infuriated Baal, the leader of the demon lords. Asmodeus's submission was akin to rubbing the faces of their 72 pillars of demons into the dirt. Their exalted status was such that they had never endured such humiliation. In that moment, he disregarded all else and resolved to retain his power. All demon lords, heed my command. Attack. With a single command from Baal, all the demon lords surged forth, charging towards the Yama King. Meanwhile, the other 9 Yama Kings, including Yin Wang, would not remain passive. They were exhilarated and unleashed their offensive techniques. King Qin Guang effortlessly drew several azure talismans in the air. King Chu Jiang intoned a few incantations, summoning a river of the underworld that cascaded from the heavens, engulfing the crowd. King Song summoned the complete scythe of the underworld and directed it towards the 72 pillars of demons. Each of the 10 Yama Kings employed their divine powers, engaging in battle with the 72 demon lords. The ensuing clash resulted in the 72 pillars of demons being pushed back relentlessly. Under the power of judgment, the 10 Yama Kings swiftly gained the upper hand. At that moment, Baal, who had been observing the entire battlefield without participating, looked upon the faltering demon ranks with a grave expression. He then clasped his hands together and softly intoned a few incantations, causing a demonic array to materialize beneath the feet of all the demon lords. As the array glowed, the figures of the 72 demons instantaneously teleported away from the battlefield, arriving in a secluded corner on the third level of the Purple Tower. Eastern deities, your abilities are indeed peculiar. However, do not become too complacent. The true strength of the 72 pillars of demons does not lie solely in our innate power, but rather in the legions of demons at our command. Each of us, the 72 pillars of demons, can summon a legion of demons, each legion comprising nearly 100,000 attribute demons, culminating in a veritable army of millions. After Baal finished speaking, he waved his hand, and all the demon gods began to cast their spells of summoning. Before each of them, a luminous portal materialized. With the increasing release of divine power from the 72 pillars, the portal gradually revealed the legions of demons summoned by the 72 demon gods. Stepping into this realm of the Purple Tower, first to emerge from the portal, accompanied by hellfire and clad in crimson armor, was the infernal demon summoned by Baal. Following closely was the serpentine illusion beast of Raybar, and then came the plague legion of Malthus. Soon, the entire demonic army of the 72 demon gods was summoned, bringing nearly 1,000,000 demons into the third Purple Tower. Such a multitude of demons would have been impossible to contain within the confines of the tower had it not been for the law sustaining and expanding its space. O Eastern deities, behold the 1,000,000 demon soldiers of our 72 legions, Baal proclaimed. Each legion embodies a unique and formidable demonic power. I doubt you, 10 Eastern deities, can withstand such an overwhelming force. Even if you were to slay them at will, your divine energy would be exhausted. How laughable it was to boast of numbers. After all, China had never been vanquished in that regard. Outside the Purple Tower, Su Xing, upon hearing Baal's taunting, could not suppress a smirk. These 72 demon gods were being overly arrogant for merely summoning 1,000,000 demons. Little did they know, the ghostly entities in the underworld numbered far beyond that. Upon returning to the Purple Tower and witnessing the legions, the 10 Yama lords remained utterly unfazed. They raised their hands, and the 10 Yama halls ascended into the air. Then, from each hall, a multitude of phantoms surged forth in an unending stream. The sheer number of these specters was incalculable, yet it was evident they outnumbered the demon legions by a factor of 10 or more. They converged, emitting the wailing cries of vengeful spirits, akin to a white galaxy rushing upward. Boom, boom. The 1,000,000 demon legions clashed with the countless phantoms, transforming the battlefield of the secret realm's third layer into one of demonic legions against ghostly apparitions. Meanwhile, outside, Kuchi Brown's expression darkened further. He turned to prepare for another invocation of deities. Although the 72 demon gods had yet to fully materialize, he could hardly wait. Glancing at his watch, he noted that only half an hour remained before the Western Underworld's assault on the Purple Tower would reach its deadline. And yet, they had yet to conquer even the third layer. This was unacceptable. Kuchi Brown clenched his fists, realizing that time was of the essence. And it seemed he could no longer rely on the 72 demon gods. He would have to seek out other deities. This time, he intended to summon forth all the mightiest deities he could conjure in one fell swoop. Contemplating this, Kuchi Brown seized a broken blade and slashed it across his hand, creating a deep gash from which blood flowed freely. He pressed his wounded hand against the ground and, kneeling, proclaimed to the infernal realm, loyal servant, Kuchi Brown. I summon the fallen angels of hell, Beelzebub, Azazel, Abaddon, Samael, Motham, Belphegor, Lucifer. With each name uttered, blood streamed from his lips, and by the time he invoked the final name, Lucifer, he collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. These 7 fallen angels represented the pinnacle of divine power he could summon. Henceforth, he would possess no further capacity to invoke other deities, placing all his hopes in these 7 fallen angels. Oh, he has even summoned the fallen angel, Lucifer. Upon hearing Kuchi Brown's invocation, Su Xing felt a surge of tension. The fallen angels epitomized the deities of the Western Underworld, and their emergence was imminent. In his past life, Su Xing had encountered the names of fallen angels in numerous films and novels. Originally, these beings were sacred and pure angels of the Western heavens. But after betraying the Almighty, they fell into hell, transforming into fallen angels. Each fallen angel, endowed with both divinity and demonic essence, wielded immense power in the underworld. Particularly noteworthy was the angel Lucifer, the renowned figure who once stood among the few 6-winged angels of heaven, mastering the forces of darkness and flame. According to the Western scripture, the Holy Progress, Lucifer aspired to be equal to God, later inciting rebellion and facing divine punishment, resulting in his fall into hell and transformation into a fallen angel. Lucifer's might was formidable, surpassing that of other fallen angels, making him the second most powerful entity in the Western underworld, following Satan. Indeed, it is a fallen angel, a fallen angel. Our 7 great fallen angels of hell have finally emerged. Lucifer, the angel of light, once a 6-winged seraph from heaven. Citizens of the Lighthouse Nation, let us kneel together in reverence and beseech the 7 angels to fight for us. At this moment, the citizens of the Lighthouse Nation were engulfed in excitement upon learning that Kucha Brown intended to summon their 7 great fallen angels. Many were so overwhelmed that they fell to their knees, fervently praying. As the prayers of the Lighthouse citizens resonated, a tempest began to swirl within the infernal realm, and a fierce wind swept through, bringing dark clouds closer to the vicinity of the Purple Tower. Subsequently, the fallen angels appeared in succession. Su Xing gazed at these figures, recognizing them through the memories of his past life. The first to emerge was a plump black angel, adorned with 2 ebony wings and sporting a goat-like beard. This figure was Belphegor, one of the 7 deadly sins of the Western underworld. The second fallen angel, slender and bearing horns, possessed a hooked nose and was known as Azazel. The third, clad in black armor and wielding a scepter, was Abaddon, the 4-winged fallen angel representing doom and destruction in the Western underworld. The fourth, draped in a dark robe and brandishing a poisoned sword, was Samael, another 4-winged angel of annihilation. The fifth, also in a black robe with a grim visage, was the 4-winged angel Malthus. Lastly, the sixth was a grotesque, enormous fly with 6 black wings, Beelzebub, the second most powerful of the fallen angels after Lucifer. These 6 fallen angels emerged from the shrouded darkness. Then, rays of pure golden light streamed down from above, dispersing the ominous clouds. A female angel, adorned in golden armor and boots, with 6 wings, appeared before the gathering. This angel was none other than Lucifer, the most formidable of all angels. The aura surrounding her was not that of the underworld's dark energy, but rather an essence of purity and sanctity enveloped her. The breathtaking and holy presence of the angel Lucifer astonished many. Is this truly Lucifer? She exudes an air of purity and beauty, some murmured in disbelief. How can a fallen angel possess such an untainted demeanor? Others questioned. Indeed, her appearance is unlike any other deity of the underworld. Is there truly such a beautiful divine being in the realm of the lighthouse? I declare that from this moment on, the goddess Freya is only the second most beautiful deity. The most beautiful is this angel, Lucifer, exclaimed one, captivated by her beauty. The onlookers from the 3 kingdoms engaged in animated discussions in the comments, while the citizens of Huaxia and the Lighthouse Federation stood in hushed awe. The people of Huaxia sensed the immense power that Lucifer embodied and felt a pang of concern for the 10 kings of hell. The Lighthouse citizens looked on with hope, recognizing that, aside from the elusive Satan, these 7 fallen angels represented their last glimmer of hope. Su Xing fixed his gaze upon the angel Lucifer hovering above, clenching his fists. The appearance of these 7 fallen angels indeed instilled a significant sense of pressure within him. Without further ado, let us speak of Lucifer, whose power is indeed formidable and cannot be underestimated. She is truly a force to be reckoned with. Though the 10 Yama kings are strong, they are decidedly no match for her. Upon arriving at the presence of Lucifer, elevated and regal, she cast her gaze towards the inner sanctum of the 3-tiered purple tower. Her silence profound. The remaining 6 fallen angels sprang into action, their obsidian wings unfurling as they surged into the 3rd tier of the purple tower. Meanwhile, she remained fixated on the interior of the tower, her thoughts an enigma. Inside the purple tower, Beelzebub and the 6 fallen angels, wielding their respective artifacts, launched a fierce assault against the phantoms that had emerged from the 10 Yama King's domain. With a resounding clash, a multitude of these malevolent spirits dissolved into nothingness. The Western aberration. Witnessing the demise of so many spirits, the 10 Yama Kings hastened to intervene. Although these phantoms were souls judged within their realm, they could not permit this outer deity to annihilate them so effortlessly. Boom! The 10 Yama Kings and the 6 fallen angels unleashed their formidable spells against one another. Meanwhile, the 72 pillars of demon lords, who had been lurking behind the devil army, sensed reinforcements arriving. One by one, they stealthily emerged from behind the ranks of the demons, joining forces with the 6 fallen angels to encircle the 10 Yama Kings. In an instant, the scene within the 3rd tier of the purple tower transformed into a chaotic melee, featuring the 6 fallen angels, the 72 pillars of demon lords, and a multitude of demonic legions converging upon the 10 Yama kings. The 10 Yama kings seemed to find themselves in a precarious position, yet they exhibited no signs of panic, maintaining their dignified and reliable demeanor. While fending off the Western deities, they raised their eyes to Lucifer, high above outside the purple tower. Unperturbed, these deities of Huaxiao and their people are exceedingly arrogant, they thought. Could it be that they truly believe these 10 divine beings can thwart the combined might of our 72 pillars of demon lords and fallen angels? Do not despair. We still have Lucifer. She has yet to make her move. Indeed, that is correct. With Lucifer in play, she will undoubtedly cleave through these 10 Yama kings. In the live broadcast and among the audience, the viewers, known as the Lighthouse people, were astonished to see that the 10 Yama kings could withstand the onslaught of their numerous demon lords. They were left feeling helpless. How could these 10 Yama kings be so formidable? The 72 pillars of demon lords, alongside the 6 fallen angels, were holding their ground. Were it not for the presence of Lucifer, who had yet to reveal her strength, the Lighthouse people mused that they might as well concede defeat. Would Lucifer not take action? At this moment, Su Xing was also fixated on Lucifer, his hands ready with the token prepared atop the mountain. The 10 Yama kings could barely withstand the onslaught of the 72 demon pillars and the 6 fallen angels. However, should Lucifer take action, the 10 Yama kings would undoubtedly face instant defeat. After all, Lucifer was the second in command of the Western underworld. Her prowess warranted his utmost seriousness. Thus, Su Xing was fully prepared. The instant Lucifer initiated her attack, he would swiftly extract the 10 Yama kings from the purple tower. It was imperative to prevent any casualties among the 10 Yama kings. A mere swarm of ants would ultimately require my intervention. If that were the case, then let us annihilate this purple tower together. As Su Xing contemplated this, Lucifer, observing the ongoing stalemate within the purple tower, was also ready to strike. A brilliant golden light erupted as a pure, white holy sword materialized in her hand. What is happening? Why is Lucifer preparing to attack without entering the purple tower? According to the rules, isn't the battleground for the secret realm divine battle confined to the interior of the purple tower? Indeed, isn't this a violation of the rules? Witnessing Lucifer brandishing her holy sword outside the purple tower, many were taken aback. The designated battleground for the Lighthouse Kingdom's divine being, Lucifer, was indeed within the confines of the purple tower. Your Highness, please enter the purple tower before launching your assault. The referee, Freya, communicated urgently to Lucifer, warning her of the breach. Nevertheless, Lucifer paid no heed to her admonition. The holy sword in her grasp erupted with a blinding white radiance as she slashed forward. Then, with a resounding crash, a burst of divine energy erupted, causing the entire arena to tremble violently. Once the tremors subsided and the white light faded, those present quickly turned their attention back to the purple tower, only to be astonished by the sight that met their eyes. A colossal sword mark had appeared on the purple tower, which had been steadfast at the boundary of the 2 secret realms. This scar extended from the top to the bottom, cleaving the tower almost in 2. At the same time, Su Xing, who was on the arena, also reopened his eyes. Upon witnessing the state of the purple tower, he could not help but widen his gaze in astonishment. Indeed, Lucifer was worthy of her title as the second in command of the Western underworld. Her strike was directed at the purple tower itself. The power of her single blow did not tarnish her reputation. That one strike had cleaved the tower in half. Fortunately, just as Lucifer was about to strike, he had already extracted the 10 Yama kings. Thus, none of the 10 kings of hell were affected by this attack. However, she truly is a madwoman. With such a strike, does she not fear annihilating her own kin? With a resounding crack, returning to the purple tower, Lucifer's blow cleaved the structure in 2, threatening imminent collapse. Yet suddenly, from the 4th level of the tower, a gentle Buddhist chant emerged, followed by a radiant white light enveloping the edifice. In an instant, the nearly collapsed 6-story tower restored itself, even more robust than before, as if Lucifer's prior assault had never transpired. Who is this? Such a divine presence in the east that can effortlessly neutralize my full force. Chapter 64, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Lucifer had initially anticipated witnessing the tower's destruction, but was taken aback as it rejuvenated. Her eyes brimmed with astonishment. Could there truly be such a formidable deity in the east? Who, indeed, dared emerge from the tower to engage in battle with me? At that moment, high above, Lucifer called out to the powerful entity that had just appeared on the 4th level. As her words faded, a figure gradually materialized from within the 4th level of the purple tower, clad in a robe, adorned with a monk's hat, wielding a staff, and mounted upon a steed with the head of a dragon, the body of a lion, and the horns of a Chilan, the visage was kind and benevolent. It was Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. The true high-end combatant of our underworld has emerged. Upon witnessing the monk's arrival, Su Xing began to speak to himself, eager to enlighten. Indeed, on this fourth level of the Purple Tower, the deity entrusted with its protection was none other than Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, who vowed to leave the hells unemptied until he attained Buddhahood. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva represents the pinnacle of power within the underworld, more than capable of handling this Lucifer. Is it you who has mended my sacred sword scar? I concede you possess the merit to battle with me. Step forth and engage. Lucifer, brandishing her holy white sword, directed her words at Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Esteemed one, engaging in combat outside the Purple Tower may inadvertently harm others. Though this tower may not be of the highest grade, it can withstand some degree of assault. If you wish to fight, why not do so within the tower? My compassion forbids further bloodshed. What bloodshed? You and I are both exalted deities, yet you are willing to fight within this tower. Such a disgrace to the divine. Very well, since you refuse to emerge, I shall compel you to do so. Lucifer's disdain was palpable as she noted Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's reluctance to step outside. With a swift motion of her sacred sword, a hook formed from points of light emerged behind him, reaching toward the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva within the Purple Tower. It seemed she intended to directly extract the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva from the fourth level. However, upon seeing the extending hook, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva merely shook his head slightly. With his palms pressed together, his expression remained as serene as a spring breeze, murmuring an incantation unknown to others. The advancing hook instantly transformed into ashes, dissipating into the void. Yet, that was not the end. Behind the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, a colossal hand imbued with golden light emerged from the Purple Tower, directly grasping Lucifer's body. Come, let us return to the Purple Tower for a confrontation. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva uttered softly. With a firm grip, he yanked Lucifer back into the tower. Boldness! How dare you? Lucifer roared in fury, realizing she had been effortlessly pulled back by the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. As a high-ranking fallen angel and the second in command of the Western underworld, she had never endured such humiliation. She vowed to make the monk before her pay dearly. Celestial fire. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, the 6 wings behind Lucifer unfurled, and with a thunderous roar, a tempest of crimson flames erupted from her back. The fiery inferno spread through the air, its might so immense that it began to melt the runes of the 4th level of the Purple Tower. Boom! The 4th level of the Purple Tower began to tremble under the influence of the crimson flames. Benefactor, do not act so violently, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva admonished, waving his hand to summon the powers of the laws within the tower, shielding it from harm. Protect the tower, and I shall see how you protect yourself. The crimson flames coalesced into a fiery tempest, surging toward the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Yet, he did not retaliate. Instead, he sat upon his steed, the creature resembling both a lion and a dragon, and opened its mouth wide. A torrent of black water erupted from its jaws, clashing with the fiery storm. The confrontation of crimson flames and black waters lasted for a full 2 minutes, ultimately transforming into vapor and dissipating into the surroundings. Recognizing the skill displayed, Lucifer remained undeterred. As a top-tier fallen angel, her arsenal was far from limited. With this in mind, a golden light began to emanate from her left eye. 7 black runes adorned her sacred sword. Turning to the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, she proclaimed, I am unlike other deities of the underworld. I possess the power of divine retribution from heaven. The 7 runes symbolize the punitive power of the sins of pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. Throughout your protracted existence, should you transgress any of these 7 sins, my sword of 7 sins shall unleash upon you the force of retribution. Oh, such a power of chastisement exists in this world. Upon hearing Lucifer's words, the once gentle demeanor of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva suddenly flickered with a glimmer of insight, prompting him to descend from his perch. Approaching Lucifer, he extended his arms and declared, I, a humble monk, have traversed the eons, steadfast in my practice. Yet, I have never encountered an opportunity to truly recognize myself. Today, upon hearing of the Master's Sword of 7 Sins, I find it fitting to test my own essence. I beseech your guidance. What? Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva intends to do what? How can he willingly face Lucifer's Sword of 7 Sins? No, Bodhisattva. This is a battle of life and death. Now is not the time for self-examination. Indeed, Lucifer is no ordinary opponent. This is not a game. The people of Huaxiao watched in alarm as Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva boldly stepped forward to embrace the Sword of 7 Sins, filled with trepidation. Meanwhile, the denizens of the lighthouse reveled in amusement. How audacious this Eastern deity was to believe he could withstand the might of Lord Lucifer's sword. In their perception, the sins of pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust are inescapable for any living being in this world. Chapter 65. If I do not enter hell, who will? Even divine beings inevitably succumb to these 7 deadly sins. The notion of a sinless creature possessing perfect virtue is utterly illusory. Behold how this Eastern deity is cleaved by Lord Lucifer's sword of 7 sins. Let him be arrogant. Is it true that no being possesses perfect virtue? Perhaps not. At that moment, Su Xing overheard the taunts of the lighthouse people and smiled. While he could not vouch for other deities, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, who had vowed not to ascend to Buddhahood until hell is empty and has steadfastly guarded the underworld for countless eons, truly embodies such a spirit. The so-called sword of 7 sins wielded by Lucifer would indeed have no effect on him. To use my sword of 7 sins to test oneself? Eastern deity, you are indeed audacious. Very well, I shall grant you this. Back on the battlefield, upon hearing Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's declaration, Lucifer's fury intensified. This Eastern deity's arrogance felt like an affront to her very being. Fine, since you seek your own demise, let your soul be scattered. Without further ado, Lucifer swung the sword of 7 sins with resolve. The first sword he unleashed was none other than the sword of pride, the inaugural sin. Those consumed by arrogance, struck by this sword's essence, are destined to suffer and perish. With a swift motion, the blade cleaved the air, directing its formidable energy towards Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Yet, Ksitigarbha, observing the approaching onslaught, merely closed his eyes and twirled his rosary beads, showing no intention of defense whatsoever. In an instant, the sword's essence collided with Ksitigarbha's form. Astonishingly, this force, capable of rending space itself, inflicted not a single injury upon him. The essence penetrated Ksitigarbha's body, soaring onwards into the void beyond. Is it possible that the sword of pride holds no sway over you? Lucifer mused. Very well, I possess 6 more blades, and I refuse to believe you can withstand them all. Upon witnessing the ineffectiveness of the first sword, Lucifer was momentarily taken aback before unleashing her remaining arsenal. With swift motions, she summoned the swords of envy, wrath, sloth, greed, and gluttony, each capable of unleashing energy that could tear through the fabric of space. Yet, just as with the first, these assaults passed through Ksitigarbha without leaving a mark. This revelation astonished all present, with the lighthouse keeper voicing his disbelief most vehemently. Is it truly possible that this Eastern Ksitigarbha has never committed any of the 6 cardinal sins? Thus, the 7 deadly sins swords are utterly ineffective against him? It cannot be. Even a deity cannot possess such impeccable character. I refuse to accept it. Another echoed. Indeed, I share your skepticism. Remain steadfast. We have yet to wield the final sword, the sword of lust. It shall surely prove effective against Ksitigarbha and bring about his demise. Returning to the battlefield, the final rune on Lucifer's 7 deadly sins sword ignited. With a grave expression, she fixed her gaze upon Ksitigarbha, preparing to unleash the last blade. Deep within, she believed this final sword would indeed impact the Bodhisattva, for like the lighthouse keeper, she held the conviction that no being in existence is entirely free from the weight of the 7 deadly sins, even amongst divine entities. In her past, she had witnessed the so-called purity and nobility of heaven, where the divine and the angels appeared virtuous and exalted. Yet, behind closed doors, their true natures were often base, with some actions more despicable than the demons they professed to despise. The notions of angels and demons, of justice and evil, are mere constructs of victors and traitors. Is divinity synonymous with impeccable virtue? How laughable! Thus, she believed this Eastern deity must be as flawed as those in the heavenly realms. She refused to accept that anyone could exist devoid of sin. Lucifer, wielding the sword of the 7 deadly sins, unleashed the final blade, the sword of lust. A colossal wave of sword energy surged forth, arcing through the air like a radiant rainbow, aimed directly at Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. In that moment, sensing the impending sword energy, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, who had been quietly reciting Buddhist scriptures with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. This revelation ignited a surge of excitement among Lucifer and the lighthouse dwellers. Indeed, this Eastern deity could not be entirely impervious to the influence of the 7 deadly sins sword. A smirk curled upon Lucifer's lips as the lighthouse dwellers prepared to rise and brandish their fists. In an instant, the final sword energy of lust, much like the preceding 6 blades, pierced through Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's form, yet he remained utterly unharmed. How could this be? You are truly unaffected by the 7 deadly sins sword. Have you genuinely never succumbed to any of the 7 deadly sins? Witnessing the 7 deadly sins sword fail to leave even the slightest mark on Itagarbha Bodhisattva, everyone, except Su Xing, wore expressions of disbelief. This Itagarbha Bodhisattva is indeed a paragon of virtue. The humble monk has practiced in the realm of the dead for countless ages, seemingly untouched by corruption. The fruits of his cultivation remain intact. Benefactor, turn back to the shore. I sense a connection between us. Why not take refuge under my guidance? Become my disciple. The humble monk declared, vowing to lead you toward enlightenment. As Lucifer stood in shock, Itagarbha Bodhisattva took 2 steps forward and addressed her directly. Upon hearing his words, Lucifer's face flushed crimson, swiftly followed by an eruption of fury. She was a preeminent power in the Western underworld, a fallen angel who had existed for millions of years. Not even God had compelled her submission. Yet, this Eastern deity dared to propose taking her as a disciple? What a farce! Such humiliation, utterly intolerable. O Eastern deity, you have yet to secure victory, yet you utter such degrading words. I shall forever remember the humiliation you have inflicted upon me today. When you fall before me, I will make you experience true suffering. Following this declaration, her final lethal move was at hand. In the wake of her rage, the sanctity that once enveloped Lucifer dissipated. Her once beautiful golden irises darkened to an abyssal black, and the 6 pristine wings that adorned her back transformed into raven feathers. Yet, that was not the end. A realm of profound darkness emerged behind her, filled with an unending chorus of wails, as if it could consume all light. Since the power of an angel fails to subdue you, let darkness engulf you instead. With these words, the boundless shadows behind Lucifer surged forth to assault Itagarbha Bodhisattva, who remained steadfast, unmoving. He joined his palms in prayer and turned his prayer beads, radiating boundless compassion. Where his light shone, the darkness unleashed by Lucifer simply vanished into oblivion. Amitabha, the sea of suffering knows no bounds. Turning back is the shore. Enter my domain and achieve Buddhahood swiftly. At this moment, the Bodhisattva Itagarbha, with hands clasped together, addressed Lucifer. Turning back is the shore? I have fallen from heaven into hell, and there is no turning back. Behind me lies only darkness. If today my darkness succumbs to your compassionate light, I shall have nowhere left to go. The angel's wings are broken. Upon hearing the words of the Bodhisattva Itagarbha, Lucifer slowly shook her head and subsequently uttered a profound statement. Remarkably, she summoned her power and deliberately severed the black wings that adorned her back. This act of self-damage, akin to an angel's wings being clipped, resulted in a surge of divine strength. The area of darkness behind her expanded exponentially, ultimately engulfing the entire purple tower. This also included the Bodhisattva Itagarbha, whose sorrowful radiance was consumed by the encroaching darkness, leaving him entirely shrouded within it. It appears that even you cannot withstand this pervasive darkness. Witnessing the Bodhisattva Itagarbha enveloped by his own shadows, a complex emotion flickered in Lucifer's gaze. However, as these thoughts crossed her mind, she suddenly observed the Bodhisattva Itagarbha, seemingly unperturbed, strolling effortlessly through the darkness. What? This aura of darkness carries an irresistible force of annihilation. How could he remain unaffected? If I do not descend into hell, who will? Amidst Lucifer's astonishment, the Bodhisattva Itagarbha casually approached her, with a finger radiating pure white, sorrowful light. He pointed at Lucifer. Boom. Golden blood splattered as Lucifer was struck by this gesture, sending her flying backward. Chapter 66. Taking a disciple, Lucifer becomes a student. The onlookers hurriedly gazed in the direction where Lucifer had been cast away. They beheld her crashing against the boundary of the 4th layer of the purple tower, barely clinging to life, clearly devoid of combat capability. FCK, someone tell me this isn't real. Our fallen angel, Lucifer, has been defeated just like that? Is the Eastern deity truly this powerful? How could even Lucifer not stand a chance? Bear in mind, this Bodhisattva Itagarbha is merely the guardian deity of the 4th layer of the purple tower. If the guardian deity of the 4th layer is this formidable, then what of the guardians of the 5th and 6th layers? Could they possibly surpass Itagarbha? It's impossible. This Itagarbha is extraordinarily powerful. I refuse to believe there are deities in the East stronger than him. This Itagarbha is undoubtedly the lord of the Eastern underworld. Above him, there can be no mightier deity in Huaxia. In the current predicament, what shall we do? Lucifer happens to be the 2nd most powerful deity in our underworld. It appears that aside from the mighty Satan, none can salvage the present situation. We cannot allow Huaxia to emerge victorious. Should they triumph in this divine arena, their rise would become utterly unstoppable. Let us unite our wills and beseech the great Satan to fight on our behalf. Indeed, let us collectively pray for Satan's intervention in this battle. The defeat of Lucifer left the lighthouse denizens in disbelief, clutching their heads in despair. Their final hope now rests with the mightiest of the underworld, Satan. With Lucifer vanquished, only the demon lord Satan remains capable of confronting the deities of Huaxia. A prayer from the lighthouse people coalesced into a considerable force of will, reaching the western underworld. Yet, there was no response from that realm. It seemed that their Satan was utterly oblivious to their plea. Meanwhile, Xidagarba had moved beside the severely injured Lucifer. With her angelic wings shattered and divine power spent, she was now devoid of any combat capability. A mere gesture from Xidagarba could bring about her demise. However, Xidagarba refrained from such action. Observing the gravely wounded Lucifer, he unexpectedly broached the subject of taking her as a disciple. O disciple from the west, you share a fateful bond with me. Come, take me as your master, and I shall guide you with diligence. With a gasp, the injured Lucifer found herself unable to respond, but upon hearing Xidagarba's words of apprenticeship, she violently spat blood in defiance. Yet, Xidagarba, with a serene smile, nodded in acknowledgement. Your appearance suggests consent. Very well, you shall henceforth be my second disciple. I shall present you with a token of our meeting. Upon hearing this, Lucifer's eyes widened in disbelief at the Eastern monk before her. What? I agreed to nothing. Which ear of yours heard my consent to become your disciple? I merely spat blood, and you take that as agreement? What a lack of comprehension. As these thoughts whirled in her mind, she felt her chest heaving, and once more, she coughed up blood. Fear not, my disciple. I shall now bestow upon you your welcome gift. Ignoring Lucifer's distress, Xidagarba produced the token. It was a headband, resembling closely the one worn by the great sage, though its purpose remained unclear. After softly reciting a few verses, Xidagarba placed the headband upon Lucifer's head, disregarding any resistance. Behold, the revered Xidagarba Bodhisattva is forcibly accepting disciples. Upon arriving in Su Xing's vicinity, he observed the Bodhisattva compelling a headband upon Lucifer's brow, eliciting a knowing smile. Despite his gentle demeanor, Xidagarba's methods are undeniably assertive. Regardless of consent, he claims a connection, and thus, the disciple is accepted. The most formidable fallen angel in the Western underworld has unwittingly become a disciple of our Xidagarba Bodhisattva. This truly diminishes the dignity of the Western pantheon. Treading it underfoot, Lucifer, in her ignorance, fails to recognize the honor of being chosen as a disciple by Xidagarba Bodhisattva, her countenance betraying reluctance. By the way, a question arises. After Xidagarba accepts Lucifer as a disciple, will she be regarded as a deity of the lighthouse or a deity of Huaxia? Will her image manifest in the pantheon henceforth? The people of Huaxia, witnessing Lucifer's forced acceptance as a disciple by Xidagarba Bodhisattva, rejoiced, inundating the screen with exclamations. Back to Su Xing. At this moment, he suddenly received a transmission from Xidagarba Bodhisattva in his mind. Young friend, the battle has concluded, and destiny has aligned. I must return to the underworld. Chapter 67. The Demon King Satan, Emperor of Fengdu appears. Young friend, the battle has concluded, and destiny has aligned. I must return to the underworld. I humbly send you off, Xidagarba Bodhisattva. Upon receiving the transmission, Su Xing nodded, performing a respectful gesture to bid farewell to Xidagarba Bodhisattva. It was evident that Xidagarba would not partake in the forthcoming battle. However, Su Xing remained unperturbed. Although the Demon King Satan from the Western underworld had yet to emerge, two extraordinary beings resided on the 5th and 6th levels of his purple tower. With their presence, even 10 so-called demon kings would pose no threat. After conveying his message, Xidagarba Bodhisattva instructed Di Ting to carry Lucifer, while he grasped his staff and, accompanied by Di Ting, departed the purple tower, heading towards the gates of the underworld. Suddenly, at that moment, a dark light enveloped Lucifer, and an illusory black contract materialized above her head. With the emergence of the contract, Lucifer let out a heart-wrenching scream, as if her very soul were being tormented. Lucifer, do you seek to abandon the underworld and betray me? A mysterious, raspy voice echoed from the contract, intensifying Lucifer's agony, her visage contorted in despair. Witnessing the torment of his newly accepted disciple, Xidagarba Bodhisattva would not stand idly by. With a swift motion, he obliterated the contract hovering above Lucifer's head. Subsequently, he addressed the direction of the Western underworld. Fellow cultivator, why resort to such insidious methods of soul torment to afflict my disciple? Insidious? Eastern deities. You possess remarkable audacity to show such disrespect towards me. Do you know who I am? After the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva extinguished the contract, the vast realm of hell in the western underworld stirred. The enormous, malevolent eye began to move. And from the depths of the infernal region emerged a shadow that towered to the very sky. At this moment, all present could clearly discern the form of this shadow. It was a colossal figure with dark red skin, adorned with 2 horns atop its head, and its eyes radiated fury, cruelty, terror, and every conceivable negative emotion. Behind it, 2 immense bat-like wings unfurled, their feathers as black as the night and edged with a sinister, glaring red light. Accompanying this figure was a space filled with rolling red magma, burning sulfur, and endless darkness. This terrifying visage caused all mortals to tremble in fear. Satan had finally emerged. Su Xing squinted at the monster before him. Indeed, the gigantic creature that had appeared was none other than the ruler of the western underworld, Satan, the very demon king who stood as the arch-nemesis of the western deity. In the western world, he embodied decadence, malevolence, and evil. His very existence was a formidable dark power, commanding legions of demons in the underworld, a true titan among gods, possibly even surpassing the combined might of all the deities that had recently emerged from the western underworld. At this moment, Su Xing recognized Satan. The citizens of the Lighthouse Nation also stood in awe as they beheld the emergence of this colossal demon, instantly aware of his identity. This formidable demon, more powerful than Lucifer, could only be their underworld sovereign, the great demon king Satan. Marvelous! It is Lord Satan, our king, the great demon king Satan, has finally come forth. As long as our great demon king Satan is here, there is always hope. Indeed, while the Ksitigarbha from Huaxia possesses considerable strength, this is our demon king Satan, a deity capable of contending with God. Once he appears, the Ksitigarbha stands no chance. Trust in the great demon king Satan. With his divine power, he can obliterate all the secret realm deities of Huaxia. As they witnessed the arrival of the great demon king Satan, the people of the Lighthouse Nation rose to their feet, chanting fervently. This was their demon king, a deity destined to challenge God. With his presence, they believed he could suppress the Eastern Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. O Eastern Ant, relinquish your allegiance to Lucifer. I may spare you for your earlier disrespectful words, allowing you to flee. Otherwise, death awaits. Back in the arena of the secret realm, the great demon king Satan threatened the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, confident in his ability to slay the figure before him. This disciple has already pledged allegiance to my cause. She would never betray her loyalty. You would do well to abandon such thoughts. The king of Ksitigarbha gently shook his head, his words seemingly polite, yet undeniably revealing a resolute demeanor. You wish for me to heed your words? Who do you think you are? A mere dreamer. You, an insignificant being from the east, possess audacity indeed. Very well. Allow me to show you the true power of a genuine demon god. Once you witness the chasm between us, you shall regret squandering the opportunity one have afforded you. With a thunderous roar, the claw of the demon emerged, as Satan extended a hand, summoning a monstrous, mountain-like appendage that lunged towards the king of Ksitigarbha. The air crackled ominously as the demonic claw approached, warping the very fabric of space with its overwhelming destructive force. At that moment, the king of Ksitigarbha's countenance shifted. He grasped his scepter, the first time he had brandished it in this confrontation, signaling his intent to wield his divine weapon. However, as he swung the scepter, a sudden surge erupted from the 5th level of the purple tower, manifesting as a column of ghostly energy that charged towards the demonic claw. The spectral light collided with the claw, and in an instant, the colossal appendage disintegrated into dust, vanishing into the ether. Who dares? Satan exclaimed, turning swiftly to gaze upon the source of the disruption emanating from the 5th level of the purple tower. There, emerging from the shadows, was a figure, a middle-aged man with a righteous countenance and eyes ablaze like torches, adorned with a crown and draped in a dark dragon robe embroidered with 9 ghostly dragons. He bore a bronze belt at his waist, from which hung an ancient jade pendant inscribed with the words Fengdu, emitting a faint, ethereal glow. The Emperor of Fengdu. Su Xing watched the figure with exhilaration. Indeed, the apparition was none other than the supreme overseer of the underworld, the direct superior of the 10 Yama kings, the Emperor of Fengdu, one of the incarnations of the great Emperor of the North, the pole star of the 3 Pure Ones and the 6 Sovereigns, a formidable being of the late pre-saint level. This entity belonged among the pinnacle of divine powers within the pantheon of Chinese deities. Chapter 68, Satan and the Emperor of Fengdu. At long last, the Emperor of Fengdu had emerged to confront the challenge. After observing the Emperor for a moment, Su Xing gradually composed his emotions and began to educate those around him about this formidable figure. The Emperor of Fengdu is. Once Su Xing had concluded his explanation, the onlookers began to engage in animated discussions. The Emperor of Fengdu, such an imposing name. I had no idea that such a powerful deity existed within our heritage. A monarch? Hence, the Emperor of Fengdu must indeed be the mightiest deity of our underworld. The title of Great Emperor undoubtedly signifies the pinnacle of power. Moreover, it is truly unimaginable that within this realm of the afterlife, there exist deities of even higher rank than the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. One must ponder the meaning of Su Xing's mention of the 3 pure ones and the 6 sovereigns. Could it be suggesting that, aside from the Emperor of Fengdu, there are at least 8 other formidable deities of similar stature? It is perplexing indeed. As descendants of Huaxia, we find ourselves in ignorance of our own pantheon. It appears we shall have to rely on Su Xing for enlightenment in the future. However, for now, there is no need to contemplate such distant matters. Although another powerful deity has emerged from our homeland, the Western Satan is not to be underestimated. The battle has yet to commence, and our immediate focus should be on praying for victory in this conflict before addressing subsequent concerns. Upon hearing Su Xing's elucidation, the Huaxia people began fervently discussing in the comments. Meanwhile, the people of the lighthouse, upon encountering the title of the emperor, were not intimidated, not for any other reason, but because within the arena of secrets, that demon was their demon king, Satan. What does it matter if the Eastern Emperor stands before them? Our demon king, Satan, instills no fear in anyone. Every deity shall fall before our demon king's might. Returning to the battlefield, the demon king Satan observed the emergence of the Emperor of Fengdu, flapping his bat-like wings twice before breaking into a hearty laugh. Oh, I did not expect another Eastern deity. In that case, you two may come at me together. I shall claim both of you Eastern ants as my servants in the underworld. It must be said that while Satan possesses formidable strength, he is also insufferably arrogant. Faced with both the Emperor of Fengdu and the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, the second and third in command of the underworld, he audaciously invites them to confront him together. Truly, ignorance breeds audacity. Satan, with an air of dominance, proclaimed his challenge. However, the Emperor of Fengdu and the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva did not even deign to acknowledge him, choosing instead to completely ignore his presence. The Emperor of Fengdu then addressed the Bodhisattva, "Bodhisattva, leave this battle to me. You may return to the underworld with your disciples." Upon hearing the Emperor's words, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva nodded in agreement, offering no further words, and turned to lead the listener, along with the captive Lucifer, towards the Gate of Ghosts. As the Bodhisattva attempted to escort Lucifer back to their abode, Satan, clearly deeming Lucifer of significant importance, resorted to obstructing their departure. Distortion twisted Satan's visage as 9 vertical eyes emerged, emitting beams of light that coalesced into a massive black arrow, which he launched towards the departing figure of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Crack, crack, crack. The arrow, charged with dark lightning, cut through the air, leaving a cacophony of tearing sounds in its wake. Swiftly, this formidable projectile closed in on the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's back. However, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva paid no heed, not even glancing back, as he slowly walked toward the gate of the underworld, allowing the arrow to soar past him. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva entirely disregarded Satan's assault. Above, the Emperor of Fengdu emitted a cold snort and glanced downward. Merely a trivial skill. With just that glance, an overwhelming force of divine power and nether energy converged in the air. A chilling gust emerged, followed by a cascade of azure flames descending from the heavens, enveloping the black arrow. The blue flames flowed over the arrow, and in an instant, the formidable projectile was reduced to a pool of black liquid. The sizzling blue flames, now mixed with the black liquid, fell to the ground, leaving no trace of burning. Instead, they instantaneously formed a vast expanse of frost and ice crystals. Hiss! As the battle unfolded outside the purple tower, Su Xing also sensed the immense chill, causing him to shudder and hastily retreat to the area of the summoning platform. Indeed, it was the 9 Nether Inferno. Su Xing recognized this peculiar yet potent flame. It was the most powerful fire in the underworld, the 9 Nether Inferno. Legend has it that this flame annihilates primordial spirits, extinguishes souls, and obliterates divine bodies, wielding considerable might. Thus, encountering Satan's techniques was effortlessly resolved. Returning to the battlefield, Satan's maneuvers were once again easily countered by the Emperor of Fengdu. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, accompanied by the listening ear and the figure of Lucifer, had completely vanished. Retreating to the underworld, Observing the Itagarba Bodhisattva departing with Lucifer, Satan turned to the Emperor of Fengdu, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Very well, Eastern deity. Since you wish to intervene in this matter, you must be prepared to provoke my wrath. Do you think that by destroying my seven-eyed arrow, you have become my equal? As the sovereign of the underworld, I merely tested my strength. What follows will be my lethal strike. Once I have dispatched you, I shall turn this eastern world upside down, seeking out that bald donkey to eliminate him. After proclaiming his intentions, the Dark Lord Satan unfurled his demonic wings. His power amassed, and two wooden doors materialized behind him, inscribed with various incantations that were unsettling to behold. Oh, you still wish to turn the underworld upside down? Upon hearing Satan's words, the Emperor of Fengdu finally turned, casting a direct gaze upon this fiend for the first time. His eyes glinted with murderous intent. This Western aberration dared to threaten the underworld? Such an entity could not be spared. Today he would extinguish this menace once and for all. The arrogant Eastern deity. Satan too sensed the murderous intent of the Emperor of Fengdu. After casting a disdainful glance at the Emperor, he unleashed his ultimate attack, the gates of hell and the judgment day. His fearsome visage contorted grotesquely, and with two resounding shouts, the great wooden doors before the Emperor swung wide open. Following this, a mysterious and destructive crimson void emerged from behind the doors. Swiftly, within this red expanse, a multitude of torturous instruments materialized. First came the enigmatic rack adorned with mystical runes, along with chains that extended from the crimson realm, ensnaring the Emperor of Fengdu. Subsequently, a variety of blades, guillotines, fiery pillars, and branding irons, 10 instruments imbued with arcane symbols, were hurled towards the Emperor. O Eastern deity, Satan proclaimed, these are treasures from the depths of my hell, the 10 instruments of torment. They are forged from the hardest infernal iron of the underworld, and there exists no means by which they can be destroyed. You, a mere Eastern deity, dare to oppose me? Enjoy the exquisite agony these instruments will bestow upon you. Fear not, for they shall not grant you death. Instead, you shall endure a torment so profound that living will feel like dying. Ha! Satan cast a glance at the Emperor of Fengdu, bound upon the rack, and after a few hearty laughs, he turned away, making his way towards the gates of the eastern underworld. Indeed, he was brimming with confidence, convinced that this so-called Emperor of the East would not withstand the onslaught of his 10 instruments of torment. It is well known that these instruments have existed since the inception of hell, ancient treasures of torment. In Western mythology, none but his arch-nemesis, God, could withstand their power. He was utterly unconvinced that the Eastern deity before him could rival the might of God. Thus, he was disinterested in the outcome, eager to journey forth into the Eastern realm to locate and eliminate Xidagarba, reclaiming Lucifer in the process. Lucifer was of great utility to him, and he could not permit the Eastern deity to reclaim him. However, before he could take a single step forward, the Emperor of Fengdu, trapped yet undeterred, gently snapped his fingers. Immediately, dark clouds amassed in the sky. Thunder rumbled ominously, and a colossal bolt of green lightning descended, striking the 10 instruments of torment before the Emperor. This verdant lightning, infused with the flowing waters of the yellow springs, carried with it a heavy aura of death. Crackling and sparking, it heralded an ominous turn of events. The green lightning bombarded the air for a brief 10 seconds. As the onlookers turned their gaze towards the spectacle, they beheld the once mighty 10 instruments of torture, prized possessions of the Dark Lord Satan, disintegrating into mere fragments under the onslaught of this green lightning. How could this be possible? What kind of lightning is this? These 10 instruments of torture are the most formidable treasures of my infernal realm. How could they be reduced to dust in such a manner? At that moment, Satan himself witnessed the scene, his face a mask of astonishment. No, how could this be? How could such a lightning exist in this world? Is this truly the end? You Western fiends, your so-called treasures cannot even withstand the first strike of my 9 heavens' divine thunder. Emperor Fengdu, filled with disappointment, shook his head and then shifted his form, launching an offensive. Since Satan threatened to upend the underworld, he would not hold back. In his hand materialized the Fengdu imperial seal, emanating a purple aura of suppressive power as it descended upon Satan. Protect yourself with demonic energy. Feeling the weight of this suppressive force, the demon king Satan immediately summoned his formidable demonic energy to shield himself against it. Such a potent suppressive power. As Satan gazed at the distorted face of Emperor Fengdu above, his expression darkened further. Through their previous encounters, he had already recognized the strength of Emperor Fengdu. However, he remained confident in his own formidable demonic energy. Not far from him lay his domain of hell, a wellspring of endless demonic energy to sustain him. With this vast reservoir of demonic energy at his disposal, he believed he could withstand the suppressive force. Yet, not long after, Satan realized he had underestimated the methods of Emperor Fengdu once more. Although a torrent of demonic energy flowed from hell to shield his body, the Fengdu seal above him acted like a bottomless pit, absorbing every ounce of demonic energy that surged forth. If this continued, not only would he be suppressed, but all the demonic energy of hell would soon be drained as well. In desperation, Satan had no choice but to flee. He employed his ultimate escape technique, melding his body entirely into darkness, rendering himself untraceable and impervious to any form of attack. Swiftly, he evaded the range of the Fengdu seal's suppression. Emerging from the confines of the suppressive force, Satan reverted to his human form and addressed Emperor Fengdu in the sky. Very well, Eastern deity. I concede that your prowess is indeed formidable, but do not presume that victory is assured. My greatest power is not merely the divine strength to counter yours. My most potent ability is the demonic whispers that target the very essence of the soul. Lucifer is bound by my demonic words, having signed a soul contract that subjects him to endless torment each day. On this day, you too shall meet a fate akin to hers. Although Satan could not withstand the power of the Fengdu seal wielded by the Emperor of Fengdu, he did not surrender. Enigmatic runes of sorcery began to manifest upon him as he resolved to employ his most formidable divine technique, the Whisper of Demons. This incantation specifically targets local souls and their essence. Once unleashed, the victim swiftly succumbs to slumber. Within this enchanted sleep, they delve deeper into the incantation's grasp, ultimately leading to an out-of-body experience, at which point their soul submits to him, binding them in a pact of the soul. Mimi. Satan murmured the incantation, and as the words flowed from his lips, a wave of dark energy emanated from him. All who heard the incantation were suddenly engulfed by a wave of drowsiness, followed by an acute sensation of their very souls being drawn away. No, this Satan spell is indeed formidable. Even while watching the live stream, I feel my soul is about to be extracted. Quick, cover your ears. Do not listen to his incantation, or you shall meet your demise. The viewers of the live broadcast were similarly affected by Satan's soul-binding incantation, each one feeling as though their essence was on the verge of being extracted. As the audience was significantly impacted, the one closest to the battlefield, Su Xing, faced an even graver predicament. His eyelids grew heavy, and his spirit stirred uneasily, perilously close to falling under the spell's influence. Suddenly, 10 benevolent divine energies surged from behind him, coursing into his being. With that, Su Xing's drowsiness dissipated, and he regained his clarity. Thank you, my 10 kings of hell. Su Xing expressed his gratitude to the 10 Yama behind him. Indeed, it was these 10 Yama who had been vigilantly guarding his back, ensuring that the battle did not extend its reach to him. Look, the Emperor of Fengdu has closed his eyes. Has he fallen victim to the spell? Many, having narrowly escaped the clutches of Satan's incantation, gasped in disbelief as they pointed towards the battlefield. Following their gaze, the crowd beheld the shocking sight. The Emperor of Fengdu had indeed shut his eyes, seemingly ensnared by Satan's whisper, succumbing to slumber. Great Lord Satan, how formidable you are! The Emperor of Fengdu from Huaxia has finally succumbed. Indeed, our Demon King Satan is unparalleled. I had said that no matter how strong he is, he could not withstand the might of Satan. At last, victory is ours. The great Demon King Satan has secured the ultimate triumph for us. The inhabitants of the lighthouse, along with the surviving Samida, gazed at the Emperor of Fengdu's tightly shut eyes, each offering silent thanks to the heavens. Although the journey had been fraught with challenges, they were grateful for the intervention of the Demon King, as victory ultimately belonged to them. The lighthouse dwellers were elated, while the Huaxiao people looked upon the Emperor of Fengdu with deep concern. It is over for the Emperor. Has he truly fallen under the spell of Satan's demonic whisper? Will his soul be drawn away by Satan? No, Your Majesty, please awaken. At this critical moment, we cannot fall prey to the machinations of this devil. Indeed, let us all pray together, uniting our faith to see if we can assist the esteemed Emperor. The people of Huaxia were deeply concerned, with many immediately beginning their prayers, hoping to channel their belief to aid the Emperor of Fengdu. While the citizens were filled with anxiety, Su Xing simply laughed. The Emperor of Fengdu? Would he succumb to the insidious whispers of this devil? What a jest! To ensnare the soul of the Emperor of Fengdu? Who was he to even think of it? Chapter 70. The Devil Reduced to Beasts. As Su Xing had anticipated, when the devil saw the Emperor of Fengdu close his eyes, wearing an expression of delight as he approached to claim the soul, the Emperor suddenly opened his eyes, glaring at the devil with displeasure. I, the Emperor, have toiled in the underworld for countless years, and I have long forgotten the sensation of true slumber. I intended to experience your trick, but who would have thought that your so-called supreme divine ability would not afford me even a hint of drowsiness? Truly pathetic. What? How is this possible? How could you be entirely unaffected by even a whisper of demonic influence? It cannot be, it cannot be. My demonic whispers are specifically designed to target divine origins and souls. The devil stared incredulously at the Emperor of Fengdu. His soul incantation had no effect whatsoever. How powerful must this emperor be? Fear began to swell within the devil's heart. The once invincible demon king now realized the disparity before him. For the first time, he perceived his opponent as insurmountable, targeting the soul and the origin. Allow me to show you what a true divine ability aimed at the origin entails. Upon hearing the devil's words, the Emperor of Fengdu smiled. An incomprehensibly profound aura of reincarnation enveloped his palm. Western fiend, since you have set your sights on the underworld, let us transform you into livestock. With that, the Emperor thrust his hand forward, directing it at the devil. This is bad. Transform into darkness. The devil sensed the extraordinary power emanating from the Emperor's palm and knew that if he were to take the full brunt of this strike, it would be disastrous. Thus, he hastily employed his most potent escape technique. He melded into the shadows, evading the impending strike. However, after the toll of battle, his ability to merge into darkness was slightly delayed. Before his body had completely transformed into darkness, the Emperor's palm grazed his arm. The exquisite power of reincarnation surged through the devil's hand, causing him to cry out in pain. As the dark embodiment of Satan withdrew from the secure boundaries, he transformed into a grotesque form. He gazed in horror at his arm, which had morphed into a colossal, hairy pig's hoof. What in the world is this? Witnessing his hand metamorphose into a pig's hoof sent shivers down his spine. The Dark Lord, his pupils dilating in shock, realized that this was no mere illusion. A portion of his very essence, including his soul, had undeniably been altered into that of a swine. This was an authentic assault on his very core. There was no possibility of reversal. This meant that, from this moment forth, his arm was destined to remain a pig's hoof. Moreover, had he not managed to escape in time, enduring the full force of the Emperor of the Underworld's blow, he would have been irrevocably transformed into a pig on a spiritual level. How could a mighty demon lord be reduced to a mere beast? No. The Dark Lord was utterly terrified at this revelation. The Emperor of the Underworld had struck at his essence, rendering him powerless. How could he continue to fight? His titles of Demon King and Lord of the Underworld meant nothing before the might of the Emperor of the Underworld. He was completely devoid of the will to continue the battle. In order to avoid becoming a pig, he resolved to flee, to escape from this place post-haste. With these thoughts racing through his mind, the Dark Lord, Satan, transformed into darkness once more, hastily retreating from the intersection of the two underworlds towards his western domain, seeking a refuge. However, the Emperor of the Underworld was not about to let Satan escape so easily. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared above Satan and unleashed another devastating palm strike imbued with the laws of reincarnation. Faced with such a formidable attack, Satan found himself utterly powerless. He could only resort to his dark escape techniques, scurrying about like a rat. Yet, with each use of his dark transformation, he grew weaker, and the ability to envelop himself in darkness diminished with each passing moment. Soon, after a frantic series of escapes, half of his body was struck by the Emperor's palm. In an instant, the Dark Lord's face and half of his form had grotesquely transformed into that of a pig. He was no longer the formidable Demon King, but rather an abhorrent monstrosity, half man, half swine. The grotesque visage of Satan, half pig and half demon, was transmitted to the outside world, allowing everyone to witness the current state of their Dark Lord. Among the people of the Lighthouse Nation, despair took hold as they clutched their heads in disbelief, watching their once mighty Satan reduced to this state. The pride that once defined their nation had evaporated, leaving them pale and incredulous. No, it was impossible. Their Dark Lord had been vanquished and turned into a pig. This was unthinkable, absolutely inconceivable. The citizens of the lighthouse shook their heads, many beginning to indulge in self-deception amidst their despair. No, I cannot believe it. The Lord of Darkness has been reduced to this state. I refuse to accept it. Satan, you are the sole sovereign of the underworld, the demon lord who dared to challenge the Almighty. It is inconceivable that you could be bested by an Eastern deity. Chapter 71. Satan, I must flee to heaven. Eastern beings are far more terrifying than God. Witnessing their formidable demon lord utterly incapable of facing the Emperor of Fengdu, the people of the lighthouse and some from the Western Church found it hard to accept the truth resorting to self-deception. Although the evidence lay bare before them, they could not bring themselves to believe that their Satan had so little strength left. As the lighthouse people engaged in their self-delusion, the people of Huaxia began to flood the comments with fervor. "Oh, lighthouse dwellers, are you not the ones who revel in mocking us with your psychological victories? How amusing that you now resort to the same. The truth is undeniable. Do you still believe your Satan has a chance to turn the tide? Having grown accustomed to their role as global marauders, how is it that you cannot accept your failure?" Back on the battlefield, as the Lord of Darkness felt his body partially transformed into that of a swine, his pupils quivered, and he emitted a wretched scream, a sound tinged with the cries of a pig. After this lamentation, Satan ignited his essence, unleashing his utmost speed as he fled toward the mountains of his infernal realm. Atop that mountain, a sacred light illuminated its peak, marking a uniquely significant place within the Western underworld. This was the sole exit of the underworld, the passageway leading to heaven. Indeed, the demon lord was making his escape toward this very light. It was a laughable irony that Satan, the ruler of the underworld, who had once stood against God, now sought refuge in heaven. Yet, in this dire moment, he could think of nothing else. Before the Eastern deity, the Emperor of Fengdu, God seemed hardly intimidating. As long as he could avoid becoming a pig, he would reach heaven, even if it meant becoming a captive of the Almighty. Satan had never felt the passage to heaven from the peak of the infernal mountain to be so distant. His gaze was fixated on that light, filled with longing. Finally, after a protracted struggle, he reached the summit of the infernal mountain. In just a moment, he would step into the beam of light and leave this place, escaping the terrifying Emperor of the East. His eyes shone with hope, yet as he prepared to take that final step, suddenly the light before him vanished. The beam leading to heaven was engulfed by an immense hand, and the very portal to heaven began to distort and collapse, ultimately obliterating before his eyes. Before him appeared a visage, one that exuded authority and solemnity, instilling a tremor within his very soul. This could not be anyone other than the Emperor of Fengdu. Upon realizing that Satan's destination was the summit of this hellish mountain, he instantly materialized here, severing the Demon King's escape route. How absurd! You have proclaimed your intent to overthrow the underworld. Can you truly expect to depart unscathed? As the Emperor, it is my duty to suppress all adversaries in this realm. I shall not spare anyone who dares to threaten the underworld. Eastern deities, you truly wish to annihilate us, do you? Very well, if you deny me life, let us all perish together. Humph. Observing the Emperor of Fengdu sever his retreat, Satan's eyes narrowed with malice, and with a grotesque snarl, he addressed the Emperor. Following this exchange, the bat-like wings upon Satan's back fell away, revealing a grotesque wound that expanded ominously. This crimson sore burgeoned until it formed a vast blood-red passage. From this passage emanated an immense gravitational pull, which began to envelop the entirety of the underworld. Ah, Lord Satan, I beseech you, spare our lives. Do not consume us. The myriad demons, concealed within the depths of the Western underworld, purgatory, and hell, felt the insatiable force of the blood-red passage. Amidst a cacophony of desperate wails, these demons were drawn forth, inexorably pulled into Satan's being. As a continuous stream of demons and spirits filled him, the malevolent energy surrounding Satan intensified, causing his form to swell into a colossal orb. The Emperor of Fengdu hovered above, watching with keen interest as Satan engaged in his final struggle. He refrained from interrupting, eager to witness what stratagem the Demon King might employ in his last moments. The process of absorbing these demons and spirits continued for a full 3 minutes. At last, when no more demons remained to be drawn from the Western underworld, Satan came to a halt, his aura of malevolence reaching a fever pitch, eyes gleaming with madness. Eastern deity, within me now resides the essence of our entire demon realm. Should I choose to unleash an explosion, it would result in a cataclysm capable of obliterating all existence. Yes, in this destruction, I too would perish, and our Western underworld would be annihilated. Eastern deity, even with your formidable strength, none shall escape the devastation wrought by my self-detonation. You, your underworld, this very space, and the mortal realm outside shall all be rendered to naught. So, do you now comprehend the magnitude of my self-destruction? Shall we each take a step back? Spare me this one time, and I shall not initiate the detonation. Furthermore, I will concede defeat on behalf of our Western underworld to your Eastern realm. Moreover, henceforth, all deities and demons of the Western underworld have sworn an oath to refrain from participating in any future conflicts among the Eastern divinities. Humph. The words of Satan have undoubtedly reached the outer world as well. Upon hearing Satan's declaration of self-destruction, The prospect of their simultaneous demise instilled fear in many across the globe. Please, divine beings, must your quarrels ensnare us mere mortals? They cried. Your self-destruction, leading to mutual annihilation, should not encompass us. Citizens from various third-party nations, including those from India, the Hellenistic world, and Northern Europe, began to voice their concerns. The deities of Huaxia should exercise mercy. There's south no need to drive Satan to such extremes. Indeed, you from Huaxia have already secured victory. Why then must you pursue total eradication? Regardless of his faults, Satan is still a supreme god. His self-destruction would spell disaster for all humanity. Deities of Huaxia, you must consider the implications for all of humankind. The fears propagated by Satan's words prompted these nations to engage in moral coercion. Observing this moral posturing from the third-party nations, the people of Huaxia naturally retorted. How can you, who know nothing of our Emperor Fengdu's intentions, presume to instruct us? Moreover, when we, the Huaxia people, were oppressed by various nations, where was your plea for humanity to cease such bullying? Many from Huaxia responded vigorously, yet some also found merit in the arguments presented by the third-party nations. After all, this matter pertained to their very lives. Who among them would willingly embrace death? I wonder if there is some truth in their words. Since Satan has surrendered, why not allow Emperor Fengdu to accept the capitulation? After all, this Satan, having absorbed so many demons, is no trifling matter. If his self-destruction truly affects us, it would indeed be a heavy price to pay. Yes, Su God, hasten to inform Emperor Fengdu to spare Satan's life. There is no need for total annihilation. Outside, opinions swirled in a cacophony of discussion. Meanwhile, Su Xing remained silent, observing Emperor Fengdu without interference. He trusted in the Emperor's capabilities and had no fear of Satan's self-destruction. Despite having absorbed so many demons, what of it? Emperor Fengdu possessed the means to confront him. Who is Emperor Fengdu to be constrained by the self-destruction of a mere Satan? Go ahead, destroy everything. Feel free to self-destruct. Indeed, as Su Xing had anticipated, upon hearing Satan's words, Emperor Fengdu merely chuckled, showing no inclination to accept Satan's terms. With a smile, he regarded Satan as one would an amusing jester. Ah, Eastern deities, you dismiss the prospect of this demon king's self-destruction with such nonchalance. Satan was overwhelmed with a sense of humiliation upon meeting the gaze of the Emperor of Fengdu. Chapter 72. Oh, you wish to self-destruct? Very well, Eastern deities. This demon king's self-detonation is not to be taken lightly. Satan, the illustrious demon king, had absorbed countless infernal spirits and now threatened with self-destruction. Yet you regard me with the disdainful eyes one would reserve for refuse. This is utterly intolerable. A demon king must not be insulted. Let us perish together. Satan, completely unhinged, had bloodshot eyes, as all the demonic power within him began to converge into a singular point, swelling ominously. Boom. The spherical form of Satan was shattered by the force of the explosion, which continued to grow exponentially. The entire Western hell, vast expanses of the underworld, were instantaneously rendered to nothingness. However, the explosion showed no signs of abating. The power of the Demon King and billions of demons' self-detonation was evidently far more catastrophic. Crack. The tremendous force of the explosion caused the arena, which bore the weight of two secret realms, to develop immense fissures. Red light surged forth from the cracks, as if the divine arena would erupt at any moment. This was dire. The will of the arena hastily sought refuge in Freya's being, summoning countless chains of rules from her to the arena in a desperate attempt to shield it. Yet, under the colossal might of the explosion, those chains crumbled like paper, disintegrating in an instant. The arena was on the brink of collapse, and outside, the entire blue star was faring no better. The earth trembled violently. A searing heat enveloped them, rendering their faces pale with dread. Was this self-detonation of the Demon King truly going to claim their lives as well? Oh no. It's over, it's over. The arena cannot withstand this much longer. We are doomed. Damn it. It's all that Emperor of Fengdu's fault for not sparing Satan. I swear, even in death, I will harbor a grudge against that Eastern deity. Wah. I don't want to die. I haven't lived enough yet. People from various nations wailed in despair at the sight, and even individuals from other countries were cursing the Emperor of Fengdu within their hearts. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, would we face annihilation together? These curses were numerous, yet Su Xing remained oblivious to them. Had he heard their vitriol, he would have unleashed a tirade in response. It is that Satan who seeks to drag you down with him. And now, instead of cursing that Western demon, you dare to blame me, the Emperor of Fengdu? How utterly contemptible. As the mortals sank deeper into despair and approached Su Xing, he maintained his composure. displaying no signs of panic, his demeanor calm and collected. This was not to say he was unafraid of death. However, he understood that despite the seemingly terrifying self-detonation of Satan before the Emperor of Fengdu, this explosion was merely a trivial matter. A mere minor deity, a late-stage quasi-saint. One of the 6 sovereigns, was he jesting with you? Indeed, as Su Xing pondered these thoughts, the Emperor of Fengdu began to make his move. With a gesture of his hands, he initiated his first incantation. Then, a resonant hum echoed from each of the 4 cardinal directions surrounding the range of Satan's explosion. A black bronze pillar emerged. These bronze pillars stood tall, emanating red light that coalesced in the air, forming a crimson barrier. This red barrier contained the destructive power of Satan's self-detonation within its confines. Crack! The explosion collided against the barrier, yet it did not shake the barrier in the slightest. After a while, as many mortals felt the earth cease to tremble and the force of the explosion on the arena dissipate, they hurriedly turned their gazes to the battlefield. Have we been saved? We are still alive. Look at that black bronze pillar on the battlefield. It is the barrier created by those 4 pillars that has contained Satan's explosive power. This barrier was conjured by the Emperor of Fengdu. I saw it with my own eyes. He has rescued us. We have survived. We are truly alive. The Emperor of Fengdu is mighty. The deities of Huaxia are formidable. Once the Emperor of Fengdu thwarted the explosive might of Satan, the mortals clutched their chests, cheering exuberantly, including those foreign individuals who had just moments ago cursed the Emperor of Fengdu in their hearts. Their change of sentiment was remarkably swift. Returning to the battlefield, the explosive force, which had raged for an indeterminate duration, finally subsided. The Emperor of Fengdu then withdrew the 4 bronze pillars, and the barrier vanished, revealing the current state of the Western underworld before all. At this moment, the purgatorial region of the Western underworld had transformed into a void, and a massive explosion pit had formed within parts of hell and the abyss. The entire Western underworld now presented a scene of utter desolation and silence. As for the demon lord Satan, he had completely vanished, leaving no trace behind. The entire underworld felt devoid of his presence, as if his very soul had been shattered. Is the Western Satan truly dead? Have we won? Indeed, the Western Satan is dead. We have triumphed. We have prevailed. I never imagined, prior to this, that we could even dare to think of winning against the deities of the Lighthouse Nation on the divine arena. Huaxiao is destined to rise. All thanks must be given to Su Xing and the deities of the underworld who fought for us. All 1,500 million of us in Huaxia shall forever remember their benevolence towards our nation. Chapter 73. The 5 Directions Ghost Emperor. Why were we not sent into battle? Indeed, I am an artist, and I have successfully completed portraits of the ox head and horse face, the black and white impermanence, Meng Pu, the 10 Yama kings, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, Emperor Fengdu, and the deities of Su. Upon returning home, I have framed these artworks and dedicate them daily. My Douyin group aims to establish statues of the deities of the underworld and the Su deity across the vast expanse of Huaxia, ensuring that future generations will always remember them. My Ali group is also joining in, pledging to uphold the incense offerings for these divine figures. I, Lei Jun, representing the Rice group, am also contributing 100 billion. And what of the Penguin group? Are you on board? Yes, indeed. The Penguin group has just completed the temples for General Yu, the Great Sage, the Third Prince, and Erlang Shen. Now, let us instruct the construction teams to commence the building of temples for the deities of the underworld. At that moment, a fervent cry erupted from the Huaxia people, celebrating the victory over the formidable Satan of the so-called Lighthouse Nation. This was truly a moment of vindication, a testament to our nation's might. We lost, truly lost. Who would have thought that the realm of the great demon Satan would be defeated? Alas, has our Satan truly met his end? Why is it that Huaxia has suddenly produced so many powerful deities? Were their gods not considered weak before? Since the emergence of Su Xing, everything has changed. Now, our Satan is utterly no match for the deities of Huaxia. How can you, citizens of the Lighthouse Nation, claim to be among the world's top 10 nations? Your arrogance has led to this defeat. Thus, with the cost of 4/10 of the population of the Simi people, let the denizens of the Lighthouse perish. Indeed, Simi people, you have become quite bold. Do you not feel that too many of your kin have already perished? As the citizens of the Lighthouse Nation and the Simi Nation came to terms with their failure, they began to hurl insults at one another in the comments. Meanwhile, the Huaxia people watched this spectacle, enjoying the drama while subtly sowing discord. Ha ha ha, dogs biting dogs, what a sight. Go on, bite harder. How amusing. Today, I have witnessed the Simi people fiercely attacking the Lighthouse citizens twice. Lighthouse people, are you not supposed to be the loyal allies of the Simi? What has become of you? Indeed, Simi people, is it not disrespectful to your supposed allies? How can you uphold your role as the elder brother? At this juncture, nearly everyone believed that Satan was dead. Meanwhile, back at Su Xing's location, he gazed towards the western underworld, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Is it possible that Satan was truly so foolish and impulsive as to self-destruct? For some reason, a feeling lingered within him, suggesting that Satan had not been entirely eradicated. Esteemed Yama Kings, can you sense Satan's presence? Is it truly the case that the malevolent figure of Satan has been utterly vanquished? Su Xing, filled with doubt, turned to inquire of the 10 Yama Kings behind him. Upon hearing Su Xing's question, the 10 Yama Kings exchanged glances, then closed their eyes to attune themselves to the energies around them. Before long, they opened their eyes and shook their heads in unison. We have not detected the presence of the Western Demon King, Satan. He must indeed have been reduced to ashes, his spirit dissipated. Nodding in agreement with the 10 Yama Kings, Su Xing realized that perhaps he had been overly concerned. Just as he acknowledged this, he suddenly heard several voices emanating from behind him, from the direction of the underworld. Young friend, you are not mistaken. The Demon King Satan has not been entirely obliterated. In the moment before his self-detonation, he forcibly extricated his primordial spirit and managed to escape. Turning to the source of the voices, Su Xing beheld 10 figures emerging from the underworld, smiling at him. They were the 5 Directions Ghost Emperors. Recognizing these 10 deities, each possessing immense divine power, Su Xing understood at once. These were indeed the 10 great Ghost Emperors who held dominion over the underworld alongside the 10 Yama Kings. Each of them presided over one of the 5 ghostly realms, east, west, south, north, and center, with formidable strength. Leading the group were 2 figures clad in azure robes, one wielding a treasured sword and the other a peach-wood staff, the Eastern Ghost Emperors, Kai Yulei and Shintu, guardians of the Eastern Ghost Realm, the Peach Blossom Mountain, and the Ghost Gate. Following them were 2 more, the Western Ghost Emperors, dressed in white robes, one holding a jade tablet and the other a whisk, Zhao Wenhe and Wang Zhenren, protectors of the Zhuangzhong Mountain. In the center of the assembly stood 2 elegantly composed deities, the Central Ghost Emperors, Zhou Qi and Ji Kong, who governed the Central Ghost Realm and the Baodu Mountain. Among the remaining 4, 2 donned crimson robes and wielded long spears and swords, the Southern Ghost Emperors, Du Ziren and Lu Yuanda. Lastly, the final 2, clutching dark chains, were the Northern Ghost Emperors, Zhang Heng and Yang Yun, custodians of the Luofeng Mountain. Each pair of these 10 deities safeguarded one region, their prowess formidable. Notably, the Eastern Ghost Emperor Kai Yulei and the Southern Ghost Emperor Du Ziren were particularly renowned for their combat prowess. I pay my respects to the 10 Ghost Emperors. Upon the arrival of the 5 Directions Ghost Emperors, Su Xing hurriedly approached to offer his reverence. The 10 Ghost Emperors acknowledged his approach with nods before exchanging glances, as though they had something to convey to Su Xing but hesitated. Ultimately, it was the Eastern Ghost Emperor Kai Yulei and the Southern Ghost Emperor Du Ziren who could no longer restrain themselves. With a hint of resentment, they addressed Su Xing, saying, "Young friend, do you look down upon us, the 10 ancient figures of the 5 Directions Ghost Emperors? Not at all, esteemed emperors. Such thoughts could not be further from my mind. Each of you is a divine being whom I hold in the utmost respect. How could the young man harbor any thoughts of disdain towards the 10 Ghost Emperors?" Upon hearing the words of Kai Yulei and Du Ziren, Su Xing broke into a sweat. What on earth was happening with these 2 Ghost Emperors? Hadn't he provoked the 5 Directions Ghost Emperors in any way? How could such contemptuous words even be uttered? It must be noted that he held every deity of the Huaxia lineage in the utmost regard. So how could he ever look down upon them? My young friend, since you do not hold us in contempt, why have you not dispatched us, the 5 Directions Ghost Emperors, to battle? Even Meng Pe and Yin Luo could join the fray. Yet not a single one of the 10 of us has been sent forth. Indeed, we languish in the underworld daily, nearly bursting with frustration. How can you still refrain from sending us into combat? Are you perhaps concerned that we might not triumph over those Western deities? One by one, the 10 Ghost Emperors spoke, their voices tinged with a hint of grievance. Ah, so that was the crux of the matter. After listening to their words, Su Xing rubbed his forehead, both amused and exasperated. Indeed, when he had previously assigned deities to guard the Purple Tower, he had not included the 5 Directions Ghost Emperors. This was not due to any lack of strength on their part. Rather, he was acutely aware of the formidable prowess each of the 10 Ghost Emperors possessed. He did not wish to have them engage in battle as a group, akin to 10 Yin Luos, thus squandering their combat potential. However, the Purple Tower had only 6 levels, and assigning 1 Ghost Emperor to each would leave 4 unassigned. Therefore, to avoid complications, Su Xing ultimately decided not to send any ghost emperors into battle at all, reasoning that the other deities would be sufficient to handle the Western foes. Yet, who could have anticipated that these 10 ghost emperors, akin to the Erlang Shen, would be such belligerent spirits? Each was eager for a fight, fearing only the absence of one. How dreary must life in the underworld be to render them thus? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Xing was on the verge of explaining himself to the 10 ghost emperors when, unexpectedly, the refined central ghost emperor, Zhou Qi, chuckled and shook his head at the others. Enough, my friends. You have all lived through the ages. There is no need to make things difficult for our young friend. Remember, should any opportunities for battle arise in the future, simply keep our 10 in mind. After all, we are weary of encountering merely specters and phantoms in this underworld realm. Indeed, do not forget us when it comes to future skirmishes with those Western aberrations. The other ghost emperors chimed in, one after another. Hearing this, Su Xing heaved a sigh of relief, nodding vigorously as he promised to prioritize the 10 ghost emperors in future divine battles. At that moment, the appearance of the 5 directions ghost emperors was coincidentally transmitted to the outside world. The foreign onlookers, upon witnessing the emergence of 10 formidable and yet unengaged deities behind Su Xing, wore expressions as grim as if they had swallowed a fly. Just how many deities resided within the Huaxia underworld? It seemed there were still 10 ghost emperors yet to join the fray. In the wake of the Western underworld's destruction, how is it that so many formidable deities remain hidden within the realm of Huaxia's underworld? Chapter 74. Has he fled to the 6th level? Is he courting death? Returning to the scene with Su Xing and the 5 directions ghost emperor. After Su Xing pledged allegiance to 10 ghost emperors, he began to inquire about the matter of Satan from them. From the words of the 5 directions ghost emperor, it became evident that his initial intuition was indeed correct. Satan had not perished completely. In a moment of self-detonation, he had managed to separate his primordial spirit and escape. However, where could his spirit find refuge now? The sole exit from the underworld to heaven had been sealed. The Western underworld had descended into chaos. Thus, escape was impossible there. The only viable options for refuge lay within the underworld's domain or the Purple Tower. Notably, he and the 10 Yama Kings had just been at the border of this territory without any awareness of it. This left but one location, the Purple Tower. Indeed, the primordial spirit of that Western demon had sought refuge in the Purple Tower, specifically within its 6th level. Zhou Qi, the central ghost emperor, seemed to discern Su Xing's thoughts and spoke up at that moment. Oh, he has escaped to the 6th level of the Purple Tower? Upon hearing Zhou Qi's words, a smirk involuntarily crept upon Su Xing's lips. It was unexpected that Satan's fleeing spirit would so astutely choose its hiding place, stumbling directly into the mouth of a cannon. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Fengdu, observing from above the Western underworld, also cast his gaze toward the 6th level of the Purple Tower. As the Emperor of Fengdu, he could not have failed to sense the moment when Satan's spirit fled just before his self-detonation. When he realized that Satan's spirit had taken refuge in the 6th level of the Purple Tower, he too smiled, akin to Su Xing. It seemed that fleeing to that particular figure truly revealed a fear of death that was not sufficiently profound. Now, turning to Satan himself. As a being who has existed for countless eons, he certainly understood the importance of leaving a path of escape. He would never lose his composure to the extent of relinquishing his life. Thus, much of the humiliation and fury he exhibited just before his self-detonation was, in truth, a performance. He acted as if it were genuine, while everyone else's attention was drawn to his impending explosion. He detached his primordial spirit from his corporeal form and stealthily fled to the Purple Tower. This plan had crystallized in his mind upon witnessing the destruction of the passage leading from the underworld to heaven. With the exit obliterated and unable to fight back, he had no choice but to escape through the Purple Tower. As long as he merged his primordial spirit within the tower and completely concealed his presence, he could wait for the Eastern deities and the secrets of the East to dissipate before making his exit. Satan's plan was flawless, and to this point, he had executed it with remarkable precision. The Emperor of Fengdu and the deities of the underworld seemed entirely oblivious to the fact that his primordial spirit had escaped. He arrived at the Purple Tower with ease. As long as he merged his primordial spirit into it, his plan would be fulfilled. Buzz. Satan employed a secret technique, preparing to integrate his essence into the tower. Suddenly, he sensed an ethereal presence nearby, faint yet palpable. He quickly turned his gaze back, only to see a tall woman with long hair seated at the center of the Purple Tower. Her back was turned towards him, surrounded by an illusionary white mist, obscuring her appearance. An Eastern deity, he thought. I shall devour you with my primordial spirit. Realizing that an Eastern deity was present, Satan's essence immediately shifted towards the woman. Hidden within the purple tower, he must not allow the Emperor of Fengdu to detect his presence. Thus, to avoid exposure, he intended to silently eliminate this Eastern deity. He had no doubt about his ability to vanquish her. Aside from the Emperor of Fengdu, he felt confident in overpowering all other Eastern deities, even in his current state. As for whether this deity was stronger than the Emperor of Fengdu, he didn't even entertain that possibility. Surely, with the Emperor's immense strength, how could any Eastern deity surpass him? Such a level of divinity surely marked the Emperor as the most formidable god of the Eastern underworld. There could be no one stronger. Die. Hellas corruption. Satan's primordial spirit transformed into a vast expanse of black mist, enveloping the long-haired woman. At that moment, the woman turned to glance back, revealing a glimpse of her stunning eye. Dear friends, I have a small gift to offer, a token of gratitude. Chapter 75. The one who curses the Emperor of Fengdu shall perish. In that instant, with just a glance, Satan's primordial spirit was plunged into an eternal cycle of reincarnation. Each cycle brought forth myriad tortures and agonies. In no time, he endured countless afflictions, yet to the outside world, only a second had passed. When he returned from his torment, his consciousness and spirit began to tear apart. Impossible, impossible. Just a single glance, and I have traversed through endless cycles. Your power surpasses that of the Emperor of Fengdu by an entire realm. How could this be? We are all gods. How can such a vast disparity exist in this world? No, I refuse to believe it. The consciousness of Satan's primordial spirit faded. Following a final, wretched scream, his essence was violently torn apart, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Outside the purple tower, Su Xing also felt the echoes of Satan's last scream, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips. After enduring such a prolonged period of the secret realm battle, it has finally come to an end. As the essence of the demon dissipated, the golden power of the arena's rules began to manifest in the western netherworld. Subsequently, these powers coalesced, culminating in the formation of a grand character that resembled the word defeat, hovering above the western netherworld. The appearance of this character unequivocally signified the failure of the western netherworld in this divine battle. Henceforth, the territories of the western netherworld would be subsumed by the realm of Huaxia. Long live Huaxia! Long live the netherworld! The deities of Huaxia endure through eternity. The people of Huaxia raised their arms in jubilant cries, their excitement echoing through the air. Meanwhile, Su Xing had already prepared to bid farewell to the deities of the netherworld. With the conclusion of the secret realm battle, the projection of the netherworld would gradually fade, and its deities would soon depart. The descendants of Huaxia, representing 1.5 billion people, expressed their gratitude to the deities of the netherworld for their valor in battle. Huaxia shall never forget the benevolence bestowed by these deities. In the future, temples shall be erected in Huaxia to provide a source of faith for the gods of the netherworld. Very well, my young friend. The essence of faith is of little consequence. Just ensure that when battles arise in the future, you do not forget the 5 emperors of ghosts. Upon hearing Su Xing's gratitude, the 10 Yama kings and Mengpa nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, the 5 emperors of ghosts harbored lingering feelings over not being allowed to participate in the battle and cautioned Su Xing, that is to be expected. After listening to the words of the 5 emperors, Su Xing smiled and nodded in response. My young friend, there is something I wish to bestow upon you. Upon uttering these words, Emperor Fengdu suddenly appeared before Su Xing, producing a handful of black soil from his being. Your Majesty, what is this? Just as Su Xing was about to inquire about the nature of the black soil, the emperor let the handful of soil fall, enveloping him entirely. The yellow earth covered his neck, leaving only Su Xing's head exposed. As the soil obscured Su Xing's form, golden runes began to emerge upon the surface of the black earth. From within these golden symbols surged a considerable amount of black gold liquid, which swiftly merged into Su Xing's body. What is this? It feels so delightful. As the black gold liquid entered his being, Su Xing swiftly sensed an extraordinarily profound power permeating through him. This force infiltrated his soul, providing an unprecedented sense of euphoria. Simultaneously, he felt the strength of his soul multiplying exponentially, 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. His very essence had been amplified a myriad of times by this mound of black soil. Moreover, the benefits derived from this black soil seemed to extend beyond mere enhancement of his soul. All fatigue and exhaustion dissipated from his physical form, rendering his entire body in a state of utter relaxation. This handful of soil not only promises to extend one's lifespan by several millennia, one may further strengthen the essence of one's soul. Henceforth, unless one possesses strength greater than that of a quasi-saint, even if one's corporeal form is annihilated, one's spirit shall remain unextinguished. The Emperor of Fengdu, observing Su Xing's transformation, transmitted his thoughts to him. At that moment, Su Xing, receiving the Emperor's communication, promptly bowed in gratitude, expressing, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the precious gift of soil. I shall forever remember your kindness. Do not thank me. This gift is bestowed upon you by the Lady of Tranquility. If gratitude is due, direct it towards her," the Emperor replied. "Now, my young friend, the projection of the underworld is about to fade. We must return to the realm of the dead, and until we meet again, farewell." With that, the Emperor of Fengdu prepared to lead the deities of the underworld back to their domain. At this moment, the rules governing the arena of the secret realm began to gradually dissipate, signifying that the time for the underworld and its divine beings to linger in this space was drawing to a close. As the Emperor of Fengdu and the deities departed for the underworld, Su Xing led the farewell, with his fellow compatriots from Huaxia following suit, bidding adieu to the divine beings. Many among them were already shedding tears, bowing in reverence to the departing figures of their celestial protectors. Amidst this chorus of farewells, just as the Emperor of Fengdu approached the gates of the underworld, poised to take his final step back, he suddenly paused, as if struck by an epiphany. And with a subtle gesture of his finger, tens of thousands of mortals across the world began to bleed from their orifices, succumbing to untimely deaths. These unfortunate souls were none other than those who had dared to curse the Emperor during the time of Satan's impending self-destruction. The Emperor of Fengdu was no soft-hearted deity. Those mortals who had the audacity to insult a quasi-saint at that moment were destined to pay the price. Having completed this act, the Emperor of Fengdu vanished into the realm of the dead. Following this, the purple tower at the boundary of the secret realm dissipated, and the entire projection of the secret realm began to fade away gradually. As tranquility settled in, Su Xing found himself with the leisure to reflect upon the Emperor's words. That black soil, it turned out, was also a gift from the Lady of Tranquility to the Emperor. Such generosity from her was indeed remarkable. Not only had she granted him the token of the underworld, but she had also entrusted him with this black soil. Why was she extending such exceptional care towards him? Moreover, her cryptic words, "Could it be that you are?" What did they signify? Had she perhaps discerned his identity as a transmigrator? Yet, even as a transmigrator, it was perplexing that a being of saintly power, the Lady of Tranquility, would treat him with such distinction. Unless she regarded him as someone of significant rapport, or perhaps even as a deity of superior strength. But he was acutely aware of his own identity, a mere transmigrator from Earth, devoid of any system. Such distinctions seemed implausible. Could it be attributed to the original host's circumstances? Chapter 76. The Kingdom of Samadhi surrenders. Forget it, I no longer wish to ponder. The future for him remains focused on the divine arena. All shall unfold step by step. As Su Xing contemplated these thoughts, the projections of the mystical realm had completely dissipated. The arena reverted to its original state. At this moment, apart from Su Xing, the only entity remaining upon the stage was the lifeless body of Kucha Brown, who had perished in a pool of blood. Just then, Freya descended gracefully from the sky, landing on the arena. She cast a glance at Su Xing and, for reasons unknown, felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation towards this mere mortal. Shaking her head, Freya dismissed the thought and began to announce the results of the match. "I declare, the Kingdom of Samadhi versus the Kingdom of Huaxia. The victory goes to Huaxia. The current score stands at 20. The next round will commence in 5 minutes." Following her proclamation, Freya ascended once more into the air. Meanwhile, from the depths of the arena, dozens of divine attributes began to float upwards, entering Su Xing's being. Without lingering on the stage, Su Xing made his way back to the Huaxia audience. Upon his return, he was met with a flurry of praise from the Huaxia dignitaries before finally taking his seat. However, no sooner had he settled than a group of esteemed professors and historians approached him, armed with pens and books, eager to seek his insights regarding the information about the deities of the underworld. Although Su Xing had previously shared knowledge about the underworld deities with the Huaxia people, that was merely a fragment of the entire picture. The information concerning the deities of the underworld was far more extensive. Nodding at the professors, Su Xing began to orally impart additional knowledge to them regarding the deities. While Su Xing was engaged in this enlightening discourse in the high observation chamber, the ruler of Samadhi, Park Duanju, knelt before the ruler of the Hira kingdom, Zeus II, weeping profusely as he pleaded, "Great Lord Zeus II, I beseech you, save my kingdom of Samadhi. As long as you spare us from defeat and prevent the enslavement of our people, we are willing to offer anything." Zeus too glanced at the supplicating Park Duanju, then turned his attention away, choosing to ignore him. With a grave expression, he murmured to himself, facing the Huaxia audience. Great Zeus, you must save the kingdom of Samida. This is not only for our sake, but for the sake of your own nation. Since the emergence of that young rascal, Su Xing, the slumbering eastern lion has shown signs of awakening. If given enough time, they may very well usurp your nation's dominance. Upon witnessing the disregard from the Hira nation, Park Duan was overtaken by a sense of urgency, disregarding all else, and spoke freely to Zeus too. Little did he anticipate that his words would instantly chill the atmosphere among Zeus too and the other Hira spectators. Indeed, while the Huaxiao nation had achieved 5 consecutive victories, which warranted their attention, the Hira held an unwavering arrogance towards the Huaxia and Samida nations, viewing them as inferior. For 300 years, since the resurgence of mythology, the Hira had regarded themselves as the unrivaled dominators of the world, looking down upon such lowly nations. Now, Park Duan dared to suggest that Huaxia might supplant them? Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. How could a being of such lowly status presume to address my father in such a tone? Catherine, who had been by Zeus Tu's side, shot a lethal glance at Park Duan, wielding her flaming sword, and pierced him, rendering him cold to the core. Dispose of him. Do not sully this place. Zeus Tu commanded dismissively, as if crushing an insignificant ant. Your Majesty, what Park Duan said does hold some merit. While it may not threaten our nation's standing, it is indeed time to curb Huaxia's rise. After all, their deities have managed to vanquish even the Satan of our lighthouse netherworld, and we cannot afford to underestimate them. Once Park Duan's lifeless body was removed from the arena, the leader of the lighthouse nation, Ross, paused momentarily and cautiously addressed Zeus. Rest assured, Leader Ross, Huaxia will not pose a significant threat. I have devised a strategy. Our Hira nation will initiate a divine war against Huaxia in the next round. This battle will result only in victory, never in defeat. Zeus Tu's demeanor softened considerably towards Ross, a Westerner, as he spoke with renewed confidence. The 5 minutes swiftly elapsed, and Su Xing once again ascended the platform, awaiting the Samida nation's divine champion. He too was curious as to who they would send forth in this third round. Given the current situation, with their deities vanquished and their allies from the Lighthouse Nation defeated, any contender they sent would be walking to their doom. Samida Nation, you have 2 minutes to dispatch your divine champion. Otherwise, this round will be deemed a loss. As the countdown commenced, Freya began to time the Samida Nation. Yet, as the countdown concluded, they still had not sent forth a champion, symbolizing their abandonment of the third round against Huaxia, effectively conceding defeat. This outcome aligns perfectly with the expectations of people from various nations. The nation of Samida is fundamentally a land of exiles, and now, with their deities extinguished and allies defeated, they are left with no choice but to concede to Huaxia. The citizens of Samida, as per regulations, did not field any combatants within the stipulated time frame. Thus, it is determined that in the third match between the nations of Samida and Huaxia, Huaxia emerges victorious. This celestial arena battle operates under a best-of-5 format, and the current score stands at 3 o'clock. I hereby declare that Huaxia has triumphed in this celestial arena battle. The divine laws of reward and punishment are now enacted upon both nations. Huaxia shall experience a 10% enhancement in national fortune, along with a corresponding increase in the concentration of spiritual energy within its borders. Conversely, as a nation of exiles, all citizens of Samida shall become slaves to Huaxia, bound for 10 generations without alteration. Freya has commenced the pronouncement of the results, and shortly after, the black and gold energies re-emerged from the arena. The celestial rules governing the arena began to take effect for both nations. The golden energy flowed into Huaxia, enhancing its national fortune and spiritual energy concentration, elevating the physical prowess of all its citizens to a new level. In stark contrast, the black energy impacted all Samidans, marking their foreheads with the symbol of servitude, signifying that they and their descendants for 10 generations would belong to Huaxia. Chapter 77. The nation of Hira declares war on Huaxia. No. Why must I become a slave to Huaxia? Curse those high-ranking officials and the detestable Huaxians. The Samidans, who felt the mark of servitude manifest upon their foreheads, descended into despair and rage. Their impotent fury allowed them only to curse everything around them. Yet, soon they realized even their impotent rage had been stripped away, for they had become the slaves of Huaxia. Henceforth, unless permitted by Huaxians, they would be unable to even utter a word. Returning to the arena. Following the enactment of the reward and punishment rules upon both nations, a large screen materialized. This screen displayed the rankings of nations worldwide, from 1st to 30th place, encompassing 30 nations. Initially, Huaxia was absent from this list, but suddenly, the name of the 30th ranked nation, the nation of revelry, plummeted, and Huaxia took its place. Our Huaxia has finally entered the top 30 of the world rankings. From this day forth, we in Huaxia can also receive the resources awarded monthly by the celestial arena to the nations. Heavens! We truly could not have imagined this before the arrival of Su Xing. Indeed, it is no exaggeration to say that Su Xing is our savior. Upon witnessing Huaxia's ascent to the 30th rank, the citizens of Huaxia were filled with exhilaration. Su Xing, too, gazed at Huaxia's ranking with delight. For the standing of a nation in the celestial arena is not merely an honor, according to the memories of the original host. Being ranked among the top 30 allows a nation to receive rewards from the celestial arena each month. These rewards may encompass resource bonuses, treasure rewards, or perhaps clues regarding the descent of deities into the mortal realm. Indeed, it is rumored that nations maintaining a position within the top 5 rankings of the arena for an extended period may even have the opportunity to discover hints on summoning divine entities into reality. The prospect of divine beings transcending the confines of the arena to manifest in the tangible world is undeniably alluring. Su Xing's eyes gleamed with excitement. As a proud son of Huaxia, he too harbored aspirations of bringing the deities of Huaxia into his homeland. Thus, he resolved to accumulate more victories for Huaxia, propelling the nation into the top 5. With these thoughts in mind, Su Xing chose not to linger on the arena any longer and prepared to descend. However, at that very moment, a few individuals from the Hira nation emerged from the elevated spectator area, dragging behind them a lifeless body, the corpse of none other than the ruler of Samadhi, Park Duanju. With a resounding thud, they cast Park Duanju's body at Su Xing's feet. The leader of the Hira contingent stepped forward. She was a striking figure with golden hair and azure eyes, youthful in appearance, likely in her 20s, Catherine, the daughter of Zeus II of Hira, who had perpetually looked down upon Huaxia. At that moment, Catherine brandished a prop card and ascended the arena. Addressing Freya with a declaration, "Judge, we of Hira hereby initiate a special divine arena battle against Huaxia. Furthermore, in the forthcoming divine arena battle, we shall employ the prop card restriction of divine species, ensuring that only images of humanitarian deities shall manifest from the summoning platform for Huaxia in the next contest." The spectators erupted in a flurry of reactions. The world hegemon, Hira, is declaring war on Huaxia, and they're employing a prop card. Hira truly fears the rising momentum of Huaxia. They intend to crush them without mercy. This is a clear message to the people of Huaxia. Do not become complacent. In the presence of Hira, Huaxia, a mere small nation, shall never hold its head high. Support the Hira. What is Huaxia but a fleeting thought? They wish to rise. Have they consulted us, the Western nations? Oh, great Hira, we, the Sakura people, shall forever stand behind you, extinguishing the arrogance of Huaxia. Indeed, Huaxia has only triumphed in 2 matches. They have grown a tad too boastful. Witnessing the Hira nation audaciously declare war on Huaxia, the representatives of other nations wore expressions of astonishment, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Among them, the nations of Frenzy and Sakura vocally urged Hira to subdue the hubris of Huaxia. In stark contrast, those from Huaxia, upon realizing that Hira had initiated a declaration of war, turned pale with fury, vociferously denouncing the affront. How shameless of Hira! Are they truly so terrified of us? So-called world hegemons are merely cowardly mice. The nation of Hira is indeed well prepared. Not only have they initiated a special form of warfare, but they have also employed a tactical card that restricts us to summon only the human deities in the next match. It is essential to note that among the various categories of deities, human deities, stellar deities, demonic deities, ghostly deities, true deities, and primordial deities, the human deities are universally recognized as the weakest. What shall we do? Such despicable tactics from the Greeks. As Su Xing gazed at Catherine and the other representatives from Hira, his eyes narrowed, recalling the memories of the original owner of this body. Su Xing harbored a profound disdain for the Huron people in this world. The Hira nation is unlike the insignificant state it was in his previous life. In this world, due to the divine arena, Hira has rightfully established itself as a formidable power and an undisputed hegemon. Over the past 3 centuries, they have relentlessly engaged in divine arena battles, successfully annexing over 40 nations, including several Central Asian countries like Hastan, which border the land of Huaxia. Consequently, Huaxia and Hira share a direct border. Upon establishing proximity to Huaxia, Hira's gaze turned towards Huaxia itself, viewing its people with disdain and harassing the borders. Just a few years ago, they even occupied a portion of territory in the western region of Huaxia. For years, the populace of Huaxia's western province has suffered greatly. Yet due to Hira's overwhelming might, they have been forced into silence, enduring their grievances in silence. I had not yet sought out Hira. Yet they have come to find me first. Su Xing's eyes gleamed with a hint of murderous intent as he regarded Catherine. Although Hira stands as a global superpower, Su Xing harbored no thoughts of defeat. Not for any reason other than the overwhelming strength of Huaxia's divine beings, vast as the ocean. While the deities of Hira may be formidable, they pale in comparison to those of Huaxia. As for the special rules of warfare they have initiated and the tactical card they have employed, he felt no fear. The so-called divine wheel battle, as the name implies, requires the deities to engage in continuous single combats, without respite, until the designated time concludes. The side that defeats the most opposing deities within that time frame emerges victorious. Furthermore, the tactical card utilized by Hira imposes an additional restriction on Huaxia, specifically mandating that in the next will battle, only human deities may be summoned from Huaxia's divine platform. Thus, their objective is to ensure that Huaxia can only select human deities for the forthcoming battle. Do they presume that Huaxia's human deities lack strength? Chapter 78. The debt owed to you by Hira is due. Su Xing smiled, contemplating the folly of these Huron individuals. Do they truly believe that by limiting Huaxia to only human deities, their victory is assured? It is essential to understand that the pantheon of Huaxia is distinct from that of other nations. Their deities are not inferior in prowess compared to other divine beings. At this moment, Su Xing could effortlessly conjure the names of 10 human deities capable of contending with the gods of the Hira nation. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Freya had already collected the item cards in her possession. Nodding, she announced, the Hira nation has successfully initiated the arena battle. The divine wheel battle between the Hira nation and Huaxia will commence in 1 hour. Upon concluding her announcement on the platform, Freya gestured for both sides to descend and prepare for battle. Huaxia, we shall meet in 1 hour. After hearing Freya's words, Catherine flashed a smile at Su Xing before stepping down from the stage. Su Xing, having observed Catherine, turned and made his way toward the audience. Su Xing, do you have confidence for the next round? As soon as he stepped off the stage, the higher-ups gathered around him, inquiring about his thoughts. Truth be told, they were all deeply concerned about the outcome of the forthcoming match. After all, the nation challenging Huaxia in this divine confrontation was none other than the Hira nation, the current hegemon of the world. While Huaxia had triumphed over the Sakura nation, emerged victorious against Samida, and even bested the Lighthouse nation. Could they truly prevail against the Hira nation? Moreover, this time, the Hira nation had employed item cards, restricting Huaxia's summoning platform to only manifest images of human deities. It must be noted that among the various divine categories, human deities, demon deities, magical deities, ghost deities, true deities, stellar deities, primordial deities, and others, human deities are universally acknowledged as the weakest. Could they genuinely secure victory using the most vulnerable human deities against the mightiest of the Hira gods? Fear not, for even the Hira deities do not instill dread in our Huaxia gods. We shall win this battle. Su Xing reassured the higher-ups with a wave of his hand, signaling them to quell their concerns. He then turned to Elder Zhang and Elder Wang, stating, Elders, there is one more matter I must entrust to you. Speak freely. Young Su, Huaxia will offer unconditional support. Elder Zhang and Elder Wang promptly replied. Su Xing, regarded as Huaxia's savior, knew that any request he made would be met with earnest efforts from the Huaxia officials. He nodded and retrieved a sheet of paper and a pen, inscribing a list of titles and names, which he handed to the elders. This paper contained the names and titles of the human deities likely to appear in the next round. He intended for Elder Zhang and Elder Wang to disseminate this information nationwide, urging all Huaxia citizens to continuously recite these names for the next hour, thereby providing some measure of faith to these human deities. It is well understood that, at times, the power of faith significantly enhances a deity's strength. With the support of faith, many deities can harness their inherent powers to a much greater extent. The disconnection of the Huaxia civilization has rendered its people oblivious, and the deities of Huaxia, consequently, suffer from a considerable deficit in the power of belief when compared to the deities of Hira. With ample preparation time at hand, it is an opportune moment to bolster the faith of the Huaxia people in their divine beings, which may prove beneficial on the battlefield. Thus, arrangements were promptly made to facilitate this endeavor. Zhang and Wang, upon receiving the note, immediately set about organizing the necessary actions. Meanwhile, Su Xing retreated to a corner to engage in solitary cultivation. An hour passed swiftly, and the time arrived for Su Xing to ascend the arena. The Hira nation also had its divine champion ready to take the stage. However, it was not the combatant Catherine who stood forth, but rather a formidable woman, towering at a height of 1.8 meters, with a robust physique and a pleasing visage. It is Lady Carol, the martial emperor of our Hira nation, a divine champion. This is excellent. With Lady Carol in the arena, our Hira nation is assured of victory. Indeed, Lady Carol is a martial emperor. Can the Huaxia, with their population of 1.5 billion, produce a martial emperor of their own? The Huaxia people, having won a few matches, have grown arrogant, unaware that both in deities and divine champions, they fall far short of our Hira nation. The entrance of this tall woman ignited excitement among the Hira spectators, not solely due to her stature, but because Lady Carol is one of the few martial emperor divine champions in the world. The martial emperor realm represents the pinnacle of divine champions, and only a handful of nations possess such formidable beings, Hira being one of them. This is troubling. Hira has dispatched a martial emperor divine champion. The crowd of Huaxia, upon witnessing Carol's emergence, wore grim expressions, realizing that Hira had chosen to field a martial emperor from the outset. Yet, the higher-ups of Huaxia remained largely unaffected in demeanor, for they were aware that although martial emperors are rare, they too possess one. Su Xing returning to the arena, upon seeing Carol take the stage. Freya turned to Su Xing and Carol, announcing, "Both divine champions have ascended the arena. The divine wheel battle is officially commencing." Just as Freya was about to declare the match officially begun, a voice interrupted her. "Freya, the judge, please hold on. I wish to increase the stakes of this round." Indeed, it was Su Xing who interrupted Freya. His intention was to augment the stakes of this divine arena battle. Given that both Hira and Huaxia have amassed sufficient victories and are both considered exiled nations, the stakes of their confrontation would involve 1/10 of the national fortune and 1/10 of the spiritual energy within their borders. The victor would claim 1/10 of the opponent's national fortune and spiritual energy, and vice versa. The repercussions of this reward and punishment may be significant, yet they remain insufficient for Su Xing. The Hira kingdom has also encroached upon a portion of the western territories of Huaxia. Furthermore, the accounts owed to them by the citizens of the western province have yet to be settled. In this battle, he intends to reclaim the lost territories and ensure that the Hira invaders pay a heavy price for their transgressions against Huaxia. Chapter 79, The Divine Image of Mazu. Contemplating these matters, Su Xing continued to speak with conviction, articulating the stakes he wished to raise. Should our Huaxia prevail, the Hira kingdom must unconditionally return the territories it has occupied. Moreover, all Hira individuals who have encroached upon Huaxia's lands shall face execution on the spot. Conversely, should Huaxia fall, the same fate shall befall us. Arrogance. This Huaxia man, Su Xing, is utterly unrestrained. What is he saying? Facing the deity of the Hira Empire, he dares to raise the stakes? He truly amuses me. Such a presumptuous Huaxia individual. Are all Easterners this foolish and arrogant? And why does he choose to use the term occupation? We occupy Huaxia to provide them with a better life, to grant them access to the superior education of the West. This Huaxia person, using occupation, is truly devoid of conscience. Upon hearing Su Xing's declarations, the Hira individuals were momentarily stunned, followed by a wave of derisive laughter directed at his hubris. Meanwhile, the Huaxia citizens, upon hearing Su Xing's words, were equally taken aback. They had not anticipated that he would choose to augment the stakes in this confrontation. Is the divine Su truly serious? He is challenging the Hira kingdom, a formidable foe. Does he possess such confidence in his ability to triumph over them? Many Huaxia citizens felt uncertain, yet a group of young individuals began to rally and encourage their compatriots. Brothers, regardless of our doubts about Su Xing in the past, has he not proven right in the end? Now, whatever decision Su Xing makes, we shall support him unconditionally. Indeed, if we must lose, we will bear the consequences alongside the divine Su. Yes, let us support the divine Su wholeheartedly. There is little we can do now, so let us continue praying to the deities on the list, bolstering our faith. That is all we can do. The reactions of the two nations differed greatly. After confirming with Su Xing once more, Freya turned to inquire whether Carol would agree to the increased stakes proposed by Su Xing. Naturally, Carol readily acquiesced. The Hira had never contemplated the possibility of defeat. With both sides consenting to the heightened stakes, the divine battle commenced in earnest, and at Freya's signal, Su Xing and Carol stepped forward onto the summoning platform of both factions. The moment Su Xing stepped onto the divine summoning platform, as was customary, 5 divine images appeared before him. However, this time, due to the constraints of the artifact card, All 5 divine images represented deities of the human realm. From left to right, the first divine image depicted a young man of modest stature, clad in gray artisan attire, wearing a straw hat, and wielding a measuring compass. Surrounding him were numerous flying wooden kites, ladders, and other wooden tools. Recognizing the figure within the divine image, Su Xing immediately identified this deity as a renowned craftsman from the spring and autumn period, celebrated for his inventions of ladders and saws, revered as the patriarch of carpenters. In later generations, he was mythologized as the protector of the craft, the god of artisans, Lu Ban, also known as Gongxu Ban. Lu Ban, with his unparalleled craftsmanship, created objects that could rival the treasures of the immortal realm. However, the extent of his martial prowess remained a mystery to Su Xing. Contemplating Lu Ban's image for a moment, he set it aside and proceeded to the next depiction. The second divine image was equally recognizable to Su Xing. This deity had been portrayed in television dramas in his previous life and was well known throughout the southeastern coastal regions of China. She appeared as a woman in her 30s, her demeanor warm and her gaze compassionate, seemingly embodying acceptance of all. Adorned with a crown and dressed in flowing garments, she held a jade scepter in her left hand and a bright red lantern in her right. Behind her surged the tumultuous sea, upon which she lightly treaded, radiating a pure and holy light. "Ah, I have seen this divine image in my hometown of Fujian," he thought. "Indeed, I am from Fujian, and this image is commonly found on many boats, though I have never known the name of this goddess. As a fisherman, I always bring this divine image with me when I venture out to sea, although I am unaware of her name. Having her image brings me a profound sense of peace," he mused. "It is akin to having the guardian goddess of fishermen by our side." Upon witnessing this divine image, many from Fujian began to discuss among themselves, for after the cultural discontinuity, they were unaware of the goddess's name. Nevertheless, this image was far from uncommon in their province, often displayed on boats that set sail for the ocean. Indeed, this goddess held significant ties to Fujian, for in previous times, she was the true protector of the region. Revered by countless people as Mazu, the goddess of the sea, worshipped with abundant incense and devotion. Faintly, the exclamations of the people from Fujian reached Su Xing's ears, prompting a smile as he mused to himself. Indeed, the second divine image before him depicted none other than the revered goddess Mazu. For countless years, she has safeguarded the lives of numerous seafarers, known as Lin Emonyang, the oceanic deity of humanity. Chapter 80. The Sphinx, Who Shall Step Forth? In this world, although many seafarers still carry images of Mazu aboard their vessels, few truly comprehend her divine significance. Thus, Su Xing took the opportunity to enlighten the people of Fujian, along with other Chinese compatriots, about Mazu. This divine image has been honored through the ages by emperors as the heavenly queen, the goddess of the sea. Indeed, this goddess is a deity of the ocean. No wonder, whenever her name is invoked, the likelihood of safe passage at sea increases, he noted. Make sure to remember her name, for one must never forget the goddess Mazu. Upon hearing Su Xing's enlightening discourse, the Chinese audience exhibited great excitement, particularly the people from Fujian, who hurriedly recorded every word he shared. Returning his gaze to the image of Mazu, Su Xing smiled softly, his spirits lifted. He understood well that Mazu's prowess was formidable. As a saint of merit, she was virtually invincible upon the seas. Even when away from the ocean, her strength remained impressive. Next, he turned to examine the subsequent divine images. After scrutinizing the second, he shifted his attention to the third. This image portrayed a general clad in heavy armor, wielding a steel whip, with an imposing expression that commanded respect. Su Xing recognized him immediately. This deity was none other than the legendary General Yu Qigong from the Tang dynasty. He had once defended the palace alongside General Qin Xiong, combating malevolent spirits during the reign of Emperor Taizong, and after their deaths, they became renowned as the folk deities warding off evil. Having observed the third divine image, Su Xing's gaze moved to the fourth. Instantly, he recognized this figure as well, for he was a celebrated personage from his previous life, widely known and revered. In this image, he appeared as a handsome man in his 40s, attired in a crane-patterned robe and holding a feather fan. His expression radiated wisdom and composure, suggesting that any troublesome issue could find resolution in his presence. Behind him stood a formidable army, their banners emblazoned with the characters Shu Han. Indeed, the individual depicted in the fourth divine image was none other than Zhuge Liang, the chancellor of the Shu Han during the Three Kingdoms era. Renowned for his intellect and loyalty, he was celebrated for inventing the wooden oxen and flowing horse, and his strategic brilliance earned him the title Saint of Wisdom, the god of strategy. Even in the afterlife, he was honored in the celestial realm, serving as a minister to the Emperor of the Purple Star. His martial prowess, too, was assuredly not to be underestimated. After much contemplation, Su Xing remained undecided as he gazed upon the final image. Upon seeing this particular depiction, he was instantly filled with excitement. The last divine figure portrayed a middle-aged man with the visage of an emperor. He donned a crown and a black and red dragon robe, with a sword at his waist, exuding an aura of majesty and power, while standing upon 9 golden dragons of fortune. Behind him loomed the ethereal silhouette of the Great Wall. Indeed, the divine figure represented none other than the ancestral dragon among men, Qin Shi Huang. Ingzheng, our venerable ancestor from Huaxia, has arrived. As Su Xing beheld the image of Qin Shi Huang, he felt a surge of exhilaration, for Qin Shi Huang was no ordinary sovereign. He held a unique significance in the annals of Huaxia's history. He was the first emperor to unify Huaxia, conquering the 6 states and standardizing the script. To describe him as an eternal emperor is not an exaggeration in the least. This final divine figure exudes tremendous authority. Indeed, his countenance carries an air of commanding presence. Look behind him, it is the Great Wall. The origins of the Great Wall have long puzzled historians. Could it be that the Great Wall is somehow connected to this divine figure? Upon witnessing the divine image of Qin Shi Huang, the Huaxia people began to engage in fervent discussions. Hearing their remarks, Su Xing seized the opportunity to enlighten them. The divine figure before them was indeed the eternal emperor, Qin Shi Huang, the architect of the Great Wall, commissioned by him. What? He is Qin Shi Huang? His name is on the official list. So the Great Wall was truly constructed under Qin Shi Huang's orders, and he unified the 6 states, standardized transportation, and established the imperial system? That is truly remarkable. Good heavens, we have such a powerful emperor in Huaxia, and we had nearly forgotten him. My word, Qin Shi Huang even standardized the script. If it weren't for him, I'd still be learning 7 different scripts. Though Qin Shi Huang had his flaws in history, his achievements are universally admired by the Huaxia people. Consequently, as Su Xing concluded his exposition on Qin Shi Huang's legacy, admiration was palpable on the faces of the Huaxia populace. Meanwhile, the people of Shila, overhearing the Huaxia discourse, scoffed derisively, saying, "He is merely a mortal deity. What significance does an alleged eternal emperor hold?" Indeed, witnessing the Huaxia people in such a state of excitement is quite laughable. Just a mere mortal deity can elicit such fervor. I wonder how long this first mortal deity sent by Huaxia can withstand our Shila deities. 5 minutes. At most. If it lasts longer than that, I shall henceforth regard every Huaxia individual as my father. Is our ancestral heritage not formidable? Upon hearing the words from the land of Hira, Su Xing smiled faintly. As the eternal emperor, Qin Shi Huang, mythologized after his time, may not have reached the exalted status of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Yet, he possessed the mastery of qi refinement and the imperial aura. In combat, he was by no means inferior to the deities of Hira. Our divine being from Hira has emerged. Huaxia people, bring forth your divine ancestor to face your demise. While Su Xing pondered these thoughts, Hira had already summoned their chosen first deity for battle. This first deity was a hybrid creature of the Hira nation. Towering at several dozen meters, its form resembled a colossal lion, with a serpent's tail and 2 immense eagle wings sprouting from its lion's torso. Most peculiarly, its visage was not that of a beast, but rather bore the cunning countenance of a human female. The combination of a lion's body, a human face, eagle wings, and a serpent's tail was profoundly unsettling. Recognizing this peculiar being, Su Xing identified it as the Sphinx, a creature birthed from the union of Echidna and Typhon in Greek mythology. In Hira's lore, it was a monster under the dominion of the goddess Hera. Known in the past for its riddles, it tested travelers. Failure to solve its enigma would result in being torn apart or devoured. While the Sphinx's strength was not particularly formidable, its riddle mechanism might pose a challenge to the deities of Huaxia. Su Xing stroked his chin, contemplating that certain deities possessed various unique mechanisms. These mechanisms were often intrinsic attributes of the deities, activated when their faith power reached a sufficient level. For instance, the Sphinx's mechanism was likely its riddle challenge, allowing it to be vanquished only upon completion of this test. However, he wondered if this peculiar mechanism would be effective against the deities of Huaxia. Regardless, it mattered little. With Su Xing present, those tedious riddles would pose no difficulty. With these thoughts, he turned his gaze to the image of Qin Shi Huang. Indeed, the first deity he intended to summon was none other than the ancestral dragon of Huaxia, Qin Shi Huang. Among the 5 deities, the most powerful was undoubtedly Mazu. Yet, facing merely a trivial sphinx, sending Mazu would be an overindulgence. Since it was a wheel of battle, he decided to let the ancestral figure make an appearance. With that in mind, Su Xing bowed to the image of the emperor and called forth the deity. Descendant of Huaxia, Su Xing summons the ancestral dragon, the eternal emperor, the progenitor of humanity, Qin Shi Huang. For the glory of Huaxia, let us engage in battle. Chapter 81. The Sword of Tai arise. As soon as Su Xing's words fell, a surge of white light enveloped the summoning platform, causing the divine statue to vanish. Thereupon, the illustrious ancestor of the Huaxia, Emperor Qin Shi Huang, clad in a dragon robe and crowned with a majestic diadem, materialized upon the platform. His countenance bore an unyielding authority, radiating the gravitas befitting a sovereign. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, gradually revealing a hint of perplexity. Descendants of Huaxia, Su Xing, pay homage to the ancestor dragon, His Majesty the First Emperor. Su Xing, observing Qin Shi Huang's demeanor, stepped forward to bow in reverence. Upon hearing Su Xing's words, the emperor cast a scrutinizing glance at him, his eyes deepening with intrigue. He then inquired, "Who art thou, that thou dost refer to thyself as a descendant? And why dost thou address me as ancestor dragon? Esteemed ancestor, I am but a descendant of the Qin dynasty, 2 millennia hence. Thus I rightfully claim to be your progeny. You are the first sovereign of a unified Huaxia, a forebear who rendered immense contributions to our heritage. You are the immortal monarch of Huaxia's annals. It is not excessive for posterity to honor you with the title Ancestor Dragon," Su Xing replied, embodying a respectful yet assertive tone. "Thou art of the later generations? Thus, they hold such an appraisal of me? Am I truly deserving of the moniker the Eternal Emperor?" The flicker of enlightenment danced in Qin Shi Huang's eyes as he pondered Su Xing's words, momentarily taken aback. To his astonishment, he had never anticipated that posterity would hold him in such high esteem. In the void of the afterlife, he had often reflected upon his reign, acutely aware of his missteps, the exploitation of his people, the overextension of his nation's resources, the burning of books and burying of scholars, and his aggressive expansionism. All these transgressions weighed heavily upon his conscience. He had presumed that descendants would label him a tyrant or a fool. Yet, here was a descendant proclaiming his monumental contributions to Huaxia, even bestowing upon him the grand title of the Eternal Emperor. Was he truly worthy of such an honor? "Emperor, you most certainly merit the title of the Eternal Emperor. While there were indeed transgressions during your reign, when juxtaposed with your monumental achievements, unifying the 6 states, standardizing the script, and pioneering the imperial system, your faults pale in comparison to your luminous legacy," Su Xing continued, responding to Qin Shi Huang's contemplations. As he concluded, the assembly of Huaxia began to voice their admiration. Inspired by Su Xing's elucidation, they expressed their reverence for the first emperor. "Esteemed ancestor, Su Xing speaks the truth. You undoubtedly deserve the title of Eternal Emperor. Indeed, ancestor, were it not for you, Huaxia might not have emerged as a nation at all. Had you not unified the script, we might have been burdened with learning 7 different tongues. Absolutely, ancestor, do not belittle your achievements. You are, in our hearts, the Eternal Emperor." As the words of the Huaxia people echoed, their reverence coalesced into a formidable force of belief. Upon ascending the platform, this energy surged into the essence of Qin Shi Huang. With a resonant hum, the power of faith enveloped him, causing his divine strength to swell dramatically. Simultaneously, Qin Shi Huang genuinely felt the recognition bestowed upon him by future generations, a comforting smile gracing his countenance. He was taken aback by the heartfelt sentiments of his descendants. In his authoritative gaze, a glimmer of emotion flickered, resembling the shimmer of water. He then turned to Su Xing and spoke, "Very well, young friend. Let us address the matter at hand. Since you have summoned me, there must be a request for my assistance. Speak freely. Your Majesty, we stand upon the divine arena." Su Xing began, elucidating the circumstances of the arena and the current crisis facing Huaxia. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang's expression darkened, his demeanor shifting to one of barely contained anger. He had always despised the invasions of foreign tribes throughout his life. His monumental efforts to construct the Great Wall were solely to fend off the incursions of the Xiongnu. Now, after millennia, he found that foreign forces still eyed Huaxia with intent. "Very well, if that is the case, I shall eradicate this foreign threat for my descendants. That monstrous being outside must be a foreign deity. Leave it to me." Without hesitation, Qin Shi Huang stepped forth from the divine platform, his eyes ablaze with a fierce determination. "Is this what they call an Eastern deity? It is so diminutive that it wouldn't even suffice to fill the gaps between my teeth." Typically, foreign deities were grand in stature, and encountering one so inferior often led to disdain. The Sphinx shared this sentiment. Upon witnessing Qin Shi Huang's emergence, its lion-headed visage bore an expression of contempt. Oh, the deity of Huaxia has finally shown itself. A mere mortal dares to challenge our Sphinx. The people of Shira, witnessing Qin Shi Huang's arrival, mirrored their deity's lofty demeanor. Having dominated for centuries, they naturally felt a sense of superiority over Eastern gods. Returning to Qin Shi Huang, upon hearing the Sphinx's taunts, he deemed it beneath him to engage in verbal sparring with such a beast. It was simply beneath his dignity. His singular focus was on annihilation. With a frigid expression, Qin Shi Huang exuded a faint purple aura, drawing forth a weathered bronze sword from the sheath at his waist. Observing the rusted blade, the Shira people erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha! Behold the weapon of the Huaxia deity. Such a dilapidated sword. Is this truly the armament of a god? I cannot fathom the reasoning of this Huaxia deity. Attempting to confront our Sphinx with such a decrepit sword? This broken sword. Surely it couldn't even sever a single hair from the Sphinx. Ha ha ha, forgive him. He is merely a pitiful deity of humanity. Perhaps this bronze sword is the finest weapon he possesses. The plight of the human path in Huaxia is truly lamentable. I can already envision him being torn asunder by the Sphinx. Let us all observe a moment of silence for him. How dare they dismiss the Tai, the sword, as a mere scrap? Su Xing, upon hearing the mockery from the people of Hira, could not suppress a cold smile. Indeed, the sword drawn by Qin Shi Huang is none other than the Tai's sword, one of the 10 renowned swords of Huaxia. Crafted by the master swordsmith O Yezi during the spring and autumn period, it was forged from the red gold of Kunwa Mountain and tempered in the waters of Luais, infused with the essence of heaven and earth, thus becoming a divine blade. Though it may appear dull, rusty, and unremarkable, this sword is the sovereign's weapon, symbolizing the rightful path of kingship and the mandate of heaven. It stands alongside the imperial seal as a token of the emperor's legitimacy and divine right. There is a saying, when the sword and seal unite, the mandate of heaven is affirmed. Therefore, the sword's power does not stem from its sharpness, but from the royal aura that accompanies it. Under the influence of this royal aura, the Tai sword unleashes formidable strength. Notably, among all the emperors in Huaxia's history, none possess as potent a royal aura as Qin Shi Huang. Returning to the battlefield, a purple aura emanated from Qin Shi Huang, enveloping the Tai sword in his grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung it towards the Sphinx. In an instant, a magnificent explosion of purple energy erupted, resonating throughout the arena. The shockwave swept across the platform, and as the spectators opened their eyes, a fierce gust of wind carried blood across the faces of Carol and Catherine. They touched their faces, realizing the gravity of the situation, and quickly turned their gaze back to the arena. To their astonishment, the Sphinx had vanished, leaving only Qin Shi Huang wielding the Tai sword amidst a scene of dismembered remnants. Where has our mighty Sphinx gone? It cannot be. Has our Sphinx truly been vanquished in an instant? The people of Hira were incredulous, witnessing the swift demise of their champion. Long live the emperor! The Hira citizens were left in shock, while the people of Huaxia momentarily stood in awe, then erupted in jubilant cheers. They had not anticipated their ancestor to be so formidable, obliterating the Sphinx with a single strike.